Chapter 1. The Place Where Dreams Begin. At Baozi Mountain, Sun Weiqiang beheld the diminutive figure of Sun Wukong and the youthful, radiant Bulma. He could see this moment. His heart surged with overwhelming excitement and fervor. An emotion known as nostalgia surged within him, churning and bubbling forth. Sun Wukong and Bulma were among his most beloved characters from the anime Dragon Ball during his childhood in a previous life. To witness them in the flesh ignited a jubilant response within every fiber of his being. Having traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, he sees an opportunity to escape from the peculiar orphanage where he resided. His first destination was Baozi Mountain, driven by the desire to meet Sun Wukong in person and to cling to this formidable ally, aspiring to ascend the pinnacle of life. Although he was uncertain of Sun Wukong's age at this point, or whether he was still at Baozi Mountain, Weiqiang ventured forth nonetheless, to his astonishment. Not only did he achieve his goal, but he also unexpectedly encountered Bulma, a delightful surprise. With all his might, he sprinted forward, embracing the chill of the air, though it was not as cold as he anticipated. The scene unfolding before him was eerily familiar. A toppled vehicle, a large blue fish on the ground, the innocent and cheerful young Wukong, and Bulma, brimming with vitality in her pink dress and ponytail. Was this not the very day when Sun Wukong and Bulma first crossed paths at Baozi Mountain? I have arrived at just the right moment, Weiqiang silently exclaimed. I wonder if Wukong's Rui Bang has lifted the hem of Bulma's skirt yet? If memory serves, she is adorned with a pair of white triangular panties embellished with pink flowers. Upon reaching Wukong and Bulma, Weiqiang found himself at a loss for words. Surely, he could not simply express how delighted he was to meet them. That felt rather strange. Bulma, be careful of Wukong. He might, he thought, but that felt equally odd. Who would say such things upon first meeting? Were they even acquainted? Fortunately, after a few awkward moments, Weiqiang successfully integrated himself into this duo, forming a trio. As they made their way to Wukong's home, Bulma inquired, by the way, I haven't asked for your names yet. I am Wukong, Sun Wukong. And you? Wukong replied, dragging the tail of the fish behind him while turning to face them. I am Weiqiang, Sun Weiqiang. He mimicked Wukong's introduction. You share my surname, Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight, as if he had discovered a new world. Indeed, Weiqiang nodded, secretly thinking how incredibly adorable little Wukong was. The term adorable often feels out of place when describing a boy, yet it perfectly suited young Wukong. Bulma shyly interjected, Tu and Bulma. What a peculiar name. Wukong chuckled heartily. Bulma frowned. How rude. That's why I was reluctant to say it. Weiqiang did not find Bulma's name amusing, but seeing Wukong, who was slightly shorter than himself, laughing, he couldn't help but join in the merriment. Sun Wukong turned back, chirping Noma, while grinning widely, exclaiming, Noma, ah. Bulma replied, how annoying. I don't even like that name myself. Please stop laughing. Irritated, she shut her mouth, crossed her arms, utterly unaware that little Wukong had mistaken her for Noma. Before long, outside a small cottage. Hey, wait a moment. Sun Wukong set down the fish, pushed open the door, and happened to catch a glimpse of Grandpa glowing. Grandpa, he murmured. Bulma, following closely behind, inquired, what's wrong with you? Sun Wukong stood frozen. Grandpa is speaking. Isn't your grandpa dead? Bulma asked, puzzled, and then she saw it. It's the Dragon Ball, she exclaimed, pointing excitedly ahead. Sun Weiqiang walked alongside Sun Wukong, recalling the unfolding events before him. Though he did not have a perfect recollection of the Dragon Ball saga, the scene before him was almost indistinguishable from his memories. He noted the distinction was that he himself was present. Step aside. Bulma gleefully shoved Sun Wukong aside and hurried forward, cradling the Dragon Ball from the square table. Sun Weiqiang mused. Well, here Bulma has pushed Sun Wukong, and he seems to have forgotten. Hey, don't touch Grandpa. Sun Wukong rushed over, placing his left hand on Bulma's lower back. Grandpa, is this it? Bulma raised the Dragon Ball in her hand, looking at Wukong. Yes, this is the only relic Grandpa left me. Sun Wukong snatched it back from Bulma, asserting, even if you're a girl, you can't touch it. You see, Grandpa is glowing. It seems like he wants to tell me something. This is the first time it has happened. Sun Wukong stated innocently, adorably clueless. Is that so? Sun Weiqiang leaned closer, rubbing his buzz cut, feigning a look of confusion that he felt the need to assert his presence. Having joined the original trio, he couldn't just stand by quietly, as that would be rather dull. Sun Wukong added, yeah, Grandpa never glowed before. I can't help it, let me tell you. Bulma opened a small pouch hanging from her waist, producing 2 Dragon Balls. Look, it's Grandpa. Do you have 2 grandpas? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Bulma has 2 grandpas? Sun Weiqiang feigned surprise, Acting bewildered, he admitted that his pretense was a bit foolish, but to fit in with the group, a little foolishness was acceptable. Surely he wouldn't say, "I know. That's the Dragon Ball. Gather 7 for a wish." To his knowledge, this was not common knowledge, especially for a child. Chapter 2. High energy ahead. This isn't Grandpa, it's the Dragon Ball, Bulma clarified. Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong looked down at the Dragon Ball cradled in his hands. Sun Weiqiang observed the so-called Dragon Balls in their hands, his eyebrows knitting together as he displayed a bewildered expression. Yes, your Dragon Ball resonated with these two, which is why they are glowing, Bulma elaborated. Let me see your Dragon Ball. Bulma placed her 2 Dragon Balls on the table and addressed Wukong. Little Wukong obediently placed his Dragon Ball alongside the others. The 3 Dragon Balls gathered together, radiating a luminous brilliance. Wow, how beautiful! Sun Weiqiang exclaimed, his pupils dilating in awe. They're all glowing. Sun Wukong, truly innocent and naive, remarked. Bulma picked up one of the Dragon Balls and recounted its origins. I discovered this orb in my home storage, and finding it peculiar, I conducted an investigation, only to uncover that it is indeed a remarkable gem. What makes this orb so extraordinary? Sun Wukong inquired, reclaiming his Dragon Ball. Sun Weiqiang also grasped the last Dragon Ball, feigning interest as he examined it. Its surface felt slightly cold to the touch. He grasped it repeatedly. Noting its firmness, the tactile sensation was quite satisfactory, although he mused that if it were softer, it might feel even better. For some inexplicable reason, Sun Weiqiang momentarily conjured an inappropriate thought, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Bulma's curvaceous figure. Bulma elucidated the wondrous attributes of the Dragon Balls to the 2 boys. How impressive! Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment. How marvelous! Sun Weiqiang echoed, equally amazed. So, it turns out that collecting all 7 Dragon Balls grants one any wish, Sun Wukong remarked, taken aback. Bulma continued with the tale. I've heard that long ago, someone acquired the Dragon Balls and became a king, but that was an age long past. Really? Becoming a king is possible? Sun Weiqiang was flabbergasted. Presence 1. Yes. However, the 7 Dragon Balls have scattered across the world now, Bulma replied, adding a note of clarification. Is that why you set out to find them? The innocent Sun Wukong interjected, unlike another son who feigned one thing while thinking another. Exactly. Bulma said, holding up the Dragon Ball adorned with 5 stars. Look at this 5-star ball. I painstakingly found it in a northern valley 10 days ago. Grandpa has 4 stars. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight as he cradled the Dragon Ball. It's a 4-star ball. Bulma emphasized, then stood up, her fists clenched. I've already decided on my wish, although I would love an endless supply of strawberries. Ultimately, I've resolved that finding the most perfect partner is what matters most. Bulma said, bringing her hands together in front of her as she articulated her wish. Turning her back momentarily, she glanced at Wukong with a smile, saying, I've shared my intentions with you. May I borrow your 4-star ball? No way. This is my grandfather's heirloom. Sun Wukong defended his Dragon Ball, refusing to lend it to her. Come on, you're being stingy. You have no use for it, lend it to me. Bulma insisted once more. Not a chance. Sun Wukong stuck out his tongue defiantly. At this moment, Sun Weiqiang ceased to assert his presence, content to observe the unfolding drama. That IT must be said, enjoying the Dragon Balls and experiencing them firsthand are vastly different. The latter offers a far superior sense of immersion. Sun Weiqiang mused joyfully. Noticing Wukong's tongue sticking out, Bulma suddenly had a realization, placing her hands on her hips. I see now. In the next moment, she donned a mischievous expression, hinting, so, you're quite the mature one, aren't you? Upon witnessing this, Sun Weiqiang acknowledged that he had once again forgotten a scene. He felt compelled to inquire, Bulma, how did you discern that Goku is quite mature? Why can't I see it? Sun Wukong blinked, perplexed by the ambiguous statement. Subsequently, without a hint of hesitation, Bulma, facing Sun Wukong, playfully swayed her hips and lifted the hem of her pink dress, revealing her undergarments. Chapter 3. Departure. The quest for the Dragon Balls. Wow, how exhilarating. Sun Weiqiang's gaze fell upon Bulma's alluring figure, stirring a fervent reaction within. He pondered whether such antics had ever occurred in the original Dragon Ball universe. Surely they must have, though he had yet to witness any significant alteration in the dynamics between Goku and Bulma. Perhaps he had overlooked this particular subplot once again. Sun Weiqiang mused quietly, his curiosity unabated as he gazed at Bulma, devoid of any embarrassment. After all, he was still a child. Though he was 12, he bore a striking resemblance to young Goku, not much taller. How about it? Would you like to touch it? Bulma teased Sun Wukong. To her surprise, he retorted, I don't want to touch anyone's dirty bottom. This response provoked Bulma to drop her dress, indignantly exclaiming, "How rude. My bottom is quite clean." Ha 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 ha. Sun Weiqiang laughed heartily, unable to contain himself. "Stop laughing. My bottom is really very clean." Bulma shot a glare at Sun Weiqiang. Sun Weiqiang thought, "I'm not laughing at your cleanliness. Moreover, who claimed that area was clean?" Then Bulma extended an invitation to both of them. "By the way, why don't you join me in searching for the Dragon Balls? Accompany you in the quest for the Dragon Balls?" Sun Wukong looked up at her. Bulma encouraged, "A true man should venture out to train. Can going outside make me as strong as Grandpa?" Sun Wukong innocently expressed his thoughts. "Of course. You've probably only seen the mountain where you live, right? You've never encountered the ocean, have you? Out there, you can discover bustling cities and even see dinosaurs and monsters." Bulma continued her persuasion, painting a vivid picture of boundless possibilities. Sun Wukong's face lit up with wonder. "That sounds like so much fun. I want to see it." "Exactly. That's what it means to be a man." Bulma snapped her fingers, affirming that Sun Wukong was indeed a true man. "Little Goku is such an easy mark, he's so readily lured into this adventure," Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. "But this Dragon Ball can't be given to you. I want to keep it with me." "That's fine, as long as you're willing to lend it to me at the last moment." Bulma waved her hands dismissively with a cheerful smile and turned to Sun Weiqiang, asking, "Weiqiang, would you like to join us in exploring the vast world and embarking on a wondrous journey of life?" "Indeed, I am a man." Sun Weiqiang raised his right fist in affirmation. Bulma secretly rejoiced. Success is within reach. With these two children accompanying her, they perfectly suited her needs as personal bodyguards. Once her wishes were fulfilled, she would no longer concern herself with future matters. Her invitation to Sun Weiqiang stemmed from her admiration for his martial prowess. Earlier, her vehicle had been overturned by Sun Wukong, yet it was Sun Weiqiang who exerted the strength to right the car. Despite his small stature, Sun Weiqiang possessed extraordinary strength, which was well acknowledged. In this body, which he had traversed into the Dragon Ball world, his martial arts talent was already remarkable. He was invincible among the various martial arts classes at the Extraordinary Orphanage, having participated in several youth martial arts competitions, achieving an impeccable record and winning all championships. Renowned martial artists had high hopes for him, believing that with diligent training, he could excel at the future Grand Martial Arts Tournament. However, after Sun Weiqiang's arrival, he discovered that his body had undergone a mysterious transformation. His martial arts talent had surpassed even his previous capabilities. The techniques he had encountered before were mastered with a mere glance. Nevertheless, Sun Weiqiang still believed he could not compare to Sun Wukong. The latter was in a league of his own. The Scion's combat prowess was simply unparalleled. This was precisely why he sought to ally himself with the mighty Sun Wukong. "Then let us embark on our joyous journey," Bulma declared, and the trio set off immediately. Upon exiting the house, Sun Wukong inquired how they would locate the other Dragon Balls. Bulma retrieved her Dragon Ball radar and explained the situation to the two. Before long, she took the driver's seat on a white motorcycle, conjured from a universal capsule. Sun Wukong attempted to leap onto the vehicle, but Sun Weiqiang was quicker. "Little Wukong, step back. Allow me. It's my turn to take advantage of Bulma." He seated himself on the bike, wrapping his small arms around Bulma's slender waist. "Not to mention, it feels quite soft." Vegeta, having one more doesn't make a difference, nor does losing one's son Weiqiang's mind wander to the future Prince Vegeta, adorned with his infamous green horns. Sun Wukong also hopped onto the motorcycle, embracing Sun Weiqiang. "Hold on tight, we're off." Whoosh! Bulma pressed the accelerator, and the white motorcycle sped away. "Wow!" Sun Wukong exclaimed. "How fast?" Sun Weiqiang echoed, feeling this reaction was somewhat normal. After all, he was now a child of the same age as Sun Wukong. "How astonishing! This creature is even faster than I am." Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, his uniquely styled hair billowing behind him. The sound of the rushing wind filled their ears as Sun Weiqiang tightly clasped Bulma's waist, pressing close, exclaiming, "Yes, he runs even faster than I do." Bulma turned her head slightly and suddenly warned, "Hey, I caution you, do not touch inappropriately." Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, "I want touch, just a hug." Then, he realized that if not for his presence, Bulma's warning would have been directed at little Wukong. "Little Wukong, there's no need for thanks after all. We share the same surname. Allow me to bear this unsuitable warning on your behalf." Bulma rode her motorcycle farther away from Sun Wukong's home, until at a certain moment, she soared into the sky. The white motorcycle, gliding along the ground, resembled a bird in flight as it ascended towards the heavens. "Wow!" Bulma exclaimed. "Ah!" Sun Wukong echoed. Ah, Sun Weiqiang joined in, fully embracing the excitement. Bang! The motorcycle landed smoothly. Phew, Bulma sighed heavily as her feet touched the ground. That was terrifying. Sun Wukong remarked, "We just flew into the sky. How amazing." Sun Weiqiang added, "Indeed, that gave me quite a shock." Whether he was truly frightened, only he knew. Bulma feigned nonchalance, contradicting her outward demeanor as she casually stated, "It was nothing, really." Yet in her heart, she mused, how unexpectedly steep that slope was. Subsequently, Bulma lowered the side stand of her motorcycle, secured it, and dismounted. With a hand covering her mouth, she chuckled and said, "My apologies. Please wait for a moment. I shall return shortly." Sun Weiqiang recalled vividly what Bulma was about to do next. However, Sun Wukong, oblivious to the situation, sat in the car and asked in a daze, "What's wrong? Where are you going?" Bulma, in a fit of anger, pressed her legs together and clenched her fists at her sides, exclaiming, "You are truly oblivious. When a lady expresses herself like this, it means she needs to use the restroom." With that, Bulma dashed away, caught in a sudden urgency that was hard to withstand. "What? It's just a matter of relieving herself?" Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. "You are not allowed to follow me," Bulma warned as she ran behind a large rock not far away to attend to her needs. Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang leapt from the vehicle. The former gazed at the latter and remarked, "Isn't it convenient to relieve oneself here? What a peculiar girl." Sun Weiqiang felt a hint of amusement. Although he held a profound impression of this segment of the Dragon Ball storyline, experiencing it firsthand evoked a different sensation. At that moment, a cry for help from Bulma pierced through the air. Help! Sun Weiqiang was aware of what was about to transpire, yet he chose not to inform Bulma in advance. If he had, how could he justify his foreknowledge of such an occurrence? Bulma would likely suspect ulterior motives, believing him to be insidious. Nevertheless, the issue was not significant. Little Goku could handle it alone. Chapter 4. There were times worth remembering. Sun Wukong inquired, "Weiqiang, what has transpired?" "I have no idea, Wukong." "Let us hasten over to investigate," replied Sun Weiqiang. Consequently, the two swiftly made their way forward. "No. Hey, have you been bitten by a snake? I'm coming to your rescue," Sun Wukong shouted as he sprinted ahead. "I feel the same." Sun Weiqiang followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived behind a large rock where Bulma had intended to relieve herself, only to find her ensnared by a colossal dinosaur adorned with wings and a singular horn. "Ah!" Bulma trembled in terror. "Who are you two little brats?" The great dinosaur spoke. "I am Sun Wukong." "Are you her friend?" Sun Wukong foolishly inquired, raising his gaze. "Foolish little Wukong, is this truly your understanding of friendship?" Sun Weiqiang cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, a thought emerging. "Indeed," the dinosaur responded, coiling Bulma in its tail, then producing a rope from seemingly nowhere. "I have something to discuss with her. You two shall wait here until we return." "Oh, little Wukong, have you not noticed how Bulma's legs are struggling?" Sun Weiqiang remarked, somewhat speechless. Yet, he understood that this was the essence of little Wukong's nature, innocent, naive, and blissfully unaware. The ensuing events unfolded as Sun Weiqiang had come to know in the realm of Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong found himself bound to a great tree beside a massive stone, ensnared by a colossal dinosaur. Unlike him, however, he was not alone in this predicament. He was also tethered, willingly, albeit with a distinction. "We are bound," murmured little Wukong. "Indeed." Sun Wei stifled a laugh. "So it shall be, two fools, farewell." The great dinosaur flapped its wings and ascended into the sky. "It has been ages since I savored human flesh. I shall indulge slowly," the dinosaur cackled with glee. Bulma, terrified to her core, had just been released from the creature's tail and clung desperately to its leg, fearing that a moment's carelessness might send her plummeting to the ground. Reduced to a mere pancake. "Hey, how long must I wait?" Sun Wukong shouted into the heavens. Sun Weiqiang quietly observed from the side. "What are you doing? Hurry and save me." Bulma in the sky cried out in desperation, tears as large as dewdrops streaming down her face. "You two idiots. Fool. Fool. What? Why didn't she ask us to save her sooner?" Sun Wukong remarked to Sun Weiqiang. "Exactly. If she had spoken up earlier, how would we have known?" Sun Weiqiang wholeheartedly agreed with Sun Wukong. As for Bulma's initial cries for help, they had been automatically disregarded by him. With a flick of his tail, Sun Wukong effortlessly untied the ropes binding him and Sun Weiqiang. His dexterous maneuver rendered any brute force unnecessary. "Yet, we cannot fly, can we?" Sun Wukong glanced up at the sky. "Wukong, you should ride Bulma's motorcycle and soar into the heavens to rescue her. I shall remain on the ground to assist you." Sun Weiqiang proposed that, knowing how little Wukong would later rescue Bulma. He should assign tasks to both of them to prevent any rash decisions that might lead him to join little Wukong in ascending to the skies, thereby introducing unforeseen variables. Who knows what unexpected events might transpire? Without hesitation, Sun Wukong dashed towards Bulma's white motorcycle parked in its original position. One dared to speak, while the other dared to act. Mounting the motorcycle, Sun Wukong mimicked Bulma's earlier posture, yet with a distinctive difference. He stood and leaned forward as he drove. Remembering the route, he thought to himself, let us give this a try. With a slight movement, the engine roared to life. Success. The motorcycle was running. With a swift twist of the throttle, the front wheel lifted off the ground, and Sun Wukong sped away at an exhilarating pace. Bulma, just hold on a bit longer. Don't rush. We are coming to rescue you. Sun Weiqiang sprinted along the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, waving at Bulma, who was captured high above. Signaling his presence, Bulma, increasingly distressed, cried out, Don't rush? Why don't you take my place? Is it possible not to be anxious? Hurry up, you two fools. Fools. Sun Weiqiang inwardly grumbled, We are here to rescue you, and yet you scold us. Before long, Sun Wukong exclaimed, I'm coming. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the enormous dinosaur in the sky ahead, fully accelerating, charging forth. Bulma stretched out her hand in a desperate attempt to reach Sun Wukong, who was approaching to save her. Sun Wukong ascended to the arc-shaped transparent glass rain canopy atop the motorcycle, exclaiming, I have come to rescue you. Yet, despite his leap, he could not reach it. Wukong. Bulma attempted to grasp Sun Wukong's hand, but she too fell short. Ha ha ha. The enormous dinosaur turned its head, bursting into laughter, mocking the child's audacity. With another leap, Sun Wukong still could not reach his target. Fool. The great dinosaur scoffed. As Sun Wukong's body fell naturally, he drew forth the red Rui Bang from his back and exclaimed, Rui Bang, extend. The small red staff he clutched in his hand shimmered momentarily before elongating. Taste my Rui Bang. With both hands firmly gripping the staff, Sun Wukong let out a powerful roar and swung it with tremendous force. Gaia. The colossal dinosaur was struck on the head by Sun Wukong's mighty blow, emitting a pain cry as it plummeted from the sky. The grip of its claw loosened, releasing Bulma, who had been ensnared. Bulma escaped from the dragon's talon, yet she too began to descend rapidly from the heavens. Bulma glanced down at the ground, her face drained of color, limbs flailing in panic as she cried out, Someone, please save me. With a triumphant strike, Sun Wukong raised his left hand in a gesture of victory, his face beaming with joy. Hearing Bulma's plea, he cast his right hand, still clutching the Rui Bang, and said, All right, go. Soon, Sun Wukong landed gracefully, while the massive dinosaur lay motionless at the bottom of the cliff. As Sun Wukong peered down, he murmured to himself, If I were to fall, even I would be unable to save myself. Meanwhile, Sun Weiqiang stood atop a high precipice, not far from where Sun Wukong's Rui Bang secured Bulma against the sheer mountainside. A cacophony erupted, reminiscent of rivers cascading into the sea. Alas, I still ended up wetting myself, Bulma lamented sorrowfully. A short distance beneath her, little Wukong raised his left hand, joyfully beaming, and exclaimed, How wonderful! Above Bulma, Sun Weiqiang glanced down and noticed her predicament. In the sunlight, it shimmered like crystal. With onlookers above and below, Bulma felt utterly humiliated. Stop staring. Quickly help me up. She shouted at Sun Weiqiang. All right, he replied, rushing to her aid. By the time Bulma was rescued, Sun Wukong had already climbed up from below. Bulma sought a nearby shelter to address her personal matters, retrieving a universal capsule containing a change of clothes from her small bag. Once again atop her white motorcycle, she ferried Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong onward. What a sturdy motorcycle. It hasn't even broken, Sun Weiqiang mused. The white motorcycle faced the setting sun, its engine purring as it sped away. Gazing at the rosy sky and earth, Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but recall his previous life, where he had watched Dragon Ball. This was where the first episode had concluded. The ending theme played in his mind, long hair cascading naturally. Bulma gazing out the window as the rain painted a scene that came to life in this very moment. The melody seemed to linger in his ears. For a brief moment, Sun Weiqiang hummed in his familiar Chinese version. Wind, low and gentle, rain, tender and soft. The attire of the mountains, a delicate artistry. What song are you singing, Weiqiang? It sounds quite lovely, Bulma, the driver, complimented. It's nice. Little Wukong chimed in, joyfully hugging Sun Weiqiang from the back seat. I don't even know what song it is. I just learned it because it sounded good. Sun Weiqiang offered a vague explanation. His thoughts were not on the two companions, but rather wandered back to his childhood before his journey through time, reminiscing about those afternoons after school when he often visited his grandparents' house to watch small television. The show he cherished most was Dragon Ball, one of the finest testaments to his lost, beautiful childhood. He recalled those years, though the specific day was now a blur. I still vividly remember that morning when, at the tender age of 10, he set up a stall with his sister beside the market, and the immense joy he felt upon acquiring the first Dragon Ball animated series. The emotions, the sensations, the exquisite beauty of that moment remain etched in my memory even after many years. Prior to that, he had been unable to watch the entirety of the first Dragon Ball series. To encapsulate that feeling in a simple phrase, it would be, there were indeed days worth reminiscing. If I were to add another sentiment, it would naturally be, and may we cherish our affections until old age. Chapter 5. Those incidents in the bathroom? On that fateful evening when the three converged, Bulma conjured a house from thin air using a universal capsule on a flat expanse of land. Goku, what are you doing? Come here quickly, Bulma exclaimed, noticing that only Vegeta was by her side while Goku lingered behind. Bulma, are you truly not some magical creature? Goku hesitated for a moment before racing to her side, brandishing his power pole in a defensive stance. You fool, do you wish to sleep outside? Bulma retorted before entering the house. Sun Weiqiang followed him inside and waved to Sun Wukong. Wukong, do come in quickly. Sun Wukong exclaimed, wonderful. Bulma, turn on the light. Upon entering the room, he displayed an exaggerated astonishment, gazing around in wonder, exclaiming, how is it so bright in here, as if it were daytime? He placed the belongings he carried onto a table. Bulma remarked to Wukong, Wukong, are you truly unaware of electric lights? I never imagined your ignorance could reach such depths. Little Wukong was indeed oblivious to such matters. Sun Weiqiang silently added this observation. Sun Wukong wandered about, exploring various sights, encountering numerous things he had never seen before. As he approached the television, he was abruptly startled by its sudden activation. Beside him, Bulma, holding the remote control, wore a smug smile. Bulma, what are the little people inside doing? Sun Wukong asked, his eyes widening in curiosity as he fixated on the screen. Bulma changed the channel, and the program transitioned from a guitar performance to a scene where a couple was about to kiss. Sun Weiqiang did not exhibit any particularly notable reaction. It was merely a kiss, after all. Before his journey through time, he had lost count of how many films he had watched depicting intimate moments between men and women. Sun Wukong, taken aback, turned his head to see Bulma, who was completely engrossed. He noticed the object in her hand, dark in hue, and seized it, muttering to himself, what is this? On the television, the couple was on the verge of a kiss, and Bulma chanted, come on, come on. Just 1 centimeter and 8 millimeters to go. At that crucial moment, the channel abruptly changed. A large black monster turned its back and, without a word, unleashed a torrent of flames. Ah! Bulma cried out, startled, and promptly fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wukong pointed at Bulma, laughing uncontrollably. Bulma inquired, what are you doing? Sun Wukong inquired, are you hungry? You seem to be drooling. It was only at that moment that Bulma noticed and wiped her mouth, retorting, mind your own business. Rising from the floor, she glanced at Sun Wukong and then at Sun Weiqiang, pinching her nose as she exclaimed, you both reek. Dinner can wait until after you've taken a bath. Bathe? What is that? Sun Wukong asked in confusion. Goodness, you don't even know what bathing is? Bulma exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. How disgusting. Weiqiang, what about you? Surely you know what it is. She questioned Sun Weiqiang. I know. I love to be clean, Sun Weiqiang declared confidently, patting his small chest. Bulma sighed in relief, grateful that at least one of them was somewhat normal. Moments later, in the bathroom, Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang stood completely unclothed. By the edge of the bathtub, Bulma knelt down, calling out, come here, I'll help you bathe, hurry up. Is this bathing? Sun Wukong asked, waddling forward with his short legs, tilting his head in curiosity as he gazed at the tub. Wukong, that's not bathing, that's the bathtub, the place for bathing, Sun Weiqiang explained, pointing at the tub. Oh, I see now. Little Wukong understood. You two little rascals. Can't you cover yourselves? Bulma thundered. Is it necessary? Sun Wukong replied, holding a towel awkwardly across his face. Exactly, Sun Weiqiang echoed, though he positioned his towel across his chest. Sun Weiqiang naturally understood precisely what Bulma referred to, yet he chose to remain uncooperative, brazenly engaging in mischief. Why should I be restrained when Sun Wukong can act freely? He thought. Shortly thereafter, Bulma personally bathed the two, and only after did she attend to her own cleansing. In the living room, Weiqiang remarked. Just now, Bulma bathed us, and now it is our turn to wash her. Sun Wukong agreed. Indeed. You were right. Let us go and give Bulma a delightful wash, especially since she wet her skirt during the day. Ah, I had nearly forgotten. Little Wukong blinked his large, expressive eyes. In no time, they found themselves before Bulma, who was luxuriating in a bubble-filled bath. Upon seeing them, she froze for a moment, then quickly submerged herself in the tub, only to resurface a second later, her head and shoulders emerging as she exclaimed, "What are you two little rascals doing here?" With hands on his hips, little Wukong confidently replied, "You bathed us earlier, and now it's our turn to return the favor." Sun Weiqiang echoed, "Precisely. No need for that. Just leave me be." Bulma waved her hands dismissively, her expression one of distaste. "You two should hurry and get out. Women are truly peculiar," little Wukong remarked. Pointing to his chest with curiosity, "I never expected the rear to be situated in such a place." Sun Weiqiang stood to the right of Sun Wukong, gesturing with both hands in front of him. "It is somewhat small." Upon entering, he and Wukong observed that, despite the abundance of bubbles above, the contours remained distinctly visible. In truth, it was not small. However, Bulma's bust was indeed not as ample as her posterior. After all, who among ordinary individuals possesses a bust larger than their dairy? Sun Weiqiang was certainly aware, yet knowing is one matter while articulating it is another. Bulma exclaimed, "How foolish. That is not the backside at all. It is my chest." Sun Wukong expressed his bewilderment. "The chest?" Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. "I am aware. I just haven't shown it," he chuckled. "This is indeed the favorite spot for little ones and men alike," Bulma said, her cheeks flushed. "However, I do not fancy your backside," little Wukong declared, hands on hips, shaking his head. Sun Weiqiang mused. "Ah, little Wukong, this is where I diverge from you. At the very least, it is certain that he enjoys watching. As the saying goes, if you don't watch, you won't know, but once you do, you'll yearn for more. I have already stated, this is not merely a matter of attraction." Bulma retorted, "For youngsters like you, it's far too early to be interested in a woman's bosom." Sun Weiqiang, "No, I am already intrigued at this very moment." He contemplated this in his heart, but refrained from articulating it. Little Wukong retorted, "I am not a little ghost." Sun Weiqiang replied, "I suppose I am not a little kid either." "Am I? Then how old are you this year?" Bulma said casually, "How old could you possibly be? With such a short stature, are you even 8 years old, little one?" Sun Weiqiang, "I am 12 years old." Sun Wukong, 14 years old. Bulma, 14? 12? A sudden silence enveloped the bathroom. Then, amidst a chaotic array of shower gels, shampoos, and various bottles, Bulma seized whatever she could find and hurled them at the two. Little Wukong and Sun Weiqiang fled in a panic from the bathroom. Bulma's furious roar echoed. How infuriating. One 5 years younger, the other 3 years younger, both are peeping toms. Perverts. Scoundrels. How outrageous. Sun Weiqiang remarked. "Bulma, you are mistaken. Both of us are 12 years old. If I recall correctly, Goku believes that after 11, one becomes 14. Excluding the age prior to our time travel, 38 minus 26 equals 12. I am indeed 12 years old." During dinner, Bulma, little Goku, and Sun Weiqiang were present. Since Goku was unaccustomed to eating bread and similar fare, he ventured out to seek alternative sustenance, and Sun Weiqiang accompanied him. In the world of Dragon Ball, little Goku represents the future ally he aspires to embrace. Although this ally is easily approachable, Sun Weiqiang yearns for a closer connection. After all, Sun Wukong is undoubtedly his favorite character in Dragon Ball, with no exceptions, especially the younger version of him. Chapter 6. Airplane Big Bird Fat Chicken Under the Moonlight. In the forest, the nimble silhouettes of Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang danced among the branches, gracefully landing upon the ground. "Weiqiang, there is nothing here. After searching for so long, I have only found a centipede," little Goku communicated, clutching a large centipede in his left hand. "Well, we shall continue our search." Sun Weiqiang responded, spreading his hands wide. A rumbling sound echoed above the two boys. As Sun Wukong gazed upwards, his eyes sparkled with excitement upon discovering a magnificent bird. "We should capture it," he exclaimed. "All right." Sun Weiqiang understood that it was an airplane. Yet this did not deter him from following the whims of little Wukong. If memory served him right, the aircraft housed two of Pilaf's subordinates, a Xiao and Xiao Wu. Shortly thereafter, little Wukong's first encounter with them was inspired by this grand bird. He refrained from disclosing the nature of the aircraft to little Wukong, knowing that if the latter realized it was an airplane, he would lose interest in pursuing the bird. In this way, he inadvertently altered the course of the narrative. which Sun Weiqiang had not intended to change. The small airplane descended. The young girl Xiaowu and the yellow dog A Xiao emerged from the craft, each bounding forward with vigor. Soon, the moonlight broke through the clouds, revealing a scene that instilled a sense of dread. They halted abruptly, frozen in place. The ground and trees surrounding them were littered with corpses, each exhibiting various shapes. A flash of red light flickered not far away. Did you see that? A Xiao, clad in a ninja outfit, asked Xiao Wu, looking up. Xiao Wu replied, I believe it could be a Dragon Ball. Let us investigate. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang leapt nimbly from thick branches, descending from above. A Xiao regarded the two children before him, his mouth moving as he inquired, What are you planning to do? Xiao Wu scoffed, What a tacky get-up. These two are undoubtedly country bumpkins, standing before the grand bird. Little Wukong pointed at the pair and declared with bravado, I found this bird first. You cannot take it away. I adore roasted little birds. The most refreshing and unconventional robbery that Sun Weiqiang has ever heard of is none other than this, albeit unbeknownst to the parties involved. Wukong is indeed correct. We were the first to discover this bird. If you wish to seize it, you must reckon with our fists. Sun Weiqiang and little Wukong formed an uninformed duo. He raised his fist in front of him, spoke earnestly while pursing his lips, his serious demeanor rivaling that of little Wukong in terms of momentum. What were these two youngsters discussing? Axia was left dumbfounded. You two little boys should hurry home and get some sleep, Little Wu casually remarked. Just then, Axia and Little Wu heard an unusual sound behind them. They turned around, only to be met with a terrifying sight. It's a wolf. Little Wukong's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the pack of wolves, his mouth moving. They looked quite delicious. The wolves encircled them. Bang, 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 bang. On this side, little Wukong and Sun Weiqiang unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, with no wolf able to withstand more than 2 or 3 blows before being knocked down. Weiqiang, you are incredibly strong. Our people outside is formidable. Little Wukong inquired amidst the chaos of battle. Not too bad. There are undoubtedly many out there who are stronger than me, Sun Weiqiang replied, leaving unspoken the thought that there were even more who were weaker. As for what outside specifically referred to, perhaps Earth would suffice. There are so many. Little Wukong's eyes glimmered with longing, excitement coursing through him as he struck with greater force. With each powerful kick and punch, bones would shatter and bodies would collapse, while some blows struck vital points, leading to instant demise. The pack of wolves howled in agony. Sun Weiqiang remarked to the wolf pack, This is not my concern. I truly did not intend this. Meanwhile, the two individuals engaged in a leisurely banter while fending off the wolves. In stark contrast, a person and a dog found themselves in dire straits. Help! Help! A Xiao and Xiao Wu cried out in desperation as they were relentlessly pursued by the pack, wishing fervently that their parents had bestowed upon them an extra leg for escape. After an arduous struggle, a Xiao and Xiao Wu finally managed to return to the aircraft they had arrived in. With a thunderous roar, the plane ascended into the skies. Oh no, my prey! Little Wukong exclaimed as he glanced upward, immediately springing into action. Wolves leapt upon him, clinging to his form. Undeterred, little Wukong remained unafraid. His iron-like physique rendered their attempts to bite futile, only resulting in broken teeth. Thus, with wolves in tow and wielding his Rui Jingu Bang, Sun Wukong bellowed mid-run. Stretch forth, Rui Bang. The staff elongated, one end touching the ground while the other soared skyward, carrying both Sun Wukong and the wolves aloft. However, as they ascended into the heavens, the wolves clinging to little Wukong began to tumble down one by one. Sun Wukong soared into the sky, delivering a powerful kick to the fleeing giant bird. With a resounding thud, the aircraft trembled. Inside, Ash and Xiao Wu were filled with terror. What was happening? Struck by Sun Wukong's forceful blow, the plane plummeted towards the ground. Mere seconds later, a tremendous explosion erupted as the aircraft crashed, illuminating the sky with a brilliant flash of fire, while thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sun. Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong arrived at the site of the plane crash. Little Wukong tapped the wreckage with his Rui Bang, producing a solid sound, revealing that it was not a bird. Haha. Sun Weiqiang could not contain his laughter. What are you laughing at? Little Wukong inquired, looking at him. I just realized, this is a plane. Afterward, Sun Weiqiang intended to explain it to little Wukong. Fat chicken? Little Wukong's eyes sparkled at the thought of food. Can we eat it? He again tapped the plump wreckage with his Rui Bang, pondering its hardness. I wonder if it can be bitten. Is it delicious? Wukong, it's an airplane, not a fat chicken. Flying as in flight, not fat as in overweight, and machine as in machinery. Not as in poultry, Sun Weiqiang said, covering his forehead with his right hand, exasperated. Why are you always thinking about food? Although he understood Wukong's nature, he still felt a hint of frustration. Oh, then can we eat it? No, we cannot. Upon hearing this, little Wukong's mood soured instantly, and he hung his head. Wukong, we still have wolves. We defeated so many, it will be more than enough. Sun Weiqiang reminded him. Oh right. Little Wukong's spirit soared dramatically. He and Sun Weiqiang departed from the crash site, where the unfortunate Xiao Wu and Xiao were hanging from a tree, looking quite miserable. Inside, Bulma sat in a chair, engrossed in a book, when she heard Sun Wukong's voice calling from outside. We're back. Why are you so late? Bulma set her book down and rose to open the door. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang at the threshold. We caught a centipede and some wolves. You can roast them. Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully, lifting the large centipede in his left hand, then turning to showcase a disoriented wolf. Its large yellow eyes nearly aligning with Bulma's own, frightening her to the point where her eyes almost popped out of their sockets, resulting in a scream. Bang! The door slammed shut as she hurried back inside. Ha ha! Sun Weiqiang laughed heartily beside Wukong, their mirth echoing into the tranquil night. Chapter 7. The Incident Before Bedtime. That night, before sleep, little Wukong lay atop the soft, fluffy blanket, feeling its comforting texture. He bounced joyfully on the bed, exclaiming, It's been so long since I've slept with someone. Why does it feel so strange? Sun Weiqiang observed, watching the excited little Wukong beside him and silently reflecting. Are you not going to sleep with us? Sun Wukong asked. What are you joking about? Bulma shot him a glare. The blanket is laid out for you on the floor. I'll sleep in my own bed. Can't we sleep together? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. Of course not. You are 14 years old, and Weiqiang is 12. Bulma emphasized, Grandpa's thighs are incredibly soft. They make for a most comfortable pillow. Little Goku, cradling his hands behind his head and tilting his gaze upward, reminisced about his grandfather, Son Gohan. What? Goku, do you intend to use my thighs as a pillow? Bulma exclaimed. Sun Weiqiang's eyes darted between the two individuals, pondering. This suggestion is rather agreeable, but I must be included. Little Wukong was in a deep slumber, while Sun Weiqiang, lying on the floor's cozy blanket beside him, found himself unable to sleep. He had unexpectedly arrived in the world of Dragon Ball, now. At the age of 12, his physique was only slightly taller than the stout little Wukong of the same age. However, the most significant aspect was that today marked the delightful occasion of his first encounter with little Wukong and Bulma at Baozi Mountain, where he had seamlessly integrated into their group. This was, without a doubt, the happiest moment since Sun Weiqiang's arrival in the Dragon Ball realm. Sun Weiqiang lay motionless with his eyes wide open, his hands resting behind his head as he gazed at the ceiling. What should he do next? Following his previous thoughts. Aside from clinging tightly to the future support of little Wukong and adhering to the narrative of Dragon Ball, he believed there was no need to contemplate any changes. But is it truly sufficient to merely proceed in this manner? Sun Weiqiang pondered to himself. What else can he do? What could he possibly change? Or rather, what is in need of alteration? Would he be capable of enacting such changes? And if he were unable to do so, what would be the consequences? Sun Weiqiang found himself at a loss, pondering for an extended period without arriving at a conclusion. Perhaps it would be prudent to take a step forward and see where it leads. After all, this was a singular opportunity in his life. Merely following the plot of Dragon Ball seemed rather lacking in substance. Lost in thought, Sun Weiqiang gradually succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Although he had retired late, he was the first to awaken with the dawn, quite intentionally, for he distinctly remembered that on this very morning, little Goku was up to mischief. Shouldn't they engage in this escapade together? He felt a twinge of guilt towards the Prince of Green Hats, Vegeta. At some point, little Goku stirred from his slumber, and shortly thereafter, he gazed upon what appeared to be his grandfather's leg, resplendent and elongated. Goku, he mused. Is it not evident that your grandfather's legs cannot possibly compare to Bulma's length? Standing nearby, Sun Weiqiang silently remarked that it was hard to fathom how Bulma's alluring long legs could be juxtaposed with the short stature of old Son Gohan. A vivid image surfaced in his mind, depicting Bulma and old Son Gohan standing side by side in comparison. It was quite a sight indeed. Yet, little Goku possessed a rather unconventional thought process, one that Sun Weiqiang could somewhat comprehend. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in such antics. Perhaps he would give it a try. As he voiced his intent, little Goku ascended to Bulma's bed. Although he proclaimed his desire to rest upon her thigh, He found himself nestled between her legs, reclining with his head resting there. Conveniently, Bulma lay with her legs spread, an unrefined posture that inadvertently facilitated Goku's endeavor. Not long after lying down, little Goku sensed something amiss, and he climbed back up, raising his hand to pat Bulma a couple of times. "How peculiar," he murmured, contemplating his next move. Before proceeding, he turned to Sun Weiqiang and invited, "Weiqiang, why not give it a try? It's soft and quite comfortable, just to my liking." Sun Weiqiang, already brimming with eagerness, responded, "Is that so?" "Indeed. You'll only know if you try it. It's truly soft and pleasant." Little Goku insisted with utmost sincerity. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Weiqiang nodded in agreement. Little Goku then shifted aside, making room for him. Sun Weiqiang nimbly climbed onto Bulma's bed, reclining just like little Wukong, his head resting against the soft surface. "Is it comfortable?" little Wukong inquired. "Indeed, quite comfortable," Sun Weiqiang replied. "How could it not be? That place was one of the aspirations of Min before his journey through time. He had never had the opportunity to engage in such actions while being single. However, little Wukong encouraged him to explore this experience. Sun Weiqiang had never contemplated this before. He had assumed he would need to muster the courage to approach little Wukong once he was finished with his tasks. Although, as per his initial thoughts, by the time it was his turn to sleep with Bulma, her triangular undergarment had already been removed by little Wukong. "Little Wukong, you are truly wonderful. Sharing this experience and thinking of me. My sincere desire to cling to your leg is not in vain." He expressed his gratitude towards little Wukong in his heart. What transpired afterward was as vivid in Sun Weiqiang's memory as the unfolding events themselves. Bulma's white undergarment was not spared from its fate, having been swiftly removed by little Wukong with a few deft movements. Subsequently, upon casting his gaze in that direction, little Wukong let out a loud exclamation. "Wow! It seems I have witnessed something truly terrifying." Startled from her deep slumber, Bulma shot up from the bed, scanning left and right, her voice laced with confusion. "What happened? What is going on?" At that moment, little Wukong, having jumped off the bed, raised his arms and exclaimed, "It's gone! It's gone! The Dragon Ball is missing?" Bulma hastily leaped out of bed to investigate. Sun Weiqiang turned his back, covering his mouth with his right hand to stifle a laugh. At the white round table, Bulma opened her small bag and, upon discovering the Dragon Ball still inside, released a sigh of relief as she poured it out. Holding a Dragon Ball in her hand, Bulma glanced down and muttered to herself, "What on earth? It was right here all along. Honestly, you startled me." After her soliloquy, Bulma shouted towards the bedroom. "What are you up to? Goku, are you still not awake? Little Goku?" Sun Weiqiang, continue to suppress your laughter. Afterward, Xiao Wukong and Sun Weiqiang ventured outside to the expanse of open ground to engage in their respective exercises. Time flowed naturally. What transpired? A large sea turtle was unexpectedly lifted from behind, causing its head to stretch backward. Startled, Xiao Wukong released his grip, tossing the creature aside, and stumbled backward in fright. The sea turtle, dripping with cold sweat, spoke in human language. Upon witnessing this, Sun Weiqiang approached for a closer look. Inside, Bulma heard Goku outside uttering some peculiar phrases, prompting her to step out and inquire about the situation. As she opened the door, she was greeted by a large sea turtle, with both Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong standing at the threshold. The turtle humbly requested, "Excuse me, could you kindly offer me a glass of salt water? If possible. Might you add a bit of seaweed?" "What a delightful sea turtle," Bulma softly remarked. After all, it was the sea turtle of Master Roshi. Indulging in a bit of enjoyment was entirely reasonable, thought Sun Weiqiang. Once well-fed and content, the sea turtle expressed its gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality. I am quite full." Subsequently, it began to recount its tale. Chapter 8. A single punch to the ground? Am I insane? Following a brief exchange among the three and the turtle, little Goku suggested they escort the lost sea turtle back to the ocean. However, Bulma disagreed, stating that they must first seek the Dragon Balls. Sun Weiqiang naturally stood by the thigh. Thus, Bulma placed her hands on her hips and declared to the two, "If you choose to leave me now, you shall never appear before me again." Little Wukong glanced at Bulma and then hoisted the great sea turtle onto his back, holding on tightly. "I'm so sorry." The sea turtle apologized. Little Wukong chuckled. "It's quite all right. We shall return Mr. Sea Turtle to the ocean now." He turned to Sun Weiqiang and said, "Well, Wukong, if you grow weary, I shall take my turn carrying Mr. Sea Turtle," Sun Weiqiang suggested. "I certainly won't tire so easily," little Wukong asserted, adding, "as long as there is something to eat." Sun Weiqiang smiled and began to run alongside little Wukong. You two fools. Country bumpkins. You shall never return, Bulma exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she watched them depart with such ease. However, she soon reminded herself, oh, I nearly forgot. Goku took the 4-star Dragon Ball with him. At that moment, a colossal dinosaur appeared not far from Bulma's right, causing the ground to tremble beneath her. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Bulma quickly gathered her belongings and started her vehicle in pursuit. Wait for me. I shall join you, she called out as she caught up to Sun Weiqiang and little Wukong, who had paused. Weren't you the one who said you never wanted to see us again? Little Wukong questioned, perplexed by the sudden reunion. Indeed. Bulma, you just said that. Sun Weiqiang chimed in. You two are simply insufferable, Bulma retorted, pressing the accelerator and driving ahead. Sun Wukong dashed forward, exclaiming, You fear being alone, do you not? Bulma smirked. How absurd. My true objective is that Dragon Ball you possess. Is that so? Then why did you not mention it earlier? You claimed you would never wish to see us again. Sun Weiqiang identified the logical inconsistency. Ugh, you two little brats are exceedingly annoying, Bulma retorted. I apologize, you must think I'm quite heavy. I've gained a bit of weight recently, the large turtle on Xiao Wukong's back lamented. No worries. It's perfectly fine, a trivial matter, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. I can walk on my own, the large turtle added. What nonsense, Bulma exclaimed as she rode her white motorcycle alongside Sun Wukong, her green hair flowing behind her. She turned her head to quip, if we let you walk, we would take a month to reach our destination. Indeed, Sun Weiqiang surprisingly concurred with Bulma. Xiao Wukong inquired. How far is it to the seaside from here? The trio and the turtle came to a halt as Bulma checked, estimating it to be approximately 2 kilometers. Then we shall soon behold the ocean, Xiao Wukong declared. The large turtle remarked. I can already scent the aroma of the waves. Sun Weiqiang mused to himself. In other words, I'm about to meet Master Roshi. Master Roshi, the strongest being on Earth. If all goes as anticipated. He and Sun Wukong will soon be apprenticed under Master Roshi to learn martial arts. Just the thought of it fills me with anticipation. The trio, accompanied by the turtle, continued their journey. However, after traversing a distance, they were halted by a commanding voice. Stop. A colossal one-eyed tiger emerged, its imposing figure towering above, emitting a triumphant cackle. Little brat, hand over that sea turtle. I have a particular fondness for turtle meat. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth. Bulma, visibly shaken, trembled as she spoke. Please, go ahead. Wukong, quickly hand over the turtle. The small Wukong stuck out his tongue. If you leave the turtle with me, I shall spare your lives. Before the enormous one-eyed tiger could finish its threat, the massive creature toppled backward, blood gushing from its wide-open mouth, painting the air in crimson splendor. Boom. The ground trembled with a resounding echo. Little Wukong, Bulma, and the great turtle all gazed upward at the descending Sun Weiqiang. He had no intention of altering the Dragon Ball narrative, yet dealing with such inconsequential minions posed no dilemma for him. Sun Weiqiang landed steadily, hands tucked into his pockets. Incredible, Bulma exclaimed, astonished. Weiqiang, you are truly remarkable. You knocked down that enormous tiger with a single punch. Little Wukong praised. It was nothing special. You could do it too, Wukong, Sun Weiqiang replied with a smile, speaking the truth. In the original Dragon Ball storyline, little Wukong indeed defeated the great tiger with one punch. However, prior to delivering that blow, little Wukong had engaged in some playful banter with the beast. Sun Weiqiang had no intention of playing with the formidable giant turtle. After all, he was no longer a child, being nearly 30 years old before his journey across time. Little brother, you saved my life. Thank you, the great sea turtle expressed with gratitude. It was but a trifling matter. Sun Weiqiang waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Turtle, are you truly delectable? Sun Wukong inquired, glancing at the giant turtle upon his back. I am not tasty at all. In fact, I am quite unpalatable. The sea turtle replied in a fluster, beads of cold sweat forming on its face. I can see that you don't appear to be appetizing. Little Wukong concurred with the turtle's assertion. The great sea turtle sighed in relief, and the trio, along with the turtle, continued their journey. Before long, however, disaster struck. As they raced along the path, Sun Weiqiang suddenly thought to himself, this is not good. Having saved the turtle's life, would Master Roshi bestow upon him the flying nimbus? To his recollection, in the original Dragon Ball storyline, it was indeed because little Wukong had saved the turtle that Master Roshi gifted him the nimbus. In light of this, Sun Weiqiang possesses a degree of self-awareness. He recognizes that the nimbus cloud is beyond his capabilities. Before his journey through time, Although he had never engaged in practical experiences, he was not entirely oblivious to the intricacies of life. One could say he harbored a certain level of understanding, albeit with a hint of lewdness. His youthful days were filled with countless cinematic explorations, and by the age of 18, he had already succumbed to indulgences that were difficult to contain. In summary, Sun Weiqiang acknowledges that he is not a person of pure virtue. If his memory serves him correctly, mastering the nimbus cloud necessitates a state of purity. This poses quite the dilemma. Had he contemplated this sooner, he might have refrained from taking action. Alas, he has unwittingly dug a pit for himself. What a predicament! Sun Weiqiang silently berated himself. 2 minutes later, the trio and the turtle arrived at their destination. Before them lay an endless expanse of ocean, with waves crashing against the shore. The sky a brilliant blue adorned with clouds of various shapes. Wow! Wow! Exclaimed little Wukong, his striking hazel eyes shimmering with excitement as he dashed forward, gazing at the sea without blinking. How wonderful! We have finally arrived. This is the sea, indeed. The sea turtle was equally exhilarated. Of course, replied Bulma. This marked little Wukong's first encounter with the ocean, as well as Sun Weiqiang's inaugural glimpse of the sea. The two stood facing the ocean, embraced by the warmth of spring. Before crossing over, Sun Weiqiang had lived for 26 years in his hometown without ever venturing out, never having visited the seaside, despite being a native of Guangdong, where coastal areas abound. As the turtle entered the water and turned to face Sun Weiqiang, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Thank you so very much, little brother. You have saved my life, he expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Indeed, that dreadful feeling was all too real. Sun Weiqiang's mood abruptly transformed to a resolute stance facing the vast sea, as winter had indeed arrived. It's time to return home, he declared, nearly adding a dismissive note of not wanting them to come back. Take care, Mr. Turtle, said Sun Wukong, bidding farewell. Bulma, however, refrained from uttering any praise. It was commendable enough that she kept her negative sentiments at bay, especially after the lost turtle consumed several hours of their time before they managed to bring it here. As the turtle prepared to depart, it inquired, would you mind waiting here for a moment? I wish to present you with a gift. A gift? Sun Wukong murmured, pondering. It wouldn't be the Dragon Palace treasure chest, would it? Bulma retorted, hands on her hips. What is destined to arrive will inevitably come, thought Sun Weiqiang. I shall return shortly. Please do not wander off, the turtle emphasized. Hold on, we cannot afford to wait for you, Bulma asserted just as the turtle swiftly swam away. Chapter 9. The Gift of the Turtle Sage. Thank you for your patience, the turtle announced upon its return, bearing an additional figure upon its back. This individual was an elderly man with a bald head, clad in sunglasses, a turtle shell, and flip-flops. He was none other than the Turtle Sage. Good afternoon, everyone. The Turtle Sage greeted Sun Weiqiang and the others. What a stylish old gentleman, Bulma remarked as she observed him. Excuse me, sir, who are you? Sun Wukong inquired. I am the Turtle Sage, he replied, hopping down from the turtle's back, then turning to the turtle and asking, who was it that rescued you? It was that little brother, the turtle indicated, pointing at Sun Weiqiang. The Turtle Sage approached Sun Weiqiang, expressing, I am truly grateful to you, young man. Allow me to present you with a splendid gift. Alas, he could not escape this fate, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. A gift? Bulma questioned, her curiosity piqued. Sun Wukong gazed at the Turtle Sage with wonder. The Turtle Sage turned away, facing the sea, brandishing his summoning staff, and called out loudly, Come forth, Phoenix. A phoenix? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. What is a phoenix? Sun Wukong asked. Bulma explained, it is a bird that never dies. Sun Wukong then inquired, will such a bird truly come to us? Sun Weiqiang remarked, I am uncertain. After a while, Bulma gazed at the sky, noticing the absence of the bird, and curiously inquired, why has nothing appeared? The turtle hermit interjected, that immortal bird perished last year due to food poisoning. The turtle master responded, is that so? My apologies. I had completely forgotten. Bulma expressed her confusion. How could the immortal bird possibly die? The turtle master explained. I named it the immortal bird in hopes that it would never meet its end. After pondering for a moment, he snapped his fingers and declared, very well. Let us use this instead. Come forth, Nimbus. The turtle master gazed skyward and waved his summoning staff for the second time. Sun Weiqiang felt a sense of foreboding, recalling how he had previously leapt onto the Nimbus only to fall unceremoniously to the ground, resulting in an embarrassing scene. No, he thought, I need not land ungracefully. Sun Weiqiang conceived an idea. It was decided. He would proceed with it. The flying Nimbus? Little Wukong was quite intrigued. Bulma appeared somewhat bewildered. Are you referring to the golden funnel? Soon, a sound of rushing wind filled the air, and a small golden cloud soared from the distance, materializing before everyone. Master Roshi explained, "This is the flying nimbus, a gift for you." Then, before the astonished gazes of those present, Sun Weiqiang, without a moment's hesitation, leaped onto it. As anticipated, he did not land with a thud, nor did he settle gently atop the nimbus. Instead, his entire head was enveloped by the low-hanging cloud as he emerged from within it. "Little brother, your clarity of mind is lacking," Master Roshi remarked, observing Sun Weiqiang. Sun Weiqiang felt compelled to explain to the old man, "I never claimed to be free from desires." The elder appeared quite perplexed. "What do you mean?" Sun Weiqiang understood the situation, yet from the perspective of someone who was in the know, he currently found himself in the dark. Bulma and little Goku turned their gazes towards Master Roshi. The wise old man elucidated. "Only those who possess a pure mind can ride the Kintoon and soar freely through the skies. In essence, only well-behaved children are able to utilize it." "Then why can't Weiqiang?" Bulma inquired, pointing at Sun Weiqiang. "Oh, Bulma, just say it outright that I am not a well-behaved child," Sun Weiqiang thought in exasperation. Cough, cough. Master Roshi deliberately cleared his throat, as if it were abundantly clear already. "This child may appear young, but perhaps his thoughts are too aligned with mine, rendering him incapable of riding the Kintoon." Little Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It can be used for flying? I thought it was for eating." "Why do you possess this cloud, Master Roshi? What connection do you have to it?" Bulma pressed with another question. "Let's not delve too deeply," Master Roshi replied, unwilling to disclose too much. Unless, of course, his gaze fell upon a stunning young girl clad in a pink dress, her figure captivating. Following the original Dragon Ball narrative, Master Roshi ultimately gifted the Kintoon to Son Goku. After all, for most of their journey, he had been carrying the turtle, only switching to Sun Weiqiang when he was too famished to continue. After bestowing the Kintoon upon Son Goku, Master Roshi clasped his hands behind his back and declared, "Allow me to demonstrate once." Sun Weiqiang was tempted to ask why the old lecher hadn't demonstrated earlier, but reconsidered, realizing perhaps Master Roshi hadn't had the chance before Goku leaped onto the Kintoon. With that, Master Roshi jumped onto the cloud, only to land with a thud, as expected by Sun Weiqiang. "Ouch! Ouch!" Master Roshi cried in pain, clutching his rear as he fell. "Ha ha!" Bulma laughed heartily, pointing at the fallen Master Roshi. "Are you all right, Master Roshi?" the turtle inquired with concern. Little Goku stared in astonishment. "Ha ha 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 ha." Sun Weiqiang joined in the laughter. "Old man, you're no different from me." No. I have self-awareness, but you do not," he pointed out, as Master Roshi had stumbled while Sun Weiqiang had gracefully stepped off the Kintoon, serving as the clearest evidence. "What is going on?" The turtle was confused, beads of cold sweat trickling down the old man's face. "How peculiar," Master Roshi mused, leaning against the turtle's shell, still not fully aware of his shortcomings in this regard. "Let me give it a try," little Goku said, leaping onto the Kintoon and landing firmly on it. "I'm riding it." Little Weiqiang was overwhelmed with joy, bouncing and leaping about, his face blossoming with a radiant smile. He mounted the wondrous cloud. "What on earth is happening?" The turtle sage expressed his astonishment. No one is without flaws, and in the eyes of Sun Weiqiang, the turtle sage indeed had his peculiarities. Thus, little Weiqiang soared skyward on the nimbus, riding the winds and waves. The three observers, along with the turtle, gazed in awe. Moments later, the turtle sage turned to Sun Weiqiang and said, "Little brother, you cannot wield the nimbus, so allow me to present you with another gift." What? Another gift? Sun Weiqiang pondered internally. This segment harkens back to the original Dragon Ball narrative, where the nimbus ultimately was bestowed upon Sun Wukong. However, due to the unforeseen incident of him inadvertently striking down the formidable tiger, the course of events had shifted. The turtle sage brandished his summoning staff for the third time, exclaiming, "Come forth, flying turtle." "Ah, so you intend to gift me the whirlwind turtle," Sun Weiqiang realized. Shortly thereafter, an unusual sound echoed from above as the flying turtle descended. This creature, resembling the sea turtle in size, was a black tortoise, yet its limbs retracted into its shell, enabling it to emit flames and spin rapidly to achieve flight, albeit with limited capacity, often leaving its rider dizzy. Chapter 10. Look, look, look. Little Weiqiang joyfully circled the skies atop the nimbus before swiftly returning. "Incredible. Thank you," he exclaimed, expressing his gratitude to the turtle sage before him. "Remarkable. To have tamed the nimbus so swiftly," the turtle sage praised. Little Wukong laughed with delight and took flight on the Nimbus once more to continue his playful adventures. Sun Weiqiang had no intention of having little Wukong carry him off to explore the heavens. Even if he did, it certainly was not the right moment. For what lay ahead was of paramount importance. Self-identified as a connoisseur of lechery, Sun Weiqiang felt an eager interest that he could not afford to overlook. "Hey, old man, could you grant me a Nimbus cloud as well?" Bulma pointed to herself. "Here it comes," Sun Weiqiang mused inwardly. "Is this girl truly in need of rescue?" Master Roshi inquired of the sea turtle. "Not in the slightest," the sea turtle candidly replied. "I distinctly remember gifting you a bucket of salt water." Bulma reminded him. "Unfortunately, there exists but a single Nimbus cloud. Allow me to present you with something else," Master Roshi said, stroking his beard. He then leaned closer to Bulma, whispering his terms. "You are a sage. How can you dare to utter such conditions?" The sea turtle could hardly bear to witness this. And it's not as if anyone would perish. Even sages occasionally wish to glimpse a woman's undergarments. Master Roshi justified himself. "Now I comprehend why you are incapable of riding the Nimbus cloud." The sea turtle remarked disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance. "Silence," Master Roshi warned. Meanwhile, Sun Weiqiang had discreetly shifted his allegiance. Initially, he had stood alongside Bulma, but now he had moved to the opposite side of Master Roshi, eager to seize the pivotal moment at the earliest opportunity. Bulma was incensed that Master Roshi would dare to request a view of her undergarments, yet for the sake of a gift. She considered the two treasures presented by him to be of immense value. Merely showing her undergarments in exchange for a gift seemed a fair trade. Thus, with a blush upon her cheeks, Bulma declared, "Very well, but only for viewing." She did not mind that Weiqiang would be watching as well. After all, he had seen her in similar attire at Goku's home the previous day, with the sole difference being the slight variation in her triangular underwear. Subsequently, she boldly proclaimed, "Behold." And with a swift motion, she grasped the hem of her skirt on either side, lifting it high to reveal her slender waist and tantalizing belly. Sun Weiqiang was thoroughly prepared, his expression remarkably focused. In the brief moment that Bulma lifted her skirt, he perceived everything. Not a detail escaped his notice. It was all etched vividly in his memory. If he were to be handed a pin now and possessed adequate artistic skill, Sun Weiqiang was confident he could recreate it with perfect precision. To his astonishment, was Bulma truly so mature at just 17? Sun Weiqiang's musings were influenced by the myriad of films he had encountered in the years preceding his extraordinary journey. Among these were videos from unconventional websites, not limited to mere cinematic offerings. For instance, certain intriguing discs caught his attention. Master Roshi, taken aback, found himself unexpectedly exhilarated. What an astonishing surprise. All he wished for was a glimpse of some undergarments, yet he was met with disappointment. How embarrassing. Bulma, turning her back, shyly covered her flushed face with her hands. "Did you see that?" Master Roshi inquired of the two turtles staring wide-eyed at the ground. "What an unexpected treasure. I've struck gold." "Master," the sea turtle raised its voice to remind him to be mindful of his words. The flying turtle, however, chose to remain uninvolved. "Master, what gift do you intend to bestow upon me now?" Bulma asked, hands clasped together in a gesture of inquiry, her smile radiant. "Well, what should I gift you?" Master Roshi scratched his bald head, pondering what could be appropriate. He hesitated at the thought of gifting his own shorts, fearing it might provoke her ire. It was only at that moment that Bulma noticed a yellow-red bead hanging from Master Roshi's neck. She dashed forward, extending her hands in a gesture of eagerness. "Wait. May I see that? Do you wish to see my shorts?" Master Roshi asked, tilting sideways. "Who wants to see that? I'm interested in the object around your neck." Bulma corrected him loudly. "You mean this?" Master Roshi indicated, removing it to reveal, "Isn't it beautiful? I discovered this a century ago at the bottom of the sea." Bulma took the pendant from Master Roshi, examining it closely. "Weiqiang, take a look at this." She handed the pendant to Sun Weiqiang. "This is a Dragon Ball." "The three-star ball," he remarked, returning it to Bulma. "Goku, come over here," she called to the little Goku soaring nearby. Bulma presented the pendant again. "What do you think?" "It's a Dragon Ball," exclaimed little Goku, astonished as he held it. "What kind of Dragon Ball are you talking about?" Master Roshi queried. "Look, the Dragon Ball has 3 stars. It must be the 3-star ball for sure," Goku replied. "The Dragon Radar is also picking it up." Bulma retrieved the Dragon Radar, activating it to reveal that they were in proximity to 4 Dragon Balls. "Surely, this is a valuable item," Master Roshi thought to himself. How fortunate. If the Dragon Ball had fallen into the sea, retrieving it would have been quite the challenge. "Thank you so much," Bulma expressed her gratitude to Master Roshi. I haven't yet decided to give it to you, Master Roshi retorted. What does it matter? Just let me see. Look, look, to obtain the 3-star ball. Bulma blushed as she repeatedly lifted her pink skirt, letting it fall before lifting it again, her actions a continuous cycle. Is it too much to ask if this lecherous old man can withstand such a display? Master Roshi, unable to bear the onslaught of the young maiden, found himself at a loss. All right, it's yours. Standing beside Master Roshi, Sun Wukong felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. Although he did not experience a second nosebleed like Master Roshi, he was equally dazed. He had once again glimpsed the small tent. It is important to note that he was merely 12 years old. Furthermore, the impact brought on by Bulma this time was even more intense. With her hands raised at the hem of her skirt, she had lifted it higher, allowing the utterly captivated Sun Wukong not only to see below but also to faintly glimpse above. Hiss. What a thrill. What excitement. And to think this was all for free. Bulma was truly kind to him, showing no reservations at all. Sun Wukong felt a wave of exhilaration. Fantastic. It worked. Bulma danced with joy, her happiness radiating. If I had known it would be like this, I would have brought a camera, Master Roshi lamented to himself. Then, bidding farewell to Bulma, little Goku, and Sun Wukong, the trio took their leave. Beep beep. Bulma pressed the accelerator, taking Sun Wukong away. Little Goku rode on his Nimbus, trailing closely behind the two. Little Goku, you are thrilled to have the Nimbus, and although I cannot ride it, I am equally delighted, Sun Wukong thought, glancing at little Goku with contemplation. After all, he was now close to Bulma, his arms once again wrapped around her delicate, enchanting waist. Not only could he gaze, but now he could embrace. Bulma appeared to be in good spirits as well. Indeed, it was a moment where everyone thrived in mutual happiness. Sun Wukong was acutely aware that calamity would ensue once Bulma discovered her lack of undergarments. Thus, he felt compelled to prepare in advance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, on the ocean's surface, Master Roshi was riding home on the back of a sea turtle. The advantage of a long life is the opportunity to witness a myriad of extraordinary sights. Oh, Master, he mused. As for the flying turtle, its whereabouts had become a mystery, lost to the winds of time. Sun Wukong accepted the flying turtle bestowed by Master Roshi. Yet he chose not to take it with him. Before his journey through time, he suffered from motion sickness and feared that riding the flying turtle might lead to a disastrous fall from the skies, resulting in an untimely demise. This scenario is rather amusing. Thus, he decided to leave it with Master Roshi for the time being, to be addressed at a later date. Master Roshi, indifferent to the matter, continued to keep the flying turtle in his care, as it was essentially free range. Its presence or absence was of little consequence. Chapter 11. The Revelation. The house transformed from the universal capsule had been entered by Bulma, while Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong fortuitously did not follow her inside. Soon, a piercing scream echoed from within the house. My underwear. Little Wukong, thinking something was amiss, swiftly leapt from his Nimbus cloud and dashed inside to investigate the situation. Outside the door, Sun Weiqiang cautiously peered inside, fully aware that something was amiss. Bulma, what troubles you? Little Wukong inquired as he approached Bulma's side, seeking to understand her distress. Why is my underwear here? Bulma's eyes were filled with disbelief as she gazed at the pristine white garment in her hand, trembling as she spoke. Could it be that, in the presence of Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang, she hesitantly touched the front and back of her attire? It dawned on Bulma with a sudden clarity. Indeed, she had been caught off guard. She had let her guard down completely. I wasn't wearing any underwear when I showed Master Roshi my undergarments. It all happened over an hour ago, and now, everything has been laid bare for all to see. Sun Weiqiang was perpetually prepared to make a swift exit from this tumultuous locale. His reluctance to flee immediately stemmed from an earnest desire to witness how the enraged Bulma would confront little Wukong. Would the encounter unfold as it did in the original Dragon Ball narrative, or would there be some deviations? This curiosity was precisely why he refrained from informing little Wukong and prevented him from dashing into the room moments earlier. Little Wukong, his favorite character from Dragon Ball, held a special place in Sun Weiqiang's heart. However, this did not preclude him from harboring a mischievous intent. Perhaps it was not mischief, but rather a simple desire to observe the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, little Wukong, hands clasped atop his head, joyfully responded to Bulma's earlier inquiry. Don't take it so seriously. Life can go on without it. Bulma, perplexed, pressed for clarification. What on earth is going on? I just wanted to see. Little Wukong candidly admitted, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Did you take off my underwear? Bulma, her heart ablaze with fury, confronted Wukong. What is underwear? Little Wukong innocently inquired. This. Bulma, exasperated, brandished her pristine white panties. Yes, exactly. Little Wukong replied with sincerity. In a sudden turn, Bulma produced a sleek black submachine gun from seemingly nowhere and unleashed a torrent of fire upon little Wukong. Ouch! Ouch! He cried, clutching his head and making a hasty retreat, exclaiming, Bulma, what sorcery is this? Ouch! 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 This is what you get for taking off my underwear, Bulma roared, her relentless barrage of bullets unwavering. Little Wukong sprinted towards the exit, with Bulma hot on his heels. Sun Wukong had already taken the initiative to flee ahead. Little Wukong could withstand the barrage of a submachine gun. However, Sun Wukong was uncertain whether he could endure such an onslaught. Although his current strength might allow him to engage in a contest of strength with Little Wukong, in terms of physical resilience, he was likely inferior. In other words, while being struck a few times by Bulma's submachine gun may not lead to his immediate demise, injury was almost inevitable. Stop right there, you lecherous fiend. Oh, it hurts. What kind of sorcery is this? The rapid gunfire echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Let us see if you dare to strip my underwear next time. I'll fight back. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Weiqiang, Bulma is causing me great pain. Wukong, it's all right. You can withstand it. Keep it up. I believe in you. The cacophony of human voices and gunfire reverberated through the air. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. The house transformed back into the original universal capsule. Bulma retracted her weapon and sternly admonished Sun Wukong. Wukong, if you dare to sneakily take my underwear again, I will make you pay dearly. Oh, it hurts. Why are you hitting me? Little Wukong remained bewildered, rubbing his aching body. Before their departure, as she assessed Wukong's flying nimbus, Bulma remarked, using your nimbus for transportation must be quite effortless, right? The old man said only good children can ride the nimbus. Little Wukong replied. Have you discovered that I am not a good child? Sun Wukong pondered, gazing at him. What did you say? I am a kind-hearted and pure girl, Bulma emphasized. Indeed, Bulma, you are kind-hearted and pure, yet you occasionally draw your gun and shoot. Any ordinary person in Wukong's position would have met their demise countless times. Sun Wukong thought to himself. Little Wukong then suggested to Bulma, why don't you give it a try? Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma leaped onto the nimbus. Unlike Sun Wukong, who emerged unscathed, or Master Roshi, who landed clumsily, she collided with the ground, limbs splayed out in a rather undignified manner. I knew it. Little Wukong crouched down, offering his assessment. Is being too beautiful a sin? Bulma fumed. I have never encountered someone so brazen, Sun Wukong remarked, hands in pockets, tilting his head to glance at Bulma. What did you say? Bulma turned her face away, glaring fiercely at him. I don't have the habit of repeating myself. Sun Wukong retorted, hands now out of his pockets, arms spread wide in a defiant gesture. How infuriating. Bulma glared at Sun Wukong, then at Little Wukong, exclaiming, you two little rascals are truly insufferable. I can't stand you. Shortly thereafter, the trio departed, embarking on their quest for the 5th Dragon Ball. At a low altitude, Little Wukong rode his nimbus ahead, while Bulma drove behind, with Sun Wukong seated beside her. You're going so slowly. Sun Wukong turned around and exclaimed, it's so noisy. You cannot violate traffic regulations by speeding. Bulma retorted, Little Wukong, a man should not be too hasty. One must take it slow for the better. At that moment, Sun Wukong found himself lost in thought. Listening to the two of them, one complaining about the slow driving while the other protested against the speeding, he couldn't help but feel a hint of fantasy, especially as he held Bulma's waist. Consequently, today, the little tent made its 4th appearance, setting aside the 2 instances when Bulma lifted her skirt. There was also an occurrence in the morning of a natural phenomenon, somewhat premature for the age of 12. Sun Weiqiang promptly closed the small gap between himself and Bulma. Yet he was still a beat too late. What are you doing, Weiqiang? What do you have to push against me? Bulma replied, half turning her head. In an instant, realization dawned upon her. Weiqiang had his arms wrapped around her waist. What could he possibly use? Did he suddenly intend to nudge her? You little rascal. Let me out of this car. Sun Weiqiang wished to express that this was truly unintentional. It was beyond his control. What could he possibly do? Subsequently, as the trio continued on their journey, the man behind Bulma shifted his position onto Goku's back. Sun Weiqiang muttered to himself, there it goes, already down. Weiqiang, why didn't Bulma let you sit? Little Wukong inquired with curiosity. Sun Weiqiang, Chapter 12, The Mischief in the 5th Dragon Ball 3 days later. Sun Weiqiang and his companions arrived at a secluded village. Indeed, it was in this vicinity. Bulma held the Dragon Ball radar, which indicated the location of the fifth Dragon Ball. However, the eerie silence was unsettling. Was there truly no one residing here? Bulma surveyed the surroundings, perplexed by the absence of any human presence. What could be the reason for such a desolate atmosphere? It seemed implausible. A deserted village would typically exhibit signs of neglect and decay. As he stood on the ground, Sun Weiqiang expressed his thoughts. Although he possessed knowledge of the circumstances, he chose to keep it to himself. I sensed the presence of people, declared Sun Wukong, soaring through the air on his nimbus, peering inquisitively around. Is that true? Bulma queried, her voice tinged with skepticism. Absolutely, little Wukong affirmed confidently. The trio ventured deeper into the village to uncover the truth. Hello, is anyone there? Bulma called out loudly. How strange, little Wukong mused, confused by the lack of response. Bulma remarked, there appears to be no one here, not even a shadow. Indeed. Sun Weiqiang echoed, casting glances in every direction. No, there are several people nearby, I am certain of it. Little Wukong insisted, having made a new discovery. He leapt from his nimbus and approached a nearby house, knocking on a large brown door shaped like an N. Hey, I know you are inside. It seemed the door was locked. Bulma surmised. Sun Weiqiang stood by, refraining from expressing his opinion. Watch this, little Wukong exclaimed, swinging his right fist and striking the door, creating a small hole. He reached through the breach and pulled, causing the door to swing open. You are truly reckless, Bulma remarked, shaking her head. Indeed, Sun Weiqiang nodded. The door must not have been locked. Otherwise, how could it have opened so easily? As he spoke, little Wukong was the first to enter the room. In the next instant, someone leapt out from the right side, as if lying in wait. This individual brought down an axe forcefully upon little Wukong's head. The attack was so sudden that little Wukong had no time to react, and he took the blow directly. Ah! He cried out in pain. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Little Wukong cradled his head with both hands, swaying unsteadily, his feet jumping on the spot. A large bump had formed on the top of his head. Ah! Bulma screamed in fright. Sun Weiqiang remarked, alas, little Wukong has not escaped this ordeal. The assailant was a bald, elderly man, who, in a state of astonishment, muttered to himself, indeed, it is utterly futile. The axe he wielded, having struck little Wukong's head, lay shattered, slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. What are you doing? How infuriating! Little Wukong exclaimed, drawing forth his Rui Jingu Bang and striking a defiant pose. That hurts tremendously, do you realize? I beg your pardon. Sir Oolong, whatever food or money you desire, I shall provide, pleaded the elderly bald man, joining his hands in supplication. Please, spare my daughter. Oolong? Bulma interjected. What do you mean? Who is Oolong? Little Wukong inquired, perplexed. A pig of a rather unusual hue, Sun Weiqiang mentally informed little Wukong. Before long, numerous villagers arrived. Drawn by the commotion. What is happening? This isn't Oolong. Indeed, I thought Oolong had arrived once more. I found it peculiar that Oolong would come so early today. The elderly man's daughter, who had been tending to the situation, soaked a cloth in a basin of cold water, wrung it out, and applied it to the large bump on little Wukong's head, asking, Are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. I'm quite robust, little Wukong replied. If you had struck me, I would have been finished, Bulma remarked, averting her gaze in discontent. The elderly bald man, looking rather uncomfortable, apologized. I am truly sorry. Sun Weiqiang mused. Had it been me, I would not have survived such a blow. Little Wukong turned his head to glance back at the elderly man's daughter, who was smiling at him, unaware of what was to come. In a sudden burst of audacity, the boy, as stubborn as iron, raised his right hand and, with a swift turn, delivered 3 resounding slaps to her lower region. The girl's face flushed crimson, and she stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Little Wukong innocently inquired, You are a woman, aren't you? Bulma could no longer tolerate the spectacle, delivering a sharp punch to little Wukong's head. Bulma, what are you doing? He protested, covering his head. I will not allow you to act so recklessly, Bulma declared loudly, facing him. She then turned and asked, by the way, who is this Oolong you mentioned earlier? The elderly bald man began to explain, and upon completion, Bulma opened her bag and retrieved a Dragon Ball, inquiring, Excuse me, sir, do you possess such a sphere? She showed it to him, and the bald man examined it closely, murmuring, This is the first time I have seen something so exquisite. At that moment, an elderly woman entered the doorway, stating, I have a sphere that is identical to yours. Baozi, you have one? The bald man inquired. The elderly woman rummaged through her pocket and produced a yellow-red sphere, asking, "Is this it?" Bulma, little Goku, and Sun Wukong stepped forward. "This is it," Bulma exclaimed with delight. "This is the 6-star ball," little Goku remarked. "Sun Weiqiang, you have already said everything. What else is there for me to add?" The elderly lady briefly recounted the origins of the bead in her possession. "This was something my grandmother found long ago." Bulma proposed, "Dear lady, how about you gift us this bead? In return, we shall assist you in vanquishing that monster named Oolong." The majority of onlookers stared at Bulma in astonishment, convinced they had misheard her. The elderly lady exclaimed, "Oh, how wonderful! Is it truly so? I am delighted by your intention, but for a young girl like you, defeating Oolong may prove too formidable a challenge." Bulma replied, "It is not I, but these two little ones who will confront Oolong." She gestured towards Weiqiang and Wukong. At that moment, young Wukong performed an astonishing act. He delivered a series of playful slaps to the elderly lady's lower regions, surpassing even the previous girl's antics. Bulma was left utterly flabbergasted, collapsing to the ground, though Weiqiang had anticipated this. He felt compelled to question Wukong, young Wukong. "Why do you not spare even the elderly lady?" Having assessed the situation, Wukong pointed at her and laughed. "You are a woman, aren't you?" His actions left the elderly lady blushing, muttering, "Little brother." Bulma swiftly retaliated with a punch to Wukong's head, exclaiming, "How outrageous! This is not the time for such antics." Though Bulma knew that Wukong had not actually touched a woman's thigh, she felt compelled to express her discontent in that manner. Subsequently, after some discussion, Bulma devised a rescue plan to recover the girls from the village who had been abducted by Oolong. Sun Wukong disguised himself as the daughter of a bald old man, adorning a pink headscarf embellished with circular patterns and a deep rose-hued long skirt. "Why must I wear such attire?" little Wukong lamented, expressing his displeasure. Before long, the ground began to tremble. Outside the village, a towering monster, several meters high and bearing 2 horns, approached, clad in a pristine white suit and clutching a grand bouquet of flowers. "It's the troublemaker! Run! Run!" The villagers hastily sought refuge. Chapter 13, The Rescue Plan in Motion. "This is infuriating. Why not simply defeat it in one fell swoop?" little Wukong muttered to himself. Standing alone outside the bald, old man's dwelling, Sun Weiqiang concealed himself a short distance behind and to the right of him, taking shelter behind a residential building. Bulma's rescue plan was as follows. Little Wukong would masquerade as the daughter of the bald old man and accompany Oolong back home, tracing their way to locate the girls from the village who had been abducted by Oolong. Sun Weiqiang understood that little Wukong could effortlessly resolve this matter on his own, albeit not in accordance with Bulma's plan. His presence here primarily aimed at collaboration. Following little Wukong to locate Oolong's residence, they would defeat Oolong and rescue those girls. If Bulma's scheme proceeded smoothly, mere seconds passed before the formidable monster appeared not far behind little Wukong, grinning wickedly. "I have come to welcome you, dear little girl. You are to become a bride. Yet why do you carry only a single stick as your dowry?" The monster took note of the object behind the girl. "Indeed. Hurry. Take me away." Little Wukong stood motionless, his voice resonating. What a fool. How can he be so lacking in acting skills? That monster will undoubtedly grow suspicious. Meanwhile, Bulma peered through the hole in the wooden door shattered by Sun Wukong's punch, observing the situation outside. The monster discerned a shift in the girl's tone and, with a wide grin on its pig-like face, remarked, "Do not be angry. Why must your temper flare? I am, after all, a considerate and gentle being." Sun Weiqiang remained motionless, contemplating the absurdity of Oolong's self-identification. In his mind, he exclaimed, "No? You are but a pig, a small lecherous pig. Why do you tremble?" The great monster gazed at the young girl and inquired, "Oh no, I desperately need to relieve myself. I can hardly hold it in, for reasons unbeknownst to him." Little Wukong suddenly felt an urgent need. "I see now. You fear my appearance, do you not?" The great monster pointed to itself, recognizing the cause of the distress. "Very well. I shall transform." With a booming voice, the great monster declared, "Transform." In the blink of an eye, it assumed a different form. "Is this satisfactory, young lady?" The creature morphed into a middle-aged man bearing a striking resemblance to Mori Kagoro, albeit with a rather disheveled demeanor. "Or do you prefer a more youthful lad?" Inside the room, Bulma, startled by the monster's intent to transform, now displayed an infatuated demeanor, her reactions utterly inconsistent. Not only that, her eyes sparkled with affection as she pushed open the door and stepped outside. "Greetings. I am Bulma, 16 years old," she introduced herself. Gazing at the middle-aged gentleman with unabashed desire, eagerly revealing her name and age. Little Yukon was utterly flabbergasted. What the heck? Bulma displayed such behavior? Sun Weiqiang was taken aback, his memory failing him. What is your bust size? The Fomori Kagaro inquired. Bulma, with remarkable confidence, unzipped her jacket slightly, accentuating her curvaceous figure, and with a rosy smile, replied, 85. 85? The Fomori Kagoro gestured to illustrate the size. His mind wandering with inappropriate thoughts. It must be delightful to touch, surely smooth to the feel. His imagination conjured images. But he quickly reminded himself, but she is already 16, older than I am. Nonetheless, it's acceptable. Wulong, you are so handsome. Bulma gushed, lost in her infatuation. Should I choose the younger girl or the mature lady? Such a dilemma. Wulong found himself torn. Perhaps I shall take both, he concluded. But soon realized his young lady had vanished. After searching around, he spotted her in the distance, squatting beneath a tree, heedlessly relieving herself. What a bold girl. I had only heard of girls discreetly urinating while bathing, yet here she is, brazenly doing so in broad daylight. Wulong approached, pondering how she managed such audacity. However, upon witnessing her, he was left speechless, exclaiming, You are not the same girl from yesterday. Having resolved his urgent need, little Wukong turned back, curious. How would you know without slapping your thigh? How dare you deceive me? Wulong seethed, his anger boiling over. Transform. In an instant, he morphed into a formidable black bull with white horns. Beware. The consequences of provoking my wrath are dire. I am exceedingly strong. Bulma regained her composure, covering her flushed face, murmuring, Oh no, I just laid eyes on a handsome man and momentarily lost my senses. She stepped back a few paces, and with a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Your nature is truly troublesome, remarked the balding elder to Bulma, continuing, This situation has taken a turn for the worse. Not only has our rescue plan failed, but we have also provoked that creature, Wulong. Fear not, my daughter, the elder swiftly reassured her. Placing a hand on her shoulder and explaining the reason for her tranquility, you must have discerned the meaning behind that lady's words. She will take your place and marry the Wulong monster. Thank you, Bulma. The girl expressed her gratitude. Could you refrain from making decisions without consulting me? Who would want to marry that monster? I refuse. Bulma fumed, her voice ringing out. Goku, alter the rescue plan. First, we must eliminate that monster. Splendid, Goku exclaimed. This was precisely what he desired. He quickly shed the girl's headscarf and skirt, pondering why he hadn't done so from the outset. However, Bulma insisted. But you must not kill it. We need to leave it alive to extract information about its lair. And what about me? How could you forget me in the revised rescue plan? Sun Wukong, listening to their conversation, furrowed his brows in thought, although he knew he wouldn't need to intervene. As Goku could easily defeat Wulong on his own, being overlooked was another matter entirely, especially since he was originally one of the two primary rescuers. Moreover, it was not just one person who had forgotten him, but two. Both Bulma and Goku had simultaneously overlooked his presence. If he were not familiar with them, he might suspect they had conspired in advance. You wish to defeat me? Mocked Wulong, now transformed into a large black bull. Do not waste your efforts. Simply deliver that girl from yesterday to me, and I shall forgive you. No. Goku flexed his limbs, sticking out his tongue. Do you look down upon me? I'll make you understand the consequences of underestimating me. Wulong continued to taunt. Fool. Bring it on. Goku stood undaunted. Sun Weiqiang stifled a yawn, muttering. Why so many trivialities? Is my strike on Wulong going to have a significant impact? After a moment of contemplation, unable to endure any longer, he exerted force with his small frame, launching himself like an arrow towards his foe. Let me reiterate, what sound do I make? Wulong's words were cut short as it turned its head, its eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, it was already too late to evade. With a resounding thud, Sun Weiqiang's fist struck Wulong's neck, sending it sprawling to the ground. Ah, I had altered my rescue plan without informing Weiqiang. Inside the room, Bulma peered through a hole in the door to witness the battlefield and gasped as she saw Sun Weiqiang knock down Wulong. Little Wukong stood in stunned silence. My monster has been bested by Weiqiang. Who is this person, wielding such force? Wulong felt as if its entire body had disintegrated. Had Sun Weiqiang been privy to its thoughts, he would have candidly replied, You little rascal, I exerted not an ounce of strength. You are truly too easy to defeat. This is troublesome. Wulong struggled to rise, its gaze fixated on a large clock suspended in the village, noting that 5 minutes had nearly elapsed since its transformation. It required 1 minute to revert to its original form before it could transform again. Now, weakened from the blow, it could scarcely manage an escape. The villagers, having observed the spectacle from the shadows, emerged to witness the aftermath, chattering excitedly. This child is remarkably powerful. He defeated Wulong in an instant. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. When I first learned that the two children intended to confront Wulong, I had little hope, merely a desperate gamble. Yet here we are, a true prodigy. You're amazing, exclaimed a little girl, clapping enthusiastically. Subsequently, the vanquished Wulong, before the assembly of onlookers, reverted to its true form, transforming from a large black bull into a small white pig. Chapter 14. Exploding Bread Mountain, and the Bull Demon King. Who would have thought that this small white pig was Wulong's true identity? Bulma's tone was filled with astonishment. It is truly unexpected that the creature capable of transforming into various monsters is, in reality, merely a little pig. We were outwitted by a small pig. It seems merely a facade. What an adorable little pig. Why would it desire to take on monstrous forms? And why did it abduct those sisters? A throng of villagers gathered around the fallen little white pig, engaging in animated discussion. Quickly apologize to the villagers. Furthermore, do not entertain the thought of transforming and fleeing. Sun Weiqiang admonished Wulong, placing a hand on the shoulder of his companion, little Wukong. His name is Sun Wukong. He is even more formidable than I. His cloud travels at great speed. Do not think of escaping. Do you understand? Otherwise, you will face a severe beating. Understood. In the current circumstances, Wulong could only comply for the time being. After a moment, he regained his composure, rose from the ground, and apologized to the villagers, expressing his sincere regret. It's hard to be angry when you look like that, remarked an elderly villager. Are the girls you abducted all right? Inquired an old woman, who had previously been struck by Goku. They're all very well, Wulong replied. Very well? Many villagers appeared skeptical. In any case, you will lead the way. We must rescue those girls. Do you understand? Bulma asserted. After capturing Wulong, Bulma seemed to have suddenly found her courage. Goku tilted his head, observing Bulma. A rope was tied around Wulong, with Goku pulling the other end, followed closely by Sun Wukong, Bulma, and several villagers as they exited the village. Along the way, Goku warned, Hey, if you dare to transform into an ant and escape, I will crush you instantly. Damn it, he's figured me out, Wulong thought to himself. Thus, Wulong guided the group to his abode, exclaiming, This is my home. A magnificent palace appeared before them. Why do you reside in such an extravagant house? It hardly suits you, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. I built it with money I acquired through theft, Wulong replied proudly. You dare to say that? Goku retorted. When the village adults rushed inside, they were met with a scene entirely different from what they had anticipated. The girls were either practicing gymnastics, drinking beverages, or enjoying snacks, appearing quite relaxed and comfortable. One girl, upon seeing her relatives, suggested, Don't worry about us. Let us stay here. It's much better here. We don't have to toil in the fields, another girl chimed in. Wulong, why are you so slow? Didn't you promise to bring me a ring? Asked a gymnast upon Oolong's arrival. Oolong, feeling a bit irritated, explained, That's why I wanted a gentle girl. These ones only waste and squander. Please, take them back. With the matter resolved satisfactorily, the elderly woman handed over the Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong and his companions. They departed in search of the sixth Dragon Ball, although Oolong had been drawn into the fold as well. On the river, Bulma piloted a speedboat created from a universal capsule, carrying Sun Wukong, Goku, and Oolong. Why must we bring Oolong along? Goku asked, glancing at Oolong seated beside him. I am eager to learn that as well, Oolong replied, expressing his curiosity. Sun Weiqiang sat to the left of little Wukong, remaining silent. I find Oolong's transformation technique rather impressive. It may prove useful during our journey, Bulma remarked, her green hair dancing in the wind as she smiled. I absolutely refuse. I detest traveling, Oolong shouted. Despite the refreshing breeze, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, It's so hot. I might as well just sleep in my underwear tonight. Upon hearing this, Oolong quickly changed his tune. Actually, traveling occasionally isn't so bad. Oolong, I prefer your earlier rebellious demeanor, Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, amused at how easily Bulma could manipulate him. Little Wukong glanced at Oolong and, in a flash of inspiration, playfully slapped Oolong's thigh repeatedly. What are you doing? That's disgusting. Why are you touching me? Oolong fumed. If it were a beautiful girl, he might have accepted it. But why would a boy do such a thing? Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but laugh, maintaining a safe distance from little Wukong. He had always been wary of little Wukong possibly pulling the same stunt on him, despite having informed Wukong of his gender. Who could predict the whims of such an innocent and unpredictable character? So you are a man. Little Wukong pointed at Oolong. What nonsense. It's obvious. Oolong was nearly apoplectic. I prefer women. I loathe men. You are not allowed to touch me again, he declared loudly, shoving little Wukong away. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, Bulma piloted the speedboat along the river, making turns and gliding smoothly. The engine's sound echoed far and wide. Is it far? Are we there yet? Little Wukong asked, resting his hands behind his head. Not even close, Bulma replied. I think it will take about 3 more days. Hey, where exactly are you all headed? Oolong inquired, eager to know. Bread Mountain should be around here, Bulma said, glancing at the map while steering the boat. What? Bread Mountain? So that's your destination. Oolong's eyes widened in surprise. Do you know that place? Little Wukong asked curiously. Don't you know? Bread Mountain is incredibly terrifying. There's a bull demon king there. Oolong exclaimed in shock. Bull demon king? Little Wukong asked, puzzled. What is so frightening about that? Weiqiang and Wukong can defeat him. Bulma said lightly. You have no idea how terrifying the bull demon king is. In short, he is exceedingly powerful, known as the Demon Emperor. Oolong said earnestly, making a gesture across his throat. Anyone who approaches Bread Mountain is likely to be killed. Bulma turned her head back and asked. Oolong nodded. Quite interesting. Little Wukong's eyes lit up upon hearing that the Bull Demon King was formidable, and he felt a surge of excitement. With a cheerful smile, he turned to Sun Weiqiang and declared, Weiqiang, I shall take care of the Bull Demon King. All right, Wukong, I won't interfere with your monster. Sun Weiqiang nodded, indicating he would refrain from intervening, merely acting as an observer. After all, counting Oolong and the tiger that blocked their path 3 days prior, he had already snatched 2 monsters from Wukong. I tell you, I absolutely will not go. I absolutely will not go. Oolong continued to shout. In the next moment, transformation. Oolong morphed into a red fish and bid farewell before diving into the water. Chapter 15. Sun Weiqiang's first time? On the river's surface, Bulma halted the speedboat. While little Wukong leaped onto the deck, gazing at the spot where Oolong had entered the water, exclaiming, there's simply no way to deal with it. I'm going to bring it back right now. Wait. Bulma attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Little Wukong swiftly shed his clothes and plunged into the water to capture Oolong. With a splash, he moved with remarkable agility. Little Wukong, if you displayed such prowess in the village, I wouldn't have to snatch your monsters, Sun Weiqiang mused to himself. In the river, Oolong thought. I certainly do not wish to accompany them to their demise. What on earth are they thinking? As a red fish, Oolong felt bewildered. Stop. The moment little Wukong entered the water, he spotted Oolong. Oolong quickly realized Wukong was in pursuit. What a stubborn fellow. Since Weiqiang was absent, he decided it was best to flee. Little Wukong chased after him, but soon lost track. He emerged from the water beside the speedboat, exclaiming, I missed it. Actually, capturing Oolong need not be such a hassle. Bulma chuckled, her voice carrying. She then produced the pure white triangular underwear that Wukong had discarded 3 days ago, attaching it to a fishing hook with a fishing line, saying, Look at this. Huh? What is that? Little Wukong climbed aboard the speedboat, gazing at Bulma with a bewildered expression, as if he had forgotten what he had done 3 days prior. Freshly discarded underwear. Bulma laughed triumphantly, seemingly in complete control of the situation. Sun Weiqiang bore witness. With the integrity of a pure-hearted connoisseur, he testified that Bulma's claim about freshly removed underwear was indeed true. He had seen it with his own eyes, just moments after Goku plunged into the water. Weiqiang, turn around. Don't peek. Bulma faced him squarely as she spoke. Why? Sun Weiqiang was puzzled. What reason did she have for asking him to turn away? What was she planning? Just turn around. Bulma insisted. But tell me why, he pressed. In the water, Goku probably won't be able to catch Oolong. I've thought of a simple solution. By the end of her sentence, a faint blush colored Bulma's cheeks. What solution? Sun Weiqiang feigned innocent curiosity, mimicking Goku's naive demeanor. Yet deep down, he had an inkling, almost grasping the truth, but not quite. Even with his knowledge of Dragon Ball lore, his memory was patchy, and many details eluded him. Eventually, with visible hesitation, Bulma revealed her simple solution to Sun Weiqiang. Following her instructions, he turned his back to her. Standing back to back, Bulma proceeded, though she didn't fully trust Weiqiang. After all, this little rascal had stood by and watched when Goku shamelessly yanked off her panties 3 days prior, without intervening. Later, Bulma learned from Goku that Weiqiang had ulterior motives, exploiting the moment to ogle her private areas. Not to mention, he and Master Roshi had repeatedly failed to warn her when she wasn't wearing underwear. And then there was that incident in the car where he had. So, as she slid off her outer shorts, Bulma glanced over her shoulder to check if Weiqiang was peeking. He wasn't. Sun Weiqiang didn't steal a glance as she removed her shorts. Even when she peeled off her white panties, she kept looking back, yet he remained steadfastly facing away. Relieved, Bulma quickened her movements, just as she crouched slightly and tugged down the white triangle. Done yet? Why so slow? Sun Weiqiang's voice came from behind, a calculated turn, executed with perfect timing. Though he hadn't watched her undress, the rustling of fabric as she removed her shorts had been unmistakable. Seizing the moment, he struck, unexpected, unguarded. And the result? Far better than he had imagined. The sight that greeted him was nothing short of breathtaking. Bulma's crouched posture accentuated the curves of her figure, round, supple, and utterly mesmerizing. But that wasn't all. With keen observation, Sun Weiqiang glimpsed an even more tantalizing view. Who could resist such temptation? And then, there it was. The unmistakable evidence of a man's natural reaction. Ah! Bulma let out a prolonged cry, hastily putting her underwear back on, standing defiantly before Sun Wukong. Her voice laced with fury. How dare you spy on me? I did not. Absolutely not. Sun Wukong shook his head and waved his hands, claiming he merely observed openly. Not secretly. Just because I saw you, you still deny it? Bulma, incensed, clenched her fists at her sides and, on tiptoe, shouted at him. Wasn't I just asking if you were ready? Sun Wukong replied. Then you needn't have turned your back? Bulma's ample chest heaved with indignation. But you never said I couldn't. My request for you to turn around implied that. Indeed. You asked me to turn away, and I complied, but you never specified for how long. I merely turned back to inquire if there was an issue. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Quite a significant one. Yet, at that moment, Bulma found herself at a loss for words. The matter remained unresolved. Subsequently, Bulma issued repeated warnings, her plans unchanged, and she still removed her underwear. Sun Weiqiang, this time, did not feign indifference. His spirits soared with delight. Firstly, he firmly believes that his unwavering perseverance will undoubtedly contribute to the illustrious reputation of Vegeta in the future. Secondly, whereas he previously relied on the coattails of little Wukong to derive benefits from Bulma, dismissing some undeniable truths, such as his body being uncontrollably passive and Bulma's active flirtation, this time marks his inaugural foray into proactive engagement. It was undeniably exhilarating. The recent imagery, the posture, the allure, it was simply exquisite. Radiant, ample, rounded, elevated, and beautiful. Had he merely followed the Dragon Ball narrative without deviation, this remarkable incident would never have transpired, rendering the experience rather lackluster. Sun Weiqiang pondered quietly. Since he had arrived, perhaps it would be worthwhile to follow the plot, building upon his familiarity with certain aspects of the Dragon Ball storyline. Furthermore, he should seek a life that is more intriguing, more thrilling, and infinitely richer. For instance, to become the strongest person on Earth, to surpass the current mightiest warrior, Master Roshi, to eclipse the future Earth's greatest fighter, Krillin. Given that this body he now inhabits possesses exceptional martial arts talent, it must not be squandered. As Sun Weiqiang pondered this, he remained oblivious to the fact that his future would far exceed his current understanding. To return to the matter at hand, Bulma cast her fishing line, baited with fresh underwear. The underwear sank into the water, and after a short while, when Bulma sensed a tug, she reeled in to discover that she had caught a fish. The fish, clinging tenaciously to Bulma's fresh underwear, was caught by little Wukong. Oh no! The fish emitted a sound, yet its grip on the fresh underwear remained unyielding, as if this pristine piece of clothing were its greatest treasure. What on earth are you thinking? Little Wukong gazed at the transformed fish in his hands, perplexed. Bulma, how did you know that the fish would be attracted to your underwear? Sun Weiqiang, though fully aware, feigned ignorance. This is quite simple. You need not inquire further. Bulma was poised to explain, but the irritation from being spied upon lingered. Curious? I shall not divulge the details. Sun Weiqiang wishes to laugh, thinking that by telling you to ask less, you would indeed inquire less? How naive. Oh, Bulma, it is simply impossible. I shall demonstrate to you what true masculine strength entails. Therefore, Sun Weiqiang has refrained from asking. Ask less. Humph. I shall not utter a single word of inquiry. Sun Weiqiang primarily focuses on the overarching situation. He fears that Bulma might draw his weapon and fire at him indiscriminately. To this day, he has yet to be struck by a bullet from Bulma, yet it is evident that he cannot withstand bullets with his body like little Wukong. Sun Weiqiang was somewhat uncertain. He only knew that Bulma would undoubtedly be unable to withstand his onslaught. Sun Weiqiang possesses a keen self-awareness. Although his body exhibits the typical responses of a normal boy, he is merely 12 years old, and age does matter. Competing with Bulma, who at 17 has already developed an impressive physique, is no small feat. Chapter 16. The candy and the stomachache beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds. After Bulma had successfully caught Oolong with a fresh pair of underwear, the trio, accompanied by a pig, continued their journey. On the swiftly moving speedboat, little Goku brandished a fork, threatening Oolong, "If you try to escape again, I shall cook you for dinner." All right, I will accompany you," Oolong conceded reluctantly but added, "But Bulma's fresh underwear has to be mine. By the way, here, take this." Bulma turned around, offering Oolong an object. Oolong accepted it, his pig-like mouth muttering, "What is this? A candy ball?" As he spoke, he promptly devoured the yellow round candy that Bulma had given him. Indeed, a candy ball, Sun Wukong chuckled to himself, knowing Oolong would soon discover its true nature. "Once you have achieved something noteworthy, I shall gift you one of my fresh underwear," Bulma remarked, drawing a picture of a delightful little cake. "Is that true? You must not go back on your word." Oolong crossed his arms defiantly. "Bulma, may I have a candy ball too?" Little Goku leaned forward eagerly. "Not for you," Bulma replied curtly. "Hee, Goku, I am far more favored by the ladies than you," Oolong boasted, wearing a smug grin. Sun Wukong remained silent, merely observing the scene, while Oolong exclaimed, "You'll soon discover whether you are indeed more appealing to women." Before long, the speedboat came to a halt. "Oh no, the fuel has run out," Bulma cried, glancing at the fuel gauge. "Fuel? What kind of rear end does fuel have?" Little Wukong inquired, perplexed. Fuel is a source of energy," Bulma explained. "And what is energy?" Little Wukong asked again. Bulma, too preoccupied to respond, turned to Oolong and asked, "Oolong, do you have any way to transform into fuel?" "I certainly do not," Oolong retorted, raising his voice. Subsequently, at Bulma's suggestion, Oolong transformed into a wooden paddle, allowing Sun Wukong to row them to a nearby shore. Once ashore, little Wukong unbuttoned his pants to relieve himself, while Sun Weiqiang, Bulma, and Oolong stood together. "Hey, I've done my part, so hurry and give me a fresh pair of your underwear," Oolong declared, hands on his hips. "You think you can get a girl's fresh underwear? How naive," Bulma scoffed. "How despicable. You promised me," Oolong exclaimed in frustration. "I only need one." Bulma searched her person but, after a thorough inspection, realized her capsule box was missing. Panicking, she exclaimed, "It must have fallen into the river." In the next moment, she rushed back to the riverbank, making a familiar gesture in Sun Weiqiang's view. She squatted down and said to Oolong, "I'll give you the underwear, but you must quickly transform into a fish and retrieve the capsule." Oolong's expression changed, presenting the dilemma. "Such a vast river, don't force me into a corner." "Bulma, what's wrong?" Little Wukong asked, bewildered. Once again, Bulma dashed to the riverbank, kneeling in despair beside little Wukong, her voice trembling. "If the capsule is lost, not only will the boat remain motionless, but we will also have no home or transportation. We will be stranded." "Then we'll simply walk," little Wukong responded, leaping onto his Nimbus cloud. "Of course, you can use your Nimbus cloud. But what about me? We still have hundreds of kilometers to travel." Bulma rose from the grass, furiously shouting at Sun Wukong. Sun Weiqiang observed Bulma and little Goku while discreetly eyeing Oolong, who was attempting to slip away unnoticed. He refrained from intervening, for it was unnecessary. Oolong would obediently return on his own accord. I distinctly remember this segment involving Sun Weiqiang. "Why not transform the dragon into a vehicle to carry you?" Little Wukong, perched upon his Nimbus cloud, offered an unusual suggestion. "How astute of you. I had not even considered that possibility." Bulma pointed at Sun Wukong, her expression shifting from sorrow to joy. "Sun Weiqiang, thus, Oolong," Bulma called out to him. But there was no response. She glanced around, wondering where Oolong had gone. That rascal had run away again. Little Goku was certain of it. "Huh." Sun Wukong soared through the lofty skies upon his Nimbus cloud, bellowing, "Oolong, come forth. Come out, Oolong. Oolong." Concealed behind a stone, Oolong scoffed. "I refuse to venture to that dreadful bread mountain. I shan't even part with my fresh undergarments. You must emerge, Oolong. Oolong." After traversing the heavens and calling out in vain, little Wukong returned to report, "It is futile. I cannot find him at all." With a sinister grin, Bulma declared, "Very well then," and positioned her hands beside her mouth, producing an odd sound. Beep beep, beep beep, 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 beep. Within the scene, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of peculiarity. Beep beep, beep beep. Meanwhile, Oolong, poised to flee from his rocky hideout, was suddenly startled by Bulma's call, his expression shifting dramatically. Clutching his belly, he broke into a sweat, then emitted a pig-like squeal, hastily covering his rear as he dashed into the nearby tall grass to relieve himself. See, Oolong, you have an upset stomach, do you not? The candy you just consumed was crafted by my own hands. Bulma's voice rang out. That confection is known as beep-beep candy. Once ingested, the sound of beeping will cause you to have an upset stomach. How could this be? Oolong, in the midst of his gastrointestinal distress, had never imagined he was so cleverly trapped. If you do not return promptly, you shall suffer from this affliction for all eternity. Bulma proclaimed triumphantly. Little Wukong drew forth his Rui Jingu bang, distancing himself from Bulma, his brows furrowed in suspicion. Indeed, you are a sorceress of dubious talents. What nonsense are you spouting? I am not. Bulma replied, caught off guard by Sun Wukong's accusations, then clarified with a chuckle. The efficacy of that beep-beep candy lasts only a month, though its effects are quite potent. With a single deft maneuver, Bulma dispelled Sun Wukong's wariness. I apologize. I shall never flee again. Please spare me. Oolong returned, tail between his legs. Should you continue to disobey, be wary of my employing the same tactics against you. Bulma warned, arms crossed, exuding confidence. Very well, Oolong acquiesced, but muttered under his breath, how despicable. To use such a cruel trick. Such a filthy tactic. Approaching Oolong. Little Wukong remarked, fortunately, I did not consume that candy, or else I would be in dire straits. Enraged, Oolong roared at Sun Wukong, shall we exchange, then? Mimicking Bulma's earlier actions, little Wukong shouted, beep beep, beep beep. Upon hearing this, Oolong was immediately drenched in sweat once more, rushing back to the grass, wailing. Have mercy on me. Ha 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 ha. Little Wukong erupted in laughter. Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but chuckle, joining in with a playful imitation. Bibi. Bibi. The mischievous Oolong increased its antics. Pleading for mercy. Please spare me. I promise I won't run away again, truly. No more pressure, it hurts so much. Ha 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 ha. Little Wukong was in fits of laughter. Rolling on the grass and flailing his arms joyfully, Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but chuckle for a moment. This little lecherous pig had started babbling. Completely oblivious to the pain of the chrysanthemum. Hee hee hee, Bulma let out a sinister laugh. Let's see if you dare to escape again. Run. Chapter 17, The Wilderness. Lepin and Pu Yalu waited for Wulong to settle his stomach and take a short rest. Wulong, transform into a motorcycle for me to ride. Bulma requested. I understand, transformation. Wulong responded. Is this a motorcycle? Your understanding is rather antiquated. Bulma stepped forward, ready to give a poor review. Stop being so picky. Hurry up and get on, Wulong, resembling an electric scooter, urged. Fine, it's still better than walking, Bulma said as she plopped down. However, as soon as she sat, she flattened Wulong. Hold yourself up. I forbid you to lie down. Bulma admonished sternly. So heavy. Wulong muttered, responding, what can I do? I can only change my appearance. My strength remains the same as before. After saying that, Wulong transformed back into a small white pig and continued, moreover, each transformation can only last 5 minutes. After that, I must rest for a minute. Compared to a motorcycle, if I transformed into underwear, I would have no problem. Wulong confidently raised a finger, saying, just now your underwear got soaked in the river, and you have none to wear, so I'm most confident about transforming into underwear. Transformation, Wulong declared, morphing into a pair of pink triangular underwear, with a smiling face in the center area that cheerfully said, don't be shy, wear me. Bulma was furious. Can you actually wear what you transformed into? She slapped Wulong hard across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Looks like we'll have to walk. Wulong lay defeated at low altitude, while little Wukong peered down from his nimbus cloud at the pitiful Wulong. Wulong is too weak. Even Bulma can't handle him. What a feeble little white pig, Sun Weiqiang offered an objective assessment. Under the blazing sun, Sun Weiqiang, the trio, and the pig traversed the wilderness, taking a moment to rest at a certain spot. Not far from there was a cave known as Forged by 1,000 Strikes. At the cave entrance, Pu Yalu spotted them through binoculars and hurried inside to report. Young Master Lepin, an opportunity to earn money has arrived. Pu Yalu returned to the cave, sitting at a wooden chair by a round table, and shared what he had seen. It has been a long time since any prey has passed by. Lepin, seeing the opportunity, exclaimed, Pu Yalu, let us go meet them. Yes, young Master Lepin. Pu Yalu nodded in agreement. Outside the cave, 2 boys and a pig appeared to be rather short on funds, with his hair flowing in the wind. Lepin observed through the binoculars and remarked, however, they might have universal capsules. Pu Yalu reminded. On the other side, I'm hungry too. Gently caressed his belly beneath his clothing. I shall search for something to eat, he declared. Little Wukong stood up, volunteering himself, and inquired, do you like pork? How could I possibly like it? Wu Long exclaimed, leaping up in indignation, casting an angry glare at Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha, Wukong. You are going to make me die from laughter. Sun Weiqiang chuckled heartily. At that moment, a sound echoed from a distance, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust. What is that? Wu Long asked. It's Liping and Puya Lu, Sun Weiqiang observed thoughtfully. Soon, Liping and Puya Lu appeared before the trio consisting of Sun Weiqiang, Little Wukong, and Wu Long. Who are you? Little Wukong inquired. Liping, armed with a dagger, dismounted from his vehicle, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon them. I am Liping, the notorious bandit who reigns over this desolate wilderness. I am Puya Lu. Puya Lu introduced himself as well. Considering you are merely children, I do not wish to bully the weak. If you wish to survive, relinquish your money in the universal capsule, Liping commanded with a sweeping gesture of his right hand. Puya Lu, are you not the notorious crybaby? Wu Long pointed at Puya Lu. Wu Long, Puya Lu recognized him. Do you know each other? Liping inquired. Yes. It's that Wu Long who often bullied me back at the southern kindergarten. Puya Lu recounted succinctly. It is unforgivable for the young to oppress the weak. Puya Lu, I shall avenge you, Liping declared confidently. Aren't you the one bullying the weak? Wu Long retorted, hiding behind Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang. Young Master Liping, Wu Long was expelled from kindergarten for stealing the teacher's underwear. Puya Lu revealed to expose him. Liping remarked, then he is truly beyond redemption. Pervert, I despise you. Puya Lu proclaimed loudly, sticking his tongue out at Wu Long. That despicable fellow reminds me of unpleasant memories. Wu Long said, clenching his fists, his eyes wide with anger. I think you are much the same as you were back then. Little Wukong turned his head and remarked, do not dwell on the past. Quickly hand over your valuables in the universal capsule. Liping reiterated his demand. Hey, Wukong, Weiqiang said you were stronger than him? Is that true? Wu Long asked. I'm not sure. I've never fought with Weiqiang, but I am indeed strong, Little Wukong replied honestly. This inquiry bolstered Wu Long's confidence. He leaped out from behind the two sons, pointed at Liping, and declared, we will not be giving you the universal capsule. I advise you to flee while you are still uninjured. Wu Long waved a finger, one hand on his hip. Do you wish to embark on a journey to the afterlife? Liping unsheathed his dagger, its blade reflecting blinding light in the sunlight. Young Master Liping, defeat them. Puya Lu hopped about, invigorating spirits before the battle. Wu Long had already fled the battlefield. Concealed by the rocky terrain, it spoke through its snout. Wukong, the next steps are yours. Why must I defeat him? Is he truly a villain? Little Wukong inquired, pointing at Liping. Did you not hear our conversation? He is a wicked man intent on our demise. Wu Long exclaimed. Why do you wish to kill us? Little Wukong confronted him directly. This person is a fool. Liping stumbled under the scrutiny. Sun Weiqiang, well acquainted with Little Wukong, felt that he too might falter if placed in the same position. Weiqiang, I'll handle this. Little Wukong said earnestly to Sun Weiqiang. All right, Weiqiang replied, placing his hands behind his head and sauntering away. He feared that if their chatter continued, he might be compelled to act as he did with Wu Long. Is everything all right? Wu Long asked, visibly anxious. It's fine, even if Wukong falters. Weiqiang is here. It reassured itself. Recalling the moment when Weiqiang had struck him down, a wave of comfort washed over, easing its tense spirit. HM? Wu Long heard a faint noise. Turning around, in the cooler shaded area untouched by sunlight, it spotted Bulma lying on the ground, asleep. How infuriating, she can still sleep. Sun Weiqiang also arrived and remarked, Bulma is sleeping so soundly. Do you not see her ample and alluring bosom rising and falling rhythmically, clearly in a deep slumber? Meanwhile, a fierce battle commenced between Xiao Wukong and Liping. Chapter 18. Liping vs. Xiao Wukong. Prepare to receive my strike. Liping tossed his sword sheath into the air, advancing swiftly as he brought his blade down. Xiao Wukong evaded, leaping behind him. Liping pivoted to pursue, delivering another slash. Xiao Wukong dodged again, and Liping halted his blade just in time, narrowly missing the diminutive figure of Puya Lu, who was shielded by Sun Wukong. Puya Lu, frightened, fainted. Huh, Liping exclaimed, gathering his strength to press the attack once more. Xiao Wukong brandished his Rui Bang, striking downward. Clang. Liping's sword intercepted the descending staff in a direct clash, forcing them to momentarily retreat. The Rui Bang extended as Xiao Wukong spoke. Its lengthening swift enough that Liping barely had time to react. Although they had created some distance, it was merely a few meters apart. Caught off guard, Ping was struck in the abdomen by the extended Rui bang. Clang, 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 as the sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Ping was sent flying. Upon landing, he hit the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. The awakened Puyalu expressed concern. Young Master Ping. Remarkable. That young lad is truly formidable. Yulong was astonished. Did I not mention? Wukong surpasses even me, Sun Weiqiang replied calmly. In truth, he was uncertain about the balance of power in a real confrontation with Xiao Wukong. Who was stronger, who was weaker? Yet, Xiao Wukong was undoubtedly his favorite character in the Dragon Ball universe, a profound imprint left from his cherished childhood before his transmigration. In this world, Xiao Wukong represented the future he longed to embrace. Acknowledging that Xiao Wukong is stronger than myself is no issue. I find joy in it. Little one, where did you acquire that staff? Ping inquired, clutching his abdomen before Xiao Wukong. It was left to me by my late grandfather, Xiao Wukong replied candidly. What? Ping was taken aback, realizing there was only one person in the world who possessed a staff that could extend and retract at will. What is your grandfather's name? My grandfather's name? Xiao Wukong repeated, informing Ping. My grandfather is Sun Wukong. Indeed, it is he. I have heard that Sun Wukong is an unparalleled master in martial arts, unmatched by anyone else. So you are the grandson of that Sun Wukong. No wonder you are so strong. I underestimated you. I too have heard of him. It is surprising that his grandfather is such a renowned figure. Wulong remarked. Not only have I heard about it, but I have also witnessed it several times. Sun Weiqiang pondered silently. Sun Wukong stood with his Rui Jingu Bang in his right hand, while his left hand rested contemplatively on his belly, murmuring to himself, I am quite hungry. Ping assumed a stance of imminent attack, his gaze fixed intently, for it had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent of equal prowess. In quick succession, he dashed forward, exclaiming, Wolf Fong Windstorm Fist. As Ping approached with fierce determination, little Wukong remained momentarily dazed in place. With a resounding thud, Ping's kick sent Sun Wukong flying, and he unleashed a flurry of blows with his claw-like hands. In that fleeting moment, little Wukong found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Within mere moments, Ping unleashed a series of strikes, culminating in a devastating blow that sent Wukong hurtling through the air, crashing into several stone pillars behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous impacts echoed as the natural cover, upheld by the pillars, shattered, burying little Wukong beneath a cascade of rubble, leaving his fate uncertain. Dust soared into the heavens, and the ground trembled beneath the chaos. Sun Weiqiang observed quietly, unmoved. He distinctly recalled the moment when little Wukong had faced defeat here due to hunger. However, it was of little consequence. There was no need for him to intervene, as the situation would be resolved once Bulma awakened. Sun Weiqiang gazed at the still slumbering Bulma beside him, lost in thought. Wulong, startled, exclaimed loudly. Seemingly fearful that Lepin would not hear, Master Lepin truly deserves the title of the world's strongest. I am utterly convinced. HM? Lepin turned his gaze towards Wulong. Don't come any closer. Wulong raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, terrified, transform. He morphed into a fly and flew away. Given that even Wukong had been defeated by Lepin, Wulong, who considered himself weaker than Wukong, deemed it prudent to escape. Don't let it get away. Chase it, Lepin commanded, pointing at Wulong and addressing Puyalu. Yes. Transform into a fly swatter. Transform. Puyalu transformed into a fly swatter, swiftly catching up to the fly that Wulong had become, and accurately swatted it down. Ouch, that hurts. Wulong cried out in pain, plummeting to the ground and reverting to his original form as a small white pig. You despicable creature, you would go so far as to eliminate me. Wulong, seated on the ground, glared fiercely at Puyalu, who had also returned to his original form. Hovering nearby, this is your retribution for the bullying I endured, Puyalu declared with pride. Enough, if you wish to avoid further punishment. Hand over the money in the universal capsule. Lepin stood before Wulong. I understand. Reluctantly, Wulong complied, rising from the ground and turning to rummage through his pockets, muttering. This is infuriating. It's a treasure I carefully concealed. Wulong produced a capsule from his hand. This is an M-sized capsule. How extravagant for a little rascal to carry on a journey. It could fetch a handsome price. Just as Lepin was speaking, a noise emanated from the ruins. And soon after, little Wukong stood up from within. I'm so hungry, he lamented, clutching his belly with a woeful expression. You scoundrel. That last blow was truly severe. Little Wukong stepped toward Lepin. You're still alive? Lepin inquired, incredulous. Do you wish to receive another taste of my Wolf Fong Hurricane Fist? I've decided to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors with you. Little Wukong assumed a fighting stance. In an instant, the two clashed, fists meeting fists, large against small. However, little Wukong, who had proposed the game, displayed a lack of martial ethics. With his empty right hand, he swiftly jabbed Lepin in the eyes, landing a hit. Seizing the opportunity, his left hand delivered a powerful slap to Lepin's face, sending him flying. Curse it! Lepin, now on the ground with his eyes covered, sprang into action again, executing the Wolf Fong Hurricane Fist. I'm so hungry, I lack the strength to fight. Little Wukong briefly unleashed a surge of power before becoming utterly drained. Hiding behind a nearby stone pillar, Wulong whispered in fear, this will only provoke him further. Sun Weiqiang remained quietly observant, anticipating that Bulma would awaken soon. However, if unforeseen circumstances arose and she did not awaken, he would take action. As for the potential repercussions that might ensue, those could be addressed later. Sun Weiqiang diverted his gaze towards Bulma, noticing her eyelashes flutter momentarily. A smile graced his lips. He understood that his intervention was no longer necessary. As Lepin advanced menacingly towards little Wukong, preparing to unleash a fierce attack, a critical moment arrived. At last, Bulma regained consciousness, sitting upright and rubbing her eyes, exclaiming, "It's so noisy. How can anyone sleep in such racket?" Lepin halted his assault, fortuitously facing Bulma, stalemated in place. Lepin's face flushed crimson, and he collapsed to the ground. "Young Master Lepin!" Puyala rushed over. "Puyala, we must retreat for now," Lepin commanded. "Understood," Puyala replied. As they piloted their flying vehicle away, Lepin's voice echoed, "Listen well, I will acquire that capsule, no matter what." What happened? Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? Wulong emerged from behind a stone pillar, his expression bewildered. Bulma, exchanging glances with Lepin, rose and pointed in a certain direction, grinning as she inquired, "Hey, who was that person just now? He was quite handsome." Chapter 19. Matters inside and outside the RV. Lepin and Puyalu returned to the tempered cave, fuming. How could I not have realized there was a woman among us? "Young Master Lepin, are you truly afraid of women?" Lepin pounded his fist on the round table, exclaiming, "This cannot continue. I get nervous just seeing a woman. It's not that I dislike them, it's just no. Even with women around, I must seize that capsule." Inside the RV transformed by a universal capsule, Bulma expressed her discontent. "Why haven't you taken out the capsule for the RV? How stingy." On the long sofa, she complained. Wulong observed Wukong and Weiqiang devouring their food, asking, "Why are you eating so ravenously?" "I'm hungry," little Wukong replied, munching on a large meat leg. "Me too," Weiqiang chimed in. Bulma tousled her hair, lamenting, "After wandering in such dusty places, my hair is nearly parched. Is there a bathroom here?" She glanced at Wulong. "Over there." He directed her to the bathroom. "It's so small," Bulma protested, realizing she could only use the handheld shower. "And you still complain?" "Thanks to me. At least there's a place to bathe," Wulong retorted with a pig-like snort. "Does this room have hot water?" Bulma inquired. "Of course. Not only hot water, but also soap and shampoo," Wulong replied angrily. "What do you think I am? Someone who can't afford hot water?" Later, noticing Bulma with her hands on her hips, seemingly searching for something, Wulong asked, "What are you looking for?" "A peeping hole," she responded. Bulma did not conceal anything. How could such a thing even exist? Wulong stated resolutely. "Is that so? You absolutely must not peek. Do you understand?" Bulma turned around, placing her left hand on her hip and pointing her right hand at Oolong, her expression turning stern. "Yes," Oolong replied with a chuckle. "Ha ha ha. Peek? My ambitions are not so trivial. That night, King Pilaf, we have located them." Xiao Wu and Ashio were each maneuvering their machines, drawing near to the vehicle of Sun Wukong and his companions, while Xiao Wu was in communication with Pilaf. "All right, commence the operational plan. Failure is not an option." Pilaf issued his orders. "Understood." Xiao Wu hung up the phone and said, "Let us go." She and Ashio exited the machine, advancing closer to Sun Wukong's vehicle. Swiftly approaching the side of the caravan, Ashio retrieved a timed bomb, adjusted the timer, peeled off the special adhesive tape's protective layer, crouched down, and prepared to install the timed bomb beneath the vehicle. Moments later, thud, thud, thud. Xiao Wu heard footsteps approaching and whispered, "Someone is coming." She tapped Ashio on the back, urging him, "Are you done yet? What are you doing?" Ashio turned to face Xiao Wu, saying, "Look. The bomb is stuck to my hand. You need to get it off quickly." Xiao Wu gasped in shock. "I can't get it off." Ashio struggled to free the timed bomb from his left hand, but it was stuck firmly. "This is ridiculous. I'm escaping first." Xiao Wu decided to abandon him in the face of danger. No sooner had she spoken than she slipped away. Wait. A Xiao hurried after her. Meanwhile, Lu Ping and Puya Lu arrived beneath a large tree. It seemed to resemble a caravan. It turned out that the universal capsule contained a caravan. Lu Ping observed. This is going to be difficult to steal, Puya Lu remarked. In any case, according to the plan, you will go in shortly, find that woman, and lure her out. As long as she is not present, we will surely win, Lu Ping asserted confidently. Inside the caravan, Oolong, Xiao Wukong, and Sun Weiqiang sat together on a long sofa. I wonder if that thief will come tonight, Oolong inquired. I'm not afraid of him. Now that I'm well-fed and well-rested, I will definitely not lose in a fight against him. Xiao Wukong rested his hands behind his head. Yes, I believe that a well-fed Wukong can defeat Lu Ping. Sun Weiqiang nodded in agreement. Do you really want to go to Bread Mountain? That place is quite terrifying. What exactly do you intend to do there? Oolong asked again. There are Dragon Balls there, Xiao Wukong replied. Dragon Balls. What are those? Oolong asked curiously. I have one Dragon Ball. Let me show it to you, Xiao Wukong said, pulling out the Dragon Ball he carried with him for Oolong to see. Is this really a Dragon Ball? Oolong scrutinized it with his pig-like eyes. At this moment, Sun Weiqiang found himself pondering. Bulma was in the shower, and it was not yet the time for her boyfriend, Lu Ping, to indulge his eyes. To speak candidly, Sun Weiqiang also yearned to sneak a glimpse, fully embodying his motto, if you can see, why not? If you have seen, you will want to see again. Had he not been preoccupied with the allure of the magnificent peaks yet to be glimpsed, he might have already found an opportunity to slip out and peep through the bathroom window. He had scrutinized every inch of Bulma's form, save for the front of her upper body, and had seen everything he ought not to have. Alternatively, he could have boldly entered the bathroom to assist Bulma with her bathing, but alas, the door was locked. What a pity it was to let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Within the steamy confines of the bathroom, the showerhead released jets of warm water cascading over Bulma. In high spirits, she hummed a tune, thoroughly enjoying her bath. Outside the RV, Lu Ping and Puyala had arrived at the location. A woman's voice seemed to drift through the air, faintly audible to Lu Ping. If the other two have fallen asleep, it would be easier to lure her out, Puyala suggested. Let me take a look. As he crouched down, Lu Ping stood up, and by chance, Bulma turned around, exposing herself fully to his gaze. In an instant, Lu Ping was taken aback, overwhelmed by an immense shock. He crouched down again, eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing the most terrifying sight imaginable, trembling uncontrollably. Young Master Lu Ping, what's wrong? Puyala inquired urgently upon observing his reaction. Inside the bathroom, Bulma, with her chin lowered, washed her sudsy hair, sensing something amiss. She lifted her head, glancing towards the bathroom window. What was that sound just now? Lu Ping and Puyala quickly covered their mouths. After a brief moment, Lu Ping exclaimed, This is truly a nightmare. I have seen the most spectacular thing in the world. His eyebrows shot up, eyes wide, his body curled up, fists clenched. What? Young Master Lu Ping, what did you see? Puyala asked, curiosity piqued. Just then, another voice echoed from within the RV, an impish voice. Lu Ping and Puyala shifted their positions to eavesdrop on the conversation. So, if we collect 7 Dragon Balls and summon the dragon, any wish we make will be granted. Right? Isn't that fantastic? Any wish can be fulfilled? Yes, that is what Bulma said. And how many have you collected so far? 5. Then that means the 6th one is at the Bread Mountain. Puyala, Lu Ping whispered, gesturing towards that direction. Understood. They arrived beneath a grand tree not far away. Lepin exclaimed, You heard everything they said just now, right? Indeed, replied Puyala. Lepin's eyes sparkled with excitement. They said any wish can be granted. Absolutely, Puyala agreed eagerly. I wish to be granted a physique that allows me to meet women without feeling shy. Lepin's eyes shone with delight. Meanwhile, Puyala collapsed onto the ground from exhaustion. Inside the camper, Oolong and little Goku continued their conversation. To this day, I have yet to find Dragon Balls particularly intriguing. Why is that? Because my interest solely lies with women. Other things are inconsequential, whether they exist or not. Then why not simply ask Shenron to bring you a woman? Oh right. How could I have forgotten that approach? Oolong chuckled at little Goku's reminder, secretly thinking, I could ask Shenron to grant me the most adorable girl in the world. Or even her fresh underwear. Why do you have such a fondness for girls? Little Goku inquired, puzzled. Oolong's pig-like eyes glimmered with disdain as he remarked, You're still so naive. Women are beyond your understanding. Little Goku wished to elaborate, but just then, Bulma appeared behind him, clad in a towel after her bath, playfully tapping him on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? It's not a secret that they are beyond that, little Goku replied, rubbing his head where Bulma had struck. Nearby, Sun Wukong stifled a laugh. Indeed, it's already common knowledge. You, I, the flying turtle, the sea turtle, Master Roshi, Lepin, we have all seen it. I wonder if there were others, non-humans, who have also witnessed it before. Chapter 20, Matters Inside and Outside the Camper. How about this? Having just finished your bath, would you like a glass of chilled fruit juice? Oolong inquired as he retrieved something from the refrigerator, addressing Bulma. Aside from your lecherous nature, it turns out you're quite a decent person. Bulma complimented him. Let us omit the lecherous part, Oolong replied, handing Bulma a glass of fruit juice. Thank you, she said, taking a sip. Ha ha ha. Oolong chuckled inwardly, watching Bulma enjoy her drink, feeling pleased that his plan was already halfway successful. Little Goku also took a glass of fruit juice from Oolong, and after a sip, he exclaimed, "This is really sweet," and stuck out his tongue in delight. Oolong then prepared another glass for Sun Weiqiang. Sun Weiqiang was aware that a drug had been introduced into the fruit juice, yet the specifics of the substance eluded his memory. However, he was certain that its effects would induce sleep. On the surface, Sun Weiqiang pretended to take a sip, but in reality, he seized the opportunity when the two individuals and a pig were momentarily distracted. Swiftly turning away to expel the juice into his small plastic bag he had prepared earlier. He had no intention of revealing this matter to Bulma and Sun Wukong before they consumed the drug-laced juice. Sun Weiqiang contemplated deeply, pondering the implications of informing them. Aside from the strong likelihood of being met with furious reprimands and a beating, what changes might ensue thereafter? Such outcomes remain uncertain. After all, tonight's visitors include not only Luping and Puyalu, but also Axiu and Xiaowu. Conversely, could Sun Weiqiang seize the opportunity to engage in some audacious actions? That is precisely what he yearns to witness. Sun Weiqiang's gaze settled upon Bulma, whose figure was enticingly draped in a towel. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Oolong could gaze upon her, and even now, Bulma's boyfriend, the ever-optimistic Luping, could also behold her beauty. So too could I. As Sun Weiqiang's thoughts stirred, Oolong was conversing with little Wukong, saying, "This juice will enhance your strength. Is that true?" Little Wukong exclaimed, gulping it down in one go. He then asked, "Oolong, why aren't you drinking?" Oolong replied, "I already had some earlier." Bulma yawned and remarked, "I suddenly feel sleepy. Where's the bed?" She looked towards Oolong. "Just climb the stairs, and you'll find it," he responded. "Is that so?" She pondered, proceeding up the stairs. As she ascended, she reminded the two of them. "You both must sleep down here. Oolong, if you misbehave while I sleep, I will ensure you suffer a bout of diarrhea." Oolong acknowledged, "I understand. And you must wash my clothes for tomorrow before morning." He reiterated, "Got it." With that, Bulma finally made her way upstairs. With such a perfect figure, how can her temper be so foul? I wonder how her parents raised her, Oolong lamented. Before long, Sun Wukong, seated on the long sofa, fell asleep, followed by Sun Weiqiang. The sedative in the juice had begun to take effect, and once they were in a deep slumber, Oolong thought to himself, "I will take full advantage of this opportunity with Bulma. I will indulge until I am satisfied." Outside the RV, Little Wu and Axiu were in a state of frenzy, akin to ants on a hot pan. Little Wu inquired, "Is it not ready yet?" Axiu responded, "No, it won't stop. It will explode in 1 minute. What should we do? This is dreadful." Little Wu nearly panicked at the terrible news, keeping her distance from Axiu as she hid behind a tree. "Who should I ask for help?" Axiu mumbled, his right hand firmly gripping the timer bomb in his left. He pressed buttons here and there, facing a life-and-death crisis. Attempting a desperate gamble. After a flurry of actions, Axiu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. "What happened? Are you all right?" Little Wu peered out from behind the tree. "I have reset the detonation time. It won't explode until before 8 tomorrow morning," Axiu assured her, glancing at the timer bomb in his hand. Inside the RV, Oolong observed the two on the sofa and thought, "It seems the potion has taken full effect." With that, he approached the staircase with a sly expression, gazing at the entrance above. He tiptoed up the stairs, chuckling to himself. Through a transparent window of the RV, Lepin and Puyalu witnessed the unfolding scene. Puyalu, transform into a key. "All right, transforming." Lepin held the key, transformed by Puyalu, inserted it into the RV door, and with a twist, it swung open. He and Puyalu entered. Inside the RV, Oolong had just drawn back the thin cotton blanket covering the sleeping Bulma. A beauty laid bare before him, yet there was no time to admire it in detail. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. What was that noise? Downstairs in the RV, a useless thing had fallen asleep. Weiqiang stood before the two, observing them, and spoke. Is that woman and the little pig upstairs? He glanced at the nearby staircase. Puyalu replied, it is possible. Weiqiang, take on the guise of this little brat and lure the woman and that pig outside, he instructed, pointing at Sun Wukong. Swiftly adapting the plan. At your command, transformation. Puyalu transformed into the likeness of little Wukong. It closely resembled the original narrative of Dragon Ball. Sun Weiqiang feigned sleep with his eyes closed, eavesdropping on Weiqiang and Puyalu's conversation, his mind racing with thoughts. All he needed to do now was wait for the opportune moment. When it was his turn to act, he would seize it. Sun Weiqiang could not help but fantasize about Bulma sleeping naked right beneath his very eyes. Hey, Vegeta, oh Vegeta. If in the future you still find yourself in bed with Bulma, I shall undoubtedly take a share of the credit for that. Sun Weiqiang's thoughts wandered to Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. Although he harbored feelings for Bulma, they were merely fleeting glances, devoid of any intention for deeper interaction in the future. Little did he realize that soon, he would be engaged in more than just idle observation. While he had not contemplated future exchanges, there were indeed other activities beyond mere observation that could unfold. Upon hearing a sound, he pondered whether someone had awakened. With that thought, Wulong nestled at the staircase, peering downwards, and to his astonishment, he spotted Sun Wukong making his way upstairs. How could this be? I distinctly administered the most potent sleeping medication. Wulong felt incredulous. What should I do? If Wukong divulges my activities to Bulma, I shall undoubtedly face dire consequences. Panic-stricken, Wulong quickly devised a plan to cover Bulma with a blanket. Transform. Wulong morphed into Bulma's likeness, albeit with a rather peculiar twist. His height diminished significantly, rendering him a rather matronly version of Bulma. Wukong, you are still awake? He addressed the ascending Sun Wukong. Where's Wulong? The version of Wukong, transformed by Puyalu, glanced around. Unable to locate Wulong. He just stepped out for a walk, the imposter Bulma replied. Is that so? The faux Wukong responded, by the way. I have something very important to discuss with you. Shall we step outside? Very well, the disguised Bulma agreed. As they descended the stairs, Wulong cast a reluctant glance at the enticing sight of the uncovered Bulma sleeping soundly beneath the covers. Unbeknownst to Wulong, as he left downstairs, the real Bulma had merely turned over in her slumber. Ah, so Wulong went out for a walk, the faux Bulma remarked. Why must you make such a ruckus? As the imposter Bulma and Wukong made their way down the staircase towards the outside, a thought struck. That pig had gone out for a stroll. Yet something felt amiss. Was that woman truly so diminutive? Never mind. I shall prioritize finding the Dragon Balls. With the sleeping Sun Wukong concealed beneath the staircase, Weiqiang quietly ascended the stairs. Sun Wukong was carelessly placed on the floor. Sun Weiqiang, lounging on the elongated sofa, opened his eyes, revealing a Dragon King's smile. Go on. Weiqiang, be dazzled. After observing, he mused, it's nearly my turn now. Chapter 21. Matters inside and outside the RV. Weiqiang ascended to the upper floor and was immediately captivated by something on the bed. What could that bulging thing be? Approaching for a closer inspection, he pondered, did they think no one would notice? I shall take the Dragon Ball. Leaning down, Weiqiang reached for the bulging Dragon Ball. And to his astonishment, it deformed under his grasp. Why is it so soft? Weiqiang wondered, lifting the blanket to take a look. What greeted his eyes made him dizzy with astonishment. Ah! Weiqiang screamed in terror. Meanwhile, outside the RV, what do you want from me? We've been traveling for quite some time. Just say it. Fake Bulma inquired. We should be getting close, all right. I'll inform you that fake Wukong has transformed back into Puyalu. Puyalu? Fake Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. She could never have imagined that it was Puyalu masquerading as Sun Wukong to deceive her. I'm sorry, you've been tricked, Puyalu apologized. Fake Bulma reverted to Wulong, pointing accusingly at Puyalu. You dare to cause trouble. Wulong? Puyalu's eyes bulged in shock, equally astonished that the woman deceived was actually Wulong in disguise. At that moment, Puyalu suddenly heard a familiar voice from within the RV. Young Master Weiqiang. Puyalu hurriedly flew over to investigate what was amiss. Why did young Master Weiqiang emit such a loud cry? Upon arriving at the RV's entrance, Puyalu found Weiqiang collapsed on the ground. Puyalu was taken aback by Weiqiang's appearance. Young Master Weiqiang. Weiqiang's mouth dripped with saliva, his eyes vacant, muttering, one big round ball, two big round balls, so soft. So soft, I grabbed a big round ball. Young Master Weiqiang, pull yourself together. Puyalu urged worriedly. Hey, don't run. Wulong chased after them. As they turned a corner, Wulong spotted Weiqiang. Puyalu led Weiqiang away, who continued to repeat, one big round ball, Two big round balls. So soft, so soft. I grabbed a big round ball. Appearing utterly dazed. What were they up to? Wulong watched them drift away, hesitant to intervene. As Lepin exited the RV, a thrilled Sun Weiqiang immediately rushed upstairs. Hee. At last, it's my turn. Upon reaching the upper floor, his eyes were greeted with a feast for the senses. He beheld Bulma lying on the bed, her upper body completely exposed to the air. Sun Weiqiang stood frozen in place. Although he had ventured into the bathroom with little Wukong a week prior to assist Bulma with her bath, at that time, she had been submerged in the tub, her body almost entirely concealed by a veil of bubbles, rendering her allure completely hidden. In stark contrast to the present moment, Bulma lay exposed before him. Her bare form laid bare as she slumbered peacefully. It was still the upper half of her body that he had yet to behold. Oh, Luping, you have seized the moment and gazed upon it, yet you do not even cover Bulma afterward. It truly left Sun Weiqiang shaking his head as he approached the slumbering Bulma, examining her closely. To be frank, the visual impact before him was overwhelming, igniting a fervent heat within him, leaving his throat parched. He swallowed hard, moistening his throat with a gulp. Sun Weiqiang lifted the quilt aside, revealing the entirety of Bulma before his gaze. Although he had glimpsed parts of her figure on several occasions, his desire to behold her once more remained undiminished. Long legs, a slender waist, a generous bosom, fragrant shoulders, delicate features, and azure hair. Sun Weiqiang glanced from left to right, then from right to left. It is no wonder that even the future Vegeta was captivated by Bulma. She is indeed quite remarkable. This is Bulma at merely 17, and she is already extraordinarily alluring. Just imagine how enchanting she will become as she matures further. Sun Weiqiang's thoughts drifted far and wide. Little Wukong has filmed, Lepin has captured. And I too can achieve this. Sun Weiqiang found a compelling justification for his forthcoming actions. In hindsight, he never anticipated that he would commit such deeds against Bulma, despite having already engaged in numerous questionable acts prior. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, it felt as though the demons within him had been unleashed. A truly exhilarating experience. Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes, revealing a youthful visage adorned with a charming smile and a flash of white teeth. Yulong returned to the caravan, his beady eyes scanning the surroundings several times, yet he could not locate Weiqiang. Where could he be? Why was he nowhere to be seen? All he noticed was the figure of Sun Wukong sprawled on the floor beneath the stairs. How peculiar. Where could he possibly be? Has he awakened? Yulong cast a glance towards the staircase. Before long, he heard Weiqiang's voice from behind. Yulong, you're back. Weiqiang, you truly have awakened? Yulong exclaimed in astonishment. Ascending the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered Weiqiang and also caught sight of the completely bare form of Bulma on the bed, albeit partially concealed by Weiqiang. What do you think? Sun Weiqiang replied to Yulong. Yulong felt a pang of guilt, wondering if Weiqiang had discovered the truth behind his actions. Approaching cautiously, Yulong ventured. Do you happen to know what happened? Sun Weiqiang glanced at it and nodded with a smile. Since you asked, I shall tell you. Alas, Wulong's heart felt as cold as ice. Could you possibly refrain from mentioning this to Bulma? Rest assured, I shall not. Wulong gazed into Weiqiang's face, as if trying to discern the truth behind his words. After a brief moment, it expressed its gratitude to Weiqiang. Thank you. Sun Weiqiang would naturally refrain from speaking to Bulma. How could he articulate such a revelation? I am aware that Wulong has tainted the fruit juice with a concoction. Yet I shall withhold this information from you. This has resulted in you, in a deep slumber, being forcefully shaken by Lepin, who clutched one of the Dragon Balls on your person. Nevertheless, Sun Weiqiang pondered for a moment, considering whether Bulma might actually feel delighted if she were to discover the antics that Luping had engaged in with her. After some reflection, he concluded that there was indeed a possibility. From Bulma's perspective, it was conceivable that the tall and handsome Luping, with his strong grip, could evoke feelings of shyness in her. Perhaps she would even contemplate how to sneakily touch him while he slept. If she were to do so, would she not also consider the other side? Or might Bulma declare, since he is here, why not stay the night? I possess more than just a pair of prominent breasts. Moreover, she might exclaim, look, look, I shall unveil everything for you. As dawn broke, Bulma emerged, wrapped in a thin blanket, murmuring to herself, strange, I feel rather lightheaded. She turned to Oolong and asked, have you washed my clothes yet? This is hardly the time to concern ourselves with trivial matters. Oolong, seated in the driver's position of the vehicle, turned his head and replied, what? You consider that a trivial matter? What do you mean? I currently have nothing to wear. Bulma was incensed. Oolong retorted, Do you not know that Lu Ping and his companions launched a surprise attack last night? Lu Ping, that tall and handsome figure? What are you talking about? We should be welcoming him. Bulma's expression transformed instantly, revealing a starry-eyed admiration. I was right in my thoughts last night. Absolutely right. Beside her, Sun Weiqiang was further convinced of a particular notion he had entertained the previous evening. You are truly immature. Oolong felt exasperated. What do you mean by that? Bulma's expression shifted once more as she glared at Oolong. Just then, the newly awakened little Wukong appeared, looking somewhat disheveled, much like Sun Weiqiang, remaining silent as he observed the quarrel between the pig and the girl. Outside, Ashu reattached the time bomb beneath the vehicle before departing with Xiaowu. What? We haven't secured it yet? Wasn't the plan to acquire it by 10 o'clock last night? Yes, I am utterly to blame. We shall certainly obtain it by 8 this morning. 8. There must be no more mistakes this time. Yes, understood. Xiaowu and Ashu concealed themselves nearby, keeping a watchful eye on the situation as she ended her call with King Pilaf. Chapter 22. Little Wukong versus Lu Ping Oolong. What kind of attire is this? Wearing such clothing makes one appear utterly foolish. Bulma appeared before Sun Weiqiang and the others, clad in the bunny girl outfit that Oolong had prepared for her. What can I do? It is the only outfit I have left, Oolong replied irritably, adding, You complain incessantly, yet do you not wear it with delight? Honestly, I cannot fathom how you were raised. Only middle-aged men could rival your lechery. Bulma crossed her arms defiantly. Are you not the same? Oolong was unyielding in his retort. Perhaps after having had his fill of the previous night's escapades, he had grown considerably bolder and more audacious. I am so full, so very full. Little Wukong sat contentedly on the elongated purple sofa, indulging in his meal. Sun Weiqiang did not indulge as much as Sun Wukong. He merely nibbled a little. Shortly thereafter, Oolong steered the motorhome forward. Along the way, they engaged in a discussion about Lu Ping, and as if summoned by their words, he appeared. What is that? Suddenly, from the passenger seat, Xiao Wukong pointed out of the window. Lu Ping, he has come again. Oolong turned his head to glance. In the back seat. Sun Weiqiang peered out of another window and spotted Lu Ping's group also driving alongside, with Puyalu at the helm. How could they be back again? Sun Weiqiang could not recall the events that transpired here. He only knew that the RV, Oolong, encountered a problem on the road, though the specifics eluded him. Had that handsome fellow returned? Inside the RV, Bulma learned that Lu Ping had arrived, her hands covering her face, which flushed instantly. Lu Ping crouched atop the vehicle, shouldering a rocket launcher aimed at his target, ready to fire. Where was he? Bulma, filled with excitement, clung to a window, eager to catch a glimpse of Lu Ping. Instead of seeing the person she longed for, she was met with an oncoming object. It was a shell. Boom. It struck with precision. Oolong managed to maneuver the RV to a safe halt, and he, along with Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong, disembarked from the vehicle. What exactly do you intend to do? How infuriating. Little Wukong demanded fiercely. Sun Weiqiang first glanced at the scrapped vehicles and, facing Lepin and his companions, boldly proclaimed, Are you feeling a bit reckless? Young Master Lepin, that woman seemed to have fainted just now, remarked Puyalu, donning a pair of black-framed glasses. Lepin nodded, aiming the rocket launcher at Sun Weiqiang and his group, threateningly stating, You three better hand over the Dragon Balls. Why does he know about the Dragon Balls too? Oolong pondered in confusion. Fool, didn't he come by last night? He must have been eavesdropping on your conversation with Wukong from outside the window. Sun Weiqiang shot a glare at Oolong. If you refuse to comply, I shall make you experience the pain of flesh. Lepin issued another threat. I would never give them to you. Little Wukong retorted, pulling at the sides of his mouth and sticking out his tongue, making a playful face. In the next moment, Little Wukong charged at Lepin. Idiot, do you wish to be killed by Lepin? Oolong called out in an attempt to stop him. Fear not. Wukong is not so easily defeated, Sun Weiqiang replied calmly. That little brat seems eager to exchange blows with me again, Lepin observed, handing over the rocket launcher to Puyalu. Kid, do you wish to taste the power of my wolf Fang Wind Fist? Lepin shouted. I was defeated yesterday due to hunger. It is different now. As I am fully nourished, Little Wukong responded, his spirit soaring. Bang. The two engaged in combat, exchanging blows. Yet, in just a few moves, Lepin was sent sprawling by a kick from Little Wukong. I won. Oolong exclaimed with delight. Sun Weiqiang remained silent, fully aware that the well-fed Little Wukong was no match for Lepin. What now? Are we still to engage in battle? Little Wukong inquired. Damn it, Lepin muttered, rising from the ground and wiping the corner of his mouth with his right hand, feeling the slow throb of pain. Lepin, young master. Puyalu rushed over, witnessing Lepin's condition. Transform. It morphed into a mirror. Upon glancing at his reflection, Lepin discovered not only a swollen right cheek but also the unfortunate loss of a white tooth. My tooth is gone. My handsome face is ruined. Lepin exclaimed in despair. He pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Wukong, declaring, "Mark my words." He then hurriedly jumped into his vehicle, started it, and sped away. Little Wukong gazed after him, bewildered. Is that it? He just leaves like that? Wukong, you truly are no ordinary strength. I see you in a new light, Wulong complimented as he approached little Wukong. Not at all, little Wukong replied modestly. He then added, but the vehicle is broken. Wulong sighed in resignation. I suppose we must walk then. Sun Weiqiang nodded silently, for he had nothing to say. The plan of driving away had failed for Lu Ping, prompting him to revise his strategy. They must find the 7 Dragon Balls, mustn't they? We shall wait until they acquire all 7, and then seize them in one swift motion. Truly, Master Lu Ping possesses an astute mind. Ha ha. Lu Ping's laughter echoed with pride, despite the pain of his chapped lips. Ouch. How it hurts. As Sun Weiqiang and his companions made their way towards the Bread Mountain, Xiao Wu and a Xiao stood before the dilapidated RV belonging to Wu Long. The recent explosion had undoubtedly been the sound of a timed bomb, Xiao Wu remarked. How peculiar. It is not yet 8 o'clock. A Xiao retrieved his pocket watch to check the time. Perhaps the timer of the bomb malfunctioned. Regardless, let us hasten to search for the Dragon Balls. With that, Xiao Wu darted into the RV in search of them, closely followed by a Xiao. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Weiqiang and Wulong walked together, while the little Wukong carried the unconscious Bulma on his back. The sound of vehicles approached from behind them. Sun Weiqiang and his companions turned around to find Lu Ping approaching once more. Wulong pointed at him as Lu Ping drove up in front of them, stepping out of the car alongside Puyalu. He scratched the back of his head and smiled, saying, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. I have reflected on my actions, and I must admit that it was entirely my fault. Therefore, I would like to present this universal capsule as a gesture of reconciliation, if you would permit it. Lu Ping produced a universal capsule and tossed it, which transformed into a small red sedan. Farewell, and do take care on your journey. I must be off now. Goodbye, he said, waving his hand in farewell, departing with an air of grace and ease. What prompted this change of heart? Wulong wondered, perplexed. It turned out that he, too, possessed a kind heart. Little Wukong bestowed upon Lu Ping a card signifying his goodness. Sun Weiqiang offered a faint smile, remaining silent. The current Lu Ping was no benevolent soul. He intended for us to acquire a means of transportation, enabling us to hasten our quest to gather the 7 Dragon Balls and seize them swiftly. Otherwise, relying solely on foot travel, it would take an eternity to collect all 7. This situation seemed too good to be true. Wulong harbored doubts about Lu Ping's altruism, wondering if he might have concealed a bomb within the vehicle. Lu Ping wouldn't do that. You should trust him, the naive little Wukong insisted. However, Wulong still sensed something amiss. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous explosion reverberated across the wilderness. What led to this calamity? I was equally perplexed. A Xiao and Xiao Wu had fallen victim to the timed bomb they had set, both appearing rather haggard. Fortunately, much like the last incident, their limbs remained intact, though they did look quite worse for wear. Sun Weiqiang and his companions entered the crimson sedan and set off, while Lu Ping and Puyalu trailed behind. Chapter 23. The Exploding Bread Mountain and the Bull Demon King. 2 days later, a red car came to a halt. Look, there it is, the Exploding Bread Mountain. The driver, Wulong, remarked. Before them loomed the mountain, engulfed in towering flames and surrounded by fire. The trio, accompanied by a pig, emerged from the vehicle. No wonder it feels so hot, Bulma realized. Perhaps we should refrain from approaching. The Bull Demon King resides there, Wulong suggested. You have frequently mentioned the name of the Bull Demon King. Is he truly so formidable? Bulma inquired. You genuinely do not know? In brief, the Bull Demon King is exceedingly fearsome. Otherwise, he would not bear the title of the Emperor of Demons. Wulong elaborated with vivid description. Do you see that castle atop the mountain? That is the Bull Demon King's fortress, where he keeps the treasures he has plundered. Many have attempted to steal them, yet none have succeeded. Then the 6th Dragon Ball must be inside, Bulma mused, gazing at the castle. Is the Bull Demon King also within that castle? Little Wukong wanted to know. No, the Bull Demon King guards the mountain path leading to the castle. Wulong shook his piggy head. I heard that while he was taking his child for a picnic outside the castle, the entire mountain suddenly ignited. The flames were so intense that he was unable to return to his fortress. How do you know all this in such detail? Bulma asked, intrigued. Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong, like the others, turned their gazes towards it. Naturally, this excerpt is found in high school textbooks. Is that so? Wulong, weren't you expelled from kindergarten for stealing your female teacher's underwear? Sun Weiqiang expressed his skepticism. Let us not dwell on that matter. What does it have to do with my familiarity with high school textbooks? Wulong wished to elaborate further. But recalling how Weiqiang had concealed that incident for him the previous night, he chose to let it slide. Yet, in his heart, he secretly cursed. How infuriating. He was clearly so lecherous, having seen Bulma in her entirety, yet only I am aware of it. Well, you all know the details now. I advise you to return home. After uttering this, Wulong swiftly slipped into the car. True love is a jest. Having come this far, how could one possibly abandon their pursuit? Bulma was incensed. Wulong retorted, are you all seeking death? No matter how formidable Wukong and Weiqiang may be, they could never match the might of the Ox King. Is the Ox King truly that powerful? I wish to meet him. Little Wukong casually sat on the ground, tilting his head. I certainly want to accompany you. You are merely courting disaster. After Wulong made this statement, he drove away. Hearing the commotion, Little Wukong stood up and called back. He has fled again. Wait, Wulong, Bulma shouted. Wulong did not return. Beep, beep. Bulma unleashed her ultimate technique. Sun Weiqiang chuckled and shook his head, exclaiming, oh, what a blunder. Why can't you learn from your mistakes? Not far away, Wulong hastily exited the vehicle, rushing to the roadside to relieve himself. His voice echoed, I understand now. I'll join you. Just stop nagging me, please. Ouch. Sun Weiqiang sighed in exasperation. Wulong truly seemed incapable of learning from his experiences. Was he still complaining, as if he hadn't already suffered enough? Very well, I'll assist you, he declared, shouting, nag, 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 nag. No, please don't. Weiqiang, stop. Don't keep nagging. Wulong cried out in distress. The laughter of little Wukong filled the air as he joined in with nag, nag. Wulong, in pain, retorted, could you all please refrain from shouting? Once Wulong had finished, he took a moment to recover before driving the red car closer to the bread explosion mountain. A minute later, they arrived at a nearby village. The 3 humans and 1 pig disembarked from the vehicle. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, which indicated that the Dragon Ball was located within a castle. I believe that if we can fly inside, acquiring the Dragon Ball will pose no issue, she remarked. Hey, Wukong, are you able to retrieve the Dragon Ball from the castle? Bulma inquired. Little Wukong, who was amusing himself with a skull he found on the ground, replied. I want to know until I give it a try. Well then, could you please attempt it? Bulma smiled. Little Wukong nodded. He was indeed quite easy to persuade. He'll fly into the volcano without a second thought, Sun Weiqiang mused. Setting the skull aside, little Wukong shouted towards the sky, Nimbus. You fool. I've told you many times not to shout. Wulong snapped, irritated that he might attract the attention of the Bull Demon King. The Nimbus soared from the horizon, and little Wukong jumped aboard, declaring, I'm off to assess the situation. With a whoosh, the Nimbus ascended into the sky. Make sure to find it. Bulma called after him, gazing skyward at Wukong's direction. Wulong added, hurry back. Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, and yet, you're also shouting loudly? What a double standard, little pig. How hot it is. Little Wukong exclaimed as he hovered above the castle, surveying the area. Is this the place? Perhaps it could work. He dove downward. So hot. Ouch. It's too hot. Little Wukong flew out from the bread explosion mountain and finally leaped into a clear water pool. Honestly, he has no perseverance at all, Bulma said, her disappointment evident. I told you so. Why don't we all just go home and sleep? Wulong added sarcastically. Damn it. I wish I could toss both of them in to test the heat. Sun Weiqiang thought, his gaze fixed ominously on the pair. Weiqiang, what's with that look? What are you planning? Bulma beheld Sun Weiqiang before her, his eyes bearing an unusual intensity. Weiqiang, what has happened to you? Wulong felt a twinge of fear. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared behind Bulma and her companions, hurling a massive axe. With a thunderous crash, the axe soared past Bulma, striking the wall with tremendous force. The sheer power of the blow stirred a gust of wind that sent Bulma's naturally cascading green hair into a wild dance. Bulma and Wulong turned around, their faces etched with terror. What brings you here? The imposing Ox King demanded, reclaiming his axe with an air of authority. Are you truly the Ox King? Bulma quivered, her body trembling in fright, her voice laced with fear. Wulong, equally terrified, shared in her trepidation. Sun Weiqiang felt rather indifferent. though he could not ascertain the reason. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the Bull Demon King was rather unremarkable? Did you not come to pilfer my treasures? Answer me swiftly. The Bull Demon King demanded. We lack such audacity. We merely happened to pass by, Bulma hastily fabricated. Indeed, Oolong added, visibly trembling, unable to conceal his porcine nature. Is that truly the case? The Bull Demon King leaned down, his massive head mere inches from Bulma's. Bulma nearly lost control, tears streaming down her face. Weiqiang, Wukong. Bulma retreated a few paces, calling out as she scurried behind Sun Weiqiang. Oolong, mimicking her, also darted behind Sun Weiqiang. Amidst the intense gaze exchanged between the Bull Demon King and Sun Weiqiang, the little Wukong, cooling off in the water, heard Bulma calling for him. The Rui Bang monk extended his staff into the clear water, lifting little Wukong and arcing gracefully through the sky before returning to Sun Weiqiang and the others. Were you calling for me? Little Wukong inquired as he landed, recounting the earlier predicament. The bread mountain was too hot. We couldn't tea in her. Bulma tightened her legs, scolding. You fool. You truly came to steal something, didn't you? The Bull Demon King questioned. Uncle, who are you? Little Wukong innocently asked. Stop feigning ignorance. I will slay you all. The Bull Demon King brandished his colossal axe. Chapter 24. The first encounter of Wukong and Chi-Chi, although the process encountered some obstacles. Once the Bull Demon King beheld Sun Wukong's cloud, the battle reached its conclusion. After conversing with little Wukong, the Bull Demon King, elated, leaped about, his enormous mouth exclaiming, Wonderful! I can return to my castle. By the way, this is not the time for nostalgia. I would like to ask you for a favor. Would you be able to assist me? He inquired of Sun Wukong, who was riding the cloud. What is it? Little Wukong asked. Here's the situation. The Bull Demon King elaborated. If you could retrieve the banana fan from Master Wu Tian, it would extinguish the great fire on the mountain. Would you be willing to ride the cloud to help me borrow the fan? All right, but you must give me a Dragon Ball in return. Little Wukong replied with a grin. What? A Dragon Ball? The Bull Demon King queried, perplexed. This kind of item. There should be some in the castle, Little Wukong said, producing his own Dragon Ball for the Bull Demon King to see. The Bull Demon King examined it closely, recalling, I have seen this orb before. Very well. If you desire it, I shall grant it to you without issue. Splendid. Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Bulma rushed toward him, exclaiming, Hooray! I can finally return alive. Oolong rubbed his piggy eyes, his racing heart finally beginning to calm. What's with you? Sun Weiqiang remarked, furrowing his brow. You, pig, are exceedingly timid. Oolong gazed up at Weiqiang, feeling aggrieved as he pointed at the pig head. What the? Sun Weiqiang exclaimed. Meanwhile, Lepin and Puyalu hid behind a wall, secretly observing. It was my first encounter. I had no idea the Dragon Ball was so diminutive. It is indeed quite small yet rather exquisite. Yes, Master Lepin, came the reply. I shall set off now. Little Wukong prepared to embark. Wait a moment. The Bull Demon King interjected. I need the banana fan, and lacking suitable candidates. I have no choice but to send my only daughter, Chi-Chi, to find Master Wu Tian alone. I believe she hasn't ventured far. You may encounter her and take her along. Chi-Chi? Little Wukong echoed. The Bull Demon King spread his hands. Though she can be a bit petty. She is a good child. By the way, she could also be your bride. Bride? Little Wukong was momentarily baffled, unsure of what that entailed. Oolong covered his pig snout, stifling a laugh, already imagining what the Bull Demon King's daughter might resemble. Oh, Oolong, you are laughing prematurely. Chi-Chi is not as you envision. Sun Weiqiang discerned his thoughts. In the next moment, the Bull Demon King produced a photograph. Look, this is her picture. In any case, I'll take her with me. Little Wukong stated. Wow, how splendid. She looks so adorable. Oolong exclaimed uncontrollably. Humph, lecherous pig. Bulma crossed her arms, turning her face away to avoid letting the lascivious pig linger in her sight. Behind the wall, the girl who had just been knocked down by Master Lepin stood there. She was indeed the Bull Demon King's only daughter. Puyalu and Lepin were taken aback, their hearts racing. Little Wukong bid farewell to everyone and set off on his nimbus. A few minutes later, is your name Chi-Chi? Little Wukong hovered on his nimbus at a low altitude. Below him, Chi-Chi, adorned in a bikini and a cape helmet, replied, Yes, my name is Chi-Chi. Who are you? So many people know my name today. I see. You've fallen for me, haven't you? Chi-Chi exclaimed, pointing at him. You are the Bull Demon King's daughter, correct? Little Wukong asked somewhat foolishly. How do you know my father? Chi-Chi inquired. Uncle Bull Demon King asked me to borrow the banana fan and told me to find you along the way, little Wukong explained. What? Are you serious? Chi-Chi clasped her hands in delight. I'll take you on my Nimbus, come aboard. Little Wukong landed before Chi-Chi, gesturing to the golden cloud beneath them. Can this fluffy thing carry people? Chi-Chi asked. Only those with pure hearts may ride it. Little Wukong reflected and spoke. There is no problem. My heart is as pure as a flushed toilet. Chi-Chi declared confidently. She attempted to ascend the Nimbus cloud but struggled to do so, just a hair's breadth away. Hurry up, little Wukong urged. Ultimately, Chi-Chi grasped Sun Wukong's tail, pulling herself up. I've made it, she exclaimed. However, Sun Wukong tumbled down instead. Thud. He fell to the ground. What happened to you? Chi-Chi asked, puzzled. Do not grasp my tail. Little Wukong replied as he stood up. When my tail is held, I lose all strength. How peculiar. Why does your backside have a tail? It turned out that his vulnerability resided in that very tail. Indeed, young Master Lepin. I have heard as well. Lepin and Puyalu had arrived here before little Wukong. Previously, Lepin had knocked Chi-Chi to the ground, unaware that she was the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Upon realizing this, he rushed over to awaken the unconscious Chi-Chi. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Lepin and Puyalu stealthily hid nearby while Chi-Chi was distracted. In the sky, little Wukong rode the Nimbus cloud, taking Chi-Chi to borrow the banana fan. At some point, he reverted to his old antics, albeit this time using his feet. Slap, slap. His feet landed precisely on the center of Chi-Chi's triangular blue undergarments. With his hair flying, little Wukong turned to her and said, Indeed, you lack that. You are a girl, aren't you? Ah, Chi-Chi cried out, your feet are flailing. Go away. As she spoke, she pushed little Wukong off the Nimbus cloud. He fell freely. Thud. Chi-Chi, unable to control the Nimbus cloud, crashed headfirst into a tree. Thud. When little Wukong remounted the Nimbus, he asked, What was that about? Why did you suddenly become angry? What are you talking about? You should not have been so lewd. Chi-Chi appeared quite irate. Yet in her heart, she thought, having already been touched, she might as well marry this boy before her. Little Wukong took Chi-Chi back to the vast ocean he had previously seen. The ocean was so immense that finding the turtle sage seemed impossible. Perhaps we should inquire others for guidance. Yes, dear husband. Chi-Chi joyfully replied. What did you say, husband? Little Wukong turned to ask. Oh, it's nothing. I am truly sorry. Chi-Chi chuckled, her bashfulness evident as she covered her face with her hands, suddenly feeling a bit warm. Soon, on the surface of the sea, little Weiqiang asked a dolphin. Excuse me, do you know where the turtle sage lives? I do. Just head straight that way. His home is on that small island. The dolphin pointed in a direction. Thank you. Following the direction indicated by the dolphin, little Weiqiang and Chi-Chi arrived at a small island. Chapter 25, The Easily Mastered Kamehameha. The island beneath their feet was none other than Kame House, the residence of Master Roshi. Upon their arrival, little Weiqiang explained their predicament to the master. But since the banana fan had previously been discarded by him, he decided to personally assist in extinguishing the flames. Soaring on the flying Nimbus, Weiqiang and Chi-Chi returned to Bread Mountain ahead of the others, where little Weiqiang reported the situation. What? The banana fan was discarded? Therefore, Master Roshi is coming to quench the fire himself. What did you say? Look, he is here. In the sky, as pointed out by little Weiqiang. Master Roshi descended from the flying turtle, clad in a purple turtle shell, donning dark sunglasses, and wielding a summoning staff. With a thud, he landed firmly on the ground. Master Wutian, it's been a while. The Bull Demon King exclaimed excitedly as he rushed forward and knelt down, dizzied from the spinning of the flying turtle. Master Roshi was momentarily toppled backward by the immense force of the Bull Demon King. What's wrong, Master Wutian? The Bull Demon King inquired, looking up. I see. So this is the great fire of Bread Mountain, Master Roshi said, gazing at the raging volcano ahead, preparing himself to extinguish the flames. Before doing so, however, he pulled little Weiqiang aside to speak in hushed tones about the earlier terms. Ah, I almost forgot, little Weiqiang said, scratching his head before going to summon Bulma. Aware of the situation, Sun Weiqiang followed closely, eager to be part of the commotion. Lu Ping and Pu Yalu returned as well, eavesdropping from behind another wall. Little brother, you speak on my behalf, Master Roshi instructed little Weiqiang. The old master wishes to see your figure, little Weiqiang conveyed. What? Are you joking? Why should I provide him with special service? Bulma exclaimed angrily. However, unless you extinguish the fire, you shall never obtain that Dragon Ball, Master Roshi pressed, exploiting Bulma's weakness. That mischievous Weiqiang, How dare he meddle? Bulma glared fiercely at Sun Wukong. Taking a quick look, 1T cost you anything, little Wukong retorted, unaffected in the least. Exactly. It's no big deal, Sun Weiqiang chimed in. Bulma, you should just agree. Bulma, see, Weiqiang thinks so too, little Wukong remarked. As if it were the most natural thing. Enough from both of you. Bulma shouted in frustration. I think I'd better head back. Master Roshi interjected at the right moment to further his aim. All right, I understand, Bulma conceded, but if you wish to see my figure, you must extinguish the fire first. Deal. You cannot back out. You must keep your word, Master Roshi emphasized. Indeed. He and Bulma sealed their agreement with a playful promise. Cross my heart and hope to die 100 years without change. Otherwise, we meet every day in bed. You old lecher. Meet every day in bed. Who wants to see you every day in bed? Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at Master Roshi with indignation. Truly, Master Roshi is a model for our generation, Sun Wukong silently affirmed. Little Wukong looked on in confusion, his expression one of bewilderment. Having established the conditions, Master Roshi prepared to extinguish the flames. He set down his large turtle shell and his summoning staff, removed his yellow shirt, leaving only his shoes and trousers, complemented by a pair of stylish sunglasses. All right, I shall begin, he announced. Time to show off. Sun Wukong thought to himself, adding 3 words in his mind. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone, except for Sun Wukong, eagerly awaited Master Roshi's next move, curious about how he would put out the fire. Even the Ox King was keen to witness his teacher in action. However, at this critical moment, Master Roshi turned his head and remarked, Am I not quite alluring? Isn't that so? Indeed, Bulma replied, speechless, rolling her eyes. You old pervert, with your back either plastered with medicated patches or having undergone cupping therapy. And you dare to call yourself alluring? Sun Weiqiang was momentarily taken aback. Is there more to this? Subsequently, the turtle sage, seemingly unable to scale the foremost wall, requested. Little one, lend me a hand. Are you all right? He inquired, as Sun Wukong offered assistance. I doubt he can manage it, exclaimed Oolong, voicing his concerns. Can he truly extinguish the flames? Bulma expressed her skepticism. The Ox King urged, everyone must have faith in Master Wutian. Sun Weiqiang suspected that the old turtle was merely laying the groundwork for further pretentious displays. How could he possibly climb over a wall barely more than a meter high? Let alone climb, a mere leap would suffice. Oh, Master Roshi, you truly understand the art of showmanship. Suddenly, the frail form of Master Roshi swelled, transforming in an instant from a decrepit old man into a muscular powerhouse, astonishing the majority of those present. But that was not the end of it. Before the eyes of Sun Weiqiang and the others, the brawny Master Roshi's muscles surged once more, growing even more formidable. The legendary Kamehameha was about to manifest. The Bull Demon King exclaimed excitedly. A blue energy coalesced in his hands, and Master Roshi unleashed it with a resounding ha. A tremendous force erupted from within him, surging forth towards the volcano. After a blinding flash of light, Master Roshi sat upon the wall, his physique returning to its original state. The fiery eruption of Bread Mountain was completely extinguished. However, the Bull Demon King, pointing at the scene, spoke in a stutter. But what? The castle and the entire mountain have been leveled, he replied. The crowd gasped in disbelief. I may have overdone it, Master Roshi admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. The audience fainted in astonishment. Grandpa, that move was incredible. Will you teach me? Little Wukong implored. Learning the Kamehameha required a minimum of 50 years of rigorous training. Donning his attire, equipped with his shell and staff, Master Roshi raised his left hand to indicate the time required. 50 years? Little Wukong was taken aback. He attempted to imitate Master Roshi's previous stance, channeling the Kamehameha. Blue energy gathered in his hands, and he directed it at a nearby red car, successfully knocking off one of its wheels. He had succeeded, but it paled in comparison to Master Roshi's feat as he gazed at his hands, murmuring to himself. Remarkable. Truly. He is Gohan's grandson, the Bull Demon King remarked. What? Gohan? Son Gohan? Master Roshi queried. Teacher, you didn't know? Just as Master Roshi and the Bull Demon King were discussing Son Gohan, another burst of blue energy manifested. Sun Weiqiang attempted to replicate the technique, aiming at the same red car. Boom. The door of the red car was punctured by Sun Weiqiang's strike, creating a hole the size of an adult's head. Am I really this powerful? Sun Weiqiang was taken aback by his own prowess. He was aware of his extraordinary talent for cultivation, but he had not anticipated such strength. This body possessed an inherent martial arts aptitude, and since his arrival in this world, something had evidently changed. His abilities were even more formidable than before. Sun Weiqiang had a profound understanding of his abilities. He realized that he could effortlessly master any martial arts technique he encountered. The Kamehameha wave came to him with remarkable ease, which did not surprise him much, yet its potency exceeded even that of little Wukong, a revelation that astonished him. In other words, he was aware of his strength but never anticipated it to be so formidable. Moreover, he had not even unleashed the full extent of his Kamehameha wave during that display. Not only was Sun Weiqiang taken aback by his own prowess, but everyone present was equally astonished. "Weiqiang, you are truly incredible. You pierced through the car," little Wukong exclaimed, dumbfounded. "Weiqiang, is this what you meant when you said Wukong was stronger than you?" Wulong, shaking his head in disbelief, seemed to be on the verge of inscribing the words, "I can't believe this," on his forehead. "How impressive!" Bulma gasped, her eyes filled with incredulity. "Stronger than Wukong?" Chi-Chi was also taken aback. Had it not been for her previous encounter with Wukong, she might have considered this short-haired youth, who bore a striking resemblance to Wukong, as a potential marriage candidate. "Oh dear. Chi-Chi, how can you think like that? You already have a future husband." She chided herself. "You shouldn't think that way." Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson, her gaze drifting towards little Wukong. "But my future husband is also quite wonderful. Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, like you all. I greatly admire the verdant and vibrant Gita, yet I have no intention of outshining you." The Bull Demon King, Master Rashi, the Flying Turtle, and even the covert Puyalu and Lepin, all gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide and their jaws dropped in disbelief. The presence of one Sun Wukong is already astonishing. The emergence of another Sun Weiqiang is simply extraordinary. Chapter 26, Invitation? Wish? Agreement? Butterfly? Would you care to visit my humble abode? With a bit of diligent training, perhaps you may even surpass me. Master Rashi extended an invitation to Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang. "Really? Once we gather all the Dragon Balls, I shall certainly pay you a visit, old man." Little Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Me too. I will accompany Wukong," Sun Weiqiang said with a smile. He had just contemplated that since Master Rashi invited little Wukong to train, he would surely extend the same invitation to him. After all, his current aptitude for training seemed to surpass that of little Wukong. It would be illogical to overlook him. Although Sun Wukong had a deceased grandfather, Sun Wukong's excitement upon hearing Master Rashi's personal invitation for both of them was palpable. For the past few days, whenever the night grew quiet, he found himself pondering his future. What path should he take? What aspirations should he pursue? What significance did his arrival in the Dragon Ball world hold? Initially, the thought of clinging to Sun Wukong as a promising ally was Sun Weiqiang's primary motivation for entering the Dragon Ball realm. However, that notion had begun to waver. The reason for this was that he had previously overlooked an important detail. He could make a wish upon the Dragon Balls. By gathering all 7 Dragon Balls and making a wish to the Eternal Dragon, he could significantly close the innate gap between himself and little Wukong, elevating his martial arts potential. In the distant future, it was not inconceivable that he could rival Sun Wukong, rather than merely relying on Sun Wukong's strength. How splendid would it be if he could also become a formidable force himself? In recent days, the mere thought of this prospect left Sun Weiqiang agitated, his longing for the Dragon Balls soaring. He concocted a compelling rationale for himself. After all, it was likely that the last wish granted by the Dragon Balls had been a trivial one made by Oolong for a pair of underwear. If that were the case, why not let him benefit? And how could he be the first to make a wish? Sun Weiqiang must have engaged in profound contemplation on numerous occasions. Presently, he has mastered the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique. As long as he adheres to the narrative and proceeds methodically, striking at pivotal moments, success will naturally follow, will it not? Sun Weiqiang had developed a new perspective on his plan to make a wish to the Eternal Dragon ahead of others. There is no rush. "Let me ponder this further and see if there are better alternatives," he contemplated quietly. Setting aside other considerations, he realized he could seize the opportunity to stealthily acquire the 6 Dragon Balls possessed by Bulma and Goku. By obtaining the last Dragon Ball held by Pilaf, he could then find a secluded spot to summon the Eternal Dragon and discreetly make his wish. This scheme held a certain degree of feasibility. However, Sun Weiqiang was reluctant to jeopardize his relationship with Goku and the others, especially with Goku himself. Despite his understanding that an earnest apology would likely mend any rifts that might arise, he still hesitated to proceed with such actions. This was not in alignment with his true desires. He yearned to train alongside Goku under Master Roshi's guidance, to grow, to progress, and to become stronger together. This aspiration served not only as a tribute to his cherished childhood memories but also as a heartfelt homage to the past. Sun Weiqiang was eagerly anticipating the matter at hand. Bulma, utilizing the dragon radar, discovered the Dragon Ball belonging to the Ox King amidst the ruins of the Bread Mountain. Just as she and Sun Weiqiang were about to depart in the flying vehicle gifted by the Ox King, Master Roshi reminded her that she had yet to fulfill their prior agreement. Bulma forced a smile and said, "You remember, don't you? Just a moment, please." She then led Oolong to a nearby wall, where she confided in him. "Let me explain the situation. I promised that lecherous old man, Master Roshi, that if he extinguished the flames of Bread Mountain, I would allow him to see my figure. You must assist me by transforming into my likeness for a brief moment." "Are you joking? This has nothing to do with me. The thought of a man seeing my figure is utterly revolting." "Absolutely not," Oolong retorted with defiance. "Is that so? Do you wish to suffer from an upset stomach?" Bulma replied lightly. "You'll regret this." Oolong grumbled, yet he ultimately complied, transforming himself. "How do I look?" he inquired. "What? I am neither that short nor that unattractive," Bulma exclaimed in exasperation, observing Oolong's transformation into her, albeit at half her height and with a round face, which was clearly a mockery of her appearance. "Enough with the complaints, just transform," Oolong snapped. "How about now? Is it perfect?" he asked again. Bulma feigned surprise. "You startled me. For a moment, I almost thought a celebrity was standing before me." "Stop being so repulsive." Oolong, now resembling Bulma almost perfectly, rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, the real Bulma hid behind another wall, while the impersonating Oolong waved his hand, beckoning Master Roshi. "Hey." Master Roshi immediately tossed aside his walking stick and hurried over. Sun Weiqiang realized that Oolong had transformed into Bulma, and although he was not particularly interested in piquing Master Roshi's curiosity, he found a good vantage point to observe nonetheless. To his surprise, this seemingly formidable elder was even more lascivious than himself. Bulma, gazing at the esteemed Master Roshi before her, could not help but mentally scoff. "Hurry up and let me see, please," Master Roshi exclaimed eagerly, gesturing animatedly with his hands. Just moments ago, Bulma had expressed her disgust. Yet now she presented an entirely different demeanor, covering her face with her hands in a manner that suggested innocence. "Are you truly that naive? Is merely a glance sufficient?" she proposed. "I believe it would be far more amusing to bury your head in my bosom." With a playful wag of her finger, she enticed him further. "Bury my head in there?" Such a bold suggestion left Master Roshi momentarily speechless. "Come, bury your head in it," Bulma beckoned, pointing to her ample bosom while making suggestive gestures. Master Roshi mimicked her movements, his gaze entranced and ensnared, completely captivated by Bulma's allure. That fool! Why reveal herself to such an extent? The real Bulma watched in furious disbelief. "Let us commence," Bulma commanded, swiftly peeling away the strapless top of her bunny costume. Master Roshi was taken aback, his nose bleeding profusely. The mere act of burying his head would have brought him immeasurable joy. Yet he was unprepared for the unveiling that followed. Oh dear, how could anyone withstand such temptation? Goodness, is it truly this exhilarating? Sun Weiqiang had a vague understanding that Bulma had instructed Oolong to exhibit her physique to Master Roshi, but the specific details had faded from his memory. He was astounded by Oolong's audacity. Indeed, only men could truly comprehend the desires of men. One could only wonder how Master Roshi would react upon discovering the truth. His expression would surely be a sight to behold. Sun Weiqiang pondered amusingly. In the aftermath, the turtle sage was still overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming to himself, "How fortunate I am! Being a man is truly delightful." Bulma and the transformed Oolong gathered together. "You fool, you've gone too far." Bulma scolded with her hands on her hips, delivering a punch to Oolong's pig head. "I put in so much effort, and instead of praise, you hit me. Don't come looking for me next time." Oolong huffed, his piggy lips pouting in frustration. "What do you take me for? A girl?" Bulma, infuriated, continued to pummel Oolong. "Don't come near me. Help! Someone's trying to slaughter a pig." Oolong hastily scurried away, crying out for help. Bulma chased after him, continuing her assault. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between little Goku and Chi-Chi was much more tender. "Goku, when I grow up, you must come and marry me," Chi-Chi insisted. "Marry? What are you talking about?" "You know perfectly well." Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed crimson. "All right, if you wish it, then I shall marry you," little Goku declared while seated in the car. I'm so embarrassed. Chi-Chi shyly covered her face. Sun Weiqiang approached little Wukong, while Chi-Chi listened intently to their conversation. Wukong, this time I shall ensure your victory is more comprehensive. Sun Weiqiang silently resolved. He possessed a certain understanding of why Chi-Chi, after marrying Sun Wukong, transformed into her current state. Yet, it would be unjust to place all the blame upon her. Wukong bore his share of responsibility as well. Under normal circumstances, perhaps she would have remained unchanged. However, my presence here will alter the course of events entirely. Yet, I ponder the ramifications of changing Chi-Chi. What impact might it have on their son, Sun Wukong? Will he continue his scholarly pursuits, or will he follow in Wukong's footsteps? If it were the latter, a Sun Wukong of that nature would indeed be a source of great anticipation. Or perhaps Sun Weiqiang's thought surged. This matter is still far-reaching, and there is no need to rush. The wings of this butterfly indeed possess the potential to transform everything. Farewell. Take care, everyone. Goodbye. He bids farewell to Master Roshi, the Ox King, Chi-Chi, and the Flying Turtle. Sun Weiqiang, Little Wukong, Bulma, and Oolong boarded the flying car gifted by the Bull Demon King, setting off towards the final Dragon Ball. This time, Sun Weiqiang had no intention of bringing along the flying turtle bestowed upon him by Master Roshi. It would be absurd. Master Roshi himself was dizzy after the ride, and if he were to switch places, the situation would only worsen. Moreover, Master Roshi needed to return to Kame House aboard the flying turtle. Lepin and Puyalu continued to trail behind Sun Weiqiang and his companions. Chapter 27. The chatter above the clouds. Departing from the ruins of the exploded bread mountain, Bulma piloted the light green flying car high into the sky. Only one Dragon Ball remained. I can't wait to see what Shenron looks like, Bulma exclaimed to little Wukong, while Sun Weiqiang thought, you will see him soon, Wukong. His thoughts drifted to the critical moment of gathering the 7 Dragon Balls and making a wish to Shenron. Let us make this happen. After contemplating, Sun Weiqiang formulated a plan. His gaze fell upon little Wukong's innocent and cheerful face as he chatted animatedly with Bulma. If all went well, Wukong, I might just become your lifelong rival. The very thought filled him with anticipation. As Sun Weiqiang's favorite character in the Dragon Ball universe, the prospect of becoming Wukong's equal, challenging him, suppressing him, and perhaps even defeating him, would be the greatest homage to Sun Wukong. Would that day ever come? Sun Weiqiang yearned for this day, believing that if it were to arrive, even if only for a fleeting moment, it would indeed be quite delightful. As thoughts danced in his mind, a smile crept upon his lips. Weiqiang, what brings you such amusement? Inquired little Wukong. His curiosity piqued at the sight of the smile. Sitting beside him, Sun Weiqiang casually replied, oh, it's nothing. Just a humorous thought crossed my mind. What kind of humorous thought? Little Wukong's large, captivating eyes shimmered with curiosity. Bulma perked up her ears to listen, while Oolong remained asleep. With a glint in his eye, Sun Weiqiang spontaneously remarked, Wukong, imagine if we made a fuss and Oolong heard us. What if he felt the urgent need to relieve himself, only to discover that Bulma was driving so high? What do you think would happen? Little Wukong tilted his head back, pondering for a moment before shaking it and replying, I have no idea. But is that really funny? Let me try. With that, he leaned over the passenger seat and playfully made some noises near Oolong's ear. Receiving no response, he raised his voice, boo, boo, boo. Oolong's large ears twitched, his eyes flew open as he abruptly awakened, instantly feeling the pressing urge of nature. Bulma, stop the car. I need to go. Who was making noise? Can't I even have a nap in peace? Hold it in. We're up in the sky. If you dare to go here, I'll kick you out, Bulma said fiercely, her tone leaving no doubt that she would follow through. Then hurry and descend. Oolong's face turned crimson with urgency. I understand. But be quiet. Bulma directed the vehicle towards the ground. Ha ha. Little Wukong erupted into laughter, pointing at Oolong. Wukong, was that you making noise? You always laugh the loudest. How infuriating. Oolong exclaimed in rapid succession. Indeed, I made a couple of noises, and you didn't notice, but when I shouted, you woke right up. Little Wukong replied honestly. Oolong's face was as red as a roasted pig's head. Wukong, are you saying I can't hold it in? His eyes glistened with concern. I shouldn't have asked this fool. Hurry, Bulma. Oolong felt an overwhelming urgency, truly unable to hold on any longer. Ha ha ha. Little Wukong continued to laugh uncontrollably. Reclining in his seat, hands clutching his belly, his short legs playfully kicking about, Sun Weiqiang had not smiled much, but upon witnessing little Wukong's joyous laughter, he too burst into hearty laughter. On their quest for the final Dragon Ball, Sun Weiqiang and his companions encountered a battalion of rabbits. After a fierce struggle, they triumphed. With little Wukong wielding the Rui Bang, they sent the rabbits soaring to the moon before continuing their journey. As Oolong piloted the flying car at a low altitude, he suddenly posed a question. Bulma, I've been pondering, what wish do you intend to make once you gather all 7 Dragon Balls? Bulma paused for a moment, covering her face as she replied, aside from you, I've already informed Wukong and Weiqiang that I wish to find a lover, the finest lover in the world. What? A lover? I can hardly believe it. You gather the Dragon Balls merely to find a lover? Compared to my grand ambitions, that is utterly trivial. Oolong lamented. Indeed, Bulma affirmed. We risk our lives to assist you in seeking the Dragon Balls, and you wish for something so inconsequential? Oolong expressed his discontent. What do you mean by that? Bulma retorted, anger flaring. What constitutes a wish that isn't a wish? Can't you speak coherently, you insufferable pig? You. Of all people, wouldn't he understand? Bulma added. Who are you calling a brat? Oolong turned his head, his pig-like eyes fixed on Bulma. Oolong, pay attention to the road. Look ahead. Little Wukong, who had been watching the scenery with Sun Weiqiang, noticed Oolong was driving without regard for the path, heading straight for a cluster of mushroom trees, and urgently alerted him. Oolong turned back, relying on his seasoned driving skills to deftly maneuver, swerving left and right, narrowly avoiding the towering mushroom trees. He let out a sigh of relief. Drive more carefully. Bulma shouted angrily at him. It's not entirely your fault. Oolong retorted, fully unyielding. Oolong. Ever since that night you took liberties with Bulma, you've become increasingly audacious. Sun Weiqiang recalled that evening. Oolong had overstepped, daringly taking advantage of Bulma in ways even more brazen than he had. He had explored every inch of her, leaving no part untouched, not even the most intimate areas. Under Sun Weiqiang's watchful eyes, Oolong had boldly flipped Bulma over, shamelessly indulging in his desires. Sun Weiqiang was present, and the chaos had escalated to this extent. If he were absent, the implications would be truly terrifying. Meanwhile, in the direction in which Sun Weiqiang and his companions advanced, stood a grand and majestic castle. Could this be the Dragon Ball? Pilaf gazed at the golden light on the screen. Indeed, we can now initiate the location calculation, replied Shiwu. The machine emitted a series of sounds. Move 5 steps south, and then 7 steps east. Xiaowu precisely pinpointed the location of the Dragon Ball displayed on the screen. Pilaf listened intently. According to Xiaowu's instructions, Ashu began to move around the room. 3 steps south, 4 steps west, 6 steps north, then 3 steps west, and finally 5 steps north, Xiaowu detailed. Right here. Ashu spotted a green box on the table before him. He reached for it, but before he could open it, Pilaf, enraged, leaped up and struck Ashu's head with vigor. The box fell from Ashu's grasp, and the Dragon Ball rolled on the ground for several turns. Pilaf picked it up, scolding his 2 subordinates. This is my 1-star ball. You useless fools. At that moment, their scout, a robotic bird, arrived with a significant discovery. Chapter 28. Did Sun Weiqiang allow the Dragon Ball to be stolen? Based on the findings of the robotic bird, Xiaowu ascended to the canopy of a mushroom tree to observe. She watched the vehicles passing below and reported via her walkie-talkie. Their vehicles have just passed location 10 and are drawing nearer. Very well. Proceed according to the battle plan. Pilaf commanded. Acknowledged, Xiaowu replied, disconnecting the call to dial another number. Ashu, do you see the vehicle? I see it, came Ashu's voice through the walkie-talkie. Then act according to the plan, Xiaowu instructed. Ashu replied, understood, leave it to me. Atop another mushroom tree, Ashu, having ended the call, aimed at the approaching vehicle below and launched a missile. Boom. The missile struck with precision. Sun Wukong, Sun Weiqiang, Oolong, and Bulma were violently propelled outward. Boom. The flying vehicle piloted by Sun Weiqiang and his companions collided with a mushroom tree, resulting in an explosion. What on earth happened? Sun Weiqiang could not recall such an incident. What exactly transpired? Even the dim-witted pig eyes was taken aback. It startled me greatly. Little Wukong sat on the ground, bewildered. What occurred? Bulma was sprawled on the ground. Not far away, Leping, who had been trailing behind, urged, Pu Yalu, swiftly ascertain the situation. Yes, young Master Leping. Pu Yalu responded and took off into the air. Who is that? Little Wukong spotted a peculiar figure emerging before them. Oh. It turned out to be them. Was it Xiaowu or a Xiao? Upon seeing the machine, Sun Weiqiang instantly understood. However, he refrained from intervening, allowing the individual, with their back turned to them, to search for the Dragon Balls among the wreckage of the abandoned vehicle. Although Sun Weiqiang had forgotten this moment, allowing the Dragon Balls to be taken he remained unfazed. This was due to his inability to escape the control of his prior wish to the dragon. Such is the remarkable advantage of being a prophetic traveler. Take them if you wish, he mused. He had found the solution. As Ash operated the machine, its mechanical arm opened a bag, revealing 5 exquisite Dragon Balls that captivated his attention. I do apologize, but I shall be taking these Dragon Balls with me. Farewell, Ash said politely, facing Sun Weiqiang and the others. The machine emitted flames from beneath, propelling him into the sky like a rocket as he departed. My Dragon Balls are gone, gone, all gone. Bulma lamented, her spirits plummeting. What a peculiar individual. Little Goku observed the figure soaring through the heavens. That's a robot. Oolong, wise from his experiences, declared. Goku, Weiqiang, hurry and catch it. It has stolen the Dragon Balls. Bulma urged the two as she regained her composure. There's no need for concern, Sun Weiqiang replied calmly. Little Goku and Oolong exchanged bewildered glances at him. The Dragon Balls have been stolen. And you say there is no issue? What are you talking about? Have you grasped the situation? Bulma shouted at Sun Weiqiang. Sun Weiqiang stood with his left hand in his pocket, silent, while his right hand gently pointed to the gray bag at the waist of little Wukong, which contained a Dragon Ball. Indeed, there was another Dragon Ball with Wukong. Bulma's face instantly brightened with joy. Oolong, struck by a sudden idea, exclaimed, in that case, even if that robot originally possessed the last Dragon Ball, it would only amount to 6 Dragon Balls. Without Wukong's Dragon Ball, it cannot fulfill its wish. Precisely, if it truly had a Dragon Ball, we could follow the Dragon Ball radar to locate it, thus gathering all 7. If it does not possess one, we shall simply retrieve the 5 missing Dragon Balls. Bulma sighed in relief. That's the plan. Sun Weiqiang nodded, showing he was indeed teachable. Weiqiang, you remain composed, Bulma praised, her gaze sparkling as she looked into his eyes. Though Weiqiang was younger, shorter, and somewhat less refined, he was not unappealing, should he grow taller in the future. With his current looks, he would undoubtedly become quite the handsome young man. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Why am I showing interest in a 12-year-old boy? Bulma shook herself out of her reverie, deciding not to dwell on it further. Sun Weiqiang, what you thought earlier is correct, but I cannot be deemed as bad. Bulma, are you serious? Setting aside certain past events, if you were to understand what transpired that night, you would not think this way. Also, do you fancy Green Vegeta? How amusing. Unfortunately, I lack the interest for a deeper exchange with you. Haha. Bulma, hands on her hips, burst into laughter. That fool. Not even realizing the loss of a Dragon Ball. Ha! In the next moment, Bulma embraced Goku, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Goku. It was fortunate that you kept the Dragon Ball on you and did not leave it behind. Bulma's face pressed against Goku's as she leaned in closer, playfully nuzzling against him. Don't do that. Don't do that. Little Goku exclaimed, pleading. Oolong pointed to himself, his pig-like mouth saying, let me take your place, Goku. That night, he had touched Bulma countless times, more than enough. But can the proactive and the reactive be compared? Besides, the former was secretive, while the latter was completely above board. There was no contest. Oolong was envious, nearly drooling. Bang! Bulma kicked Oolong in the face. Then, with a spirited gesture pointing ahead, she declared, let us proceed. I shall be the one to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. I will utilize the Dragon Ball radar to locate them and reclaim the Dragon Balls. Find. How do we search? Our vehicle is already broken down. Oolong raised a concern, cradling his recently assaulted face. Bulma shook her finger, smiling brightly as she recalled, have you forgotten? In the town where we encountered the rabbit army, I purchased numerous capsules. Yet, just as Bulma was about to elaborate, she remembered. I placed all the capsules in the bag containing the Dragon Balls. Upon recalling this, Bulma's mood soured again, and she began to weep, sobbing uncontrollably. Sun Weiqiang was speechless. Miss, could you perhaps stabilize your emotions? Lu Ping had come to understand the situation. How infuriating. They actually took my Dragon Ball. What should we do? Pu Yalu inquired. There is no choice left. I must assist them once more, Lu Ping replied. But with that woman around, aren't you afraid? Pu Yalu asked. I am gradually getting accustomed to it, Lu Ping said, blushing slightly. He then resolutely declared, I must transform my fear of women. I absolutely must. It's so noisy. Can't you just walk on your own? Little Goku remarked. It's easy for you to say, Bulma lamented, still sobbing. If only Bulma could ride the flying Nimbus, Oolong said, with his hands in his pockets. You're no better off, Bulma retorted. Meanwhile, Lu Ping appeared before them, carrying Pu Yalu. Lu Ping, Bulma instantly turned starry-eyed. What are you all doing standing here? Luping inquired deliberately. To his surprise, Bulma leapt onto his flying car. Her face flushed, saying, Mr. Luping, your timing is perfect. You can help us. She tossed Puyalu into the back seat. Let us hitch a ride. Please. Bulma winked charmingly at Luping, making it impossible for him to refuse. Who could withstand that? Oolong and Sun Weiqiang got in the car, while Sun Wukong rode alongside on the flying Nimbus. After encountering the rabbit army in town, Luping and Puyalu had rescued Bulma, who had been transformed into a carrot. Consequently, their relationships had improved significantly, at least on the surface. Shortly thereafter, Bulma said to Luping, Mr. Luping, would you please close your eyes? Chapter 29. Entering the Pilaf castle, Luping thought he must have misheard, his face a mask of astonishment, his thoughts disjointed. Bulma is asking me to close my eyes. Both eyes shut. Bulma's tone was laden with temptation. Could she be intending to kiss me? What should I do? Panic surged within Luping as he discreetly glanced at Bulma. Hurry up. Are you unwilling? Bulma pressed, intensifying her efforts. This is dire. I might die. Luping forced himself to shut his eyes. Upon seeing this, Bulma turned to Puyalu and said, You too. Both Luping and Puyalu closed their eyes while Bulma retrieved the dragon radar. Oh, Bulma, your words are quite misleading. Is it really necessary? Sun Weiqiang thought, shaking his head slightly, secretly scoffing. After mustering his courage, Luping waited with his eyes closed, but Bulma delayed the kiss, prompting him to ask, Is it not time yet? All right. Bulma replied, her laughter bright and joyful. Urban women have such intricate schemes. Thankfully, I hail from the countryside, Oolong commented. Shut up. Bulma snapped. Do you want to have an upset stomach? In an instant, Oolong transformed into a mute little white pig. Has it come to an end? Luping remained oblivious. Mr. Luping, please proceed westward at your swiftest pace for 25 kilometers, Bulma urged. The events that transpired between her and Goku were now being reenacted, albeit with a different individual. Please, if you could. Her face nuzzled against Luping's. With cheeks like peach blossoms, Luping pressed the accelerator to the floor, and with a whoosh, he propelled the flying vehicle into the air. Bulma. How can Luping withstand such an onslaught? Sun Weiqiang pondered. The curious Bulma. In the meantime, the little Goku, left behind by Luping, uttered a phrase as he pursued them on his Nimbus cloud. Within the castle, Pilaf gazed at the several Dragon Balls he had acquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he raised his hands in exhilaration. Haha, I have gathered 7 Dragon Balls at last. He embraced a globe, dancing with unrestrained joy. Nearby, Little Wu pointed out, King Pilaf, the count seems incorrect. Ashu completed her statement. There are only 6. We are still 1 short. Pilaf appeared oblivious to the remarks from his subordinates, lost in his reverie. I can finally fulfill my wish. We only have 6. We are missing 1. Little Wu and Ashu reiterated. This world is mine. Pilaf remained entranced, playing with the globe, reveling in his delight. Your Majesty, we are still 1 Dragon Ball short. Little Wu and Ashu exclaimed in unison. Through the efforts of a man and his dog, Pilaf eventually regained his senses. What? He counted the Dragon Balls one by one. Realizing he was missing the 4-star ball, Little Wu and Ashu rummaged through the pilfered bag, but failed to locate the missing 4-star ball. You two imbeciles. Pilaf bellowed. Subsequently, the trio gazed at the display screen. Is this Dragon Ball detector truly functioning? Pilaf inquired. Rest assured, my king, Little Wu replied confidently. The detector's screen displayed the locations of the 6 Dragon Balls, and at that moment, a light point was rapidly approaching. Pilaf joyously proclaimed. The final 4-star ball is coming to us. Ha! Soon, all the Dragon Balls will be in my possession. This world shall be mine. Little Wu and Ashu echoed, Indeed. Your Majesty. Sun Weiqiang and his companions arrived before a grand, vintage castle. Is this the castle of Pilaf? Sun Weiqiang pondered, taken aback by its immense size. It's larger than my palace, exclaimed little Wukong in awe. Who could possibly reside here? Oolong remarked, feeling a sense of imbalance. It matters not who lives here. Whoever dares to seize my Dragon Balls shall face my wrath. Bulma declared fiercely, her arms crossed, and her ponytail flicking defiantly. Are you all right, young Master Lepin? Puyalu inquired with concern. Lepin, still seated in the flying car, appeared overwhelmed by an unseen force, raising his fist in determination. Puyalu, I vow. I must acquire the 7 Dragon Balls. Understood. Puyalu responded. Inside the castle, in the surveillance room, Shiwu reported, King Pilaf, the group has arrived. They are here so soon. It seems they possess Dragon Ball detectors, Pilaf remarked, issuing orders. deceive them into entering as planned. Xiaowu and Ashu replied, "At your command." Outside the castle, Sun Weiqiang contemplated his strategy. "My plan to wish first is nearing fruition," he mused, clenching his fists tightly. An exhilarating surge coursed through his veins as his heart raced with fervor. "If I can make my wish to the dragon, the future will undoubtedly be boundless. I shall transcend the limits of martial arts, shatter the power ceiling of earthlings." The strongest earthling? No, I shall be so much more. The stars and oceans, the vast universe await. This is my destined journey, beyond even the infinite cosmos. In the depths of Sun Weiqiang's gaze, there resided an overwhelming essence known as desire. Little Wukong pushed open a door of the castle, urging us to proceed. They ventured inward, and before long, a multitude of bats soared out from above the entranceway. Bulma, startled, clung to Lepin, who promptly pushed her away. As she tumbled to the ground, Bulma exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Lepin replied, "Stay back. It's terrifying." Once the bats had departed, Sun Weiqiang and his companions pressed on. In the dimly lit passage, Puyalu, trembling with fear, remarked, "Young Master Lepin, I have a feeling that ghosts may appear." Bulma interjected, "Please don't frighten us." "You coward, Puyalu." Oolong teased him, despite harboring his own fears. Puyalu retorted, "Oolong, if you're so brave, why not scout ahead?" "Humph, you wish for me to lead the way? Not a chance." Oolong pouted, turning away. Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, "As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, my plan is undoubtedly secure." He treaded cautiously, remaining vigilant to the sounds around him. Sun Weiqiang pondered whether his existence might inadvertently bring about other changes. This was not the outcome he desired, for according to the original storyline of Dragon Ball, the Pilaf trio had seized the 4-star Dragon Ball from little Goku, summoning the Eternal Dragon. This event was the crux of Sun Weiqiang's meticulously devised wish-granting scheme, not a sudden twist of fate. However, this did not imply that he had lost all opportunity. It merely suggested that the advantage of the time traveler was decidedly more reliable. After all, if Oolong could outmaneuver the Pilaf trio to make a wish, there was no reason he, a mere child, could not do the same, especially since he was forewarned and well prepared. The Pilaf trio would thus find it even easier to squander their chance to wish upon the dragon. He hoped for the best, yet if unforeseen circumstances arose, he would exert every effort to adapt. Sun Weiqiang's resolve was unwavering, ready to face any eventuality. Chapter 30. The Crisis of the Stone Pillars. Imprisoned little Goku led the way, followed closely by Sun Weiqiang and their companions. The dark, winding corridor echoed solely with their footsteps and intermittent conversations. Through the surveillance screen, Pilaf wore a smug expression, confident that the show was about to commence. He pressed a button to activate a mechanism. In an instant, as they walked, a jolt shook the ground beneath them. Stone pillars erupted from the walls around them, intersecting in chaotic disarray. "What is happening?" they exclaimed, dodging the pillars to avoid being crushed. Puyalu was startled by a pillar that unexpectedly rose from the ground beside him, narrowly escaping disaster. Oolong, too, was taken aback, his pig-like visage morphing in shock. Leping, Sun Weiqiang, and little Goku managed to evade the chaos with relative ease. Just as Bulma let out a sigh of relief, more pillars continued to encroach upon their limited space. In one moment, they were safe. In the next, calamity struck anew. "Help!" A pillar ominously appeared beneath Bulma's feet, propelling her towards the ceiling like a projectile. As she neared her fate of being crushed, Leping, closest to her, delivered a swift kick that shattered the pillar. With a thud, Bulma fell from above, and Sun Weiqiang instinctively caught her. "Huh, why is it so soft?" he thought, only to realize he had inadvertently pressed against Bulma's left chest. Leping landed with a flare, striking a dashing pose. But the emergence of nearby stone pillars thwarted his attempts at bravado, forcing him to take action instead. A low-hanging pillar interposed itself, and Lu Ping braced himself, leaning back just in time to narrowly avoid calamity. "Extend, Nioibo." Little Goku swung his staff, severing the troublesome pillar above Lu Ping. Yet the remnants of the shattered pillar descended upon him. "Ouch, that hurts." Little Goku persisted in his attempts to assist. Sun Weiqiang inadvertently pressed against Bulma's ample bosom, and as he set her down, he slyly took the opportunity to caress her. This incident was unlike the previous occasions where he had brazenly taken advantage. This time, he feigned ignorance while indulging in his mischief. "Thank you, Weiqiang." Bulma expressed her gratitude, for without his embrace, she would have tumbled to the ground. Sun Weiqiang struck with a fierce determination, shattering the surrounding stone pillars with his bare hands. When the dust finally settled, he and little Wukong stood unscathed. while the others bore disheveled appearances, looking rather pitiable. Little Wukong gazed at them in a daze. Sun Wukong quietly observed them. "Wukong, how could you be so despicable?" Leping exclaimed, pushing aside the stone pillar that had pinned him down, rising to glare at little Wukong. Bulma rushed toward Leping. "Mr. Leping, I am so frightened, so terrified. If it weren't for you just now," Leping was pressed against Bulma, trembling uncontrollably. "I can't take it anymore." He darted to the side. Puyalu soared over. "Young Master Leping, are you all right?" "How peculiar." Little Wukong expressed his confusion. "Bulma, let me handle this. I will let you stick as you please. I'll permit you to cling to me as much as you desire." Oolong, with his two pig hands gesturing as if to embrace her, wore a lewd grin. "Get lost. You lecherous pig. What on earth is happening? Must you behave so chaotically?" Bulma shot him a glare. "As if you were any different." Oolong retorted disdainfully. "What did you say? Are you about to lose your bowels?" Bulma threatened. "No, no, no." Oolong vigorously shook his head, gesturing frantically in front of him. To lose his bowels here would surely cost him his life. These fellows are remarkably resilient. None can be killed. Pilaf watched the surveillance footage, muttering to himself, who devised that mechanism. He pointed at the monitor, visibly agitated. With Ashu absent, only Xiaowu responded. It was King Pilaf. Pilaf turned his face away, seemingly acknowledging his own creation. That mechanism is quite impressive. If it had eliminated them all at once, how would we proceed afterward? I truly am a genius. Pilaf blushed and retracted his statement. Xiaowu remarked, I have never encountered such shamelessness. In the surveillance footage, leaving the area of the shattered stone pillars, Sun Weiqiang and the others cautiously entered another dark passage, carefully sticking to the walls. Everyone, be careful. The enemy is unusual. Leping cautioned. Mr. Leping is right. Bulma agreed. Are they very strong? Little Wukong inquired. Sun Weiqiang, it's acceptable. Bulma and others? Wulong, Puyalu. Shall we negotiate for peace for the time being? Puyalu, all right. After the group walked a short distance, Xiao Wukong curiously gazed at an unfamiliar object on the ground. This is an arrow, but its intended direction remains a mystery. Lepin shared his thoughts. If we follow its direction, what might we encounter? Bulma pondered aloud. Sun Weiqiang recalled the storyline with some uncertainty, analyzing solely from the direction indicated by the arrow on the ground. It seemed that since the enemy allowed them to see it, following the arrow could likely lead to a trap, albeit it might not be so clear-cut. Perhaps it was designed to capture their attention, keeping them here while the enemy prepared, a possibility not to be dismissed. However, Sun Weiqiang felt that his rational analysis might be an overestimation of the Pilaf trio, who were likely not as intricate in their planning as he imagined. The direction of the arrow could indeed be a blatant trap. If that were the case, viewing it from another perspective, might it not also reflect a kind of profound wisdom disguised as folly? Here, Wukong dashed to the other side, discovering a second arrow. Let's go over and take a look, Lepin suggested. The group proceeded with caution, vigilant, and alert to their surroundings. Sun Weiqiang followed the team, led by little Wukong, as they ventured in the direction indicated by the arrow. What a reckless endeavor. Oolong shared this sentiment, but chose to remain silent, unwilling to intervene and disrupt the plans. Every so often, they encountered another arrow. As the guide, little Wukong seemed to know the way. Understood. They remained quiet. Their surroundings eerily silent except for the sound of their footsteps, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Immersed in this environment, Sun Weiqiang felt an ominous anticipation of impending events. Suddenly, they reached a dead end. Little Wukong had led them into a corner with no way forward. Be careful, the walls might move, Lu Ping warned, maintaining his vigilance. Bang! A wall plummeted from above, enclosing Sun Weiqiang and the others in a confined space surrounded by walls. This is bad, Leping exclaimed. We are trapped. Bulma added in a panic. I told you it was too risky, but no one listened to me. What now? Oolong remarked with a hint of resentment. We won't starve to death here, will we? Puyalu said pessimistically. Little Wukong patted his stomach. Surely not. I still have plenty of delicious food left to eat. While he remained optimistic, the rest of the team was in a state of disarray. Yet Sun Weiqiang felt a sense of calm. This place was quite similar to what he remembered, which was reassuring. Watching the surveillance footage, Xiaowu reported, Lord Pilaf. I have trapped them. Caught by such a foolish trap? Pilaf could hardly believe it. His expression quickly returned to normal as he declared, no matter the method. As long as I can obtain the Dragon Ball, the world will be mine. Ha ha ha. Chapter 31. Pilaf versus Bulma. A narrow defeat. This place is stifling, Bulma said. Peering around. I told you it was too risky, Oolong reiterated. Oolong, Stop repeating that and think of a way out, Puyalu urged. How should I know how to get out? Yulong retorted. Wasn't I asking you to think? Puyala snapped back. Humph. Can thinking even solve this? Yulong said, hands in pockets. Unconvinced, Lu Ping, who was contemplating a solution, interjected, Puyalu, don't argue with Yulong. Yes, young Master Lu Ping, Puyalu replied, sticking out his tongue at Yulong. You despicable Puyalu. You have no integrity, Yulong glared at him. Their fragile friendship had crumbled at the first sign of conflict. Sun Weiqiang shook his head in silence. Realizing that despite having fallen into the hands of their adversaries, the two remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Bulma, what is going on? Little Wukong inquired. Not comprehending the predicament, Bulma explained, we have fallen into the enemy's trap. A trap? Is that something edible? Little Wukong assumed. Oolong, aware of Wukong's naivety, was astonished at the depths of his ignorance. Truly a rarity. You fool. We have been captured by the enemy. Bulma scolded. What? Is that so? Little Wukong chuckled heartily. This is infuriating. How did I end up in such a predicament? Had I known, I would not have followed the arrow's direction and thus avoided the enemy's snare. Bulma lamented. In the surveillance room, the moment of the king's dominion over the world drew ever nearer. Pilaf remained enraptured in his own fantasies. Asu and Xiaowu returned from outside. Xiaowu reported, King Pilaf, we searched their vehicle thoroughly, but we did not find the last Dragon Ball. What? So the final Dragon Ball must be with one of them, Pilaf mused, his gaze fixed on the surveillance screen. I wonder who it could be. Perhaps the Dragon Ball lies between that man's legs, Xiaowu speculated. Asu and Pilaf turned to her, their expressions mirroring a shared incredulity. How could you think that? You ought to know that I detest tasteless jokes, Pilaf retorted, turning away. Yes, I acknowledge my error, Xiaowu admitted, lowering her head in contrition. On the surveillance screen, Wolf Fong Fist. Lu Ping unleashed his signature move against a wall. Ha! Little Wukong struck another wall with his fist. Ha! Sun Weiqiang followed suit. The trio's blows bore no effect. The wall remained unscathed. Lu Ping continued his assault, yet to no avail, panting, damn it. This wall is too thick. Little Wukong remarked. My fists cannot break through either. Sun Weiqiang, mine is the same. Above a wall, the screen displayed the head of Pilaf, who exclaimed, foolish beings. This solid wall is impervious to your feeble fists. Who are you? Bulma stepped forward and inquired. I am King Pilaf. He replied candidly. You are the one who stole my Dragon Balls, aren't you? Bulma clenched her fist in indignation. Pilaf responded, indeed, I did take them, but one is still missing. Shall we break the window and climb out? Little Goku suggested, pointing. You fool, that is a television, Lepin explained. Do you possess the 4-star Dragon Ball? Hand it over. Or you shall regret it dearly, Pilaf threatened, casting a glance at the woman. Bulma retorted defiantly, I will not surrender it to you. Idiot. Fool. Moron. She exclaimed, pulling the corners of her mouth with her fingers and sticking out her tongue, making a silly face. Pilaf, incensed, declared, it appears you are determined not to yield. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. He activated a mechanism, and suddenly, a panel in the ceiling above Sun Weiqiang and the others opened, revealing a mechanical arm that seized Bulma and whisked her away. Bang! The opening closed. Lepin lamented, this is bad. Bulma is in serious trouble now. What does that person intend to do with Bulma? Little Goku asked curiously. Exciting, how thrilling. Oolong could already envision what was about to transpire with Bulma. You have no conscience, Puyala scorned Oolong. Very well, just as I remembered, Sun Weiqiang thought, showing no concern for Bulma's fate. What do you want? Let me go? Bulma protested as the mechanical hand brought her before Pilaf and his cohorts. He cackled, now tell me, where's the last Dragon Ball? Hurry up. Bulma defiantly raised her middle finger, provoking, you're full of yourself. I will never tell you. Ah, so you are reckless. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Pilaf grinned wickedly. What does he intend to do to me? Bulma's face drained of color, terror gripping her as she imagined being overpowered and mercilessly ravaged. Through the television mounted on the wall, Sun Weiqiang and the others watched intently. Do not bully her. Please do not bully her. Lepin prayed. Oolong, with a piggish excitement, envisioned a scene, Bulma crying and screaming, with no one to hear her pleas, while Pilaf bound her exquisite figure with a tortoise shell and spread her long, fair legs apart. Oolong's eyes remained fixed on the screen, fearful of missing any moment of this spectacle. Puyala felt a pang of worry for Bulma. Sun Weiqiang is unlike the others. He possesses an awareness of the impending events, harboring no extraneous thoughts, merely gazing quietly. In contrast, little Wukong is utterly bewildered. Lord Pilaf. Do you truly intend to instill such fear in Ashu that he clings to Xiaowu? Please, do not do this, Xiaowu implores, unable to bear the sight any longer. Pilaf cackles ominously, disregarding his two subordinates, and approaches Bulma. Overcome by terror, Bulma shuts her eyes. Pilaf bestows a flying kiss upon Bulma. Xiaowu and Ashu lower their heads, their faces flushed. So, what say you now? Pilaf inquires. What just transpired? Bulma questions, perplexed. I gave you a flying kiss, Pilaf replies, blushing and somewhat bashful. You lecher. Xiaowu and Ashu exclaim, concealing their faces, unable to witness further. Bulma dismissively asserts, I am not afraid of your flying kiss. What? Pilaf gasps in shock. I thought I would either be killed or find myself stripped bare, with your tongue roaming over me, or your hands groping me. Bulma responds with nonchalance. What a vulgar woman. Such a pervert. The trio of Pilaf is left astounded. They never expected such lascivious thoughts to cross her mind. Taken aback, Pilaf manipulated a mechanism, sending her back. Chapter 32. The Dragon Balls gathered. The Eternal Dragon appears. Oolong observed the returning Bulma, then glanced at the so-called Pilaf on the screen. Is this it? What a farce. Are you even a man? Such a seductive woman falls into your hands, and you do not even take full advantage. Pilaf's initial scheme had failed, and he quickly resorted to a second plan. As yellow gas flooded the confined space of Sun Weiqiang and his companions, they soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Excellent, just as before, was Sun Weiqiang's final thought before losing consciousness. A wall slid open, revealing Pilaf before them. He chuckled, as each person lay in a deep slumber. Quickly, find the Dragon Balls. However, his words were cut short when the unmasked Pilaf collapsed, rendered unconscious. Ashu called out from behind, Lord Pilaf. Lord Pilaf. Ashu. I am here for the Dragon Balls. You assist the Lord back, Xiaowu instructed. Ashu muttered, goodness. He helped Pilaf back, while Xiaowu began her search, and before long, she discovered the final Dragon Ball. That night, upon awakening, Pilaf exclaimed, Lord Pilaf, the 7 Dragon Balls are gathered. Xiaowu reported this delightful news, standing beside Ashu. Hastily rising from his bed, Pilaf declared, look, it is right here. Xiaowu opened a long box on the table before her. The 7 Dragon Balls resonated, emitting a dazzling golden light. So beautiful. Piralaf approached, scrutinizing the 7 Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Sun Weiqiang and the others gradually awakened, realizing that little Goku's Dragon Ball had been stolen. Ah, grandfather has been taken, little Goku exclaimed. What should we do? Those villains might have already made a wish to the dragon. Bulma wept. Could it be? Oolong gasped in disbelief. Then my wish for the freshest underwear of the most charming girl in the world is gone? Damn it. Leping gritted his teeth. Puya Lu declared. The wall is opened. Thus, Sun Weiqiang and the others dashed through the open wall. Shortly thereafter, they encountered the Piralaf trio around a corner. Your wish has been fulfilled. Hasn't it? Bulma inquired, pointing at Piralaf. Piralaf shook his head. Return my grandfather, quickly. Little Goku demanded, striking a fierce pose and pointing at Piralaf. The Piralaf trio immediately fled. Sun Weiqiang and his companions were in hot pursuit. With their intimate familiarity with the terrain and the layout of the internal mechanisms, the Pilaf trio effortlessly eluded them. Subsequently, Pilaf manipulated the devices, utilizing a massive stone ball, and after some time, he once again drove Sun Weiqiang and his group back to the confines they had previously escaped from. Bang! The wall that had just been opened crashed down with a thunderous noise. We are trapped once more, Bulma lamented. Haha. Pilaf appeared on the television screen. You have provided me with great amusement. Everything that has transpired was merely the prelude to summoning the Eternal Dragon. Now, I shall call forth the dragon and fulfill my long-held wish. Farewell. With that, the screen went black, and Pilaf vanished from the television, accompanied by Mai and Shu. As they exited the castle, at last, this world shall fall under my dominion, Pilaf proclaimed, spreading his arms wide, poised to ascend to the pinnacle of his ambitions. This cannot be. We cannot remain imprisoned here. What shall we do? Bulma pounded her fists against the wall, uncertain of how to escape this predicament and thwart Pilaf's wish to the dragon. Goku, Weiqiang, you must utilize the Kamehameha wave. Leping suddenly recalled this crucial detail and urged the two. Right. Little Goku exclaimed in realization, but how do you know about what happened that day? Sun Weiqiang turned his gaze towards Leping, fully aware of the urgency of the situation. You need not concern yourself with so many details. Time is of the essence. Hurry up, Leping bellowed. Little Wukong paused for a moment before responding. All right, I understand. I'll go first, Sun Weiqiang declared, intent on making a wish to the dragon god. He aimed not only to outpace Pilaf but also to surpass Wulong, thus ensuring the fulfillment of his desire. Kamehameha. Sun Weiqiang gathered his energy, unleashing a surge of blue power from his hands. Boom. The wall shattered, creating a small opening, yet it was insufficient for him to escape. One isn't enough? Let me try again. Primarily, he had not exerted his full strength in executing the Kamehameha. As he considered the ramifications of creating an excessively large hole that would allow Lu Ping to escape before him, jeopardizing his scheme. At least after him. Little Wukong could then unleash the Kamehameha, allowing everyone to escape. By that point, he would no longer have to worry about Lu Ping disrupting his plans. As the saying goes, a step ahead is a step ahead. Boom. Sun Weiqiang unleashed another Kamehameha, this time sufficient for him to escape. He peered outside and found the wall to be an ideal selection. Beyond it lay the outer confines of the castle, where Pilaf and his companions had yet to summon the dragon. I must thwart Pilaf's wish, he thought, and without hesitation, Weiqiang crawled through the wall hole. Is this hole truly sufficient for our escape? Bulma exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. No reply came. Lepin glanced outside and instructed Puyalu. Transform into a bat and assist Weiqiang in seizing the Dragon Balls from them. Understood. Transformation. Puyalu sprouted a pair of wings and soared through the wall hole. Bulma, noticing Oolong reclining leisurely with his arms behind his head, felt a surge of frustration. What are you doing standing there? You must join us. Me? Oolong replied, bewildered. You ought to contribute occasionally. Do you wish to suffer from a stomachache? Bulma retorted angrily. No, no, no. I'll go. Is that sufficient? Transformation. Oolong panicked and transformed into a flying pig, darting out through the wall. Goku, quickly unleash your Kamehameha. Lepin urged. Oh, little Goku stood momentarily stunned. Kamehameha. Boom. Lepin directed little Goku to crawl out first to assess the situation outside the wall. Upon discovering a suitable foothold, the three of them followed suit and emerged from the hole. Meanwhile, outside the castle, a clearing showcased the 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, eternal dragon. Fulfill the wishes of this great king. Pilaf called out in a fervent summoning. The 7 Dragon Balls glimmered with an increasingly blinding radiance, and a beam of golden light soared into the sky. The dragon appeared. It's too late. The dragon has been summoned. What now? Puyalu hovered in midair, joining Oolong as they beheld the dragon. The trio, just emerging from the hole, were met with dismay. Oh no, the dragon has already been summoned. What shall we do? Lepin exclaimed, panic rising. It's over, Bulma echoed, equally uncertain. Is that the dragon? Little Goku queried, eyes wide with awe. At last, the moment had arrived for Pilaf to fulfill his wish. Gazing upon the magnificent and imposing dragon, he envisioned a world under its dominion. A pinnacle of life within his grasp. Chapter 33. 2 men and a pig make a wish to the dragon? Was it you who summoned me? The dragon inquired. Prepared. Sun Weiqiang awaited this very moment. He had already arrived at the scene, and the Pilaf trio was so captivated by the Shenlong that they failed to notice his presence. In Sun Weiqiang's anticipation, this was the most favorable outcome. Conversely, had the Pilaf trio discovered him, his actions would have been based not only on making a wish in advance but also on a forceful approach. At this moment, Sun Weiqiang's heart raced with exhilaration. Before Shenlong could complete its first utterance, he swiftly dashed toward it. In less than a second after Shenlong's words fell, Sun Weiqiang leapt high into the air, appearing before the divine dragon, proclaiming his wish. Yes, it is I. My wish is to maximize my martial arts talent. Sun Weiqiang declared emphatically. He had pondered this matter extensively. Initially, he contemplated requesting the most potent scion bloodline within Shenlong's capabilities. However, he reasoned that enhancing his martial arts talent to the fullest extent would be equally, if not more, advantageous. Both wishes lay within Shenlong's realm of power. Even if he could not acquire the unique combat prowess of a scion, he would undoubtedly excel in other aspects. As a native of Earth, Sun Weiqiang ultimately resolved to pursue the latter. Having voiced his wish, he descended from the air, filled with anticipation as he gazed at Shenlong. How did that little brat get here? Pilaf fumed, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. A short distance behind him, Ashio and Xiaowu stood in bewilderment, questioning his presence. Not far off, Oolong and Puyalu reverted to their original forms, witnessing Weiqiang make his wish ahead of time. Shenlong, I'm sorry, but I cannot fulfill your wish. Upon landing, Sun Weiqiang was bewildered, exclaiming, Why? He thought he must have misheard. How could it be unachievable? What was happening? This shouldn't be. Shenlong, your martial arts talent far exceeds that of my creator. I cannot grant your wish. This was something Sun Weiqiang had never considered. My martial arts talent surpasses old Bick and the Supreme Kai. Pilaf, who had initially thought he was out of luck, suddenly found himself with a twist of fortune. He hastily turned to Shenlong and wished, "Shenlong, I want the whole world." But before he could finish, a pig knocked him to the ground, interrupting his wish, and loudly declared his own. "I want the freshest pair of panties from the cutest girl in the world." Having just witnessed Weiqiang's failed wish, Wulong rushed over. Emboldened by Weiqiang's audacity, Shenlong's crimson eyes sparkled with intrigue. Subsequently, a pure white triangular panty with a hint of yellow descended from the sky, landing perfectly atop Oolong's piggy head. Was this truly the freshest panty from the cutest girl in the world? The scent wafted into Oolong's nostrils, instantly invigorating him. He displayed a contented pig grin. "Damn it!" Pilaf exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, his expression twisted in rage. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." As the words of the divine dragon echoed, a radiant golden light enveloped it, transforming it back into the 7 Dragon Balls, which soared into the sky, each darting off in different directions. Outside the castle, at the wall opening, a curious little Goku inquired why the Dragon Balls had scattered. The serene night carried their voices far and wide. First, the mighty Weiqiang's wish was unfulfilled, then Pilaf's wish was thwarted by Oolong, and finally, Oolong managed to make a wish, all of which reached the ears of Goku and his companions. "I know the reason," Bulma explained. "The 7 Dragon Balls disperse across the world once a wish is granted." Goku's expression changed instantly. "So my grandfather's relic is lost. What should I do?" Oolong, wearing the freshest pair of panties on his head, had not reveled in his joy for long. "Catch that pig-like creature," Pilaf commanded. "Oh no." Oolong hurriedly fled. "Don't run." Shiwu and Ash pursued him. Pilaf glanced at the first wishmaker and then towards the castle, noticing that the others had also escaped. He commanded again, "Capture them all. Gather them up." "Puya Lu, run!" Oolong exclaimed as he dashed past Puya Lu, pulling him along. The failure of the wish was unexpected for Sun Weiqiang. However, another unforeseen event was about to unfold. Goku, inadvertently, caught sight of the full moon hanging in the sky. "Goku, hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Lu Ping urged. "What's wrong with you, Goku?" Bulma noticed his eyes appeared vacant. As Lu Ping attempted to pull Goku along, he suddenly halted. Goku's body began to transform. His clothes ripped apart, giving way to the emergence of a gigantic gorilla. In that instant, Lu Ping and Bulma were left utterly dumbfounded. Where did that monster come from? Pilaf seethed with rage as he witnessed this creature wreaking havoc on his castle, built over decades with sweat and tears. "This is unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable." Furious, he quickly summoned Xiaowu and Ash back to him. 2 minutes later, outside the castle, Lu Ping, panting heavily, exclaimed, "We finally escaped." "Yes, you can put me down now," Bulma shyly replied, nestled under Lu Ping's arm. Realizing the situation, he unceremoniously tossed Bulma forward. In the heat of the moment, he had carried her away from Goku's gorilla form. However, Bulma seemed unfazed by the abruptness. Instead, she covered her flushed cheeks with her hands and gazed at Lu Ping with a twinkle in her eye. "I was holding a girl, and I didn't faint." Lu Ping could hardly believe his eyes. "Lu Ping, Bulma, what are you doing here?" Sun Weiqiang inquired from several meters away. He, alongside Wulong and Puyalu, had hastened over upon spotting the two. Moments earlier, Wulong had dragged Puyala to safety and only then remembered Weiqiang, prompting their return to regroup. What? That enormous gorilla was transformed by Weiqiang? Upon learning this revelation, Sun Weiqiang, Puyalu, and Wulong were all left utterly astonished. Sun Weiqiang was undoubtedly feigning. To act otherwise would be exceedingly peculiar, leading Bulma and the others to wonder, could it be that he knows of Sun Wukong's transformation into a mighty gorilla? Or even the reasons behind such a transformation? How could he possibly know? Has Weiqiang confided in him? Or perhaps, not pretending might expose far too many questions. How could this be possible? Oolong skeptically remarked. We find it hard to believe, yet Weiqiang has indeed transformed right before our eyes into this ferocious and violent gorilla, Bulma candidly stated. Furthermore, after Weiqiang's transformation, he completely disregarded both me and Bulma. Had we not fled swiftly, we would have nearly been killed without a second thought. Lu Ping added. No way, Puyalu exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Indeed, Bulma nodded in affirmation. Well, it is fortunate that nothing happened. Let us now contemplate our next course of action, Sun Weiqiang proposed. Chapter 34. As one wave subsides, another rises after being summoned back by Pilaf. Xiaowu and Ashu obeyed his commands and bravely returned to the castle, where they commandeered a fighter jet. Pilaf also boarded the aircraft, personally directing the operation. Attack with full force. Pilaf bellowed as he launched the assault. Shiwu, at the controls of the fighter jet, responded, understood. Ashu, having nothing to do within the aircraft, echoed. Understood. What are you acknowledging? You are not the one piloting the plane. Useless fool. Pilaf glared at Ashu, berating him. You are not piloting either. Yelling from over there is something I can do as well. And you dare to criticize me? If I hadn't said understood, would you have sought trouble with me instead? Ashu silently scoffed at Pilaf, not daring to meet his gaze for fear of being discovered. Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of powerful firepower rained down upon the gorilla. Observing this, Leping felt a surge of concern for Sun Wukong, his face etched with urgency as he shouted. Wukong, with such fierce attacks, I wonder if Wukong is safe? Oolong inquired anxiously. Wukong, he should be all right? Bulma expressed her uncertainty. Although she had shot at him several times, the most powerful weapon she had used was merely a submachine gun, which Wukong had withstood effortlessly. However, that did not compare to the lethal force being unleashed from the aircraft ahead. Wukong. Puyala clasped his hands together in prayer for him. Only Sun Weiqiang remained unperturbed regarding Xiao Wukong's fate, jesting, the ones who should be worried are Pilaf and his trio. Trust in Wukong, he will be fine. Sun Weiqiang calmly asserted. Attack, attack, attack. Increase the firepower. Strike this monstrous beast down. Kill it. Pilaf snarled. Xiao, yes. Why are you not responding to me? Pilaf turned to Ashu. My lord, you just said that since I am not piloting the plane, I need not respond to your commands, Ashu said, harboring a sense of foreboding. What was true, then, is irrelevant now. Dim-witted fool. Pillow cursed in exasperation. I knew it. Ash's heart was troubled, yet he dared not display it on his face, fearing retribution. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted as Xiaowu relentlessly targeted the gorilla, finally provoking its wrath. The gorilla confronted the fighter jet piloted by Xiaowu, but under her nimble and unpredictable maneuvers, the beast found itself at a loss. However, this chaos instilled sheer terror in Pillar, who anxiously inquired, Is it all right for this monstrous creature to go berserk? No problem, Xiaowu replied, brimming with confidence in her skills. She added, Yet, this creature is quite abnormal. Despite being shot at for so long, it seems utterly unfazed. Pillar growled fiercely, how infuriating. Resorting to its final measures. Launch the specially crafted missiles. Xiaowu acknowledged, understood. 3, 2, 1, launch. Whoosh. Xiaowu fired a specially crafted missile. Ash thought to himself, finally, some peace. Lu Ping shouted, Goku. Bulma screamed, Goku. Oolong the pig cried, Goku. Puyalu whispered a prayer, Goku. Sun Weiqiang followed with a resounding call, Wukong. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated. It struck true. Ashura and Xiaowu were filled with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, Pilaf erupted with a triumphant laugh. Crash. The colossal gorilla fell to the ground. Bulma, Leping, Puar, Oolong, and Sun Weiqiang all exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, the last one was merely a pretense. Sun Weiqiang was aware of the ensuing circumstances. Yet he had to maintain his fade. Xiaowu piloted the aircraft, soaring above the colossal beast. Ha 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 ha, Pilaf bellowed with laughter, gazing at the immobile giant, proclaiming his victory. Now you comprehend my frightful power. In the aftermath of the shock, Bulma, with tears streaming down her face, inquired, Has Goku perished? Sun Weiqiang spoke with uncertainty. No, it can't be. Lepin, Puyalu, and Wulong, like Bulma, were oblivious to Goku's true condition. Was he dead, alive, or in a state between life and death? However, after Goku fell, he lay still, which was rather unsettling. Xiaowu maneuvered the aircraft in circles above the colossal monster before it descended, bringing the Pilaf trio to the creature's massive form. Serves him right. He got what he deserved. Pilaf exclaimed. Where did this gigantic monster come from? Ashu inquired. You ask me? Who should I ask? Pilaf wondered, equally curious. He then declared. It has now been confirmed that this king is stronger than this monstrous beast. Yet, Pilaf's expression shifted to one of anguish as tears of despair streamed down his face. It has destroyed the castle I worked so hard to build. How infuriating. I refuse to accept this. I am filled with rage. In utter torment. Pilaf dashed to the monster's fingers, kicking them in frustration. Kick it. Kick it. Vent your anger. But it was not enough. Pilaf then leaped onto the creature's tail, hopping and shouting, I step. I step. I step. Let out my anger. Suddenly, both Xiaowu and Ashu screamed, clinging to each other in terror. Pilaf the Great, Xiao reminded. Her gaze fixed on the immense beast, noticing its eyelids, nose, and fingers moving. How infuriating! How infuriating! Pilaf continued to jump on the tail, persisting in his stomping. Ah! Xiaowu and Ashu screamed again as the monster began to awaken. At that moment, Pilaf turned to look and was immediately gripped by sheer terror. Ah! He felt as though his very soul had fled in fright. In the next instant, the Pilaf trio fled in panic. Help! The gorilla rose, and Bulma beamed with joy. Lepin, Puyalu, Wulong, and Sun Weiqiang all showed signs of relief. They returned to the fighter jet. Pilaf, launch all the specially crafted Pilaf missiles from the aircraft. Yes, sir, Xiao replied. However, before they could achieve victory, calamity struck. Boom! The gorilla hurled a piece of the destroyed castle with great force, striking the Pilaf trio's aircraft with pinpoint accuracy. Numerous debris and fragments of the aircraft rained down, with some crashing perilously close to Sun Weiqiang and his companions. Run! Meanwhile, on the surface, the beleaguered Pilaf, Ashu, and Xiaowu emerged from the chaos, looking disheveled and covered in dirt. What was it that Pilaf was about to say regarding that giant monster? Just then, a piece of metallic wreckage from the aircraft fell from the sky, striking him on the head and knocking him unconscious. I can't breathe. Sun Weiqiang lay on the ground, feigning a reluctant demeanor. Above him, Bulma pressed down. Having swiftly evaded debris moments earlier, forcefully pinning Sun Weiqiang beneath her, her ample bosom pressed tightly against his face, leaving no room for air. Bulma, her cheeks flushed, rose from her position. Sun Weiqiang had intentionally allowed himself to be pinned beneath her. He could have easily slipped away, but found it unnecessary. Strangely enough, Bulma's sudden lunge startled him, prompting not only a gasp, but also a repositioning of himself. Sun Weiqiang and Bulma made their way towards Lepin, Puyalu, and Wulong in the distance. The wreckage that had just fallen had caused their group to scatter in a desperate bid to evade danger. Having narrowly escaped yet again, Lepin exclaimed, "That was close." Wulong muttered, "That rascal Wukong." It was futile for Wulong to say anything to Wukong now, Lepin remarked. Indeed. Young Master Lepin speaks the truth, Puyalu concurred. Moments later, Sun Weiqiang and Bulma rejoined Lepin and the others. Not good. Wukong is coming this way, Wulong shouted, his voice tinged with fear. The enormous gorilla charged towards Sun Weiqiang and the others, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Run! Lepin cried out. The group fled. But the gorilla relentlessly pursued them, swiftly closing the distance. We're doomed. Wulong turned his head and nearly lost his composure. What now? Lepin asked anxiously. Are we all going to be killed by Wukong? Bulma lamented despondently. Surely not. Sun Weiqiang feigned optimism, at the very least. 4 of us have a high chance of survival. At least 4 of us have a high chance of survival? Bulma cried. That means I must be the one to perish. Wulong and Puyalu could transform and flee, while Lepin and Weiqiang possessed martial skills. It was only Bulma who felt utterly helpless. Tears streamed down her face as she thought, why am I so unfortunate? Fortunately, Puyalu's words offered her a glimmer of solace. Chapter 35, Wulong's desire to carry Bulma weight. Young Master Lepin, isn't Wukong's only weakness his tail? Puyalu suddenly remembered. Yes. Lepin's eyes sparkled as he glanced at the massive tail swaying behind the gorilla. Finally, I remembered. If I hadn't, I would have had to intervene myself, Sun Weiqiang thought. Given the altered course of events from the original Dragon Ball world, he realized that if necessary, he must take action, otherwise, unforeseen calamities might befall them. Puyalu, transform into a giant pair of scissors. If you can sever Wukong's tail, he may faint or revert to his original form, Lepin instructed. Yes, young Master Lepin, transforming now. Puyalu responded promptly. Look for an opportunity to snip Wukong's tail, Lepin urged. Hurry up. Wukong is getting closer, Bulma shouted in distress. Wulong squealed, exactly. If we don't hurry, we're all done for. Move out, Puyalu, Lepin commanded. Yes. Young Master Lepin, Puyalu affirmed. The giant scissors detached from the group, soaring low in the air, while the gorilla ignored its presence. Puyalu circled behind Wukong. Help? Bulma turned to look back and nearly lost her composure, witnessing Wukong drawing nearer, the situation perilous. Without a second thought, she clung to Sun Weiqiang's back. Is it really necessary to be this frightened? With his arms tightly encircling Bulma's long legs, Sun Wukong quietly contemplated while resting against her soft form. Wukong, let go of Bulma. Allow me to take over. Wulong longed to express this sentiment, feeling a mix of envy and resentment. Fortunately, Bulma leaped onto Goku's back. Had she chosen to jump onto mine, we would have met our doom. Lepin felt a surge of relief within. Seconds later, a resounding snap echoed as Puar transformed into a colossal pair of scissors, severing Goku's tail. The gorilla halted its frantic dash, swiftly shrinking in place. The ground was devoid of any thunderous footsteps. Could it be? Sun Weiqiang and his companions halted in their tracks, turning to gaze back. Puyalu, splendid work. Leping praised with a smile. The transformed Puyalu, now restored to its original form, flew toward them, clutching the tail of Weiqiang that it had severed. Weiqiang has reverted, Oolong exclaimed. Bulma dismounted from Weiqiang's side, joining him in observing the figure of Sun Wukong lying bare upon the ground. In the distance, the Pilaf trio watched in secrecy. So it was that little brat who caused this mischief. Pilaf grumbled angrily. How infuriating. Had I known, I would have eliminated him during the day. Shiwu nodded, bringing up another matter. The castle is in such disarray that it cannot be repaired. It seems we must construct a new one. What? It cannot be mended? Pilaf lamented, tears streaming down his face as he stomped in despair. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. This castle took me years to build. Amidst his tears, Pilaf noticed 2 handguns nearby and seized them. With these, we shall. He handed one to Xiaowu and the other to a Xiao, saying, Listen closely, you two. Yes, they replied. Pilaf, brimming with confidence, chuckled. They believe the matter is resolved and have let down their guard. We must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A Xiao inquired, Should we eliminate them? Xiaowu added, Let us hope that monstrous creature does not reappear. Go, eliminate them all. Pilaf commanded, pointing forward. Yes, Xiaowu and a Xiao charged ahead. However, one person and one dog heard footsteps behind them, stopping to glance back. Where are you going, King Pilaf? A Xiao called out. Xiaowu asked, Are you fleeing, my lord? Fool, this is not retreat, it is a strategic withdrawal. You shall handle the rest. Pilaf replied, running while explaining his tactic. I wish to sever all ties with those ruffians. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Without a backward glance, Pilaf dashed away. Xiaowu and a Xiao exchanged bewildered glances before sprinting after Pilaf. King Pilaf, wait for us. And thus, the aftermath unfolded. Sun Weiqiang contemplated 2 unexpected matters this evening. Firstly, the divine dragon's wish went unfulfilled. His martial arts talents astonishingly surpassed those of old Baiku and the celestial being. This transformation must be attributed to the profound changes brought about since his soul traversed into this realm. What could have precipitated such a remarkable metamorphosis? Sun Weiqiang found himself perplexed, unable to quell his incessant thoughts. In his search for a breakthrough, he ultimately decided to relinquish his musings, recognizing their futility. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that little Weiqiang had witnessed the full moon outside the castle. Such an occurrence had not transpired in the original Dragon Ball universe. Why did it happen this very night? Although his presence had been a factor, he had not been beside little Weiqiang at that moment, nor had he exclaimed, Weiqiang, look, the full moon. From what he learned from Lepin and Bulma, they too had not mentioned this phenomenon to little Weiqiang. This indicates that it was little Weiqiang who perceived the full moon independently. This revelation held significant importance for Sun Weiqiang. Throughout his journey, following the trajectory of the Dragon Ball narrative, he had come to believe that all events mirrored his memories. However, the transformation of little Weiqiang that night revealed to him that things were not as they seemed. Consequently, this signified that the future developments within the Dragon Ball world he was familiar with might diverge from the reality he once knew, introducing elements of the unknown that had already occurred that very night. Sun Weiqiang pondered for a considerable time. If that is the case, he must consequently make adjustments. At the very least, he can no longer approach every situation and person with the perspective of a time-traveling prophet. For instance, if Bulma does not have his cooperation tonight and tightly clings to him, there exists a possibility that she could fall to the ground and be crushed by the pursuing Goku behind them. However, what am I to do? It is quite a conundrum. Sun Weiqiang seemed to have grasped the situation, yet the course of action remained elusive. After all, in the original Dragon Ball world, he did not retain every memory. Presently, beyond his influence, there existed variables akin to the transformation of little Goku into a gorilla tonight. How could one navigate such complexities? It was exceedingly difficult. Unable to find clarity, Sun Weiqiang decided to let it go. A new day dawned. Aside from little Goku, everyone else had awakened. The group surrounded the peacefully slumbering little Goku. With a pair of fresh panties belonging to the world's most adorable girl perched atop his head, Oolong, hands in his pockets, gazed at little Goku and remarked, Honestly, we have all suffered because of him, yet he sleeps so soundly. However, without Goku's transformation, it seemed unlikely that they would escape. Liu Ping reflected on the formidable fighter jet utilized by Pilaf and his crew the previous night and agreed. Bulma chimed in, reiterating, "But why is Goku able to transform into a gorilla?" The novel can be downloaded for free using the open-source Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through an alternate download and the merchant has not provided the software's source code or open-source address, please request a refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, Me FQ Tool Chapter 36, Parting Ways. Poir remarked, "Once Goku awakens, we can simply ask him. Fool. Such a terrifying matter, how could Goku possibly tell us?" Wulong scoffed at Poir. "Simpleton. Do you not understand the art of subtle inquiry? Perhaps Goku will divulge it on his own." Poir retorted. Sun Wukong quietly observed, saying nothing and doing nothing. After a short while, the little Wukong turned over and awoke. He raised his chubby hands and exhaled heavily. Standing beside him, Wulong casually placed his hands in his pockets and greeted him, "Good morning." "Hi." Little Wukong responded with a hearty laugh, perhaps due to having slept soundly and feeling quite joyful. Wulong, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "What s with the hi? You bothersome creature." Little Wukong sat up and looked around at himself, questioning, "Why am I not wearing any clothes? Do you truly not remember anything?" Lepin asked, crossing his arms. "What?" Little Wukong tilted his head to look at Lepin. In the ensuing conversation, Sun Weiqiang subtly engaged with Bulma and the others, gleaning from little Wukong the reason behind his transformation into a gorilla the previous night. After a while, wearing Wulong's discarded suspenders and shorts, little Wukong stood and felt around his backside, exclaiming, "It's gone. It's gone. My tail is missing. Where has my tail gone?" He lay back down, continuing to search for his tail, repeating, "It's gone. It's gone. My tail is missing." In various poses, he searched for his tail, finally resting his hands behind his head and concluding, "Oh well, oh well." This left everyone astounded and speechless. Sun Weiqiang could not help but smile. "This is the little Wukong." The little Wukong dashed to Pilaf's dilapidated castle in search of the Rui Bang, occasionally tumbling flat on the ground. Having lost his tail, his sense of balance was significantly compromised. Sun Weiqiang and his companions began discussing a matter. "If we are unable to recover the Dragon Balls within a year, I believe it would be prudent for us to temporarily disband. It seems we have no other option." Once little Goku retrieves the magic staff and rides on the Nimbus cloud, Sun Weiqiang will carry the staff while holding little Goku on his back. Bulma and the others will be seated in an aircraft conjured by a universal capsule, soaring into the azure sky alongside the Nimbus cloud. Bulma, Leping, Puyalu, and Oolong bid farewell to Sun Wukong and Sun Weiqiang. "Farewell." Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong waved farewell. "Goodbye." Each embarked on their own journeys. Bulma was headed to the city, while Wukong made his way to Master Roshi for training. Some separations are merely temporary, while others last a lifetime. How swiftly time passes. It often catches one off guard. Sun Weiqiang gazed thoughtfully at the departing airplane. Meanwhile, little Wukong soared through the clouds on his flying Nimbus, en route to Kame House. Their visit to Master Roshi was a promise made before departing from the Bread Mountain. On the way, they passed by Bun Mountain, where little Wukong took the opportunity to collect blankets and other items. Upon reaching Kame Island, the flying Nimbus descended gracefully to a low altitude. "Grandpa, we have arrived," exclaimed little Wukong, leaping off the Nimbus, clutching the neatly folded blankets as he dashed towards Master Roshi's abode. Sun Weiqiang followed closely beside him. No one responded. And little Wukong, perplexed, inquired, "Is no one here?" "Perhaps they are inside and did not hear us," Sun Weiqiang remarked, gesturing towards an open window nearby, from which emanated the sound of a woman's voice. Sun Weiqiang was the first to approach the spot. He set down his belongings at the entrance, followed closely by little Wukong. Peering through the open window, Sun Weiqiang found his gaze drawn to a television program featuring beautiful women engaged in aerobic exercises. 1, 2, 3, go. Lift your legs high. 1, 2, 3, go. Tuck your hips and compress your waist. Amidst the sounds emanating from the television, Master Roshi chimed in, echoing, 1, 2, 3, go. Lift your legs high. 1, 2, 3, go. Tuck your hips and compress your waist. What a sight. It turned out that little Wukong was also leaning against the window beside Sun Weiqiang. having climbed onto the outer ledge, seemingly understanding the spectacle. At that moment, Master Roshi's attention was entirely captivated by the alluring thighs of the women on screen and the eye-catching, prominent curves. He was oblivious even to little Wukong's loud announcement of their arrival just moments before. "Grandpa!" little Wukong exclaimed as he entered the room from the window. 1, 2, 3. Lift your head and tighten your abdomen. 1, 2, 3. Spread your legs. Master Roshi continued to recite along. What does it mean to be focused? This is what it means. Sun Weiqiang, amused, also made his way inside through the window. Noticing that Master Roshi showed no reaction whatsoever, little Wukong approached him, clenched his fists, summoned all his strength, and bellowed, "Grandpa!" Bursting into laughter, little Wukong watched as Master Roshi was startled, leaning dramatically to one side, eliciting a hearty laugh from him. Sun Weiqiang also chuckled and approached. "What is going on?" asked the turtle sage, seated on the floor, covering his left ear. "We have come here to cultivate, Grandpa. If you have something to say, speak up, little Wukong." Sun Weiqiang nodded in agreement. "Master Roshi, just wait a moment. It will be fine." His attention remained fixed on the television program before him, continuing to chant the sequence of movements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A single leg for ease. Master Roshi swayed rhythmically, embodying a certain flair. "Grandpa, I'm hungry," little Wukong said, patting his belly. "There is a refrigerator in the kitchen. Feel free to find something to eat." Master Roshi gestured with his right hand. Little Wukong followed his direction, and so did Sun Weiqiang. Undeniably. Although Sun Weiqiang was also somewhat of a lecher, his interest in the outdated program was virtually non-existent. It is worth noting that prior to his transmigration, he had encountered much more stimulating, visually appealing, and engaging content deemed unsuitable for children. Even so, his enthusiasm waned, and he gradually lost interest, watching less and less, unless something exceptionally entertaining managed to capture his attention briefly. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Guanyin, seated on a lotus, remained still. Master Roshi reveled in his splendid world, even embellishing the scene for himself. "Stay still. I won't move. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This time I will be the driver." While Master Roshi indulged in his delight, Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong prepared to take action. The refrigerator door swung open, releasing a burst of cold air. "Weiqiang, it's so cold in here. It feels like winter," little Wukong exclaimed. "Sun Weiqiang, this is what the old man referred to as a refrigerator." "Oh, so this is a refrigerator. How wondrous." Little Wukong's eyes widened in amazement. And then he dove in. "Wow, this is delicious. Weiqiang, you should try some." "All right. Wow, this one is even tastier. Weiqiang, you must have a bite. What do you think? Isn't it delightful?" Indeed, it is delicious." Chapter 37. The Punctual Girl. As Master Roshi finished watching the program and approached the kitchen, he was taken aback. Leaning against the refrigerator, little Wukong's belly was round and full, exposing his little tummy, which he patted with a look of utter contentment. Beside him, Sun Weiqiang observed, his expression almost reading, "Wukong, oh Wukong, you truly can eat. Why is the refrigerator completely empty?" Master Roshi was dumbfounded. "Have you two devoured all my food?" Little Wukong chuckled. "That may be true, but I barely consumed a tenth," Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. Master Roshi exclaimed, "This is outrageous. This is my food for an entire week." Later, he remarked, "My training is quite rigorous, did you know?" Master Roshi sat at the table, discussing this matter with the two of them. "It doesn't matter. I aim to become stronger than Master Roshi," little Wukong declared from the side. "I feel the same way," Sun Weiqiang echoed. Master Roshi chuckled. "Oh ho ho, I see now. You aspire to surpass me." Little Wukong imitated Master Roshi's laughter. "Oh ho 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 ho." Sun Weiqiang was amused by his antics. "However, I shall not allow you to cultivate without a price. Bring a charming young lady here, and then I shall consent to teach you martial arts. This is the new era's requirement for entry, as proclaimed by the turtle sage." Little Wukong, with his chubby hands resting on the table, gazed at the turtle sage with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What does charming mean?" "Wukong, charming refers to a girl who has fair skin, beauty, long legs, a well-endowed bosom, a slim waist, and a shapely posterior. A girl who possesses these qualities, along with 2 or 3 additional traits, can be deemed charming, provided her personality is not too problematic. Naturally, the more attributes she possesses, the more perfect she becomes." Bulma exemplifies all 6 of these characteristics. Sun Weiqiang kept his thoughts to himself, merely harboring them within. The turtle sage shared his perspective. A charming girl is one who is lively, adorable, and pure. Charming is synonymous with being cute and lively. Little Wukong grasped the concept. If I bring one, will you teach us martial arts? Of course. The turtle sage gestured enthusiastically. That is quite simple. Little Wukong, brimming with confidence, declared, Weiqiang. I can bring back a charming young lady all by myself. Just wait for my good news. Very well. Sun Weiqiang had no strong desire to accompany little Wukong. Whether or not he went was inconsequential. Little Wukong made 2 trips on his Nimbus cloud, but the women he brought back did not satisfy the turtle sage. On the 3rd attempt, the turtle sage invited Weiqiang to join him in the selection process. Just as little Wukong and Sun Weiqiang were about to unite their efforts in searching for a girl, old man, what is that? Little Wukong pointed toward the sea. It doesn't seem like an old turtle. The turtle sage glanced over. That is a small boat, and there are people aboard. Sun Weiqiang, possessing exceptional eyesight, recognized the bald little monk on the boat as identical to Krillin from his memories. As Krillin maneuvered the boat, a distance from Turtle Island, he picked up a bundle placed on the vessel. With a forceful step onto the boat's deck, he leapt into the air, performing multiple flips before successfully landing on Turtle Island, burying himself into the soil. The 3 approached. The turtle sage observed the newcomer and instructed, Wukong, pull him out. All right. Little Wukong used his chubby hands to extract the individual from the ground. Krillin brushed off the dirt from his bald head and said, Thank you. He turned to the elder before him, smiling as he asked, You are Master Rashi, aren't you? Indeed, replied the turtle sage. Standing upright, Krillin introduced himself. My name is Krillin, and I have traveled from faraway Tokyo. Please, Master Rashi, take me as your disciple and guide my training, if you would be so kind. With that, he bowed in respect. The turtle sage clarified, You have journeyed a great distance to reach here, and I commend your efforts. However, I regret to inform you that I do not easily accept disciples. You may as well return home. Klin's small eyes were fixed upon the esteemed Master Weiqiang before him, and he declared, I have come prepared. He promptly retrieved a book from his bag. Its pink cover adorned with an alluring depiction of a woman in a state of undress. A humble offering, please accept it. Master, Klin presented it with both hands. Master Rashi seized the book eagerly, immediately engrossing himself in its contents. Oh my, this is quite something. His gaze drifted to the lower part of the book, and he noted its unique charm. As he turned the pages, he retracted his earlier words to Klin, instead stating, I shall consider it. Whether Master Rashi was genuinely contemplating the book remains a mystery to Sun Weiqiang, yet it was evident that his interest was piqued. He was engrossed, his face buried within the pages. Clearly, Klin had done his homework on Master Rashi, presenting him with a book that catered precisely to his tastes, thereby unlocking the door to the path of cultivation under Master Rashi's guidance. By the way, who are you? Klin turned to the 2 individuals beside him. Yes, I am Sun Wukong. The small figure introduced himself, pointing to himself proudly. Sun Weiqiang introduced himself. My name is Sun Weiqiang. Krillin, with his small, squinty eyes, scrutinized the 2 and remarked, You do not seem like practitioners of martial arts. I have a great fondness for martial arts, replied the little Goku, seemingly missing the point. What? Do you wish to spar with me? Sun Weiqiang raised a fist, responding with irritation. In the realm of Dragon Ball, little Goku was Sun Weiqiang's favorite character, far surpassing Krillin in his esteem. At that moment, observing Krillin's infuriating expression, Sun Weiqiang felt an overwhelming urge to teach him a lesson. Krillin, spreading his hands, cast an incredulous glance at Sun Weiqiang, questioning, Are you jesting with me? Sun Weiqiang casually slipped his left hand into his pocket while his right hand brushed through the slightly grown black crew cut on his head. With a tilted neck and a crooked smile, he remarked, Do I need to jest with you? Who do you think you are? A little bald head. Your head resembles a pachinko ball. Little Wukong interjected with a playful jab. What are you talking about? I am someone committed to martial arts. Which is why I have shaved my head, Krillin exclaimed, his eyebrows raised in exasperation, his mouth agape. He pointed out, Look, Master Wutian has also shaved his head. Are you referring to me? I am naturally bald. The turtle sage interjected from his reading. This created an awkward moment. Soon, the book in the turtle sage's hands was finished, and he spoke. Your name is Krillin, is it not? Krillin replied with delight. Yes. The turtle sage continued. If you wish to train under me, there is one condition. You must bring a beautiful girl to me. Tell me, do you know my preferences? With unwavering confidence, Krillin leaned in to whisper. You are quite skilled and knowledgeable. The turtle sage remarked. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Krillin bowed in gratitude. Old lecher, you have yet to understand the importance of humility. If I were to reveal my true abilities, it would be quite impressive. Sun Weiqiang scoffed at the turtle sage's assessment. Very well, Wukong and Weiqiang shall set out on the flying nimbus to search. The turtle sage commanded them to depart immediately. The flying nimbus? What is that? Krillin questioned, bewildered. Come aboard, Krillin, little Wukong said, carrying Sun Weiqiang on his back as he appeared behind Krillin on the nimbus. You can stand on the clouds. Krillin turned to see. It's quite comfortable, little Wukong replied. Unfortunately, he couldn't sit. Sun Weiqiang was aware of this fact. Then, with a loud thud, it was confirmed. Krillin fell from the nimbus. He scrambled to his feet, bewildered. Why can't I ride this nimbus? The turtle sage approached. Only those of pure spirit can ride it. I wonder if you, young man, have ulterior motives for seeking to train? Facing the advancing Master Wu Tian, Krillin panicked. How could I dare? I merely wish to cultivate formidable skills to attract girls. The turtle sage admonished. That is indeed an impure motive. Please, Master Wu Tian, I beseech you to take me as your disciple. I shall offer you these, Krillin pleaded, opening his bundle to reveal his collection of Riska literature, all in hopes of fulfilling his desire. The first book, prominently displayed, featured a striking cover of a voluptuous beauty in the nude, capturing the turtle sage's attention. He crouched down, flipping through the pages, his eyes gleaming behind his sunglasses, muttering, marvelous. Simply marvelous. Thus, Krillin rejoined the duo atop the Kintown, with individuals flanking Son Goku on either side. Upon their return, the trio brought along a woman named Lan Qi. Chapter 38. Relocating to a new island. The 100-meter sprint. Came house. Marvelous. You have all done splendidly. Upon seeing the girl the three had brought back, Master Roshi exclaimed in excitement, declaring that he would take them on as his disciples. Success. Sun Wukong and Krillin were filled with joy, as was the occasionally mischievous Sun Weiqiang. Welcome to my humble abode, dear lady, greeted Master Roshi to the stunning newcomer. Good day, sir. I am Lan Qi, introduced the gentle-spirited beauty with deep blue hair. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Master Roshi, along with Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin, donned their turtle school training attire, ready for a collective martial arts session. However, the sudden intrusion of a fly caused Lan Qi to sneeze, and in an instant, her appearance transformed. Her deep blue locks shifted to a striking golden hue. Where am I? This certainly does not resemble a prison, she exclaimed, glancing around in bewilderment. Then, unexpectedly producing a submachine gun from seemingly nowhere, she aimed it at the group and unleashed a barrage of fire, shouting, You perverts! Rat-a-tat-tat! 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 Ah! Wow! Ouch! 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 The four men ducked for cover, each one struck by bullets. Sun Weiqiang was intent on testing his own limits. Otherwise, sensing the impending danger, he would have discreetly retreated. After all, he was confident that a mere submachine gun would not bring about his demise. He was merely curious about the degree of pain one might experience from being struck. Rat-a-tat! 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 The wild and golden-haired Lan Qi unleashed a volley of gunfire. A gust of wind swept across Kame House, tousling her hair as it brushed against her nose. Achoo! In an instant, Lan Qi transformed into her gentle, deep blue-haired self. She ceased fire, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. You see, my constitution causes my personality to change whenever I sneeze, she explained, playfully scratching the back of her head with a smile. Came Sin, little Goku. Krillin, Sun Weiqiang, I am aware. Subsequently, Master Roshi transformed the Kame House back into a multifunctional capsule. He retrieved another capsule, conjuring a hovercraft, upon which the five of them embarked, departing from Kame Island. To facilitate the cultivation of his three disciples, Master Roshi led them to a more expansive island. On this vast isle, he summoned the Kame House from the capsule and remarked, Before dinner, let us engage in a brief session of training. Sun Weiqiang replied casually, All right. Grandpa, please guide me, Master. Krillin bowed slightly. Where's Wukong? Where has he gone? The turtle sage glanced around, noticing the absence of Wukong. Lan Qi responded, That little boy just jumped onto a cloud and flew away. Little Wukong had ventured off to explore the great island, while Sun Weiqiang chose to remain behind, lacking enthusiasm. Before long, little Wukong returned, brimming with excitement upon learning that training was about to commence. Krillin crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Wukong, thinking, that dim-witted fellow. I shall seize this opportunity to demonstrate just how vast the gap in our abilities truly is. Little Wukong stood center stage, with Sun Weiqiang to his left. At that moment, Lan Shi appeared as though she might sneeze again, causing the turtle sage, Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin to hurriedly seek refuge behind a nearby large rock. Sun Weiqiang no longer wished to endure the sting of bullets, although they could not extinguish his life. The pain was undeniable. It is no wonder that previously, little Wukong cried out in agony when struck by Bulma. It truly was excruciating. The four of them cautiously peered from behind the large stone, only to discover it was a false alarm. Deep blue gentle Lan Shi had not transformed into golden wild Lan Shi. Little Wukong exclaimed, "What on earth?" It turns out she was merely yawning. Sun Weiqiang, I thought she was about to transform again. Krillin, that startled me quite a bit. Master Roshi glanced at Krillin. Fool. How can you be frightened by a woman like that? How will you ever become a master? Krillin bent down in apology. I'm sorry, Master Roshi. It seems you two have a double standard. Sun Weiqiang raised an eyebrow in contemplation. Master Roshi inquired, Krillin, have you ever practiced martial arts before? Krillin replied, I trained at the Shaolin Temple for 8 years. Master Roshi, what about Weiqiang? Sun Weiqiang candidly stated, I have participated in martial arts classes at the orphanage for several years. Master Roshi did not inquire further from Goku, as he was aware that the late Sun Wukong had, to some extent, imparted knowledge to him during his lifetime. In this light, it appears that the three of you possess a certain foundational skill. However, I must first gain a brief understanding of your abilities. Are you prepared? As Master Roshi concluded his remarks, he posed the question. Always ready. Sun Weiqiang replied inwardly. Master Roshi continued. The distance from this rock to that tree is precisely 100 meters. I would like the three of you to sprint there at your utmost speed, so I can gauge how long it takes. Speed alone does not guarantee one will become a martial arts master, yet possessing strong core and leg strength is undoubtedly advantageous. Krillin, with his hands on his hips and brimming with confidence, remarked, Let me show you what I can do. Master Roshi responded, Oh, you seem quite self-assured. Just a tad, Krillin replied, casting a proud glance at Weiqiang and Goku, declaring, I intend to showcase these legs, capable of bringing glory at the Olympics. Sun Weiqiang pondered silently. I wonder if I can outrun Krillin and Goku? Master Roshi retrieved a pre-prepared stopwatch and positioned himself at the opposite end of the tree. Krillin stood at the rock's edge, readying his starting stance. Little Goku and Sun Weiqiang settled beside the boulder to watch. Master Roshi's voice rang out. Ready, set, go. Krillin surged forward with all his might, completing the 100 meters in a flash. Remarkable. He clocked in at 10.4 seconds. You truly are a prodigy. Master Roshi observed the stopwatch in his hand. Krillin, hands on his hips, stood proudly before him, declaring, Master, 10.4 seconds is nothing. My personal best is 10.1. 10.4 is a decent time, though. Krillin chuckled heartily. Can I start running now? Little Goku, unable to contain his excitement, waved his chubby hand and called out. Master Roshi turned to respond. All right, let me announce. That fool doesn't even know how to start properly. Krillin inwardly scoffed at Goku's starting posture. Sun Weiqiang, come on, Wukong. Little Wukong, yes. Master Roshi, get ready, set, go. Little Wukong swiftly dashed forward. The 100 meters vanished in an instant. He finished in precisely 11 seconds. Master Roshi announced Wukong's time, which was commendable, yet still fell short of Krillin's. Comparing myself to Wukong would be an act of pity. He performed admirably in his own right. Krillin was quite pleased with himself. Excuse me, old man. May I switch to a different pair of shoes and run again? Little Wukong inquired. What? Do you wish to attribute your failure to your footwear? Krillin retorted, lifting his foot for emphasis. Observe closely, my shoes are not designed for track and field either. Little Wukong responded, but my shoes are already worn out. Look. After changing into another pair, Little Wukong raced once more, achieving a remarkable time of 8 seconds and 5/10. Is that fast? Little Wukong asked, perplexed. How did you develop such speed? Krillin asked, astonished. Little Wukong replied, I used to live on a mountain, and my only means of transportation was these legs. Master Roshi offered his assessment. That speed is quite extraordinary. Hey, old man, am I allowed to start running now? Sun Weiqiang's voice rang out. Master Roshi replied, then commence. Are you prepared? Sun Weiqiang, ready. Master Roshi, then let us begin. On your mark, get set, go. Chapter 39. Each in search of different stones? Weiqiang could never be faster than me. Absolutely impossible. This was Krillin's thought before Sun Weiqiang took off. However, once Weiqiang started running, Krillin began to doubt himself. Could it be that he was indeed faster than me? Then, Krillin was astounded. Although Weiqiang could not catch up to Goku, his 100-meter sprint time astonishingly clocked in at 9 seconds flat. Regarding this achievement, Sun Weiqiang felt it was satisfactory. Before his journey through dimensions, he could have easily shattered world records and perhaps maintained that for a century or so. You three are remarkable, yet you have not transcended the limits of humanity. To become a successful martial artist, one must surpass the physical boundaries of human capability, which may prove to be quite challenging, Master Roshi remarked, as he removed the deep purple turtle shell from his back. In that moment, Sun Weiqiang embodied Master Roshi. Stand back, for I am about to show off. He recalled that soon, Master Roshi would also attempt a 100-meter sprint, though he had forgotten the exact time. Nevertheless, it was all about making a grand display. Krillin, can you keep track for me? Master Roshi handed the stopwatch to Krillin. Teacher, are you going to run as well? Krillin inquired. Yes, I have not exercised much lately, so I may be a bit slower, Master Roshi replied, stretching his limbs. Sun Weiqiang exclaimed, here it comes. The astonishing 100-meter sprint time of Master Roshi was revealed to be a mere 5 seconds and 6/10. Krillin, utterly astonished, articulated this result. This performance is rather commendable, Master Roshi remarked while carrying his shell. Indeed, Grandpa is truly remarkable. Little Goku's sparkling eyes gleamed with admiration. This is what it means to surpass the limits of human capability, Master Roshi stated. You three are still young, with some rigorous training. You ought to be able to achieve a time under 5 seconds. You old lecher, I must say, I am quite fond of this future prospect, Sun Weiqiang secretly mused. Later on, feeling parched, Master Roshi requested a beer, prompting Krillin to rush to the game house. Suddenly, a sneeze erupted. Master Roshi, Sun Weiqiang, and Sun Wukong turned their gaze towards the game house. They beheld Krillin hastily exiting, pursued by the wild and golden-haired Launch, brandishing a kitchen knife. You little bald head. Stop right there. Do you hear me? Are you tired of living? Launch shouted as she chased him down. Sun Weiqiang and his companions sensed the impending danger and swiftly concealed themselves in the nearby underbrush. Interestingly, Master Roshi was timing them with a stopwatch, recording an astonishing 8 seconds for 100 meters. That rascal Krillin was nearing the limits of human capability. I'll chop you into pieces and feast upon you. The wild Launch continued to pursue Krillin with fervor. Achu, what am I doing here? The gentle Launch, with her deep blue hair restored, pondered aloud. At her feet lay a sharp kitchen knife, precariously angled against the ground, nearly striking Krillin in a most vulnerable area. Though he escaped unscathed, Krillin's complexion paled. Trembling in fear as he sat on the ground, he stared at the knife, which was alarmingly close to his legs, reflecting on how narrowly he avoided a fate that would have rendered him less than a true man. How perilous! Before dusk, Master Roshi casually picked up a stone and inscribed a character for turtle upon it, hurling it away with considerable force, instructing Sun Weiqiang and the others to seek it out. Only the one who discovered this stone inscribed with the turtle character would be permitted to dine that evening. This implied that among the trio, at most one would partake in the evening meal, while at least two would go hungry. What? No dinner? Upon hearing the stakes of the stone-finding contest, both Krillin and Sun Wukong panicked. It's just a meal, right? Besides, this meal is poisoned, Sun Weiqiang mused, concluding that perhaps it was better to lose and avoid eating altogether. How would he explain his knowledge of this situation? Thus, he chose to remain silent. Moreover, Master Roshi announced a time constraint. If none of them found the stone within 30 minutes, all three would forfeit dinner. Krillin and Wukong immediately dashed off in search of the stone, and Sun Weiqiang followed closely behind, a smirk on his face. The trio ran towards the direction where Master Roshi had thrown the stone, only to soon encounter a steep cliff. Without hesitation, Wukong leapt off the edge. No way. Wukong, are you trying to get yourself killed? Krillin exclaimed in shock. I live in the mountains and often traverse rugged terrain. This little slope is nothing to me, came Wukong's confident reply. Krillin, you should jump too. I reckon even if you hit the ground head first, you'll be just fine, Sun Weiqiang encouraged, his interest piqued. Don't be ridiculous, Krillin scoffed, shooting a disdainful glance at Weiqiang, as if to say, do you think I'm foolish? Stone, where are you? Wukong's voice rang out again. You jump if you want. I'll take the long way around, Krillin declared, turning to flee. Wukong was already searching, and if he found it first, dinner would be lost. Watching Krillin's figure swiftly disappear, Sun Weiqiang felt no urgency. Go ahead, search all you want. I don't want it. It's all yours. He gazed at the setting sun, perched on the edge of a cliff, idly observing the twilight hues. The sun was on the verge of disappearing, and there, on the horizon, the sky was a breathtaking blend of crimson and white, where peculiar clouds formed for majestic dragons, each facing the sun from different directions, creating an exquisite and poetic scene. Sun Wukong gazed intently, his pupils involuntarily dilating. At that moment, two birds, glistening in the rosy glow of the sunset, soared across the shimmering river surface in the distance. The setting sun and the solitary wild goose flew together, while the autumn waters blended seamlessly with the vast expanse of the sky. Sun Wei, unable to restrain himself, uttered this universally acknowledged and timeless maxim. How beautiful it is! Meanwhile, running halfway there, Krillin had a change of heart. It was utterly impossible to locate that stone within such a vast jungle in merely 30 minutes. As Krillin's mind raced, a sly grin spread across his face. I have it. This shall be my plan. He then sought out a stone of identical size to the one Master Roshi had thrown, borrowed a pin from a nearby resident, and inscribed the character for Turtle upon it, utilizing the same style of black ink. With deft strokes, Krillin replicated the character on his own stone. Task accomplished. He hurried back to Kame House, leaving only the pretense of having endured great hardships. At Kame House, the gentle launch hummed a tune while preparing a meal. Master Roshi stood at the kitchen door, peering in, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, fixated on Launch and her swaying backside beneath her short skirt. What delectable dishes have you prepared tonight? Master Roshi feigned inquiry, his gaze unwavering on Launch's form. We're having hot pot. I bought a fresh fish from the market. Launch replied cheerfully. Is that so? I can hardly wait. Master Roshi approached Launch from behind, inching closer to her figure, his hands poised to grasp and squeeze. Chapter 40, Pufferfish Poisoning, the beginning of cultivation. However, at that critical moment, Krillin burst through the door of Kame House, calling out, Master Roshi. Noticing the absence of anyone in the living room, Krillin instantly understood and rushed to the kitchen, deliberately feigning heavy breaths as he arrived. Hearing Krillin's voice, Launch turned with a kitchen knife in hand, and had Master Roshi not dodged quickly, she would have stabbed him in the face. Startled, Master Roshi stumbled backward. Crashing into the table, Launch glanced at the knife in her hand, her lips forming an apology. I'm so sorry. It's nothing, Master Roshi chuckled, patting his head, pretending as if nothing had happened. Krillin, what's the matter? Master Roshi inquired as he and Krillin stepped outside the kitchen. Krillin, pretending to be exhausted, stuck out his tongue, gasping for air, and presented the stone. Master, I finally found it. Oh, let me see. Master Roshi took the stone, and a second later, he smashed it directly onto Krillin's bald head. You cheeky little rascal. How dare you take advantage of the situation? This is clearly not my writing. I'm sorry. Krillin hastily retreated from Kame House, obediently setting out to search again. I found it. I found it. In that jungle, Krillin followed the voice of Goku. Arriving at the spot where Goku held up the stone for him to see, grinning widely, now I can have dinner. You truly have a way about you. Krillin was taken aback. Little Goku pointed and said, It's because this stone carries the sin of the old man. Krillin replied, Even so. How can you be certain it's this particular one? Sun Wukong, there are characters inscribed by an elder on the stone. Look, Krillin remarked, the characters could very well be forged. I was just exposed in such a manner moments ago. Sun Wukong innocently inquired, Is it true? Bring it here for me to have a look. Krillin took the stone from Wukong's hand and examined it, bursting into laughter. Ha! Fool! He then turned and ran away. You scoundrel! Give it back to me. Little Wukong chased closely behind. Krillin's voice echoed. The world of victory and defeat is quite ruthless. Stop right there. Little Wukong shouted. His voice reached the precipice above. It seemed that I should descend soon. Sun Weiqiang cast a lingering glance at the breathtaking sunset before leaping down. The cliff was dotted with protruding stones, many of which served as footholds for Sun Weiqiang. This was also the reason for his confident leap. On the other side, Krillin dashed across the suspended wooden bridge. Crack! Crack! With two swift strikes of his hand, he severed the ropes that secured the bridge. Stop! Little Wukong plummeted from the air. Krillin was elated. Dinner was assured. However, upon Wukong's arrival, he continued to pursue relentlessly. After a brief skirmish, and finding himself at a disadvantage, Krillin resorted to his last trick, tossing the fake stone far away to deceive Wukong into searching for it, thus allowing him to escape. Later that night, at Kame House, Master Roshi, Launch, and Krillin sat at the dining table, enjoying a sumptuous meal. Little Wukong, and Sun Weiqiang stood nearby, the former drooling with hunger. Wukong, are you hungry? Sun Weiqiang, aware of little Wukong's appetite, intentionally rubbed salt into his wound. Yes, I'm so hungry, little Wukong groaned, patting his empty belly. Then let us go hunt for some wild game to eat, Sun Weiqiang suggested. Yay! Little Wukong suddenly perked up. By the way, what is the name of this fish? Master Roshi asked Launch as they ate. Launch replied candidly, the fishmonger told me it's called pufferfish. Krillin froze in shock. Master Roshi's eyes behind his sunglasses also widened in disbelief. The room fell eerily silent for a brief moment, with only the bubbling of the hot pot breaking the stillness. Then Krillin groaned, my stomach feels a bit off. He clutched his belly and collapsed. Me too, Master Roshi sighed, also falling to the ground. I think I'm in the same boat, Launch added without exception. Weiqiang, what's wrong with Grandpa and the others? Little Wukong asked, perplexed. Sun Weiqiang announced that he had been poisoned. After several days of recuperation, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Lan Chi finally regained their health. At 4:30 in the morning, Master Roshi awakened Krillin and Sun Weiqiang, who were sleeping beside him. After rousing the two, he proceeded to awaken Sun Wukong, who was resting with Lan Chi. Outside the Kame house, Master Roshi prepared to commence the training of the Kame-style martial arts. Before they began, he wanted to impart an understanding of what martial arts truly entails. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he began to speak slowly. In front of him, Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin listened attentively. Master Roshi continued, the pursuit of martial arts is not for the sake of victory in combat, nor is it to garner admiration from beautiful women who might say, Hero, you are so strong. I want to give you a kiss. I wish to bear your children. Such notions are utterly misguided. The essence of learning martial arts lies in achieving a healthy body and mind, enabling one to lead a meaningful life. That is the true essence of martial arts. Do you understand? Krillin nodded in agreement, while little Wukong appeared bewildered, unsure if he comprehended even a fraction of the lesson. Old man, enough with the rambling. Let's get started. Sun Weiqiang felt a surge of anticipation. He had awaited this day for a long time. What lay ahead in their training was known to Master Roshi. Yet Sun Weiqiang was filled with a sense of eager expectation. The prospect of training alongside little Wukong, progressing together, and striving towards their goals was truly delightful, a cherished memory for years to come. Krillin interjected, So, am I leaving? Master Roshi replied, I shall be departing as well. However, let me make one thing clear. If you encounter anyone who practices martial arts and bullies the common folk, such individuals will be your enemies. Be sure to deal with them appropriately. Master Roshi, caught up in his impassioned speech, gestured emphatically with his fists. I will conclude my remarks here. You understand my meaning. Correct? Krillin responded loudly, understood. Sun Weiqiang nodded in understanding. Little Wukong, still perplexed, exclaimed, I still don't get it. Master Roshi replied, in summary, all you need to do is to diligently cultivate your skills and lead a joyful life. Do you understand? Suddenly enlightened, Wukong placed his hands on his hips and cheerfully declared, Oh, so that's how it is. Now I understand. Krillin, with a disdainful glance from his small eyes, retorted, Are you really that foolish? Sun Weiqiang silently shook his head. This is indeed little Wukong. Although he is the character that Sun Weiqiang cherishes most in the Dragon Ball universe, it must be acknowledged that there is, without a doubt, a hint of something peculiar about him. Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin followed Master Roshi as they began to run. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Chapter 41. The three delivering milk before reaching the summit. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Sun Weiqiang and two others followed Master Roshi as they jogged. What a surprise. I heard that Master Wutian's training is incredibly rigorous, but this seems rather trivial. Krillin remarked with a relaxed expression, pondering the inaccuracies of the rumors. Is this really it? How easy. Little Goku, devoid of any thoughts, was purely focused on running, without even a notion of the task at hand. Perhaps we are to deliver milk next? Sun Weiqiang mused. The task of delivering milk as part of their training appeared simplistic, yet he harbored a sense of anticipation. Eager to discover just how exhausting it could be, he longed to experience the essence of the Kame House training, envisioning the sensation of his body drenched in perspiration. Sun Weiqiang gazed at the little Wukong sprinting ahead, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, Master Roshi had taken the three of them to deliver milk. Leading the way was Master Roshi, followed by Krillin, little Wukong, and finally Sun Weiqiang. Jump! Run! Master Roshi cheerfully called out, one hand wielding his summoning staff, while he hummed a merry tune. jump, run. The trio, Krillin, little Wukong, and Sun Weiqiang, each cradled a small box of milk, echoing the joyous refrain. Initially, Sun Weiqiang felt a bit out of place. But as he joined in, he found it rather enjoyable. At least the atmosphere was delightful, and he effortlessly blended into the moment. The four of them chimed together, jump, run. However, as they raced along, Krillin fell from second to the last position. Jump, run. Little Wukong was in high spirits. Sun Weiqiang trailed behind little Wukong. Unable to see his face, yet one could easily envision his cheerful demeanor from his jubilant tone. Unlike Krillin, who, while speaking of jumping and running, already felt a hint of fatigue. Time flowed naturally as families continued to deliver milk one after another. Eventually, Master Roshi waved his summoning staff and announced a new training task. Henceforth, they were to run around the 2 rows of sacred trees while shouting spin around. What? Upon hearing this, Krillin felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering how many kilometers they would have to run. Little Wukong, somewhat bewildered, murmured, spin around? Let's go. Sun Weiqiang reveled in the moment, relishing the joy of training under Master Roshi's guidance. Set off. With Master Roshi's command, they began to run. Spin around, spin around, spin around, spin around. As Sun Weiqiang meandered about, a glance over his shoulder revealed a sight reminiscent of the Dragon Ball world. Krillin was slacking off. Round and round. Krillin exclaimed, yet he dashed along the pavement instead of weaving around the trees. He ran with great joy, but such bliss was fleeting. If you willingly concede, I shall not hinder you, remarked Master Roshi, having been surpassed by Krillin without his notice. I shall never dare again. Krillin's face paled as he hurried back to dutifully run in circles. He chuckled Master Roshi. Subsequently, Sun Weiqiang and his companions were tasked with delivering milk to the mountaintop. This stretch of mountainous terrain did not require running or shouting. A leisurely walk would suffice. Yet, Krillin still lagged behind. At this point, the aspirations he held at the beginning of his training had long faded. Master Roshi's training was indeed extraordinary, living up to its reputation. Clutching the milk crate, Krillin gasped for breath, both physically and mentally exhausted. My stamina still pales in comparison to that of little Goku. If a battle ensues, as long as Goku is not hungry and the fight drags on, I might very well be the one to face defeat. Yet, I shall not surrender so easily. Sun Weiqiang, panting and with eyes dampened by sweat, gazed intently at the diminutive figure of little Wukong ahead. The failure to make a wish to the dragon had revealed to him the extraordinary martial prowess inherent in this body. In a distant future, it was not inconceivable that he could contend with Wukong. Initially, even though Sun Weiqiang believed his martial talent was remarkable among Earthlings, capable of vying for the title of the strongest, he had contemplated clinging to little Wukong, a future pillar of strength, yet he never relinquished his struggle. At the very least, during the early days before Wukong departed Earth, Sun Weiqiang believed he had a fighting chance to challenge him. Moreover, now, his aspirations extended beyond merely testing his strength against Wukong. He yearned not just to surpass him, but to transcend him. This was a daunting endeavor, indeed. Yet it was a pursuit that Sun Weiqiang was determined to undertake. As one of the most beloved characters in the Dragon Ball universe, if he could truly defeat Wukong and surpass him, it would be the highest tribute he could pay. An intense resolve filled his mind, and despite his weary body, he felt a surge of energy that propelled him to quicken his pace, striving to overtake the small figure ahead. Tap, 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 tap. Little Wukong, clutching a crate of milk, hurried forward, only to notice that, unbeknownst to him, Weiqiang was closing in rapidly, just a few steps behind on his right side. Weiqiang is impressive. He can speed up. I can too. Little Wukong thought, gritting his teeth and charging ahead once more, shaking off Sun Weiqiang once again. Sun Weiqiang yearned to pursue, yet his fatigued body could not muster the strength, his heavy footsteps faltering rather than quickening. Alas, this was the pinnacle of my endurance. Wukong, there will be ample opportunities for us to compete in the days to come. Sun Weiqiang gazed at the swiftly retreating figure of the young Wukong, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Next time, I shall return. On the mountainside, Master Roshi squatted by the stone steps, indulging in a cigarette. Before long, he noticed that Wukong had reached the summit first. Even Wukong is beginning to struggle? Old man, can't we use the flying nimbus to deliver milk? The weary young Wukong approached with a hint of fatigue in his voice. Is it still considered training if it feels this effortless? Master Roshi retorted, puffing on his cigarette. Indeed, the young Wukong agreed, though his voice lacked vigor. How nostalgic it is. The last time was much the same. Delivering milk alongside Son Gohan and the Ox King to this very spot, Master Roshi reminisced. his eyes hidden behind sunglasses lost in thought. Did my grandfather also endure such trials? So it seems. The young Wukong perked up, glancing at the open milk crate in his hands, noticing 2 bottles still waiting to be delivered. Old man, I must be on my way, he declared, continuing his ascent up the mountain with the remaining milk. Sun Weiqiang trailed behind, having just arrived and feeling utterly exhausted. He paused to catch his breath. Grandpa, I shall take my leave, he said, making his way up the mountain to greet Master Roshi. Weiqiang is doing quite well. Only slightly slower than Wukong, Master Roshi mused, watching Sun Weiqiang's retreating figure. Where is Krillin? Why hasn't he made it up yet? After waiting for a while without sight of Krillin, Master Roshi wondered if that lazy rascal was slacking off again. If only he knew that it was Sun Weiqiang's pursuit that caused Wukong to hasten his pace. Otherwise, Krillin would have already reached the summit. Finally, after a pause of several seconds, Krillin arrived, panting heavily, utterly worn out. Krillin, why are you so slow? Wukong and Weiqiang have been up for quite a while. Hurry up. We still have half the journey left, Master Roshi urged. Half left? Upon hearing this disheartening news, Krillin nearly fainted. He looked up, his face as dark as if splashed with ink, a truly dismal sight. Yet, he could only ascend step by step, persevering onward. Chapter 42. The goal after 8 months? At the summit, Wukong, Sun Weiqiang, and Krillin took turns delivering milk, with Master Roshi arriving last. You've all worked hard. A plump monk appeared before the 4. Good morning. Wukong greeted, only to be met with a light tap on the head from Master Roshi's summoning staff. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his head in confusion. You must say good morning properly, Master Roshi corrected. What kind of reasoning is that? Sun Weiqiang questioned, while Krillin stifled a laugh. Good morning. How do you do? Wukong obediently replied. Master Wutian, it's been a long time, the plump monk said with kindness. Indeed, it has been a while, Master Roshi responded. Hands on his hips, staff upright. You look quite well. How has your disciples' training been progressing? Today marks the beginning of their training. I cannot say for certain yet. However, I believe these 3 show great potential, Master Roshi remarked. Master Wutian says we have potential, Krillin exclaimed, looking at Weiqiang and Wukong, sharing the delightful news. Wukong was overjoyed. Sun Weiqiang was in high spirits. Who doesn't relish a bit of praise? His companion was none other than Master Roshi. The trio held hands, exuberant and beaming with joy. Master Roshi turned to the chubby monk and remarked, if we train diligently, we should be ready to compete in about 8 months. Are you referring to the World Martial Arts Tournament? The chubby monk inquired. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. What is that? Little Goku asked. You truly do not know of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Krillin leaned in closer to Goku, his small eyes filled with disdain. Little Goku nodded. The World Martial Arts Tournament gathers the finest martial artists from across the nation to determine who is the strongest in the world. How could you not know this? Krillin explained with fervor. The strongest in the world? Little Goku displayed a spark of interest. Krillin tightened his fists excitedly. The World Martial Arts Tournament is held once every 5 years in the South, and only 8 individuals are allowed to compete before the audience. However, each time, countless participants from various regions come to compete, and those who manage to win their preliminaries and enter the top 8 are already considered remarkable. Sun Weiqiang refrained from interjecting, fully aware that Krillin was capable of articulating his thoughts. He pondered whether he could triumph over Goku in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. Could he even defeat the formidable Jackie Chan, who was disguised as Master Roshi? In his recollections of the original Dragon Ball universe, he remembered that even in disguise, Master Roshi had to exert a considerable effort to overcome Goku. If he were indeed able to vanquish Goku, the possibility of conquering Master Roshi was not entirely out of reach. Thus, he resolved to pursue this goal with fervor. Should he fail, so be it. But what if he succeeded? One must dare to dream and take action, unafraid of failure. If all else fails, he could always try again. Sun Weiqiang set a new goal for himself and motivated his spirit internally. Upon hearing Krillin's narrative, little Goku exclaimed, I am so eager to participate. Can we truly compete? Master? Krillin's eyes widened in excitement. Master Roshi responded, if you commit to your training diligently, I shall allow you to compete. How exhilarating! Exclaimed the plump monk. Wow! This is fantastic! The 3, Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, and Goku, were utterly elated. Master Roshi cautioned, however. Let me clarify that my permission to compete does not imply that I expect you to claim the championship. The world is far more challenging than you imagine. My agreement to let you participate is based on the belief that having a goal will enhance your dedication to training. Do you understand? Master, it is not solely your decision. You would do well to exercise caution, lest you find yourself in a precarious situation. I am not jesting. Sun Weiqiang gazed intently at Master Roshi, deep in thought. Krillin remarked, if we can reach the semi-finals in the World Martial Arts Tournament, that would suffice. Little Goku appeared eager and ready to spring into action. We must continue delivering milk now, monk. Farewell. Master Roshi bid the plump monk goodbye as he, along with Sun Weiqiang and Krillin, descended the mountain. After completing their milk deliveries, the quartet returned to the area outside Master Roshi's abode. Exhausted, little Goku, Sun Weiqiang, and Krillin lay sprawled on the grass, gasping for breath. This is utterly exhausting. At that moment, Sun Weiqiang yearned only for a well-deserved rest. The notion of enjoying the pleasures of training? Whose nonsensical claim was that? For the next 8 months, you must deliver milk daily. This constitutes your early morning training. Master Roshi announced, continuing, now, let us resume our morning regimen. Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Klin were all astonished. Furthermore, Sun Weiqiang believed that after delivering the milk, he could at least enjoy a moment of respite. But to his surprise, the next phase of training commenced almost immediately. He couldn't help but ponder, is such intensity truly bearable for a human? The turtle sage had planned for the post-delivery training to involve assisting farmers in tilling the fields. With his summoning staff directed toward a nearby spot, he indicated the farmers laboring diligently in the distance. Little Wukong, seemingly grasping the situation, exclaimed, tilling the fields? Goodness! Are we truly to engage in manual labor so soon? Sun Weiqiang silently gasped, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed toward the direction indicated by the turtle sage. Krillin, with his head bowed, appeared to be in a state of reluctance. The turtle sage hastily approached a farmer to negotiate the task, then turned back to Sun Weiqiang and the others, calling out loudly, hurry up. If you dawdle, you might miss breakfast. Neither the milk delivery nor the farming was part of their previous training at the Shaolin Temple. Krillin muttered to himself as he followed Wukong and Weiqiang toward Master Wutian. Little Wukong spat into his hands, and along with Krillin, picked up a hoe to begin their work, while Sun Weiqiang feigned enthusiasm and joined them. Just as the trio had scarcely begun, the turtle sage's voice rang out. You cannot use the hoe. You must till the fields by hand. Do you understand? With your hands. This training not only strengthens your waist and wrist, but also builds hand strength. Are we expected to till such a vast area with our bare hands? Krillin exclaimed in alarm. Sun Weiqiang, having anticipated this, felt little apprehension. After all, it wasn't he like he had to till the fields as he once did before his journey began, which would have been perilous. For the moment, he felt reassured. Although he had yet to try, it seemed well within his capabilities. After all, if little Wukong and Krillin could manage it, there was no reason he could not as well. Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Krillin engaged in a fierce battle. Before long, Krillin glanced at his hands in despair, lamenting the near disappearance of his nails. Master Roshi took a puff from his cigarette and remarked, Krillin, you are falling behind. With that, Krillin set aside his concerns and immersed himself in the toil of the fields. His fingers ached with fatigue. Yet Sun Weiqiang felt the strain but showed no signs of halting. He pressed on resolutely. Little Wukong, too, remained undeterred. How could he afford to pause? With the World Martial Arts Tournament approaching in 8 months, he was determined to defeat little Wukong. Not only could he not relent, but he also had to exert himself even more vigorously. Sun Weiqiang envisioned this fertile land as a ripe woman in need of his conquest. The moment he finished plowing would signify his complete dominion over her. A singular, fervent thought consumed his mind. I shall bring you to your knees. Consequently, he accelerated in both speed and strength. If the field he was tilling were indeed a ripe woman, who could withstand such fervor? Who could endure it? To resist? That would surely lead to ruin. Chapter 43. Practicing, studying, dining, and napping. These 3 children resembled a veritable plowing machine, leaving the assisting farmer astounded. The turtle hermit, seated nearby, calmly puffed on his pipe. Grandfather, we are done, little Wukong said weakly, along with Krillin and Sun Weiqiang, as they approached the turtle hermit. Krillin gazed at his hands. Ouch, that hurts. Sun Weiqiang gently clenched his fists. The turtle hermit surveyed the field and remarked, after spending so much time, you've barely managed to finish breakfast. Tomorrow, the field you will plow will be even larger than today's. You must find a way to expedite your work, understood? I'm so hungry. Little Wukong patted his belly, looking utterly dispirited. I feel like I'm about to perish from hunger, Krillin lamented, his own condition far from ideal. Sun Weiqiang was not much better off either. The three of them were caked in mud, a rather pitiable sight. After completing their labor, the four returned to the turtle hermit's abode for breakfast. During the meal, the turtle hermit noticed Krillin excessively sprinkling pepper into his bowl and promptly interjected, "Krillin, don't add too much pepper." Sensing the impending chaos, Sun Weiqiang swiftly took to his heels and fled. Achu, Lan Shi, with her deep blue hair, sneezed upon inhaling the pepper, transforming into her wild, golden-haired persona. She glared at the remaining three in the room, exclaiming, "You lot." With a flourish, Lan Shi brandished an assault rifle and began firing indiscriminately. Rat-a-tat-tat. Oh my. It hurts. The turtle hermit and the others dashed out of the dwelling, while Lan Shi pursued outside. Continuing her barrage. "Stop right there." Sun Weiqiang ran alongside the three individuals and, at the suggestion of Master Roshi, ventured to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Amidst their dining experience, little Goku let out a sneeze, startling Krillin and Master Roshi, who scurried to a corner of the restaurant in fright. Little Goku stood there, bewildered, utterly perplexed by the unexpected turn of events, his mind filled with vast questions. Sun Weiqiang was compelled to smile as the turtle hermit and Krillin were startled by Lan Shi, casting an eerie shadow over them. The atmosphere grew peculiar, with patrons in the restaurant casting curious glances at the two bald figures, both elderly and youthful, bewildered by their antics. After their meal, the quartet returned home. The interval until lunchtime was designated as study time for Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin. Outside the turtle hermit's abode, a small blackboard hung from a tree. Where the turtle hermit spoke, one who solely exercises the body without nurturing the mind cannot be deemed a true martial artist. A martial artist must be well-versed in both the arts of war and culture. As he concluded his statement, he gestured towards his own head. Before him, Sun Weiqiang, Sun Wukong, and Krillin were seated upon a log. Understanding that while one may forego school, one must never neglect reading, Sun Weiqiang exhibited a keen interest. Grasping a pen in one hand and a textbook in the other, young Wukong, mirroring his companion, chimed in loudly, "I abhor studying." "Well, in that regard, I am certain to outshine you," Krillin retorted, gazing at him with pride and confidence. "All right, let us commence with the language lesson," announced the turtle hermit. Signaling the beginning of class, Wukong turned to page 12 and read aloud. The young Wukong began, "How itchy. No, my mother is about to return. Margaret professes to reject Paul, yet he stubbornly intends to make another advance, having numerous tricks yet to unveil." Krillin, listening intently, felt that something was amiss. He flipped through his textbook to ascertain the source of his discomfort. As Sun Weiqiang opened the page at the behest of Master Roshi for little Wukong to read, he was taken aback by the audacity of the book. What an inappropriate publication. The illustrations are astonishingly vivid. Which publisher dared to release this? Clearly, the review board has become lax. How could this even be published? Sun Weiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, his thoughts racing. He glanced at Master Roshi, the elderly sage seated in a wooden chair, and remarked, "You truly have an eye for selecting books. I mean it sincerely." Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 12:30 p.m., the designated nap time for Master Roshi, Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Krillin, lasting from 12:30 until 1:30. Beneath the trees outside Roshi's abode, the four had strung up sleeping nets between the trunks, resting upon them with their heads resting on identical pink pillows. Master Roshi spoke up, "Diligently practice your skills. Read well, eat until you are 80 full, and take an afternoon nap. This is our path of cultivation." "Grandpa," little Wukong called out. "What is it?" Master Roshi turned his head to look at him from the sleeping net. Little Wukong inquired, "You mentioned the World Martial Arts Tournament. Will truly formidable fighters be participating?" Krillin and Sun Weiqiang exchanged glances. Master Roshi affirmed, "Certainly. Masters from all corners of the globe, including ourselves, will gather together. For martial artists, breaking into the top 8 of the World Martial Arts Tournament is the pinnacle of their aspirations." Little Wukong added, "While we rest here, there are likely many individuals engaging in rigorous training." "That seems to be the case," Sun Weiqiang replied, closing his eyes. He contemplated the challenge of defeating little Wukong, and perhaps even Master Roshi, at the tournament in 8 months. Merely training at the same intensity as little Wukong would not suffice. He needed to push himself further. However, he acknowledged the necessity of balancing work with rest. Insufficient rest would be detrimental to his progress. He resolved to find the right balance, to squeeze in extra training sessions, and to devise strategies for enhancing his practice. Only in this way could he hope to triumph over little Weiqiang and Master Roshi at the World Martial Arts Tournament. This goal was not a mere fantasy. Sun Weiqiang was determined to strive for it, embodying the principle of unity of knowledge and action, resolutely pursuing his aspirations. After their afternoon nap, Sun Weiqiang, Wukong, and Klin followed Master Roshi to a construction site on the island. Their forthcoming training would consist of laboring here. Master Roshi, in his eloquent manner, proclaimed that they could both sweat and strengthen their bodies while earning a substantial wage. Are these three little ones truly fit for such demanding work? This is no trivial task, remarked the foreman, a stout man. Foreman, I wish to discuss a matter with you, Master Roshi whispered confidentially in his ear. Are you jesting? Giving them each a share of the wage is already excessively generous. The foreman replied, incredulous at the thought of increasing their pay. Let us not rush to conclusions, Master Roshi countered, before urging his three disciples. Now, off you go to work. Master, do we really have to dig with empty hands this time? Klin lamented, a frown etched upon his face. Sun Weiqiang may not remember, but he cannot speak of it. Master Roshi replied, this time, I shall grant you the privilege to use your tools. That's fantastic, exclaimed little Weiqiang, brimming with excitement. Shortly thereafter, Sun Weiqiang, little Weiqiang, and Krillin donned bright orange hard hats and wielded their tools, diligently getting to work. The other laborers on the construction site observed their diligent movements back and forth and soon found themselves astonished by the remarkable efficiency of these three youngsters. How impressive! The foreman, a portly man, remarked in awe. Master Roshi added fuel to the fire, saying, Hey, if you don't step up your game, I shall not permit you to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon hearing the fervent exhortation from Sun Weiqiang, the trio exerted themselves with unyielding determination, rallying forth with vigor and resolve. Each individual, already formidable in their own right, found themselves emboldened even further, regardless of the arduous nature of their endeavors. They were resolute in their intention to participate in the prestigious martial arts tournament. The desire to grow stronger and to showcase their prowess to their peers burned brightly within them. Klin, reflecting on his past experiences at the Shaolin Temple that he would rather forget, gritted his teeth and immersed himself in the training with newfound fervor. I shall defeat Goku and Master Roshi at the martial arts tournament. With this powerful conviction, Sun Weiqiang focused intently on the present. Little Goku also demonstrated remarkable dedication. Observing this, the foreman, Fatty, agreed to increase their wages, offering remuneration equivalent to 9 individuals. Master Roshi smiled with satisfaction. In Chapter 44, The Advantage of Sun Weiqiang, the key to overcoming little Goku? That afternoon, after leaving the construction site, their training was far from over, as their next exercise was swimming by the lakeside. What more is there? Klin inquired with surprise upon hearing from Master Wutian that their session was not yet concluded. Of course, Master Roshi replied. Little Goku earnestly implored, Grandfather, please refrain from making us do menial tasks. Teach us the art of boxing instead. Master Roshi retorted with a commanding voice. What do children know? Uttering such senseless remarks without proper thought. If you have not developed your basic physical strength, learning boxing would be futile. If you wish for me to teach you the art of boxing, wait until you possess the strength to move this massive boulder, he declared, gesturing towards a large rock towering above him. Master, how is that even possible? Such a large rock cannot be moved by human strength, Klin exclaimed, pointing at it. Who says so? Master Roshi responded, setting down his staff, and with both hands, he pushed the boulder a half-meter, panting heavily afterward. See, if you follow the training regimen I have prescribed diligently, one day, you too will be capable of moving this stone as I have, Master Roshi exemplified through action. Understood. Klin stood at attention, acknowledging the lesson. Sun Weiqiang nodded. Little Weiqiang dashed to the side, using both hands to push a boulder nearly the same size as the one Master Roshi was moving, summoning all his strength to attempt to shift this immense stone. Weiqiang, this feat cannot be accomplished without diligent training, Master Roshi remarked. Just as his words fell, little Weiqiang propelled a large stone forward, exemplifying the adage that extraordinary strength yields miraculous results. I did it, Grandfather. Little Weiqiang turned back, a smile illuminating his face, which resonated deeply within Master Roshi's heart. Both Master Roshi and Krillin were left astonished, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Sun Weiqiang appeared more composed, for he understood that this was merely a trivial challenge for the little Weiqiang. He decided to give it a try as well. To his surprise, he too could push the substantial boulder that Weiqiang had moved, and even managed to roll it. However, It was evident that he did not possess the same ease and grace as Wukong. There remained a notable disparity in their physical strength. Wukong and Weiqiang have moved it farther than you did, Master Wutian, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. The turtle hermit scratched his head and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What a colossal failure! How unfortunate! I misjudged the size of the rock. Such a small stone can be shifted by an ordinary person, can it?" Upon finishing his words, the turtle hermit glanced around and spotted the largest rock nearby, which resembled a small mountain. "This is the size it should be," he declared, rushing over to the boulder and pointing at it. "If you can push this stone, then your strength training will be deemed complete." Such a massive rock, Wukong gasped, dashing over to give it a try. Yet no matter how hard he exerted himself, the stone remained immovable. He appeared utterly helpless against it. Sun Wukong decided to give it a try, despite being aware that little Wukong was incapable, and thus he had even less chance of success. The outcome was as anticipated. The small hill did not budge even slightly. Krillin refrained from attempting, as he doubted he could even move the small stone, let alone this larger boulder. "This is due to your insufficient training," Master Roshi responded to little Wukong. "Can you do it, old man?" asked little Wukong. "Of course," Master Roshi replied, making a gesture of confidence. "How impressive. Please perform for us, Master," Krillin eagerly suggested. Yes, I also wish to see," Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly, expressing his own curiosity. He suspected Master Roshi might also struggle to move the small hill, but that did not deter him from his mockery. Master Roshi glanced at the hill before him, but merely observed without further action. Such matters are trivial. What is of utmost importance is your training. Quickly get back to it. Master Roshi suddenly turned, employing a deft change of subject. Now is not the time for idle chatter. "I knew it," Sun Wukong muttered to himself. Krillin squinted at Master Roshi, appearing to disdain him. Little Wukong looked on, bewildered. Subsequently, the three of them stripped off their clothes and jumped into the lake, swimming as they were pursued by sharks. "Run away. Help. What is happening?" Krillin exclaimed in a panic. "Damn, this is exhilarating," Sun Wukong thought to himself. Wow, little Wukong shouted in excitement. Once their harrowing swim ended, the trio emerged onto the shore, dressed again, and commenced the next phase of their training. 3 ropes were tied to a tree, with the other end securing the waists of Sun Wukong, Krillin, and little Wukong. "This is it. I'm in for a world of trouble," Sun Wukong mused, feeling anxious about the fate that awaited him, but resigned to proceed. "Listen carefully. This is an exercise to train your reflexes," Master Roshi said with a hint of amusement. "What purpose does the rope serve?" little Wukong asked, confused. "Within the range of the rope, you must effectively evade the enemy's myriad attacks, understood? Now, I shall commence my assault." Upon finishing his explanation, Master Roshi walked lightly towards the large tree, using his summoning staff to strike a hornet's nest, swiftly retreating into nearby bushes. "Hurry, you must hide, or you will be stung," Master Roshi kindly warned. However, dozens of bees had already emerged from the nest, launching an attack on the 3 below. Help! It hurts. How can we evade this?" "We're tied up," they cried out. "Hey, why aren't you running?" Master Roshi encouraged. "Run? Where can we go? We're all tied up. If you're so capable, why don't you do it?" Sun Weiqiang felt a surge of frustration. Cultivating one's skills was one matter, but who in their right mind would willingly seek out suffering? Before his journey through time, this would have been tantamount to courting death. As expected, all 3 of them ended up with swollen welts from the bee stings, large, red, and round. Fortunately, today's training session was drawing to a close. Sun Weiqiang and his companions, who bore the marks of a painful encounter with the turtle hermit, returned to the turtle house. Outside, Krillin lamented, "Master, will our training always be like today? What nonsense are you spouting? Today's training was relatively easy," the turtle hermit replied. "From tomorrow onward, for several consecutive months, you will not only engage in the same training as today, but you must also bear this turtle shell. This will help you understand why I am called the turtle hermit." With a flick of his hand, the turtle hermit revealed a small, dark-colored turtle shell for the trio to behold. That night, after dinner, Sun Weiqiang stepped out of the turtle house for a stroll. While it was termed a stroll, he was actually deep in thought. Initially, he intended to carve out some time for extra training to prepare himself for the World Martial Arts Tournament in 8 months, aiming to surpass both Goku and the turtle hermit. However, after enduring the grueling training under the turtle hermit during the day, he felt that further physical training tonight would be detrimental to his performance in tomorrow's session. Thus, he chose to set aside his plans for additional physical training. Nonetheless, This did not imply that he was rendered inactive. In certain aspects, he possessed a distinct advantage over Goku. As the saying goes, one should utilize their strengths to exploit the weaknesses of others. Sun Weiqiang understood this principle and was determined to leverage his advantages. Indeed, this edge could potentially be the key to defeating Goku in the upcoming tournament, should he have the opportunity to face him. Chapter 45. Focus the mind, harness the energy, master the energy, strengthen the energy. Sun Weiqiang wandered until he arrived at the lakeside, where he had been pursued during his swimming training in the daylight. "What is the matter?" he murmured. Sun Weiqiang's advantage over little Wukong lies in the mastery of the Kamehameha technique. When it comes to unleashing this powerful attack during the Bread Mountain explosion, it is evident that his Kamehameha possesses greater strength than that of little Wukong. The Kamehameha is derived from the condensation of energy within one's body. But what exactly is this energy? Sun Weiqiang pondered this question. He could only recall the original description of Qi from the Dragon Ball world, as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning. However, based solely on these two statements, it is quite challenging to grasp the true essence of Qi. Sun Weiqiang sought to comprehend the essence of Qi. He reasoned that since the Kamehameha technique is derived from the energy condensed within one's Qi, augmenting this internal force would undoubtedly enhance the potency of his Kamehameha. Thus, vanquishing little Wukong was not merely a fanciful dream. To amplify his internal Qi, he first needed to understand its nature. What is Qi? What constitutes it? What are its distinctive characteristics? Only by grasping these elements could he gain mastery over it, wield it adeptly, and unleash its full potential. Building upon this foundation, he could then contemplate strategies for its enhancement. Sun Weiqiang's approach is as follows. First, to comprehend it, then, to master it, and finally, to enhance it. Take examples such as himself and Xiao Wukong. Without a foundational understanding of Qi, they merely observed Master Roshi employing the Kamehameha and learned it solely through innate talent, devoid of any technique. Sun Weiqiang believes that despite their utmost efforts in unleashing the Turtle School's energy wave, they have not fully manifested the energy within them, nor even half of it. It is essential to return to the fundamental question: what is energy? Only by understanding and mastering it can one truly harness the full potential of the energy within, thereby unleashing the maximum power that resides within oneself. Sun Weiqiang gazed at the rippling waters of the moonlit lake before him. He contemplated seeking guidance from his master, the Turtle Immortal, but ultimately refrained from doing so. He feared that the Turtle Immortal might admonish him for his lofty ambitions and urge him to first cultivate his physical abilities diligently. Sun Weiqiang was not particularly concerned about being criticized. His reluctance to consult Master Roshi stemmed from the belief that the Master's understanding of Qi was likely limited. After all, it was hard to fathom that one could not even master the art of physical flight, a seemingly elementary manipulation of Qi. It appeared he would have to rely on his own efforts. Seated cross-legged on the verdant grass by the lake, Sun Weiqiang placed his hands on his knees, closed his eyes, and sought to empty his mind, striving to attune himself to the so-called Qi within. Yet, tranquility eluded him, as restless thoughts swirled uncontrollably in his mind. He attempted to still his thoughts, to abandon all contemplation, but paradoxically, the more he tried to suppress them, the more they surged forth. This was quite vexing. If he could not even achieve a calm state of mind, how could he hope to perceive the existence of Qi? This was Sun Weiqiang's understanding. Thus, he resolved to first achieve inner peace before attempting to sense the Qi, taking it one step at a time, without haste. In the turtle hermit's abode, Krillin inquired, "Where has Weiqiang gone?" Little Wukong, lounging on the living room sofa, absent-mindedly rubbed his round belly. "Oh, he mentioned going for a walk," Krillin replied. "A walk?" Little Wukong echoed, then added, "I'm so full." Like Sun Weiqiang, the two had consumed a specially potent elixir prepared by Master Roshi, which had successfully reduced the swelling from numerous bee stings they had endured during the day. In the kitchen, the gentle Lanchi, with her deep blue hair, was tidying up the dishes, humming a tune as she washed the utensils. Behind her, Master Roshi approached stealthily, his intentions hidden as his gaze fixated on Lanchi's swaying hips. The enticing curves accentuated by her yellow skirt captivated him, and he was on the verge of reaching out to grasp her. Almost there, he felt a surge of excitement, believing that his efforts were finally about to bear fruit. However, Lanchi suddenly felt an itch beneath her nose. She absent-mindedly rubbed it, only to find the sensation intensified, prompting her to release an involuntary sneeze. Hachu! In an instant, she transformed into a wild, golden-haired version of herself. "What is happening?" Master Roshi puzzled. Lanchi turned swiftly, brandishing a submachine gun, exclaiming, "You old pervert." Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Ouch! 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 Master Rashi cried out in pain, fleeing the kitchen. "Help! Quick, run!" As chaos ensued. Little Wukong and Krillin were also caught in the crossfire of Lanchi's relentless gunfire, dashing out of the house. With a resounding explosion, Lanchi hurled a grenade. She charged through the smoke, continuing her pursuit, but was soon choked by the fumes. Hachu! Lanchi reverted to her original self. Bewildered, she muttered, "What just happened?" In the distance, Master Rashi, Little Goku, and Krillin collectively exhaled in relief. At the moment the grenade detonated, Sun Weiqiang by the lakeside opened his eyes. What transpired? The familiar sound of gunfire was that of the blonde Lanchi wielding a submachine gun. But what was the cause of that explosion? Sun Weiqiang rose to his feet, returning to observe whether any changes, of which he was unaware, had occurred. Much like the transformation of Little Wukong into a gorilla outside the castle of Pilaf. Henceforth, every evening after dinner, Sun Weiqiang would visit the lakeside to sense the presence of qi, engaging in a meditative practice to cultivate his awareness. Within a few days, Master Rashi, Krillin, and Little Wukong had discerned his activities. Sun Weiqiang had not concealed his endeavors, for he had no intention of doing so. His aim was to defeat Little Wukong, and he wished to do so honorably. As night fell by the lake, Master Rashi learned from Weiqiang about his nightly practices of sensing and understanding qi. He did not intervene, allowing him to explore freely, for the path of martial arts demands such exploration. A talent as rare as Weiqiang's, having demonstrated the Kamehameha technique only once and mastering it with remarkable power, could not be measured by the standards of ordinary individuals. Although Master Rashi believed that Weiqiang's quest for breakthroughs in qi would require considerable time and effort, perhaps with a slim chance of success, he refrained from dissuading him. If it were an ordinary person, it might be different, but for a prodigy like Weiqiang, he encouraged bold experimentation as long as he remained cautious to avoid missteps. "I possess limited understanding of qi, but allow me to share my insights with you." Master Rashi began, acknowledging that his rival, Crane Hermit, had more extensive knowledge in this area. "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Sun Weiqiang expressed his gratitude. The fact that Master Rashi not only refrained from dissuading him, but also offered advice elevated Weiqiang's regard for him even further. "Continue to explore on your own. Should any questions arise, feel free to seek me out, though I cannot guarantee I will have the answers. Farewell." With that, Master Rashi, holding his summon staff and carrying his violet turtle shell, strode away from the lakeside. "Thank you, Master." Sun Weiqiang stood at attention and bowed respectfully. Chapter 46. As serene as the sky, as swift as lightning, Wukong, let us depart. Even Master knows little about qi. Weiqiang is merely groping in the dark, Krillin remarked, offering his perspective on the matter. Little Wukong glanced between Weiqiang and Krillin, momentarily taken aback, and said, "All right. Weiqiang, are you staying here?" "Yes, you may return." "I wish to remain for a while longer," Sun Weiqiang replied with a smile. He was uncertain if he could make significant progress with qi in the span of 8 months. After all, in the original Dragon Ball universe, Sun Wukong had spent 3 years in the sacred temple before truly mastering qi, aided by Mr. Popo's guidance and the assistance of a certain artifact from the past. What was the artifact called? Sun Weiqiang could not recall. Can I truly achieve success in 8 months? After Krillin and Little Wukong had departed, Sun Weiqiang stood alone by the lakeside, gazing at the brilliant starry sky and softly questioning himself. Regardless of the outcome, I must endeavor to try. Do not let the fear of failure deter you from taking action. Furthermore, it is evident that my talent in harnessing qi surpasses that of Wukong. It took him 3 years to fully master the qi within him. While I do not expect to achieve the same results as Wukong's 3 years of training in just 8 months, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to discover something remarkable. In Sun Weiqiang's eyes, a radiant confidence shone forth. Then he gathered his energy for the Kamehameha. With both hands poised at his waist, he concentrated the power within him and unleashed it upon the lake's surface. A pale blue energy surged forth in a straight line, causing the waters on either side to rise in graceful arcs. When executing the Kamehameha, he could distinctly feel the energy coalescing in his hands. Yet, in the absence of this technique, he was oblivious to the presence of this internal energy. What could be the reason for this phenomenon? Sun Weiqiang lowered his gaze upon his hands, unable to fathom their significance. Over the past few nights, he not only attempted to cultivate a tranquil mind and harness his inner energy, but also frequently practiced the Kamehameha technique, directly perceiving the flow of energy within him. What did it truly mean to be as serene as the sky, yet as swift as lightning? Sun Weiqiang pondered. Once more, he summoned the Kamehameha technique. Feeling the energy coalesce from within towards his hands, the lake surged and swelled under the impact of the Kamehameha technique. Sun Weiqiang sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, striving to calm his mind and seek the answers he desired. Yet, after several days, he found it challenging to attain tranquility. As a myriad of thoughts danced in his mind, accompanied by vivid images, that day at the humble abode of little Weiqiang on Baozi Mountain, where Bulma, in her pursuit of the 4-star Dragon Ball, provocatively lifted her pink skirt to reveal her delicate white floral panties. That night, Bulma had bathed both him and little Weiqiang for the first time. Subsequently, he and little Weiqiang had insisted on bathing Bulma in return. In the early hours, he and little Weiqiang had found themselves in close proximity to Bulma's private areas, with little Weiqiang even removing Bulma's pristine white panties. The multitude of images and distractions rendered Sun Weiqiang incapable of achieving serenity. Was it possible that my methods were flawed? Sun Weiqiang conceived of this idea. No, it may be premature to declare it erroneous at this moment. Sun Weiqiang closed his eyes and exhaled, sensing the restlessness within. Do not rush, take your time, he reminded himself. He understood the principle, yet at times comprehension alone does not suffice. Knowing is one matter, execution is another. 3 months swiftly passed. The night air resonated with the serenade of cicadas by the lakeside. Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes while seated on the ground, a gentle smile gracing his face. It was no easy feat. After 3 months, he could finally achieve tranquility at will. It turned out to be so simple. Having mastered the state of calmness, he realized that attaining tranquility was not as arduous as he once believed. It was quite straightforward when the desire for calmness arose. One must clear their mind of even the thought of that desire to naturally enter a state of serenity. If one's mind was occupied with numerous distractions, ignoring them was key. Sun Weiqiang managed to dismiss even the thought of those distractions. Otherwise, the more one thinks, the more difficult it becomes to attain stillness. Conversely, remaining unaffected and undistracted, with a clear and empty mind, naturally led to tranquility, so simple indeed. Yet, it took him 3 months to achieve this, leaving him uncertain if he would attain results in his energy cultivation over the next 5 months. A noteworthy point is that during these 3 months, due to the rigorous training imposed by his master, the turtle sage, Sun Weiqiang found his initial physical conditioning plan stalled and unfulfilled. He lacked the time and energy to engage in physical training. Forcing himself to adhere to the plan, much like before, resulted in insufficient rest at night, adversely affecting his daytime practice, a counterproductive endeavor. Therefore, Sun Weiqiang devoted his surplus time at night solely to focusing on achieving tranquility and sensing energy. During this period, he recognized certain misconceptions he had harbored. Initially, his general understanding of energy followed this sequence: tranquility, sensing energy, controlling energy, strengthening energy. He realized that tranquility and sensing energy could occur simultaneously, rather than one needing to precede the other. By utilizing the Turtle School's energy technique, he could directly perceive energy. Controlling energy involved mastering it. The more he practiced the Turtle School's technique, the more adept he became at wielding energy. As for strengthening energy, the diligent training during the day naturally resulted in a fortification of his internal energy. Sun Weiqiang felt this enhancement most acutely when employing the Turtle School's technique, noting that its potency had increased at least 2- to 3-fold compared to before. These misapprehensions led to a significant rise in his understanding of energy. He believed he was nearing an intimate connection with energy, convinced that it would not be long before he comprehended the essence of being as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning. However, days turned into weeks into months. For months elapsed, and Sun Weiqiang found himself stagnating at the final step, feeling tantalizingly close to the essence of energy, just a breath away from grasping its existence, yet inexplicably trapped in this limbo. It was akin to lying in bed beside a temptingly bare beauty, inviting him to indulge at will. You have accomplished everything that was required of you, yet you find yourself at the final step, hindered by your lack of experience and unable to discover the way in. Surely, one cannot resort to substituting with chrysanthemums, can they? Sun Weiqiang finds himself in such a predicament, the only distinction being that he yearns for a chrysanthemum, yet has none to substitute. Where could it possibly be? Where, indeed? Why is it so elusive? Is it truly so difficult? Sun Weiqiang continues his search. In this pursuit, he has unknowingly let half a month slip by. Nightfall descends by the lakeside. Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes and gazed up at the starry sky, murmuring to himself, as tranquil as the heavens, as swift as lightning. Could it be that I am mistaken? Is this phrase not meant to describe anger? Surely not. Yet, if I am not mistaken, why can I not comprehend it? Closing his eyes once more, Sun Weiqiang descended into a state of tranquility, deeper than he had ever experienced before. Sun Weiqiang's perception of everything around him is remarkably vivid. It seems as though he can even discern the ripples on the surface of the lake, despite his eyes remaining closed. This detail is inconsequential. What truly matters is that, without resorting to the turtle school's Kamehameha technique, Sun Weiqiang has finally become aware of the presence of energy within him. It is as serene as the sky and as swift as lightning. This duality refers to the static and dynamic nature of energy. The static energy, akin to the tranquil sky, explains why it took me so long to recognize its existence. In contrast, the dynamic energy can be easily perceived. Its buildup and release must be as instantaneous as a flash of lightning. Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes, with a brilliance dancing within them. He rose to his feet, raising his right hand, and concentrated the energy within his palm into a radiant blue light, releasing it with a flourish. Ha ha, I understand now. I truly comprehend, he exclaimed joyfully, his face beaming with delight. With a mere thought, he harnessed the energy coursing through his body, gradually lifting himself into the air. This was well within his expectations. After just over 7 months, a mere 7 months, I am indeed a genius. In the low altitude, Sun Weiqiang couldn't help but praise himself, his heart and mind ablaze with excitement. He gazed towards the direction of the Kame house, eagerly anticipating the day when he could confront little Weiqiang and Master Roshi at the world's premier martial arts tournament to test his mettle against them. In the remaining days, I shall familiarize myself thoroughly, striving to surprise them when the time comes. Chapter 47. The similarities and differences between Sun Weiqiang and Master Roshi. Time flowed silently. One evening, within the Kame house, Sun Weiqiang and his companions were enjoying dinner. Master Roshi, while holding a pair of chopsticks, accidentally dropped a meatball onto the floor, sending it rolling beneath the table. As he bent down to retrieve it, his gaze fell upon the long, slender legs of Lanchi, who sat opposite him, tightly pressed together beneath her ultra-short skirt. It was obscured from view. Master Roshi felt a stir of mischief and raised his chopsticks, intending to lift Lanchi's skirt for a glimpse. He chuckled internally, reveling in his clandestine amusement, just as his chopsticks grasped the edge of her skirt, ready to unveil its secret. However, at that moment, Lanchi stood up to serve rice to little Weiqiang and the others. Cursed be these little rascals. Master Roshi silently cursed the trio for interrupting his mischief. Where's the teacher? Krillin inquired, noticing Master Roshi's absence. He's probably in the restroom, little Weiqiang replied. Sun Weiqiang felt an urge to laugh. Are you all solely preoccupied with eating? Master Turtle Hermit is right beneath the table. And what about defecating? Little Weiqiang, are you attempting to make me die of laughter? Unlike the two of you, who were devouring food as if you were starved ghosts. He remains focused solely on his meal. Just moments ago, Sun Weiqiang witnessed Master Turtle Hermit's beef ball slip from his chopsticks, causing him to dive beneath the table. Yet, what was his true intention? Was he merely retrieving the beef ball, or was he seizing the opportunity to engage in some indecorous act with Lanchi? That remains uncertain. However, knowing Master Turtle Hermit's nature, Sun Weiqiang believed that his intention to collect the beef ball was genuine. But it was equally plausible that he aimed to do something untoward with Lanchi. Apologies for the wait. Lanchi approached, bearing a large bowl of rice. She had returned. Master Turtle Hermit did not emerge from beneath the table. He was waiting for Lanchi to return, eager to continue the unfinished business of moments prior. The temptation beneath her ultra-short skirt, too, enticing to abandon. Lanchi placed the substantial bowl of rice on the table and took her seat, her long, fair legs still pressed closely together. He. Master Turtle Hermit once again raised his right hand, holding the chopsticks, and attempted to lift the hem of Lanchi's skirt. Just as he was about to unveil it for the second time, bang! The weight of the excessively heavy bowl of rice overwhelmed the dining table, crashing down upon Master Turtle Hermit. Kellen, what is wrong, teacher? Little Weiqiang, old man, the restroom is over there. Sun Weiqiang observed in silence. Master Roshi lifted his head, scrutinizing the scene, for at that moment, Lanchi had parted her legs. Lanchi? As the time for the world's foremost martial arts tournament drew nearer, one afternoon, Master Roshi followed little Weiqiang to a colossal boulder. This monumental rock was the very one that Master Roshi had mentioned to Sun Weiqiang and his companions over 7 months ago, asserting that if they could move it, their strength training would be deemed complete. Master, we can already shift this boulder. Krillin eagerly announced this delightful news to Master Roshi. You must observe closely. Little Wukong pressed his hands against the immense rock, resembling a small mountain, just as he had done on that fateful day more than 7 months prior. Sun Weiqiang stood with his hands in his pockets, as the three of them had just demonstrated their prowess. Little Wukong then went to summon Master Turtle Sage. How could this be possible? The Turtle Sage could hardly believe it. Little Wukong gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to push with great effort. The Turtle Sage was astonished. After completing the task, Little Wukong stood panting nearby. Next was my turn. Though I could not move as much as Wukong, Krillin stepped forward. Pointing to himself, he pressed both hands against the massive rock, exerting every ounce of strength he could muster, and to everyone's surprise, he too succeeded in moving it. Once again, the Turtle Sage was left in awe. Finally, it was Sun Weiqiang's turn, who managed to shift the enormous rock, moving at a distance slightly greater than Krillin's but less than Wukong's. Sun Weiqiang was perspiring profusely, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed upon Little Wukong. Undeniably, as in the past, there remained a discernible gap between his strength and that of Little Wukong, a chasm that seemed insurmountable, let alone the prospect of surpassing it. Master Roshi was still in a state of astonishment. Grandfather, can you teach us the martial arts now? Little Wukong exclaimed, clenching his fist with excitement. Krillin and Sun Weiqiang turned their eyes toward their master, Master Roshi. Sun Weiqiang understood that Master Kame had not imparted any specific arrangement of martial arts techniques to them. It should be fine, Master Kame responded. He thought to himself, over 7 months ago, when their training commenced, the suggestion to move this enormous boulder was merely a jest. To his astonishment, all three of them took it seriously and succeeded. It was truly remarkable. At last, they could learn martial arts. How wonderful! Krillin was equally eager. I will surely master the martial arts, Little Goku declared with a smile and determination. There isn't much martial arts to speak of. In truth, I have little left to teach you, Master Kame announced. How can this be? No way. Both Goku and Krillin were taken aback, anticipating that Master Kame would impart some formidable martial arts techniques to them. Sun Weiqiang was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. How could he not be astonished? Was he supposed to smile cheerfully instead? It was evident that there was an issue at hand. He found himself unable to articulate the matter at hand. As Master Roshi walked along, he spoke. The essence of the Turtle School's martial arts has been distilled over these past 7 months, woven into the daily practices of the three of you. You may not have noticed, but your eyes, hands, feet, and indeed your entire being, including your mind, have undergone rigorous training. The efficacy of martial arts lies solely in its application. Upon finishing his words, a young Goku inquired, Grandpa, how can one triumph without even having a signature move? Master Roshi replied, the essence of martial arts is not merely about defeating others. It is fundamentally about surpassing oneself. You must learn to apply your knowledge creatively and develop your own unique style, for that is the true path. The emphasis lies in transcending oneself. This sentiment resonated with Sun Weiqiang, aligning his perspective with that of his master. Yet he pondered, is the focus of martial arts not on how to overcome others? Sun Weiqiang believes that possessing a strong desire to conquer is of utmost importance, just as he aspires to defeat both Little Wukong and his master, the Turtle Hermit, at the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. Without this fervent desire as his foundation, it is likely that he would have struggled to persevere through the arduous journey. Regardless of the trials and tribulations, he endured countless nights of seeking tranquility, the relentless attempts, the failures without reward. The solitary explorations that obscured any glimmer of success were excruciating. Had it not been for this intense yearning, how could he have devoted himself wholeheartedly over those 7 months, exerting every ounce of effort, unafraid of failure, and resolutely advancing despite repeated setbacks? Ultimately, it was this relentless spirit that propelled his understanding and application of energy to unprecedented heights. Therefore, Sun Weiqiang considers the desire to triumph as essential. It empowers individuals to surmount numerous challenges, overcome various obstacles, and even transcend their own limitations. This, however, hinges on one's personal interpretation. Chapter 48, Registering for the Martial Arts Tournament. An encounter with acquaintances. After listening to the Turtle Hermit's words, Krillin inquired, Isn't the purpose of cultivation to secure first place at the World Martial Arts Tournament? The Turtle Hermit replied, No. I have no expectations for you to win the championship at the World Martial Arts Tournament, for that is simply unattainable. My intention in having you participate is to help you recognize the limits of your abilities and inspire you to strive for greater heights. Is it truly impossible? I beg to differ. Sun Wukong gazed at his master, the turtle hermit, longing to voice this sentiment. Yet, he lacked the confidence to assert his ability to surpass the turtle hermit. Even with little Wukong, he could not claim absolute certainty, only admitting the possibility of defeating him. However, it would require an actual confrontation to discern who is stronger. Sun Wukong grew increasingly eager, hoping that on the day of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he would have the opportunity to face off against little Wukong and Master Roshi. Master Roshi continued, stating, in the month leading up to the tournament, I do not intend to teach you any boxing techniques. Instead, you shall persist in your previous training, but with the added burden of a heavier turtle shell. He removed the dark red turtle shell from his back and held it before him. You must don this turtle shell, weighing 40 kilograms. With a thud, Master Roshi released the large shell, which struck the ground with a resonant thump. Night enveloped the surroundings, and the chirping of insects filled the air. The evening breeze caressed the surface of the gently rippling lake. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in the low air, having concluded his training for the evening. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is set to commence the day after tomorrow, and with my current overall strength, I should surpass the young Wukong by a slight margin. This conviction stems from my profound understanding and application of Qi, as well as my ability to unleash a stronger Qi than that of the young Wukong. Presently, my mastery of Qi may still fall short compared to the Wukong who trained in the temple for 3 years. Yet defeating the current young Wukong will not be an easy feat, though I possess some degree of confidence. I earnestly hope that at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, I can finally face off against the young Wukong and my master, the Turtle Sage. I have awaited this day for so long. If victory is within my grasp, that would be splendid. However, should I face defeat, it would not be a matter of great concern. Sun Wukong aspired to triumph over little Wukong and Master Kame Sanin. Yet he yearned even more for the opportunity to engage them in a grand battle. On the eve of their departure, he presented them with a gift. The gentle Lanchi, with her deep blue hair, unveiled a large box containing 3 sets of garments. Wow, new clothes, exclaimed Krillin. Did you make these by hand, Lanchi? Indeed, Lanchi replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Thank you, Lanchi. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. Lanchi smiled softly. Please, go try them on. This is my first time wearing such attire. Little Wukong remarked, clutching the outfit Lanchi had gifted him, as Krillin tugged him inside to change. Otherwise, given little Wukong's impulsive nature, he would have stripped right there and donned the clothes immediately. Once Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Krillin had adorned themselves in the outfits gifted by Lanchi, they dashed out of Kame House. They fit perfectly. Lanchi clasped her hands together, beaming. You all look rather peculiar, she noted. You too, came the reply. And you are strange as well. Sun Weiqiang, Klin, and little Wukong were all engaged in jesting at the expense of one another. The trio donned matching blue attire, complete with blue ties, white dress shirts, and grand blue hats, thankfully not green ones. A thought struck Sun Weiqiang. If you do not hurry, you shall miss the flight. Come aboard quickly, Master Roshi urged. Make sure to give it your all. Lanchi and Klin exchanged handshakes. All right. Klin dashed towards Master Roshi. Do your best. Lanchi shook hands with little Wukong. MHM. Little Wukong also sprinted over to Master Roshi. Put in your utmost effort. Lanchi and Sun Weiqiang shook hands. We will. Sun Weiqiang was the third to rush towards Master Roshi. Lanchi, I entrust the house to you. Inside the vehicle, Master Roshi waved goodbye to Lanchi as he drove away with the 3. Farewell, Lanchi waved in response. On the aircraft that Sun Weiqiang and his companions were aboard, a flight attendant with a stunning figure and striking beauty approached. Would anyone like some juice or perhaps plain water? She inquired, unable to restrain himself. The lecherous Master Roshi reached out and touched the flight attendant's voluptuous rear. Ah, she exclaimed, startled, causing the tray in her hands to slip and crash onto Master Roshi's face. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. The flight attendant hurriedly apologized, blissfully unaware that it was the same lecherous old man who had just groped her. Master, you truly dare to act so boldly. How audacious to take advantage of the situation. Sun Weiqiang mused quietly. Kellen cast a disdainful glance at teacher Wu Tian, his small eyes reflecting contempt. Meanwhile, little Wukong was fast asleep. Once the plane landed, the quartet exited the airport, hailed a taxi, and made their way to the venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament, as night had already fallen. Sun Weiqiang and his companions alighted from the taxi and entered the grand venue of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. A staff member, wielding a loudspeaker, announced, Is there anyone else wishing to register? The deadline for registration is midnight tonight. The venue was bustling with a myriad of attendees dressed in diverse attire. Master Roshi guided Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong, and Krillin toward the registration desk. Before long, a familiar voice called out, "Wukong, Weiqiang, it's been ages." Lu Ping approached the two. Little Wukong blinked and stared blankly at the newcomer, inquiring, "Who are you?" Sun Weiqiang chuckled and said, "Wukong, this is Lepin. You are Lepin." Upon being reminded by Weiqiang, little Wukong recognized him and exclaimed joyfully, "How did you change so much? I can hardly recognize you with this new hairstyle." It was said that having long hair in the city was rather unfashionable. Lepin touched his head, seemingly indicating something. "Weiqiang, Wukong, who is he?" Krillin inquired. "He is our friend, named Lepin," little Wukong replied, gesturing to Krillin to introduce him. "This guy is Krillin, who trained with us at Grandpa's place." Lepin greeted, "Hello." Krillin responded, "Hello. Aren't you three going to sign up soon?" Master Roshi turned around and, to his surprise, spotted a familiar face. "Bulma, Oolong, Puar." Little Wukong exclaimed with delight upon seeing them. "Wukong, it's been a long time." Oolong and little Wukong clasped hands together. Little Wukong laughed heartily, "Indeed. How are you all?" Sun Weiqiang waved at Bulma and the others, offering a greeting. "Wukong, Weiqiang, what brings you here?" Bulma's face lit up with surprise at the sight of familiar faces. "Hello." Master Roshi suddenly leaned in closer to Bulma. "Master Roshi." Bulma appeared somewhat apprehensive, perhaps reminded of that fateful day. Look, just look." Chapter 49, Plans after the martial arts tournament? Before the preliminary matches, Bulma stood with her fists clenched at her side, questioning Master Roshi, "Where exactly do you reside now?" "I went to Kame House looking for Wukong and Weiqiang, but I couldn't even find Kame House." Little Wukong had previously mentioned the matter of Kame Island and Kame House to her. Master Roshi explained. "The small island where we used to live was too cramped for training, so we relocated. It has been a while since we last met. Would you like to play a game with me again?" As he spoke, Master Roshi raised his hands in front of him, demonstrating a distance of about 20 centimeters between his palms, gesturing to grasp something in between. His meaning could not have been clearer, particularly as the sunglasses on Master Roshi's face were aligned directly with Bulma's prominent figure. "Have you forgotten? It was like this when we touched the bread mountain." We squeezed and pressed. Before he could finish, Bulma unexpectedly produced a wooden mallet from somewhere and angrily struck the old pervert with a heavy blow. "Master, are you trying to jog Bulma's memory?" Sun Weiqiang shook his head in disapproval. In front of her boyfriend Lepin, such blatant behavior was unseemly. Those unaware might think you had ulterior motives. Those who knew would realize you were simply being foolish. "That old man hasn't changed at all," Oolong remarked, sharing his opinion of Master Roshi. "Indeed." Puar, flying at a low altitude, concurred. "Wukong, Weiqiang, are you both here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Lu Ping inquired. Although he felt that it should be this way, it was hardly appropriate to merely be a spectator, was it? How could that be possible? Little Wukong chuckled heartily in response. "Indeed." Sun Weiqiang nodded, feeling a genuine headache, despite the joy he should feel at their attendance. He found it hard to be happy. Lu Ping spoke his mind calmly. For him, the former Wukong had been a formidable opponent, and now, after training under Master Wu Tian, he had undoubtedly made significant progress. Weiqiang was no different. Although Lu Ping had never fought him directly, he had witnessed the explosive power at Bread Mountain, where Weiqiang's Kamehameha surpassed even Wukong's might, coupled with what he learned from Bulma about Weiqiang's past battles. Lu Ping understood that at the World Martial Arts Championship, encountering either Weiqiang or Wukong would be quite the challenge. Challenges aside, Lu Ping was undaunted. Starting tomorrow, they might very well be rivals in the arena. Let us do our best. Win the preliminaries. Advance to the semifinals. Tomorrow? Aren't we competing today? Little Wukong asked in confusion. Bulma crossed her arms, retorting, "What are you talking about? Today is the last day to register. The competition begins tomorrow morning." "Really? How disappointing." Little Wukong pouted, clearly unhappy. "Don't worry, it will come soon enough," Sun Weiqiang reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Krillin shot a sideways glance at Wukong, his eyes seemingly conveying, "What is there to be disappointed about?" That night, in the bedroom, Master Roshi, Krillin, Little Wukong, and Sun Weiqiang lay on a large bed. While the others had succumbed to slumber, Sun Weiqiang remained awake, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. He pondered the potential changes the World Martial Arts Championship might bring due to his presence. In the original Dragon Ball universe, who would make it to the semifinals? And who would be eliminated in the preliminaries? After advancing, would he have the chance to face Little Wukong? Would the champion still be Master Roshi in disguise as Jackie Chan? Moreover, what would his path be after the conclusion of the tournament? This was not the first time Sun Wukong had contemplated these matters. One thing was certain: he would not embark on training adventures with little Wukong. Such a course would be detrimental to both of them. Simply put, how many individuals on this earth could match their combined strength? To state that they were nearly invincible together would not be an exaggeration. For their mutual benefit, the wisest choice was to part ways and pursue their training independently. Yes, if all goes well, after the World Martial Arts Championship concludes, I shall head there for my training. Sun Weiqiang pondered for a moment and arrived at a decision. He recalled that after the conclusion of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, little Wukong would clash with the Red Ribbon Army in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Sun Weiqiang harbors no intention of thwarting others. He is reluctant to do so. This is one of the paths through which the little Wukong gains strength, representing his journey of growth and experience. Without such transformation, the Red Ribbon Army would ultimately meet its demise at the hands of the solitary Wukong. At that crucial juncture, it would be best for him to arrive there alongside the likes of Master Roshi, as it pertains to a significant aspect of his future plans. There is much to be done, indeed. Sun Weiqiang, feeling a sense of quiet self-congratulation, dismissed further thoughts. The most pressing matter at hand was to enjoy a restful slumber in preparation for the upcoming preliminary rounds of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. At the break of dawn, Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, Master Roshi, little Goku, Weiqiang, Bulma, Puar, and Oolong gathered once more at the venue of the tournament. Although the hour was still early, a throng of people had already assembled. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, "It's absolutely packed this early. Are there that many competitors inside?" Little Goku remarked, gazing towards the tournament hall. Krillin replied, "I believe there must be quite a number." "Indeed," Sun Weiqiang echoed. Master Roshi interjected, "All right, let us proceed to the venue for the preliminaries." Outside the preliminary venue, a staff member with a loudspeaker repeatedly announced, "All participants of the martial arts tournament must pass through the preliminaries. Please proceed to the competition hall." Master Roshi turned to Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, and little Goku, saying, "I can only accompany you this far. The rest is up to your own efforts." In unison, the three responded, "Yes." Suddenly, Master Roshi recalled something important. As he opened the box he was carrying, he added, "The outfits you currently have are not suitable for combat. Here, take these." Sun Weiqiang, Krillin, and little Wukong donned the matching orange-red martial arts uniforms gifted to them by Master Roshi. "Wow, they look so cool," exclaimed little Wukong, brimming with excitement. "Indeed," Sun Weiqiang concurred. Krillin remarked, "It would be quite embarrassing to lose." Among the 8 who emerged from the preliminaries, they would face off in duels before an audience. "And I, too, will be in the stands, hoping to witness your battles," Master Roshi concluded as he addressed his 3 disciples. Little Wukong nodded in affirmation. "I'll remember." Sun Weiqiang responded, "All right, Master." Krillin smiled, "We will do our best." Nearby, Bulma cheered for her boyfriend. "You must win, Lepin." Lepin nodded and declared, "For this day, I have endured countless training sessions. I will not easily concede defeat." "Young Master Lepin, you are sure to triumph in the preliminary rounds." Puyalu encouraged him from beside. "That's not certain. If Lepin faces either Weiqiang or Wukong in the preliminaries, he will undoubtedly lose." Oolong interjected, shaking his head with his left hand in his pocket and wagging his finger. "Oolong!" Puyalu shot him an irritated glare. "I'm merely speaking the truth," Oolong retorted, raising his hands in surrender. To Puyalu, he appeared as a rather infuriating pig. Chapter 50. The top 8 of the World Martial Arts Tournament unveiled before the preliminaries of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Bulma gazed up at the high window outside the martial arts hall, feeling utterly exasperated. She turned to the little white pig behind her. "Oolong, crouch down and give me a boost. Can't you just ask that old man for help?" Oolong protested. "Not a chance," Puyalu interjected. "Teacher Weiqiang said he went to the restroom and isn't here." Bulma pointed sternly at the ground. "Hurry up and comply. Quickly. Why must it be me?" Oolong's face darkened as he attempted to resist. "Stop your whining and do it." Bulma glared fiercely at him. "It's always like this. It's truly animal cruelty." Oolong thought indignantly, yet he had no choice but to comply. He obediently lay down. "Go ahead." Bulma smiled. "That is more like it." Oolong raised his head, momentarily pacified. As Bulma, lifting her leg to step on him, revealed the temptation of her white underwear beneath her short skirt, which quelled his anger. How splendid. There are perks to this. Oolong delighted in his thoughts. "Higher, faster," Bulma commanded. While the allure of her white underwear was undeniable, Wulong found her weight burdensome. I see it. Don't move, Bulma instructed. So heavy. Wulong used his shoulders to elevate Bulma, muttering, damn it. Now I can't see anything. Puyalu flew to the window, peering inside alongside Bulma. Before long, they spotted Weiqiang preparing to enter the arena. How infuriating. So close, yet so far. Wulong yearned to catch a glimpse beneath Bulma's skirt, but it proved challenging. Stop swaying. Bulma snapped down at him. Just 1 more centimeter, and I could have seen. Wulong was determined to try harder. Finally, I did it. Wulong's eyes were met with the sight beneath Bulma's skirt, and he brimmed with joy. I've won. Success. Bulma felt a surge of joy as Goku effortlessly vanquished his opponent. It's so heavy. Could you please refrain from moving? Wulong cautioned, sensing something amiss. Bulma looked down and inquired, how do you know Goku won? Wulong remained silent. At that moment, Puar interjected, I've spotted the young master. Where? Bulma asked eagerly. At ring number 2. Puar pointed. Indeed, it's Lepin. Lepin. Bulma waved her hands in exuberance. However, a formidable giant suddenly appeared before her in the arena, startling her into losing her balance and falling backward. I can't see. I can't see, Bulma exclaimed, sitting on the grass with her legs apart, her face caught in Puar's embrace. Wulong felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, lying sideways in front of Bulma, unabashedly gazing at her exposed legs. I see it. I see it so clearly. Little did they know, they were not the only ones observing Bulma. Wulong turned around to discover a large crowd had gathered behind them. Help? I can't see. Bulma was still in shock. Don't look. Wulong stood up, attempting to shield Bulma's modesty. Puar, what are you doing? Bulma finally regained her composure and pushed Puar away from her face. I'm sorry, I was startled, Puar exclaimed. It was only then that Bulma realized Wulong and the crowd were fixated on her pristine white underwear, and in embarrassment, she tossed Puar aside and hurriedly covered herself, pulling down her exceedingly short skirt. Earlier in the arena, after emerging victorious from his first match, little Goku was engaged in conversation with Sun Wukong and Krillin. Suddenly, they were interrupted. Well, if at ISNT Krillin, a stout monk and a slender monk approached. Senior brother, Krillin said, looking at them with trepidation. The slender monk remarked, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, ever since you left Shaolin Temple in tears. What brings you here? The stout monk, hands on his hips, chuckled. Surely you're not here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? The slender monk playfully patted Krillin's bald head. Yes, I intend to compete, Krillin stammered. Don't make me laugh. You have absolutely no chance of winning. Heed my advice. The slender monk grinned. This is ring number 3. Which number are you? I'm number 93, Krillin muttered, looking downcast. That's rather unfortunate. The slender monk laughed heartily. Would you like me to reveal who your opponent is? Krillin raised his gaze to his former senior brother. It's me. The slender monk teased, pointing his thumb at himself. Krillin's face turned pale. I can hardly wait to see if you've improved. The stout monk gazed at Krillin and mocked him. With a swift motion, the lean monk playfully struck Krillin on the head, exclaiming, Please, show some mercy. Laughter erupted as he and the stout monk departed joyfully. Their demeanor was truly despicable, thought little Weiqiang, who expressed his disdain. Indeed, Sun Wukong concurred, fully aware of the situation. These 2 elder brothers of Krillin were merely jesters. Before long, Krillin would impart some lessons on humility to them. In the Shaolin Temple, they used to bully me frequently. I'm doomed. They are incredibly strong. Perhaps I should forfeit. Krillin lamented, lowering his head, devoid of confidence. What did you say? Just unleash your full strength and defeat them, little Weiqiang declared, clenching his fist fiercely. Exactly, Krillin. After enduring Master Roshi's rigorous training, they are not as formidable as you imagine, Sun Wukong added. In less than half an hour, within the competition arena, a referee announced. Now, we invite contestant number 93 and contestant number 94 to the stage. It's my turn, Krillin thought, appearing quite apprehensive at the edge of Area 3's stage. Come on. Krillin, you can do it, cheered little Weiqiang. Sun Wukong, defeat him. You can do it, Klin. Facing the foremost master of Shaolin Temple as an opponent, Klin is doomed. The rotund monk floated with an air of superiority, as if it were he who was to engage Klin in battle. The slender monk beside him stepped onto the stage and remarked, I shall take good care of him. That fellow is not formidable at all. Klin, deliver him a single punch. Little Weiqiang, mimicking Weiqiang's frequent posture of hands in pockets, encouraged. Do not speak recklessly, Klin stammered, his fear rendering his words fragmented. Sun Wukong said little, believing that the outcome would speak for itself. In the arena, Clin and the Slender Monk stood face to face. Not fleeing, are you? That courage is indeed commendable. You have awakened to your potential, I see, remarked the Slender Monk, arms crossed, confidence radiating from him. Clin, however, was filled with trepidation, his heart racing with fervor. Let the match begin, proclaimed the referee. Then I shall not hold back. The Slender Monk assumed his stance, a smile gracing his face as he unleashed a punch. Clin nimbly evaded, leaping into the air, and as he descended, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the Slender Monk soaring out of the ring, crashing through the wall of the competition hall, still in flight. Clin was astonished by his own strength. Contestant number 93 emerges victorious. The referee was equally taken aback. In the preliminary rounds of the world's premier martial arts tournament, 4 rings within the competition hall operated simultaneously, with each match concluding within a minute, determining the top 8 contenders today. Chapter 51. The Battle for the Top 8, Sun Weiqiang vs. Lan Fang. Inside the competition hall, Sun Weiqiang ascended to the ring in Zone 4. He had effortlessly triumphed over each opponent thus far, and now, with only one adversary remaining, he was on the brink of securing a place among the top 8 in the world's premier martial arts tournament. Go, Weiqiang. We're rooting for you in the top 8, cheered the already qualified contestants, Little Wukong and Clin, from below the ring. Indeed, Sun Weiqiang responded confidently. In this edition of the tournament, aside from Little Wukong and Master Roshi, who might thwart his advance to the top 8, no others could impede his progress. Moreover, Little Wukong and Master Roshi had not encountered him in the preliminary rounds. Sun Weiqiang watched as his opponent ascended to the arena. She was a woman named Lan Fang. Had it not been for his intervention, she would have undoubtedly secured a place among the top 8. Sun Weiqiang recalled this fact. Indeed, she was a charming and striking young lady, as Sun Weiqiang effortlessly claimed victory after victory. He captured the attention of Lan Fang from the same district. She had observed his earlier matches and concluded that he was a formidable adversary who could not be bested in a direct confrontation. To triumph over this young lad, she would need to employ an unconventional strategy. Lan Fang scrutinized Sun Weiqiang, her mind racing with calculations. Beneath the arena of District 4, a gathering of spectators had amassed. Initially, during the preliminary rounds, some had regarded the young boy with disdain. However, at this juncture, no one dared to underestimate him any longer. Would Miss Lan Fang emerge victorious? Or would it be Sun Weiqiang? Both were powerful contenders, and perhaps only through their battle would the answer be revealed. Many engaged in discussion. Clad in black, Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, had just concluded his final preliminary match and hurried to this venue. There was one individual he was particularly keen to observe. It was not his disciple Sun Weiqiang, but rather Miss Lan Fang, who captured Master Roshi's attention. That rascal. At this moment, Master Roshi wished fervently to replace his disciple in a duel with Miss Lan Fang, envisioning a setting that transitioned from the arena to a more intimate space. The match commenced. The referee of District 4 announced the start. Be gentle, little brother. I'm afraid of pain, Lan Fang cooed softly, her alluring lips pouting as she blew a kiss to her opponent. Sun Weiqiang remained unfazed. Woman, if you wish to engage with me in bed, then perhaps that would be acceptable. On the stage? You must be dreaming. Just as Lan Fang blew him a kiss, she swiftly approached Sun Weiqiang and unleashed a powerful kick. Humph. Sun Weiqiang's gaze sharpened, and he stood motionless, capturing Lan Fang's right leg with his left hand and forcefully flinging her off the platform. Ah, Lan Fang shrieked, attempting to alter her position mid-air to avoid falling off the stage, but the immense force thwarted her efforts. Bang! Lan Fang tumbled beneath the arena. The winner is Sun Weiqiang, announced the referee from Zone 4. It hurts so much. I'm in agony. It's unbearable. Lan Fang sat on the ground, weeping, albeit feigned. Yet her tears flowed like a genuine lament. Though she did feel pain in her body, for someone who had practiced martial arts since childhood, it was hardly significant. Lan Fang's pretense of sorrow aimed to elicit sympathy from the young opponent who had bested her. When he approached, she planned to launch a surprise attack. Young man, you truly lack appreciation for the delicate nature of women. You've caused me pain, and I'm merely 16, not much older than you, just more developed. Prior to competing against Sun Weiqiang, Lan Fang had observed him and concluded that he was most likely her greatest rival for a spot among the top 8. Thus, she learned that this boy named Sun Weiqiang was 13 years of age. Returning to the present, Lan Fang continued to sob. It truly hurts. How could you treat a girl so roughly? Woe is me. Sun Weiqiang cast a fleeting glance at her as he descended from the arena. Is this charade really necessary after a defeat? Do you take me for a fool? He vividly recalled the original Dragon Ball world, where Lan Fang, having reached the quarterfinals, had once employed theatrics to deceive her opponent, Nanmo, during their clash for a spot in the semifinals. In a dramatic turn, she had even disrobed, leaving herself clad only in a pink bra and matching panties. Sun Weiqiang cast a fleeting glance at Lan Fang, just a brief one. If he wished, he could prolong the battle, for there was a possibility that Lan Fang might unleash her revealing technique against him, thus reaping certain rewards and indulging his eyes. However, for Sun Weiqiang, standing upon the arena meant that only the distinction between victor and vanquished mattered. Nothing else held significance. If a single strike could determine the outcome, then let it be so. Any additional moves would be superfluous. Sun Weiqiang acknowledges himself as a lewd person and concedes that Lan Fang possesses exceptional facial features and an exquisite figure. But what of it? Sun Weiqiang remained unaffected by Lan Fang's influence, yet others were not so fortunate. Sun Weiqiang, you rascal. How could you bring tears to the eyes of such a delightful girl? The turtle immortal, disguised as Jackie Chan, could no longer bear to witness this. However, he quickly regained his composure and promptly covered his mouth. Sun Weiqiang glanced at his master, the turtle hermit, who was disguised as Jackie Chan, and could not help but think, Master, because of my presence, you can no longer reach out to caress Lan Fang's dairy. In his memory, within the original Dragon Ball universe, Lan Fang, after shedding her outer garments, was still defeated by Nam, collapsing onto the arena floor. Amidst the gaze of countless spectators, Master Turtle Hermit took the opportunity to grope Lan Fang's pert posterior, clad only in pink bikini briefs. Little Goku looked towards Jackie Chan, just a few meters away, and murmured, "It sounds like the old man's voice." Krillin nodded in agreement. Coughing lightly, the turtle hermit feigned a cough, attempting to appear nonchalant. He chose not to depart. Leaving now would only draw more attention to himself. Sun Weiqiang stepped down from the ring. Congratulations, Weiqiang. You've made it into the top 8 just like us. Xiao Wukong's attention shifted to him, beaming with joy as if he himself had emerged victorious. Thank you, Sun Weiqiang replied, smiling as he clasped hands with Xiao Wukong, albeit somewhat passively. Xiao Wukong, overflowing with happiness, held on to his hands and bounced around excitedly, seeing that her tears had failed to elicit any sympathy. Lan Fang ceased her weeping. Rising swiftly to her feet, she approached Sun Weiqiang with determination, glaring at him fiercely. I won't forget you, little brother, she declared, emphasizing each syllable of little brother as if to underscore her indignation. Throughout her life, she had never been treated so rudely by a man. Never. Unfazed by her beauty, Lan Fang understood that this young boy was simply too immature to appreciate the allure of a charming and voluptuous young woman. What made it particularly difficult for her to accept was the ease with which he had defeated her, as if discarding refuse. This was her first participation in the World Martial Arts Championship, and in the final round of the preliminaries, she found herself up against Sun Weiqiang. Acknowledging her own inadequacies, she had resorted to using her beauty for the first time, only to discover that it had no effect on her opponent. Most astonishingly, the one who had effortlessly triumphed over her was a boy 3 years her junior. She had never before lost to someone her own age, let alone to someone younger than herself. With no means of retaliation, she uttered with fierce resolve, "This is not over between us," and turned to leave. Sun Weiqiang chuckled. Is that all? What more do you desire? Do you wish to entangle yourself with me? Be careful lest I toss you onto the bed and administer justice on the spot. Allow me to demonstrate the myriad forms of intimacy. Over the past 8 months, Sun Weiqiang's physical development has inexplicably accelerated. At 13, he has grown half a head taller than before. Although still short, it is not only his stature that has changed. He has become barely capable, though the other party might not be entirely pleased. Sun Weiqiang was unaware. He had never experienced it himself, let alone inquire about another's feelings. Furthermore, it cannot be ruled out that some women might indeed appreciate his current size. As the saying goes, the world is vast and full of wonders. Some may enjoy the gentle touch, even if it does not penetrate deeply. Chapter 52, Wulong and Puyalu. Is this Bulma? Aside from Jackie Chan, Sun Wukong, Sun Weiqiang, and Krillin, the other 4 contenders who advanced to the top 8 of the World Martial Arts Tournament are Lu Ping, Namo, He Lane, and the Barbarian. After a draw, the list for the semifinals was determined. Match 1, Krillin vs. Barbarian. Match 2, Jackie Chan vs. Liu Ping Match 3. Sun Weiqiang vs. Namo Match 4. Sun Wukong vs. Key Lane. Within the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, reactions to the matchups were mixed. Sun Weiqiang felt a surge of excitement. If he could defeat Namo, he would have the chance to face off against Little Wukong. This was indeed his fervent desire. Should he triumph over Little Wukong, he would be able to contend for the championship against his master, the Turtle Hermit, who was disguised as Jackie Chan. This was splendid news for Sun Weiqiang. While Krillin wore a frown as he glanced at the imposing figure of the barbarian in the distance, the chief referee overseeing the tournament's top 8, as Sun Weiqiang recalled, was clad in a sharp black suit and dark sunglasses, with a head of blonde hair. He announced the new competition rules. There were no restrictions. The match would continue until a victor emerged. In simpler terms, being knocked off the stage or surrendering would signify defeat. However, one rule was clear. Any attacks directed at the eyes or genitalia would be deemed foul play. What are the genitals? Little Wukong inquired as he approached. The area where you usually relieve yourself, the chief referee explained to him. As the matches were about to commence, the chief referee instructed everyone to wait and prepare for their bout. Wait, what about lunch? Little Wukong tugged at the referee's clothing. Little brother, the match is about to begin. Do you still wish to eat? Can it wait until after? The chief referee replied, turning to him and bending slightly. I want to eat now. Little Wukong raised his hand emphatically. Then please arrange a lunch for him. The chief referee instructed a monk nearby. Understood. Please come this way. The monk gestured in a certain direction. Little Wukong asked Krillin, Weiqiang, and Liu Ping if they would join him for a meal, but upon receiving their refusals, he followed the monk alone. Sun Weiqiang was not hungry. The competition was about to commence, and he was eager to witness the match between Klin and the barbarian. Although the outcome was already known, the experience of being present at the event would undoubtedly offer a different sensation. The chief referee emerged from the venue of the World Martial Arts Championship, and the entrance led directly to the open competition area. He stepped forward, microphone and match list in hand, to commence the proceedings. Good afternoon, esteemed spectators, and I apologize for the wait. We shall now officially kick off the 21st World Martial Arts Championship. The lineup for the first match is as follows: Mr. Barbarian versus Mr. Klin. The second match features Mr. Jackie Chan against Mr. Lepin. The third match will see Mr. Sun Weiqiang facing Mr. Namo. The fourth match includes Mr. Sun Wukong against Mr. Kirin. Shortly thereafter, the first match between the Barbarian and Klin was set to begin. Furthermore, the champion of this event would be awarded a substantial prize of 500,000 yuan. Before the first match commenced, we invite the head of the World Martial Arts Academy to offer his greetings. Headmaster, please take the floor. As the chief referee stepped aside, he gestured invitingly to the approaching headmaster. The headmaster, a Shar-Pei dog, maintained a stoic expression as he took the microphone from the chief referee and moved forward a few paces. Before him, the audience was filled to capacity, eagerly anticipating the start of the competition. The noise of the crowd gradually diminished, becoming somewhat hushed, likely as many wished to hear the headmaster's words. The Shar-Pei surveyed the crowd and delivered a succinct utterance. Woof. Some audience members were left speechless. Was that it? Others were taken aback, wondering if there was more to come. Thank you, headmaster. The chief referee reclaimed the microphone, declaring, Now, I announce the commencement of the first match. Contestants, please prepare to enter the arena. A wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Inside the World Martial Arts Academy, the chief referee's voice resonated. Klin, you will surely prevail. Go for it. Little Wukong encouraged, clenching his fists in support. Give it your all. Sun Weiqiang raised his fist in solidarity. Jackie Chan, Lepin, and others surrounded them. Klin stepped out of the venue, nervously facing the audience, followed by the barbarian. The chief referee walked between them, holding a handkerchief to his nose with one hand and the microphone with the other, quickly introducing the contestants to the audience. On the left, we have the 13-year-old contender, Klin. On the right, the foul-smelling barbarian, who has not bathed since birth. At the very front of the audience, it was unexpected for Klin to be making his debut in this first match. Oolong pinched his nose and exclaimed, How is it possible for someone to smell this foul? Bulma, also holding her nose, echoed his sentiments. Poir, too, shared their dismay. It truly reeks. To their right, two spectators murmured, Even a little brat can compete. The tournament has lost all hope. Indeed, how can someone merely 13 years old? Has he weaned off milk? Can he truly triumph in the preliminaries and secure a place in the top 8? I suspect foul play. Absolutely. Were it not for the fact that the director is a Shar-Pei, I might even suspect that this fellow named Krillin is the director's son. What are you saying? Bulma snapped, turning to glare at them. Despite having met Krillin only the previous night, he was a friend of Vegeta and Goku, thus making him her friend as well. To speak of her friend in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. Oolong cast a sidelong glance at the two men disparaging Krillin, whispering, "Are you referring to your son when you mention weaning at 13? Poir remained silent, observing without interjecting. "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" One of the men haughtily asked, arms crossed, gazing down at Bulma. "Are we incorrect?" The other man chimed in, hands on his hips. "Is that so?" Bulma drew a handgun, fixing her gaze upon them. "Incorrect. Incorrect. Put it down. Let us talk this out. We were wrong, all right?" Bulma aimed her gun at the other man. "And you?" The previously arrogant man raised his hands in fear, shouting, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please lower it. Be careful not to accidentally fire. That's more like it. Listen closely. If I hear another word of your nonsense, I swear I'll shoot you both. We won't dare. We promise." The two men forced a smile, bowing in submission. Only then did Bulma holster her weapon and turn her attention back to the arena. Oolong stood dumbfounded. Who knew Bulma, with such a fiery temperament, could be so loyal? Poir was equally astonished. This was not the Bulma it knew. What had changed? Chapter 53. The Barbarian Defeats Krillin. On the public arena, the chief judge introduced the two contestants for the first match, followed by the announcement of some rules. Listen carefully. Anyone who falls off the stage will be counted as defeated. If someone remains on the ground for several seconds, that too counts as a loss, and if one surrenders, that is also a loss. There is no time limit for the first match. Let the competition commence. Clang. The gong attendant, already prepared, struck the large gong, producing a resounding echo. The audience erupted into an even louder cheer. "Barbarian, take down that little brat. Brat. Defeat this unbathed, stinking fellow." Both contestants garnered varying levels of support from the crowd. Sun Weiqiang stood outside the arena of the world's foremost martial arts competition, observing the battleground from the left side of the entrance wall. Little Wukong lay sprawled against a wall. The barbarian, laughing heartily, charged towards Krillin. With remarkable agility, Krillin effortlessly dodged the attack, much to the barbarian's surprise. Well, if that's the case, prepare to witness my foul breath whirlwind," the barbarian declared, preparing to unleash his technique. He opened his mouth wide, fists clenched at his sides, and with all his might, expelled a noxious gust towards Krillin. What an awful stench. What is this foul odor? Lacking experience, Krillin faltered, becoming unsteady on his feet and dizzy in his mind. But wait, the barbarian had another trick up his sleeve. He grasped the only piece of clothing he wore, a black pair of underpants, and with his right hand, delved within to rub and scrub. Goodness, is this truly happening? In the original Dragon Ball world, Sun Weiqiang recalled that Krillin ultimately triumphed over the barbarian, yet the finer details had faded from memory over the years. It seemed Krillin was in for a rough time. Sun Weiqiang's gaze shifted to the dazed Krillin, wondering if the barbarian intended to concoct a ball of mud to feed him. Sun Weiqiang quickly discerned the intentions of the barbarian towards Klin. Klin. Little Wukong felt a surge of concern for Klin. The barbarian, having prepared his foul concoction, withdrew his right hand from his undergarments and, utilizing a technique of force, expelled a noxious cloud concentrated upon his index finger directly towards Klin. Caught off guard, Klin was unable to evade this assault and fell victim once more. What an atrocious stench. Klin felt as though he were on the brink of collapse, toppling backward with a resounding thud upon the arena floor. "Klin, what has happened to you?" "Klin." Little Wukong shouted in alarm. Who could possibly endure this? Sun Weiqiang observed in solemn silence for 3 minutes on Klin's behalf. At some point, the presiding chief referee had donned a gas mask, holding a microphone as he narrated the unfolding events. The contestant, Klin, has scarcely entered the fray before succumbing. Following the foul breath, the additional stench from his private regions, the barbarian has unleashed a relentless dual assault of odor. No one could withstand such an onslaught. As the count progressed, 1, 2, 3, the referee's assistant, also masked, appeared unnoticed by the audience until the countdown drew their attention. What a grotesque tactic. Bulma pinched her nose, expressing disdain for such an approach. Oolong, clutching a pig's snout in one hand and gesturing with the other, urged, "Klin, rise." Poir, holding his nose, was taken aback by the barbarian's peculiar martial prowess. "Hey, come on, little guy. Get up, Klin." Strangely, The two men who had previously denounced Klin now rallied in his support. Get up. Defeat this barbarian. Other spectators joined in, cheering, "You can do it, little brat. Stand tall." Among the audience were martial arts enthusiasts and practitioners who had witnessed Klin's earlier agility in evading the barbarian's swift moves, attesting to his exceptional skill. It was no wonder he had reached the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament at such a young age. True talent is indispensable. As the referee's assistant counted down to 7, Klin rose to his feet, albeit feeling somewhat unwell. In that moment of distraction, the barbarian seized Klin with his massive hands, lifting him high and choking him. Soon, Klin's face flushed crimson. "I shall choke the life out of you," the barbarian declared, eyeing the small figure in his grip. The chief referee commented, "It appears the barbarian's prowess extends beyond mere stench. His enormous hands are constricting Klin's neck, and he seems to be in considerable distress." Of course, who wouldn't suffer when choked? Klin mused, reflecting on the commentary. Little Wukong shouted, "Quick, pry his hands apart. Klin, hurry." In the eyes of Sun Wukong, Little Wukong was far more anxious than Klin. Klin, unwilling to succumb to the barbarian's grip and lose the match, summoned all his strength. In a fleeting moment, he unleashed a powerful burst of energy, freeing himself from the barbarian's clutches while simultaneously launching a counterattack. The barbarian never anticipated such a turn of events. With a resounding thud, Klin sent the barbarian crashing to the ground. "Well done, Klin. Exactly like that. Bravo, little one." Witnessing this, many spectators erupted in cheers. As the countdown reached 3, the barbarian rose from the ground, infuriated. "You pesky little brat," he exclaimed, advancing toward Klin. Before long, Klin found himself cornered against the edge of the ring, with no escape route behind him. The barbarian, filled with delight, cackled, "Let us see how you retreat now." His laughter grew louder, convinced that victory was already within his grasp. Klin surveyed the arena and observed the space beneath the barbarian. With determination, he dashed towards it. Realizing Klin's intent, the barbarian sat down heavily, inadvertently pinning Klin beneath him. A cry of anguish escaped Klin's lips. "How foolish," Sun Weiqiang exclaimed, covering his forehead with his hand. "Can you really be so reckless as to invite your opponent to seize the opportunity?" "Klin," Little Wukong shouted, his voice ringing out. Sun Weiqiang shook his head, glancing at Little Wukong before turning his gaze towards Klin. "Oh, Klin, how many times has Little Wukong worried for you during this match? Please, show some spirit." The barbarian was utterly elated, bouncing up and then plopping down once more. "Ah!" Klin let out another agonizing scream, which only excited the barbarian further, causing him to leap repeatedly, his ample posterior crashing down again and again. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Klin's cries persisted without pause. He thought to himself, "This cannot continue." Enduring the pain, Klin rolled over and pressed his hands against the barbarian's massive backside. Remarkable. The fighter had managed to support the barbarian's great weight. The chief referee's voice echoed through the arena. "You're doomed." The barbarian turned back with a grin, fists clenched, exerting all his might. With a resounding pft, he unleashed a thunderous flatulence. The chief referee declared, "The barbarian has released a foul stench, undoubtedly the worst of its kind." Hiss. Sun Weiqiang inhaled sharply, staring in disbelief as the barbarian rubbed his substantial behind against Klin's face, as if providing an intimate massage. The scene was too surreal. Who could possibly endure such a sight? Sun Weiqiang lamented. Little Wukong glanced down at Weiqiang. The barbarian tormented Klin with his hefty backside, then turned around, stepping repeatedly on him. "Ha ha ha ha." The barbarian laughed heartily. Oh no. Klin was subjected to the barbarian's powerful stomps, left with no means to retaliate. Appearing as though he might succumb at any moment, the chief referee passionately narrated the unfolding match. One foot followed another as the barbarian continued to stomp on Klin. Perhaps dissatisfied with this, he pressed his right foot onto Klin, rubbing and grinding against him on the arena floor, step by step, as if in a devilish cadence. Klin was reduced to a frothing state. "I have won." The barbarian raised his fist to the sky, shouting triumphantly. Chapter 54, Lanfang transformed by Sun Weiqiang 1, 2. 3. The chief referee's assistant rushed over to count down. Bulma, Puar, Oolong, and some spectators rallied behind Klin with cheers. "Come on, Klin, get up. You can do it. You must not lose to this foul creature. Stand up and continue fighting." Little Wukong shouted, "Klin, stand up. You absolutely cannot be defeated by that guy. Think calmly. The foul odor you perceive is merely an illusion, utterly undetectable. You don't lack a nose, do you?" "Oh yes." A single phrase awakened Klin from his stupor. Hearing Wukong's words, he regained his composure and, just as the countdown reached 9, rose to his feet. "Thank you, Wukong." He expressed his gratitude, refocusing his attention on the barbarian. "It is time for my counterattack." Clint assumed his stance. The barbarian across from him was taken aback, not expecting his opponent to rise again, and seethed. "You wretched brat. I shall slay you." The barbarian opened his mouth wide, gathering strength to unleash his ultimate move. He prepared to spit, and it was said that even elephants would flee in terror at the sight of his expectoration. Would Clint find a way to evade it? The chief referee's microphone crackled ominously. Many in the audience felt a tightness in their chests. It was truly daunting. The venue fell silent. Under the gaze of the crowd, the barbarian unleashed a stream of thick yellow phlegm. The projectile shot forth with extraordinary speed. However, Clint evaded it. As he leapt into the air, he delivered a kick that struck the barbarian squarely in the face. Bang! For the second time in this match, the barbarian was sent crashing to the ground. Clint landed and sprinted to the barbarian's chest, glaring down at him as he lifted his head. Then, Clint turned his back, bent down, and dropped his trousers, revealing a small, white backside, before releasing a tiny, foul-smelling fart directed at the barbarian's face. "It stinks to high heaven," was the only thought left in the barbarian's mind before he succumbed to the stench. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The assistant referee's countdown echoed. It was indeed a miraculous comeback. The barbarian remained down for 10 seconds, presumably having fainted. "In this first match, I declare the victor to be Clint," announced the chief referee. Many spectators erupted in cheers for Clint's triumph, their excitement palpable. Little Wukong and Clint held hands, bouncing with joy. "We won! We won! Hooray! Hooray! Congratulations, Clint." "Thank you, Wukong." Sun Weiqiang, who couldn't quite join in their exuberance, approached to offer his congratulations, saying, "Clint, congratulations." Yet inwardly, he mused that without Wukong's timely reminder, Clint might have faced defeat. The chief referee continued, "It appears that even barbarians, much like ordinary folk, cannot withstand the foulness of another's flatulence." The staff began to clear the arena, and after tidying up, they prepared for the second match, asking everyone to hold on. Little Wukong inquired, "I wonder if Master Rashi is watching? Where's Teacher Wutian?" Clint asked, having only noticed Bulma, Oolong, and Puar in the audience. "Perhaps he went to the restroom again?" Sun Weiqiang suggested playfully. He refrained from revealing that Master Rashi was disguised as a dragon to participate in the contest. He chose not to disclose how he had discerned this. The significance of silence outweighed that of speech. Moreover, what if Master Rashi were to be defeated? That would be most embarrassing. Sun Weiqiang, along with 2 companions, approached the arena before Bulma and the others. "Bulma, where has old Master Rashi gone?" Little Goku inquired. Bulma replied, "I have no idea. He probably wandered off again." Puar added, "He disappeared right at the start of the match." Oolong chimed in, "Maybe he went to the restroom and got distracted by some lovely lady." Little Goku remarked to Krillin, "What's that about?" "The old man missed your match." Krillin shrugged and shook his head, "But I can still smell him." Little Goku asserted, "Your nose is truly remarkable," Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, silently applauding him. Meanwhile, Master Rashi, disguised as Jackie Chan, searched frantically until he finally spotted the figure he was looking for, Miss Lan Fong. Astonishingly, she was right at the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament. "It's your turn for the third match, little brother. I can't wait to see how you lose." Lan Fong fixated on Sun Weiqiang in the arena, wishing fervently to defeat him herself. Unfortunately, that was impossible, as she had already been eliminated by him. "What is wrong with this woman? She's been staring at me since earlier," Sun Weiqiang mused, glancing at Lan Fong. "Could she be plotting something against me? When she said it wasn't over, could it have been more than mere words? Is she truly seeking an opportunity to trouble me? If so, she should not blame me for tossing her onto the bed. I hope that isn't the case. Otherwise, even if I must force her, she won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Excuse me, miss, what is your name?" Jackie Chan approached Lan Fong, feigning ignorance. "Go away," she snapped, in a foul mood and unwilling to converse with an old man. Her feelings were entirely different from when she had advanced to the top 8 in the original Dragon Ball world. Unbeknownst to Master Rashi, Lan Fong had changed due to the emergence of his disciple, Sun Weiqiang. Previously, she would have smiled and introduced herself. "I am Lan Fong, pleased to meet you." Now, however, her response was a curt dismissal. Shortly thereafter, the arena was cleared and the unpleasant odor left by the barbarian was eliminated, the barbarian carried away by medical personnel. On the public stage, The chief judge announced through the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, the second match is about to commence. Please welcome our two contestants." The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, many discussing how thrilling the first match had been, wondering about the second. "We'll find out soon enough," someone exclaimed. "Of course. I know that." Chapter 55. Sun Weiqiang faces the celestial cross-punch of Mr. Nama. The second match progressed swiftly. Jackie Chan barely exerted himself before Lu Ping was sent flying from the arena, losing the match. "Now, let us welcome the contestants for the third match, Mr. Nama and Mr. Sun Weiqiang," the chief judge proclaimed to the audience. "Weiqiang, give it your all." Little Wukong clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Go for it, Weiqiang." Krillin echoed his sentiments. Lu Ping remarked, "Weiqiang, don't you dare lose like I did. Rest assured, I shall emerge victorious in this match." Sun Weiqiang replied with a confident smile as he ascended the ring from the gymnasium. His opponent, Nan Wu, also stepped into the arena. "Mother, brother, and all the villagers, I am determined to win this competition and claim the championship. With the prize money of 500,000, I shall bring back water for you." Nan Wu gazed intently at his rival, resolute in his aspiration to triumph in this contest. "Nan Wu, I comprehend your fervent desire to win. Yet I too am eager for victory. Should I defeat you, I shall face little Wukong in the semifinals. As for your need for water, Master Turtle Sage shall assist you with that." Sun Weiqiang contemplated as he eyed Nan Wu, who stood several meters away. "Weiqiang, you must prevail." From the audience, Oolong was vocally supportive. "Weiqiang, you must win. I wish to see you battle with Wukong." Bulma joined in the cheers. "Go, go." Puyalas shouted encouragement. Uninformed spectators were puzzled as to whom the cheers were directed. Besides Bulma and her companions, several audience members were also cheering for both him and Nan Wu. Eagerly anticipating their clash, Nan Wu appeared to be a formidable opponent. "Little brother, I look forward to seeing you cry after the match. Will you be shouting for your mother?" "Mother, I want to go home." Lan Fong stood outside the gym, near the ring's perimeter, eagerly anticipating the sight of Sun Weiqiang being soundly defeated, relishing the thought of the ensuing contest. The chief referee announced, "Who shall prevail, Mr. Nan Wu or Mr. Sun Weiqiang?" Stay tuned. The third match was thus commenced. With a resounding clang, the gong echoed throughout the venue. In the ring, Nan Wu assumed his stance. Sun Weiqiang clenched his fists, positioning one forward and the other back, with his legs slightly crouched. He believed himself capable of defeating Nameless, yet he remained cautious. In his memories, the process by which little Wukong triumphed over Nameless was indeed arduous and far from effortless. "Let the battle commence." Sun Weiqiang swiftly dashed towards Nameless, closing the distance and throwing a punch. Nameless reciprocated with a strike of his own, and the two fists collided head-on. Bang! A mighty fist met a smaller one. The clash of strength erupted in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It sounded as if the wind were howling. In truth, it was Nameless unleashing a flurry of punches, the force of his strikes roaring like a tempest. Sun Weiqiang chose to confront head-on. His strength was not inferior to that of Namo, making evasion unnecessary. The clash of fists drew them close. And as Sun Weiqiang planted his left foot firmly on the ground, he launched a powerful kick with his right leg. The distance was too short for Namo to react in time, and he was struck by Sun Weiqiang's kick. However, just before being hit, he managed to retaliate with a kick of his own. With both hands coming together, Sun Weiqiang blocked the attack with his forearms. But this diminished the force of his own kick, preventing a full strike to Namo's abdomen. They separated, with Sun Weiqiang standing firm on the ground, while Namo, though hit, remained upright. Truly impressive. No wonder little Wukong struggled to defeat him. If Krillin faced him, it would likely be a 50-50 chance. As thoughts raced through Sun Weiqiang's mind, he initiated another attack. Encountering an opponent capable of matching him, and wishing to conceal his true capabilities for the surprise of little Wukong, he was determined to secure victory through pure hand-to-hand combat. How formidable, Namo thought to himself, clutching his abdomen where he had been kicked, gently massaging it in a clockwise motion to swiftly recover. Seeing his opponent charge at him, he did not retreat but instead met the charge head-on. This battle was one he must win. He had to win. If he couldn't even triumph in the quarterfinals, how could he aspire to the championship? Without the prize of 500,000, how would he afford water? His heart raced, blood surging through his limbs. Namo, you must win. Victory is imperative. Armed with this unwavering belief, Namo engaged in fierce combat with Sun Weiqiang. The intensity was astonishing. As the two competitors clashed, they unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks. The force of their punches sent gusts of wind that stung my face. I could hardly bear it. I need to step back. This is overwhelming. The chief referee narrated the match with precision. Lan Fong was taken aback by the extraordinary strength of her younger brother, realizing he was likely not far off from her father's prowess. Remarkable. Losing to him would be no shame, she thought, her enchanting eyes fixated, unconsciously mulling over the situation. Yet, frustration welled within her. How infuriating. Lan Fong exclaimed. This was not the outcome she had hoped to witness. In anger, she struck the wall beside her, producing a resounding thud. Jackie, Krillin, Lu Ping, and little Weiqiang observed from a few meters away on Lan Fong's right. Jackie glanced at Lan Fong, having attempted to engage her in conversation several times, only to be rebuffed, leading him to refrain from approaching her again. Sun Weiqiang, Master, no need for thanks. It is my merit. Wow, what an exhilarating match. I never anticipated that this little rascal could be so formidable. Indeed, the power, the speed, the impact. Hiss. Which woman could withstand that? Absolutely. A casual move or two directed at a woman would surely elicit cries of incapacity. Are you two discussing the match? It feels rather peculiar. The audience below engages in various conversations. Weiqiang, defeat him. Defeat him. Bulma shouted excitedly, her right hand raised in a fist. Her left elbow thrust out, delivering a strike to Oolong's left cheek. That hurt. Bulma, be a bit more careful. Oolong glared furiously at Bulma. Poir chuckled softly. Hee hee hee. Poir. Oolong shot a fierce look at Poir. Then, Poir's laughter faltered, not out of fear of Oolong, but because it too had fallen victim to one of Bulma's strikes. Oolong fared even worse, receiving yet another blow. It seemed that Bulma was oblivious to Oolong's pig-like squeals, as she continued fervently cheering for Weiqiang. Take him down. Weiqiang, did you hear that? As she shouted, she struck a pose, lowering her right fist while raising her left hand, swinging both fists outward. Consequently, Poir and Oolong's faces collided head-on. On the arena, Sun Weiqiang and Nameless, after a fierce exchange, separated once more and locked eyes. How formidable. Where did this child emerge from? I find myself unable to defeat him, even slightly at a disadvantage. Nameless focused intently, his mind solely fixated on his opponent, Sun Weiqiang. It seemed he had no choice but to unleash that move. It appears that relying solely on brute strength to overcome Nameless would require more time. Had this been a life-and-death battle, it might have concluded more swiftly. Attack his eyes and lower regions, strike with all your might at the human weaknesses. He surely cannot withstand it. Sun Weiqiang contemplated. In his encounters with Nameless, he had endured strikes from his limbs, yet he remained relatively unscathed. His physical resilience could not compare to that of little Weiqiang, but he could take a beating. At this juncture, Nameless, it is time for you to use that move. Sun Weiqiang recalled Nameless' ultimate technique. The next moment, as if responding to his inner thoughts, Nameless leapt high into the air. The Nameless contestant is incredibly skilled, soaring upward with great force, ascending to the heights of the sky. The chief referee gazed up at him, narrating the unfolding match. Everyone in attendance looked skyward. What is Nameless about to do? This was the thought of the majority at that moment. Super Sky Cross Punch. Nameless, exerting all his strength, ascended to the highest point, arms crossed, diving toward the ground to launch his most powerful strike against his opponent. Chapter 56, The Transformation of Lan Fong, Bulma's Unpleasant Past. Sun Weiqiang raised his head to gaze at Nanwu, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself that he would embody the spirit of the little monkey king. With this thought, he grounded himself, relying solely on his physical prowess to propel himself into the sky. As Nanwu descended, Sun Weiqiang soared upward. However, their paths did not collide. While still ascending, Sun Weiqiang passed by the bewildered Nanwu high above and deftly struck him with the edge of his hand at the nape of his neck. Alas, Nanwu realized the peril too late. By the time he attempted to react, he had already succumbed to the blow and began plummeting downward. In a heartbeat, the chief referee exclaimed. The competitor Nanwu never anticipated that Sun Weiqiang would also take to the skies. Sun Weiqiang has delivered a swift strike to Nanwu, and oh dear, Nanwu is falling from the heavens. With a resounding crash, Nanwu descended onto the arena, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Sun Weiqiang naturally descended back onto the arena. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. I hereby declare that the victor of the third match is contestant Sun Weiqiang. The chief judge counted down and announced the result of the match. He won. He won. Weiqiang triumphed. Bulma, overwhelmed with joy, scooped up Oolong and buried him against her chest, lost in ecstasy. What bliss! Truly, what bliss! Oolong's pig-like face was squashed and contorted between Bulma's ample bosom. Again. Yet, as reality set in, Bulma swiftly tossed him back. Oolong wiped his face with his right hand, pressed it against his pig nose, inhaled deeply, and savored the delightful aroma of milk. Incredible! Absolutely remarkable! This little rascal is truly formidable. Indeed, Namu is also a skilled fighter, but unfortunately encountered an even stronger opponent. The audience buzzed with excitement and chatter. He won! Little Goku, Leping, and Krillin were also rejoicing for Weiqiang, rushing towards him. As for Lanfang, she found herself at a loss for words, her beautiful eyes fixated on the diminutive figure of Sun Weiqiang. She was utterly captivated. Such a powerful Sun Weiqiang previously. She had dared to say to him, "We are not finished?" What did she intend to achieve with that? What could she possibly do against him? When the disparity in strength reaches such an impressive degree, Lanfang can no longer harbor any thoughts of resistance. All that remains is admiration. This little man's prowess has surpassed that of her father, whom she idolized since childhood. At this moment, Sun Weiqiang's image was etched into Lanfang's heart. Alas, he is a bit small. As she gazed at Sun Weiqiang, she couldn't help but ponder, what am I thinking? How could I have such thoughts? Regaining her composure, Lanfang felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks. Yet, when she looked back at Sun Weiqiang, her eyes sparkled with admiration, and she found herself thinking, he may be a bit shorter, but he is only 3 years younger than I am. When he grows up, with his current charming and adorable appearance and such strength, it is not inconceivable. Lanfang admitted to herself that she had developed a slight fondness for this little man who had previously spoken of unfinished business, just a smidgen. As Sun Weiqiang passed by her, Lanfang instinctively stepped aside, despite the fact that she was not obstructing his path. "Little brother," Lanfang called to him. "What is it? Do you need something?" Sun Weiqiang glanced at her, pondering her intentions. "It's nothing," Lanfang replied, shaking her head. She yearned to convey something to him, yet found herself at a loss for words. Sun Weiqiang gazed curiously at Lanfang, who was accompanied by the jovial trio of Sun Wukong, Klin, and Leping, as they merrily strolled into the venue. Standing nearby, Jackie Chan observed his 3 disciples. Feeling a sense of pressure from Sun Weiqiang's demonstrated prowess in battle, he thought to himself, he is remarkably strong. If I were to face this young man, there is a possibility I could be defeated. After a brief delay, as the arena's tiles had been hastily laid, the chief referee addressed the audience, announcing the entrance of the contestants for the 4th match, Mr. Sun Wukong and Mr. Kirin. Who exactly is Kirin? Bulma inquired from the audience. But her question went unanswered. Parchandin, Wukong is about to take the stage. I am eager to witness his strength. I wonder if he surpasses Weiqiang. That remains uncertain, Bulma pondered, shaking her head. The question of who was stronger between Wukong and Weiqiang was one she found difficult to articulate, let alone answer in the present moment. How splendid! At last, it's Wukong's turn to compete, exclaimed Oolong, brimming with excitement. He longed to witness Wukong's performance. Not least because, should Wukong emerge victorious, Bulma might impulsively squeeze his face with exuberant delight, which would be sheer bliss for him. Oolong's gaze wandered to Bulma's ample bosom. Although he had previously experienced it, there was a marked difference between passive touch and an active embrace. He found himself preferring the latter, and if only it could be as it had been one fateful night, when all was laid bare, how delightful that would be. Yet, Oolong was acutely aware that such thoughts were mere fantasies, unlikely to materialize unless he made a wish upon the dragon. He recalled the time he had wished for the freshest undergarments of the most charming girl in the world from the dragon. To this day, he cherished that white triangular piece, reluctant to bring it out except on special occasions. When he did, he would savor its scent to his heart's content. To preserve the alluring aroma that attracted swine, he had even sprinkled a potent preservative upon it. Thus, for a century hence, the fragrance of those fresh undergarments would remain ever potent. Kirin was the first to stride confidently from the venue, his heavy footsteps causing the arena to tremble. Upon seeing him, Bulma was suddenly reminded of an unfortunate incident from her past, the day she first encountered Wukong and Weiqiang on Baozi Mountain. In that moment, she had exited her vehicle in desperate need of relief, only to find herself behind a large rock, where she was startled by a winged dinosaur that caused her to, quite embarrassingly, wet her skirt. Kirin's gaping maw on the arena floor elicited a grimace from Bulma, who quickly shook her head to dispel the unwelcome memory. Little Wukong joined the arena, beaming as he greeted the audience with enthusiastic cheerfulness. "Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sun Wukong. Wukong, bring him down." Defeat him decisively, Bulma shouted, filled with fervor. As the two contenders readied themselves, the chief referee cast a brief glance at Kirin and Sun Wukong, then raised the microphone to declare, the fourth match begins. Chapter 57. Matters inside and outside the arena go, Wukong. Defeat it. Defeat it. In the audience, Bulma waved her fists, passionately cheering for Wukong. Wukong, give it your all. Oolong and Puar echoed her sentiments. Have you noticed? This child is dressed similarly to Sun Weiqiang and Krillin, remarked an onlooker beside Bulma. Who are they really? Krillin is formidable, and Sun Weiqiang must also be quite powerful. Surely, this Sun Wukong is impressive as well. On the arena. Hey, take a look at this, Kirin said, gripping his dinosaur-like hand as he addressed Sun Wukong. What is it? What is it? Young Wukong approached with curiosity. Just as his opponent stood before him, Kirin suddenly struck. Bang! The unsuspecting Wukong was launched backward, crashing into a stone wall outside the arena. Bang! His face slammed against the stage, his limbs sprawled, motionless. The wall crumbled, debris flying, with a chunk landing squarely atop his head. The match had scarcely begun when Kirin employed a cunning tactic, catching Sun Wukong off guard with a sudden blow. It appeared simple yet proved remarkably effective, as Sun Wukong was knocked down. The chief referee passionately narrated the unfolding drama. I have one. Kirin laughed heartily. On the right wall outside the arena, Lu Ping expressed concern for Wukong. He took a powerful hit. Will he be able to rise again? Wukong. Krillin perched on the wall, gazing at the small figure lying on the ground. Jackie Chan was present as well, though he remained silent. Wukong will be fine. His body is as tough as iron, remarked Sun Weiqiang from beneath the wall. This prompted Jackie Chan, Lu Ping, and Krillin to turn their attention to him. Despite his reassurances, Sun Weiqiang was preoccupied with another thought. Why does that woman keep glancing at me? And what does that look? It feels somewhat off. Lost in contemplation, Sun Weiqiang fixed his gaze on Lan Fong on the left side of the wall, scrutinizing her to discern her intentions. Damn, that woman is looking at me again. Their eyes met briefly, and in Sun Weiqiang's view, Lan Fong turned and walked into the arena. Lan Fong's emotions were somewhat tumultuous. In just a single day, no. The day had yet to wane, and she found herself regarding a young boy with a profound disparity of perception. This was a novel experience for her, particularly with the emergence of such thoughts. As she strolled towards the hall, Lan Fong brushed her right hand against her face. It was a fleeting thought, yet upon reflection, her cheeks warmed. She slipped her left hand into her left pocket and retrieved a small round mirror to inspect her visage. Her face flushed anew. She had not anticipated that a person of her outgoing nature would find herself in such a predicament. After all, the future Sun Weiqiang was indeed a being of the future. He was merely a boy in the present, lost in contemplation. Lan Fong's mind drifted back to the small figure with whom she had exchanged glances moments earlier. He was undeniably petite, young in age, diminutive in stature, a little brother indeed. How could she entertain thoughts of such a triviality? Her expression morphed as she glanced around. Alas, even if there were others nearby, they remained oblivious to the musings swirling within her mind. Foolishness. After chastising herself inwardly, Lan Fong became troubled, even if she harbored a slight interest in him. He might not reciprocate her feelings. What was she to do? Such a promising and charming young man, especially when he was earnest, appeared so captivating. How could she capture his heart? Deep within her, a voice seemed to urge her, Lan Fong, if you let him slip away, you may never find someone better. Seize the moment. She felt a surge of confidence, convinced that capturing him would be within her reach. After all, with Sun Weiqiang's current slight frame, he was hardly a challenge to ensnare. Oh dear. Her thoughts had strayed again. Shaking her head, Lan Fong exited through a side door of the hall for a brief walk, seeking clarity of mind to dispel her frivolous thoughts. Once her mind was clear, she would devise a plan. Meanwhile, in the arena, little Wukong was swiftly felled by Krillin. In the audience, Bulma was taken aback, her lips forming the words, how can he be so weak? Oolong, Puya Lu, and several spectators shared her disbelief. Yet, in the midst of their astonishment, little Wukong pushed himself up, defying expectations. It was truly unbelievable. Even the wall of bricks cracked under his resilience, yet he still managed to rise. Although it was evident he was dazed and unable to retaliate, as the chief judge remarked in astonishment. The chief judge's commentary drew little Wukong's ire. I am not dazed, just a bit sore. Krillin, too, expressed surprise at his opponent's seemingly unscathed demeanor. Krillin chimed in, Weiqiang is right. Wukong wouldn't be felled by a mere attack. Both Jackie Chan and Lepin observed the vigorous Wukong in the arena, nodding in agreement. Strangely, Sun Weiqiang pondered why it had yet to rain. He recalled that a heavy downpour had occurred prior to the commencement of the match between little Wukong and Qilin. Even considering his presence, the rain should have arrived earlier, rather than not a single drop falling thus far. He contemplated this because, had he not been there, the match between Nanwu and Lan Fang would have concluded more swiftly. Without the prolonged engagement he had with Nanwu, Sun Weiqiang did not dwell on the weather. Whether it rained or not was of little consequence. On the arena, little Wukong launched an assault on Qilin. A man and a beast exchanged blows, large fists colliding with smaller ones. After a few exchanges, little Wukong landed a punch squarely on Qilin's ample belly. A cry of pain escaped Qilin, its expression shifting dramatically. As it clutched its stomach in agony, little Wukong seized its tail and hurled it skyward. The audience collectively gazed upwards. The chief referee exclaimed, "What a terrifying display of strength." Little Wukong, with its diminutive frame, has managed to toss Qilin, who is many times its size, out of the ring. This marked a significant counterattack from little Wukong. Would Qilin concede defeat? Qilin's actions conveyed a resounding no. Regaining its composure, it soared through the air. "I will absolutely not fall out of the ring. You needn't worry," Qilin declared, speaking in human language as it flew back towards the arena. Indeed, the rules state that a competitor who falls outside the ring is deemed the loser. Yet Qilin had not touched the ground, thus it was not considered a defeat. The chief referee clarified this for the audience, lest some remain unaware of the nuance. Was such reasoning valid? Little Wukong was bewildered, believing that tossing an opponent out of the ring equated to victory. Thud! Qilin descended onto the platform, facing little Wukong at a distance of several meters. Little Wukong assumed an attacking stance, seriousness etched on its face. Declaring its path to victory, "It seems I can only win by making you plead for mercy." However, Qilin suddenly smiled, releasing a burst of purple substance that ensnared the unsuspecting little Wukong. Little Wukong looked down, perplexed by the strange material enveloping him. "What is this?" he inquired. "You have been ensnared by my rubber band trap," Qilin informed him. Little Wukong strained to break free, but the rubber band held firm. "You need not waste your strength struggling. No one can escape my rubber band trap," Qilin stated with unwavering confidence. "Right now, you are like a doll in my hands." It approached little Wukong, lifting him high. "What are you doing?" Little Wukong asked. "What else could it be?" "I intend to return the favor for what you just did to me," Qilin replied candidly. "Please, let us engage in a fair duel," little Wukong pleaded, hoping to negotiate. The chief referee narrated the unfolding drama. "This is dire. Little Wukong is immobilized, and should he be thrown out of the ring, he will be declared the loser. After all, he possesses no wings. Victory seems entirely out of reach for little Wukong. You are certain to lose," Qilin proclaimed, casting little Wukong high into the air beyond the ring. Qilin watched the trajectory of Wukong's throw, uttering, "It's over. This is the end," Lu Ping exclaimed with concern. Wukong. Meanwhile, Chenglong and Sun Weiqiang remained silent. Many spectators gasped in astonishment, including Bulma, Oolong, and Puar. Chapter 58. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Nimbus. I implore you, please come quickly. As he was plummeting towards the ground, little Goku shouted. Just at the critical moment when he was about to lose the match, Nimbus appeared precisely beneath him. Little Goku exclaimed, "Saved. Thank you, Nimbus. It's been so long since you appeared. I thought you wouldn't come." Thus, a similar scene unfolded once more. Previously, Qilin had flown back to the arena using his own wings. This time, little Goku returned to the stage thanks to Nimbus. What? How could he possess such a flying golden cloud? Qilin's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Most of the audience shared his incredulity. They could not fathom that Sun Wukong would return using such a bizarre method. "He is back. He is back." Krillin and Lu Ping rejoiced. However, Qiaolong cautioned. The crisis is not yet averted. Just as he remembered, little Goku was thrown out by Qilin's rubber band, only to return with the aid of Nimbus. Sun Weiqiang pondered inwardly. Nimbus hovered at a low altitude above the arena as little Goku descended, facing Qilin just a few meters away. "Hey, how can this be fair? Isn't using props against the rules of the competition?" Qilin protested, pointing at his opponent and looking towards the chief judge below the arena. Little Goku replied, "Didn't you fly back from the sky yourself? And what about this ridiculous band around me? I flew back using my own wings. The rubber band around you was spat from your mouth. That is not the same as using an external prop." Qilin argued vehemently. Shortly thereafter, the chief judge announced. After a discussion among the judges and the director, It has been decided that the use of the golden cloud by contestant Sun Wukong does not constitute a violation. What? Is that even possible? Kirin exclaimed, taken aback. However, the exception was only granted once. If contestant Sun Wukong were to use that cloud again, he would be disqualified. The chief judge declared, "Do you understand, contestant Sun Wukong?" Little Goku's earlier joy at riding Nimbus back dissipated. He could not feel happy anymore. "You're done for. Aside from delaying your ejection, you will still lose," Kirin boasted. Krillin remarked, "If he gets thrown out again, it's over." Liu Ping added, "Oh no? Don't worry. If all goes well, little Goku's tail will grow back, and when he is thrown out, he can use his tail to return." Sun Weiqiang secretly thought, recalling how it was in the original Dragon Ball world. Yet, he also considered the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Who could tell? But if Goku gets thrown out again, wouldn't that mean he loses? Bulma pointed out. Indeed, even Yulong has lost faith in Wukong. Puyalu finds herself at a loss for words. In their line of sight, Kirin approaches Sun Wukong. Little Wukong grits his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to break free from the cursed ring binding him. "You are undoubtedly granted a second chance." Kirin throws a punch, aiming to send his opponent flying. After delivering the blow, he wonders, where has he gone? Disappeared into thin air? Kirin glances left and right, perplexed as to where his adversary has vanished. Yet the audience has witnessed it all. Sun Wukong was hanging from Jiren's left forearm. "It's my tail. My tail has returned." Little Wukong was filled with joy. Wukong's tail reminded him of that night at Pilaf's castle when he underwent a tremendous transformation. Krillin was bewildered. "A tail? Wukong has a tail? What perfect timing," thought Xinglong quietly. Sun Weiqiang pondered within. It has grown back, which signifies the conclusion of this match. Yet, did not the little Wukong once again get thrown out of the ring by Kirin, only to return, spinning like the rotor of a helicopter with his tail? Am I mistaken? Or has there been a change? Wukong's tail? Oh, that night when Wukong transformed was terrifying, a vivid memory of the chaos. It has grown back. Bulma could hardly forget that evening, nor could Puyalu. Saved at last, little Wukong landed on the platform, yet without breaking free from this rubber band. Victory was unattainable. The little Wukong strained to escape the confines of the elastic circle once more. "Are you not human?" Kirin remained in disbelief. Quack, quack, quack. Little Wukong exerted all his strength, emitting quacking sounds. Finally, he broke free from the rubber band. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Kirin stood frozen in place, astonished that someone could forcefully escape his elastic trap. This had never occurred before. At last, he was liberated. Little Wukong was overjoyed, using his tail to support his body. Swaying slightly as he declared, "It is when the tail is present that I possess the greatest strength." Bam! He delivered a flying kick, shattering the wall outside the arena. Now in peak condition, I shall commence my counterattack, little Wukong thought, clenching his fists and gazing at his opponent. However, Kirin unexpectedly produced a small white flag, exclaiming, "I concede." The audience erupted in cheers. The chief referee announced, "Contestant Kirin has forfeited, thus the magnificent match is won by contestant Sun Wukong." Yet, the existence of his tail remained astonishing. As the match concluded, a medical staff member approached Xinglong, mentioning a matter Xinglong had instructed him to relay. Chapter 59. Matters inside and outside the arena. Xinglong had conveyed to this male nurse that Nanwu had been rendered unconscious by Sun Weiqiang. After examination by the doctor, there was no significant injury. Xinglong informed the nurse to relay a message to Nanwu upon his awakening, and to inform him that Xinglong had matters to discuss. In a hospital room within the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, when Xinglong entered, Nanwu had already tidied up his belongings. "Nanwu, are you heading home?" Xinglong inquired. Nanwu turned his head, nodding yes. Xinglong, with his hands behind his back, asked, "Will you not stay to witness the conclusion of the competition?" "I have no time to watch," Nanwu replied, lowering his head, contemplating his defeat. The absence of a championship title, the forfeiture of the 50,000 prize, and the inability to purchase water. "I am sorry, dear villagers, I have let your hopes down." Nanwu felt a deep sense of shame within. "By the way, sir, I heard from a nurse that you wished to speak with me?" "In an instant." Nanwu recalled the matter, raising his head to inquire. "This is for you." Jackie Chan tossed a versatile capsule he had prepared to Nanwu. "Isn't this the universal capsule? Why are you giving it to me?" Nanwu asked, catching it. Although it contained nothing, it could hold a significant amount of water, making it easy to transport. Jackie Chan pointed at the capsule he had given to Nanwu, explaining the situation. "How did you know about the water?" Nanwu exclaimed, astonished. He had never disclosed this matter to anyone. How could Jackie Chan possibly know? I am Master Wu Tian. I can discern matters concerning your village from your mind. Jackie Chan replied candidly. Previously, he had wished to converse with the charming Miss Lan Fong, and, upon noticing Nanmu's uniqueness, he sought to understand his thoughts. Thus, he learned that Nanmu was participating in the Grand Martial Arts tournament to compete for the championship, aiming to secure the 50,000 reward to purchase water for his severely water-scarce hometown. Are you truly Master Wu Tian? Nanmu shouted in astonishment. Shoo! Jackie Chan warned, placing his index finger to his lips. Fool! Don't let anyone overhear. They exited the hospital room, glancing around. Subsequently, the two of them walked towards a secluded area, conversing as they went. Why did you change your name to participate in the tournament? Nanmu inquired curiously. My 3 disciples are also competing in this martial arts tournament. Jackie Chan indicated with 3 fingers, referring to Weiqiang, Weiqiang, and Kellen. He continued, under my guidance, their growth has exceeded my expectations, especially Sun Wukong. His strength is astonishingly formidable. What? Did I hear that correctly? Sun Wukong? Not Sun Weiqiang? Nanmu questioned. Indeed, Mr. Nanmu, you heard correctly. The Sun Weiqiang who was defeated by you is still outmatched in strength by Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan affirmed with a nod. That is incredible! Nanmu exclaimed in surprise. Hence, I have allowed my 3 disciples to participate in the martial arts tournament to test their prowess. However, they are truly exceptionally strong, including myself. The top 4 contenders in the Grand Martial Arts tournament are comprised of the 4 of us. If I do not compete, the championship will be decided between Weiqiang and Wukong, with Wukong having a slightly higher chance of victory. You also know they are still immature children. Should one of them win the championship now, they would undoubtedly become conceited. How would they then face the various trials and challenges life presents in the future? I wish for them to mature into accomplished martial artists. After much contemplation, I resolved to enter the competition myself, disguising as another, and defeating them to impart the lesson that there are always greater heights and individuals beyond one's ken. It is an honor to converse with you, Master Wu Tian. However, I wish to return the universal capsule you gifted me, Nanmu stated. Jackie Chan responded, puzzled. Nanmu confessed, I sincerely apologize. I do not have money to purchase water, so I do not require this universal capsule. Come with me, Nameless, said Cheng Long, leading the way. What could it be? He had contemplated this matter long before, but he assumed Nameless was aware. Little did he know, Nameless was oblivious. Following Cheng Long, they soon arrived at their destination. Cheng Long pointed, behold it well. The water source in this vicinity is exceedingly abundant, and it is completely free, regardless of the quantity you draw. To purchase it from someone would invite ridicule. Is that truly the case? Nameless felt a sense of dismay. Why had he not learned this sooner? At that moment, an announcement echoed. The semifinals are about to commence. Competitors Cheng Long and Klin, please make your entrance. Cheng Long sauntered toward a small door leading into the hall. Nameless, with palms pressed together and knees bent in reverence, gazed at his retreating figure and sincerely expressed, Master Wu Tian, your immense kindness shall forever reside in my heart. On behalf of the entire village, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Truly, I cannot thank you enough. It's quite all right to forget. Farewell. Cheng Long waved his hand. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned and dashed back. Excuse me, may I ask a favor? Cheng Long stood once more before Nameless. Taken aback, Nameless replied, Master Wu Tian, please, do speak. Cheng Long assisted Nameless to his feet. Rewinding time, we recall that little Wukong had triumphed over Kirin, leading Cheng Long to enter the hall upon the notification of a male nurse. Sun Weiqiang gazed at the silhouette of Jackie Chan. Although his presence had instigated certain changes, the trajectory of certain events remained inexorably destined for the same outcomes. When Nanmu was rendered unconscious and carried away by the nurses, Sun Weiqiang was present at the scene. He overheard the conversation between Jackie Chan and the male nurse. In the arena, the chief referee announced, the contestant Sun Wukong, despite his diminutive stature, possesses astonishing strength that compelled Kirin to concede defeat. Everyone bore witness to the formidable trio of contestants, Sun Wukong, Kirin, and Sun Weiqiang, all clad in identical turtle-emblazoned martial arts uniforms. These 3 exceptional individuals not only advanced to the top 8 of the tournament, but also secured spots in the final 4. So, from whence did they emerge? Before the semifinals commenced, let us conduct a brief interview with these 3. What kind of nonsense is this senseless host engaging in? Bulma exclaimed anxiously from the audience. If the moon appears and Wukong sees it, he will transform into a mighty gorilla, and the martial arts competition will descend into chaos. We can only pray that the moon does not rise too early, Oolong added. Sun Weiqiang and Klin stepped onto the stage, forming a line alongside the still-present Sun Wukong. Klin gazed at Wukong's tail and remarked, "Wukong, I didn't know you used to have a tail." Young Wukong nodded, "Yes, it was pulled off once. But it suddenly grew back, just now." Klin added, "You don't know? With a tail, Wukong turns into a giant gorilla when he sees the moon." Sun Weiqiang observed the two, reflecting on their conversation. The chief referee, microphone in hand, addressed the trio. "Congratulations to the 3 contestants for defeating formidable opponents and advancing to the semifinals. It is truly remarkable to witness such young talent." He continued, "I've heard that contestants Klin and Sun Weiqiang are both 13 this year. Pray tell, Sun Wukong, how old are you?" Having parted ways with Bulma and others outside the Pilaf castle over 9 months ago, Sun Weiqiang was aware of the birthday of the soul inhabiting this body. Thus, he knew he was also 13. The chief referee presented the microphone to Sun Wukong, who pointed and inquired, "What is this? Is it something for me to eat?" Laughter erupted from Sun Weiqiang. "Is there really such a scene in the Dragon Ball world?" Klin corrected him, "Silly. That's a microphone." Young Wukong, puzzled, asked, "Wheat?" Klin, exasperated, replied, "Microphone. It's a device that amplifies sound." The audience roared with laughter. "This is hilarious. Does he truly not know? Or is he pretending? Who knows? Regardless, it's utterly amusing." They exclaimed, "How adorable. I just want to give him a kiss, pinch his chubby cheeks, and rub his round little belly. He's simply delightful." Chapter 60. Have Weiqiang and Bulma taken their relationship to the next level? The chief referee turned the microphone towards himself. "The joke you shared, Sun Wukong, seems to have resonated well with the audience." He once again extended the microphone towards Sun Wukong. Klin, hands on his hips, admonished Wukong, "Please don't embarrass me any further. Just answer the questions properly." "What questions?" Young Wukong asked, bewildered. Sun Weiqiang did not voice his thoughts. "I can't stop laughing. My dear family." In the next moment, little Wukong suddenly realized, my age." His chubby little hands rose as he began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12. "I see now, I am 12 years old." Klin remarked, "But you previously claimed to be 14? Ha ha." Little Wukong chuckled heartily, resting his hands behind his head, and replied, "Did not the old man teach us arithmetic? It turns out that 11 is followed by 12. I always thought 11 was followed by 14. Though little Wukong said this, Sun Weiqiang suspected he might be 12, or perhaps even 13. After all, who among the Earthlings could know the exact date of little Wukong's birth, since he was sent from planet Vegeta? In this parallel universe, with the current level of Earth's technology, it is impossible to ascertain a person's date of birth without prior knowledge. Even the most advanced assessments can only provide a rough estimate of one's age, leaving unanswered questions about the precise month and day of birth. Thus, it is possible that little Wukong is currently 12, or he may have already turned 13. Bulma crossed her arms and frowned. 12? No wonder he looks like a child. Just like Weiqiang, he hasn't grown any hair. What a big fool. Oolong raised his head, tapping it with his pig-like hands, pondering such an abundance of information. Just like Weiqiang, he has no hair? Bulma refers to. He lowered his gaze and looked down at himself. How does she know Weiqiang and Wukong lack hair? Wait a moment, let me think. Outside Pilaf's castle, after Wukong transformed into a gorilla, his tail was severed, returning him to his original form. We all saw Wukong's smooth skin, devoid of hair. But what about Weiqiang? Since their last parting over 9 months ago until the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Bulma had not been in Weiqiang's company. This implies that prior to our encounter, something must have transpired between Bulma and Weiqiang, leading her to observe that he had no hair. What could have happened between Bulma and Weiqiang that would allow her to know this? Surely, they must have undressed for her to have seen it, indicating that there is something significant between the two. If Weiqiang has disrobed, what about Bulma? Has she done the same? If so, does that mean they have engaged in intimate relations? At this moment, Oolong transformed into a logical pig. Klin remarked, "Wukong, it seems your age is even younger than mine." Little Wukong smiled and patted Klin's bald head, saying, "But in terms of height, Klin, you are shorter than I." At that, Klin's mood soured, and his face fell. Sun Weiqiang playfully patted Klein's bald head, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Klein is even shorter than I am. You two fellows." At that moment, the center of attention, Klein, was far from joyful, utterly exasperated. How bothersome! How bothersome! The chief referee remarked, "So it turns out, The youngest competitor in this tournament is none other than the contestant Sun Wukong. The contestant, Sun Wukong. I must inquire, is your tale genuine? I find it quite perplexing that it has suddenly appeared. It is rather strange, isn't it? Krillin remarked, and moreover, I have never heard of anyone sprouting a tail from their posterior. Young Wukong earnestly replied, it is indeed a real tail. Allow me to demonstrate. Just as Sun Weiqiang was pondering, young Wukong promptly removed his trousers, presenting his rear to the audience at the forefront of the arena, skillfully maneuvering his tail, swishing it back and forth. The audience erupted with laughter, thoroughly amused by Sun Wukong's antics. How utterly embarrassing! Krillin interjected from the side. Young Wukong turned around, facing the audience, and humorously asked Krillin, is that true? His trousers still unfastened, leaving everyone present to witness the sight of his bare backside. Only then did young Wukong secure his trousers. Surely, you did not come on stage simply to tell jokes, did you? The chief judge was left bewildered, questioning whom he had interviewed. Sun Weiqiang replied, no, at least, I am not. Wulong expressed his opinion that little Wukong is strong, but his shameless personality remains unchanged. Indeed, Bulma agreed with this sentiment. Puyalu nodded in acknowledgement. The chief referee redirected the conversation, returning to the main topic. You three are dressed in the same martial arts attire. Which dojo did you train together in? He handed the microphone to Sun Weiqiang, who earnestly stated, no, our master who taught us is Master Wutian. What did you say? Master Wutian? The chief referee was astonished, his eyes nearly bursting from behind his sunglasses. Many spectators were equally taken aback. Master Wutian? The one who taught these three is actually Master Wutian. No wonder they are all so powerful. So that is how it is. Indeed, being disciples of Master Wutian, all three have reached the top 4. They are truly remarkable. Is the one who guided your training the martial arts deity, known as Master Wutian? The chief referee confirmed. Klin replied, yes. The master initially did not wish to take on any disciples, but made an exception for us. The chief referee, filled with excitement, exclaimed, so these three are all youths who have trained under Master Wutian. It's no wonder they are extraordinarily strong. Who would have thought that Master Wutian, like an ancient immortal, still lives in this world? With that, the interview concluded. Subsequently, the chief referee announced the commencement of the first semi-final, Klin versus Jackie Chan. Chapter 61. Am I capable? Do you dare to try? Jackie Chan returned to the venue of the World Martial Arts Championship, making his way toward the public arena outside. Lepin approached Jackie, crossing his arms in front of him, and remarked, if you lose to your disciple, that would be quite embarrassing. After careful observation, he concluded that Jackie resembled Master Roshi. Jackie paused, turning to him. I have told you before, I am not Master Wutian. You truly do not understand. It is futile to continue pretending. I am already well aware. Lepin smiled confidently. Just then, Jackie thought it was the perfect opportunity. He took a few steps forward. Arriving at the entrance of the venue, gazing at the audience seats before the arena, and turned back to Lepin, saying, just look for yourself. Come, look over there. Isn't that Master Wutian? Upon hearing this, Lepin stepped forward, eager to discover whether what he claimed was true. As the interview concluded and the trio of Sun Weiqiang and Xiao Wukong prepared to watch from where Lepin was, they all turned their gaze toward the direction Jackie pointed. I can seamlessly play along with your act. Sun Weiqiang thought to himself. How could this be? It really is Master Wutian. Lepin was bewildered. He had spotted Master Wutian among the audience and turned to Jackie, saying, so, you truly are not Master Wutian. I never claimed to be Master Wutian. Jackie Chan spoke softly. He had just entrusted Namo with the task of impersonating him and attending the front row of the audience at the arena. While Jackie communicated with Lepin, little Wukong exclaimed in surprise, wow, it's really the old grandpa. Indeed, it's Master. It turned out that the esteemed Mr. Chan was not an elderly man after all. Sun Weiqiang had immersed himself too deeply in the role. Master, I've put in such tremendous effort to support your performance. How will you express your gratitude? Surely, you must gift me several exquisite editions of fully nude, live-action, beautiful women magazines. Sun Weiqiang mused to himself. Ah, I previously sensed the scent of an old grandpa, Mr. Chan. It seems I was mistaken, little Wukong remarked once more. At that moment, on the arena, the chief judge noticed that Jackie had not yet arrived and turned to Clint, asking, Clint, what are your feelings about Jackie Chan? Bending slightly, he brought the microphone to Clint's lips. Clint responded, I believe he is a formidable opponent. The chief judge remarked, but you are a top disciple of Master Wutian. You shouldn't be afraid of him, right? The microphone alternated between the two. Clint replied, yes, That's true, and besides, he is an elder. As Jackie stepped onto the stage, the chief judge promptly announced, Jackie Chan has entered the arena. Let the competition commence. Jackie approached the chief judge and said, Isn't this incorrect? Why haven't I been interviewed? The chief judge conceded, you have a point. Here, take this. Jackie snatched the microphone from his hand and, facing the audience, began an extravagant self-introduction. Hi, my name is Jackie Chan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Jackie, holding the microphone, began to dance. What delightful girls. Hehehe, look over here. Although you have a generous bosom, you lack a certain appendage. Jackie entertained himself, moving about the stage. Master, this is what they mean by social prowess. And I must say, your lyrics have some substance, Sun Wukong observed, astonished. Is there such a thing in the Dragon Ball world? How could I not remember this? Everyone present was utterly taken aback. What is this? To Sun Wukong's surprise, little Wukong even joined in, dancing alongside his master. Jackie sang and danced. Charming girl, come over here, hop in my car, sit on my lap. Wrap your arms around my neck and kiss me, kiss me. The vehicle is ready, honk honk honk. Your hands may touch, but please, do not wander. For the sake of traffic safety, it's up to you and me. I've already said not to wander. Listen carefully. Next time. Be cautious. Don't mistake kind words for nonsense, or I might spank you. My strength can turn your rear end red. Little Wukong danced joyfully, keeping pace with Jackie's rhythm. How could Wukong be so adept at this? Sun Wukong expressed his confusion, to which Ping responded, if you're unaware, then I am even more so. After all, it had been over 9 months since they last parted ways outside the beloved castle, and he had not reunited with Wukong since then. Finally, the two concluded their singing and dancing. Jackie Chan returned the microphone to the chief judge, and little Wukong exited the arena. However, an eerie silence enveloped the scene until the chief judge regained his composure and announced loudly, the first semi-final match begins. Ding! The audience erupted into cheers once more. On the stage, Jackie Chan and Krillin stood several meters apart. Krillin gazed intently at his opponent and was the first to launch an attack, charging forward with a series of punches. With deftness, Jackie Chan evaded each blow. Krillin followed with a flurry of kicks, yet none found their mark, merely grazing the air where Jackie Chan had been. Krillin unleashed another punch, and Jackie Chan blocked it with his left hand, their strengths clashing against each other. Jackie Chan remarked, to force me to retaliate is quite an achievement. This old man is indeed formidable, Krillin thought to himself. The momentary confrontation concluded, and they both retreated, reassessing. Jackie Chan assumed a fighting stance and unleashed a rapid strike. Krillin was struck directly in the chest, sent flying off the stage and crashing onto the platform. In the audience, Bulma declared, that old man is certainly no ordinary individual. Poor nodded in agreement, indeed. It goes without saying. He has made it to the top 4 of the World Martial Arts Tournament. He cannot be just anyone. Oolong the pig, disdainful of their conversation, fell silent. This old man is quite impressive. He defeated Master Wu Tian's disciple so swiftly. Yes, though this old fellow may be a bit unorthodox, his martial skills are undeniably strong. The audience buzzed with discussion. Within moments, Krillin sat up from the stage, muttering to himself, I couldn't see his punch trajectory at all. Such incredible speed. Little Wukong, perched on the wall, urged, Krillin, why are you dazed? Pay close attention. I could see his punches clearly, and you've trained before. Krillin stood, glancing at Wukong in disbelief. Really? Little Wukong affirmed, absolutely. Wukong was indeed correct. Nearby, Sun Wukong remarked, that's true. Just a second after his words, Lan Fong approached him, standing uncomfortably close. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lan Fong. With a captivating smile, she bent slightly and raised her right hand. As she withdrew, a decision had formed in her mind. A man like Sun Wukong, one could easily surmise, would not have many opportunities. Since fate had brought them together, she felt compelled to explore the possibility. Although he was still young, there were merits to youth. If it seemed right, what could possibly deter them? The alluring, deep valley between her 2 snowy peaks caught Sun Wukong's attention. What intentions did this woman harbor? Attention was immediately captivated by Lan Fong's alluring and pristine curves, yet Sun Wukong did not succumb easily. He raised his gaze and locked eyes with Lan Fong, who was within arm's reach. Sun Wukong introduced himself, his right hand clasping hers, regardless of the woman's intentions. What did he have to fear? As long as he remained cautious, he would not falter. Excellent. Sun Wukong did not resist her, which brought a flicker of joy to Lan Fong. She had successfully taken the first step. Oh no, the second step. What do you wish to do? Sun Weiqiang asked directly. Their hands remained intertwined, and the enchanting curves continued to capture his attention. Is it not permissible to get acquainted? Lanfang winked, drawing closer and whispering in Sun Weiqiang's left ear, even exhaling softly. Woman, you are playing with fire. Sun Weiqiang murmured. Their clasped hands finally parted, with a slight bend. Lanfang once again looked down at Sun Weiqiang, a smile gracing her lips. She leaned in closer, once more whispering in his left ear, Can you handle it? Sun Weiqiang slightly tilted his head, and Lanfang almost brushed her lips against his left cheek. A smirk appeared on his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Lanfang, exuding an air of confidence. Am I capable? Do you dare to find out? Dare you? Chapter 62. In bed, what about Weiqiang and Lanfang's affairs? What is there to fear? Lanfang thought Weiqiang was merely jesting, as it seemed implausible at such a tender age. However, she overlooked one crucial point. While the majority of ordinary individuals may falter, Sun Weiqiang was far from ordinary. Sun Weiqiang, the Dragon King, grinned with a crooked smile and said, Come, follow me. After uttering these words, he proceeded toward the hall. After taking a few steps, he contemplated looking back, but upon hearing the footsteps of Lanfang following closely behind, he decided against it. Sun Weiqiang thought to himself, Dare to follow me? Very well. Soon you shall witness my prowess. Humph. Do you think you can intimidate me, little brother? You are still too inexperienced. I shall observe how you plan to proceed. You put on a facade as if it were genuine, but I will not be so easily frightened. Lanfang was filled with confidence, convinced that the advantage was hers. She firmly believed that Sun Weiqiang was incapable. Where are you taking me? Lanfang inquired with curiosity. Sun Weiqiang informed her about the hotel. He paused, not turning his head, and remarked, What? Are you afraid? Daring to go? Who says I'm afraid? Why would I not dare to go? Lead the way. Lanfang retorted bravely. In her mind, she thought, Have I revealed my weakness? No means no. Do you think you can intimidate me? Not a chance. I hope you can maintain this bravado. Sun Weiqiang spoke casually, raising his right hand and extending his index finger. Let me clarify something. Once we arrive at the hotel, if you wish to back out, it will be futile, understand? I, son, am not someone you can manipulate at will. Furthermore, even if you wish to withdraw now, it is too late, comprehend? Humph. Still trying to frighten me? I will not be deceived. Lanfang firmly believed this. Consequently, with her arms crossed defiantly, she asserted, Lead the way. Spare me the nonsense. I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Surely, this cannot be your only tactic, little brother. Lanfang was filled with a visible joy of anticipated victory. Sun Weiqiang led her out through a small door from the Grand Martial Arts Conference Hall, stepping into the expansive venue of the event. Surrounding the venue were numerous hotels, and when Sun Weiqiang arrived the previous night, he had noticed several establishments. As Lanfang followed him, she found it amusing that her younger companion seemed at a loss yet stubbornly refused to admit his predicament. What harm would it do to acknowledge it? After all, she wouldn't hold it against him. It was perfectly normal at his age. The name he had chosen was rather intriguing. Sun Weiqiang guided Lanfang into one of the hotels and requested the finest room available. Lanfang paid for it. It wasn't that Sun Weiqiang didn't want to pay, but rather, he found himself devoid of funds. If the sister pays, then let her pay, he thought, curious to see what trick she might conjure. Lanfang, increasingly intrigued, paid without hesitation. A mere sum like this was insignificant to her. Paying so promptly. Just don't cry later. Sun Weiqiang resisted the urge to voice this thought. They entered the elevator, and as the doors closed, it whisked them upstairs. Are you not nervous at all? Sun Weiqiang inquired playfully. Nervous? Why should I be? Lanfang replied with a smile. But what are you planning for the conclusion? How will it conclude? Just like that, Sun Weiqiang casually shrugged, nonchalantly responding. Is that so? What does that entail? Lanfang raised her eyebrows playfully, her eyes sparkling. As the elevator doors opened, Sun Weiqiang smiled slightly. You will know soon enough. Is that so? I'm quite looking forward to it. Lanfang replied as they stepped out of the elevator. You will know soon enough? Still pretending, are we? You want to be able to keep up the act for long, little brother. Lanfang mused, her mind racing. They arrived at the newly opened room, pushed the door open, and entered. Bang! The door shut behind them. Click! It was casually locked. Sun Weiqiang was the one responsible for this. Now, I wonder how you will continue to pretend? Just as Lanfang scrutinized Sun Weiqiang's face, curious about his next move, he abruptly tossed her onto a bed. Lan Fang was taken aback by this sudden action, left in a daze. Undress. Sun Weiqiang commanded Lan Fang with a terse and shocking tone. In a matter of moments, his martial arts uniform lay discarded on the floor. Is this for real? Lan Fang's mind went blank. Sun Weiqiang chuckled and asked, "What? Do you want me to help you take it off?" Lan Fang, trembling with anxiety, found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. If it were merely a matter of removing her deep blue vest and long pants, it would pose no issue for her, even in a crowded setting. She would feel unperturbed, perhaps only revealing a hint of her cleavage. However, it was evident that Sun Weiqiang's intentions extended far beyond the mere removal of her outer garments. His purpose was all too apparent. Sun Weiqiang affirmed, "Of course, what do you think? As the saying goes, good girls should not be taken for granted, while bad girls should not be wasted." Based on his limited understanding of Lan Fang, she certainly does not fall into the category of a good girl. And whether she can be classified as a bad girl remains uncertain. However, she certainly leans more towards the latter. "Can I refuse?" Lan Fang murmured softly. She harbored certain feelings for Sun Weiqiang, but she had no intention of surrendering herself at this moment. Moreover, if she were to allow him easy access to her body, would he truly cherish it? Would he take responsibility for her in the future? Does he even comprehend this? Sun Weiqiang flashed a charming smile and reminded her, "Have you forgotten what I said before coming here? You should hurry and undress, or shall I assist you? It is not my intention to rush you, but the next match awaits me, and my time is limited." Lan Fang gazed intently at Sun Weiqiang, fully aware that resistance was futile. Unless she could seize an opportune moment to strike decisively, perhaps then she might find a chance to escape. Yet, if she took such a course of action, what would become of their future? Conversely, if she submitted without protest, would she not feel a deep sense of regret? Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, Lan Fang found herself in a quandary. Sun Weiqiang urged once more, "Hurry up, or I shall truly take action." Lan Fang exhaled deeply. Forget it. Let it be to his advantage. She resolved to deal with future matters at a later time. Thus, Lan Fang made her decision. Chapter 63. Lan Fang pondered. Is this a blessing or a curse? In the aftermath, Sun Weiqiang was taken aback by the unexpected sight of a bloodstain on the bed. He gazed at Lan Fang, asking, "Are you still a virgin?" With a crimson blush, she nodded before shaking her head. Not anymore. She quickly regained her composure, furrowing her brows as she inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "It's nothing," Sun Weiqiang replied, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. Damn. The revelation that Lan Fang had been a virgin until now was utterly astonishing. How could a woman like her still be untouched? It wasn't he that Sun Weiqiang had an aversion to virgins. Rather, he had assumed that his connection with Lan Fang was merely a fleeting affair. Now that he learned she was still innocent, it seemed that Lan Fang was not the reckless girl he had imagined. This presented a rather complicated situation. Originally, he had thought to dismiss the encounter coldly and leave without a second thought, but now, that course of action seemed rather inappropriate. Is that really true? Lan Fang questioned, her skepticism evident. Sun Weiqiang nodded. He couldn't speak the truth, that he had assumed she had considerable experience prior to this. No wonder she was clueless about foreplay, requiring me to instruct her on everything. By the way, how old are you? Sun Weiqiang inquired. 16, Lan Fang replied with a smile, wrapping her arms around him. After their light exchange, her intimacy towards Sun Weiqiang had remarkably advanced. You're only 16? You're not deceiving me, are you? At 16, you've developed so well? Sun Weiqiang remarked as he lifted his head. Her physique was no less impressive than that of Bulma, perhaps even more alluring, and she was merely 16? What would she be like in a few years? Why would I deceive you? You are already my little man, Lan Fang shyly responded. Her demeanor was captivating, prompting Sun Weiqiang to gaze at her several times. Lan Fang's eyes sparkled with unspoken affection. They exchanged glances, each looking at the other. When her little man complimented her development, it was akin to praising her figure. Lan Fang felt a wave of joy, though she couldn't quite fathom why. She was well aware of her enticing physique, yet hearing it from her little man felt entirely different. Could it be that I'm falling in love? No, surely not. I must return to compete. Sun Weiqiang reluctantly left Lan Fang's embrace, leaping from the bed and donning his martial arts uniform. So soon? Lan Fang sat up, pouting slightly, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Sun Weiqiang had long sensed the changes in Lan Fang. He replied, hurry up. If we are delayed, I might miss the competition, and if they cannot find me, we will be disqualified. With that, he turned and departed. Humph, what a heartless little man. Lan Fang uttered this phrase, yet her anger was not directed towards Sun Weiqiang. Oh, Lan Fong. Now she had entangled herself. Losing her innocence at merely 16, wasn't that a tad too early? Lan Fong reflected on the moment she had provocatively approached Sun Weiqiang outside the entrance of the first martial arts tournament, which had led to this outcome. But I truly did not expect him to be so capable. Aside from his slight stature, he was remarkably vigorous. As she pondered the events that had transpired on the bed, she realized that this little man was indeed formidable, exhibiting the same valor and strength as he did in the arena. Was this a blessing or a curse? Lan Fong mused softly. Outside the entrance of the first martial arts tournament, as Sun Weiqiang and Lan Fong departed together, Xiao Yukong's attention was solely focused on Clin, with only Lu Ping standing by the wall, noticing the two of them. Where were Weiqiang and Lan Fong headed? Lu Ping thought for a moment before redirecting his gaze back to the arena. At that moment, Clin was knocked to the ground for the second time by Jackie Chan, his face pressed against the mat. Clin had fallen, and the countdown began. 1, 2, 3. The chief referee's voice echoed throughout the venue. He could not rise. Wulong commented. Bulma was also skeptical, stating, "It seems Clin is about to lose." "That should be the case," Pualo added. "Is the disciple of Master Wu Tian going to be defeated by this old man? Who is this old man? So formidable." Indeed. He was quite impressive. This was the second time Clin had been knocked down, and he had not managed a single effective counterattack. This old man was no simple foe. Indeed. Some spectators shared Bulma's doubts about Clin. Was he truly going to lose like this? Lu Ping murmured. "Get up, Clin. If you don't rise now, you will lose. Hurry." Xiao Wukong leaped off the wall and dashed to the edge of the arena, shouting loudly at the fallen Clin. "Yes, just like that. Get up quickly." Xiao Wukong noticed Clin's finger twitching. Could he rise? Jackie Chan, with his hands behind his back, mused to himself. The chief referee continued the countdown. 7, 8, 9. In the final second, Clin finally stood up. He has risen. Clin has gotten back on his feet. The chief referee announced. "It hurts," Clin exclaimed. Clutching the back of his head, Xiao Yukong raised his fists in joy. To withstand such an onslaught and still stand was proof that his training had not been in vain, Jackie Chan thought. The microphone of the chief referee was brought to his lips. "Could you please explain what just transpired?" The audience could not see clearly. "What? It's truly unavoidable. I shall demonstrate in slow motion. Please pay close attention." Jackie Chan agreed. The chief referee expressed gratitude, saying, "Very well, thank you." Jackie began to demonstrate. First, this is how I attack Clint. He executed a slow-motion portrayal of his earlier assault on Clint, who likewise cooperated by mimicking the slow-motion attack. Jackie remarked, "I kick at him." Clint responded, "I evade his kick and throw a punch towards Jackie's face." Jackie exclaimed, "Pa, pa, pa." Clint continued to elaborate. "He spat at me, and feeling disgusted, I stepped back." Jackie interjected, "Seizing this opportunity, I extended my left hand intending to deliver a punch to Clint." Clint retorted, "Pa, pa, pa." Jackie further explained, "This fellow retaliated by spitting at me, forcing me to retreat, compelling me to alter my strategy." As the conversation drew to a close, Jackie stroked his beard, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Clint mirrored this thoughtful expression, stating, "I too reconsidered my tactics, which transpired in approximately 0.2 seconds. Sun Weiqiang, you really know how to put on a show, Klein." Jackie Chan remarked, "In that fleeting moment, I swiftly made a decision." He struck a pose and said to Klein, "Let us play rock, paper, scissors." "What? All right. Let us play rock, paper, scissors." Klein explained. At that moment, I couldn't help but respond. This was my greatest failure. Klein and Jackie simultaneously declared, "Scissors, rock, paper." Klein chose paper, while Jackie revealed scissors. Jackie said, "Look over there." Klein elaborated, "At that instant, I followed his command and looked that way. What a fool I was." Jackie laughed heartily. "Fool, did you spot the flaw?" Then, I quickly leaped up. Jackie turned to the chief referee. "Hey, aren't you going to lift me up?" The chief referee complied, lifting Jackie with vigor. I sprang up with a kick aimed at him. Jackie turned to the referee behind him. "Apologies, please maintain the same height and slowly move this way." After walking a distance while holding Jackie aloft, the chief referee remarked, "Remember, you landed here, right?" As he descended from the ring. With legs partially bent and arms spread wide, Jackie nodded. "This is how I establish my stance." "Hey, you should assist me over here too." Klein shouted at the chief referee, maintaining a stance akin to a golden rooster standing on one leg, still mimicking the position after being kicked by Jackie. The chief referee hurried over to lend a hand. I was struck in the back of the head by Jackie's kick and was sent flying. Klein recounted the moment. The chief referee lifted him, maintaining a certain posture. Is this correct? Klein nodded affirmatively. Yes, now move forward. The chief referee walked a short distance. Klein, I flew here, spinning in midair. Spinning, you say? The chief referee remarked, lifting Klein but losing his grip. Fortunately, he caught one of Klein's legs, preventing him from crashing headfirst into the ring. Be careful. Klein, slightly panicked, flailed his arms. Apologies. The chief referee spun Klein around and lowered him back to the ring. After landing, I struggled to maintain my balance, but the impact was too severe, and I fell. Klein pointed to the ground of the ring to illustrate. The chief referee, microphone in hand, expressed surprise. Did this intricate process occur in that single moment? Indeed. Jackie and Klein stood together, nodding. Remarkable. I have never witnessed such rapid movements from athletes before. The chief referee continued. I apologize for interrupting your match. Please, continue. The audience erupted in passionate cheers. Incredible! So much transpired in such a brief span of time. Both Jackie and Klein are truly exceptional masters among masters. Amazing. Absolutely astounding. Aside from a simple exclamation of awe, I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 64, the second semifinal, Weiqiang vs. Wukong. As Sun Weiqiang returned from the hotel to the venue of the Supreme Martial Arts competition, the chief judge's voice resonated. In the first semifinal, contestant Jackie Chan emerged victorious. Now, for the second semifinal, contestants Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong, please make your entrance. His timing was impeccable. He was fortunate not to have lingered longer at Lawn Fox. Sun Weiqiang strode towards the arena. Soon, he stood atop the stage alongside little Wukong, facing each other from a mere few meters apart. Wukong, I have eagerly awaited this day for a long time, Sun Weiqiang declared, gazing intently at Wukong and expressing his heartfelt sentiments. Likewise, little Wukong responded, equally eager for the opportunity to battle Sun Weiqiang. He had always recognized Weiqiang's formidable prowess, but wondered if he could indeed prevail against him. The chief judge announced loudly, the second semifinal begins. Clang. The audience's excitement surged as they turned their attention to the arena. Both being disciples of the martial arts master Weiqiang, the question lingered. Who among them was stronger? Sun Weiqiang or Sun Wukong? The impending clash held great intrigue. Go, Wukong. Defeat Sun Weiqiang. Down with Wukong. Down with Wukong. Sun Weiqiang. I believe in your victory. Supporters rallied fervently for both contenders. Come on, Wukong. Weiqiang. You too. Yulong. Puyalu. I too wish to know who is stronger between Wukong and Weiqiang. Lu Ping observed from the wall outside the venue, standing alongside Jackie Chan. He believed Wukong had the upper hand, but acknowledged that Weiqiang also had a chance at victory. Clint, having been knocked unconscious by Jackie Chan in the previous match, was not present to witness the battle. Let the fight begin. Sun Weiqiang charged towards little Wukong, launching a rapid strike. Bang! Little Wukong met the punch head-on, and the two collided with force. Sun Weiqiang unleashed a strike with his other hand. Little Wukong followed suit, delivering a punch with his other hand as well. Bang! The two fists clashed powerfully. In an instant, little Wukong retracted his strength and propelled himself into the air, executing a flying kick with both legs. Sun Weiqiang leaned back, his feet firmly planted on the ground, as he observed little Wukong soaring above him. A splendid opportunity. Sun Weiqiang positioned himself on the ground, propelling his legs skyward. With a resounding thud, he struck, sending little Wukong soaring into the heavens. As his feet returned to the earth, Sun Weiqiang exerted all his strength, causing the arena to crack beneath him as he surged upwards in pursuit. Little Wukong's form continued to ascend from the force of the kick, but Sun Weiqiang, having gained momentum, swiftly caught up to him. Wukong, unleash your full potential, otherwise, any lapse on your part will result in a severe beating, he declared hastily, before bringing his hands together and delivering a powerful blow to little Wukong's abdomen. Bam! Little Wukong plummeted towards the arena. What a surprise! From the onset of the battle, the contestant Sun Wukong was launched into the sky by Sun Weiqiang, and now he is being struck down from above, the chief judge exclaimed with excitement. Ouch! This hurts. As little Wukong rapidly descended, he gingerly assessed his injuries, one hand cradling his stomach and the other his back. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, landing firmly on the ground. Now, it is my turn to strike. Little Wukong focused intently on the descending Weiqiang, gathering his strength to launch himself skyward. Sun Weiqiang possessed a superior strategy to counter the onslaught of little Wukong. yet he chose to remain discreet for the time being. He was eager to ascertain the disparity between his physical strength and that of little Wukong, without relying on his energy. In a swift motion, little Wukong surged towards Sun Weiqiang, delivering a powerful blow with his right fist. Sun Weiqiang managed to catch it, albeit not entirely, as it fell from the air. Without harnessing the power of Qi, he was unable to unleash his own strength. Consequently, he could not withstand the formidable punch from little Wukong, ultimately receiving the blow to his side. Bang! Oh, that hurts. Sun Weiqiang felt as though his body was on the verge of collapse. He sought to regain his composure, adjusting his stance, aiming to descend onto the arena as steadily as the recently fallen Sun Wukong. The Sun Wukong contestant soared into the sky, delivering a powerful strike to Sun Weiqiang. Now it was Sun Weiqiang's turn to plummet from the heavens. Could he land as gracefully as Sun Wukong had moments earlier? The chief referee narrated the unfolding contest with fervor. He had done it. Sun Weiqiang had succeeded. Sun Wukong also touched down on the stage. What fierce battle would ensue between the two? Stay tuned for the thrilling continuation. Chapter 65, Kamehameha versus Kamehameha. On the arena, Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong locked eyes for but a fleeting moment before both simultaneously launched their assaults upon one another. Bang, 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 bang. The resounding clashes of fists and feet intertwined seamlessly, embodying a fierce struggle of strength and an explosive display of speed. Each blow landed with palpable impact. In this brief exchange, Sun Weiqiang and little Wukong found their palms pressed firmly against each other. Gritting his teeth, Sun Weiqiang fervently summoned all his strength to contend with little Wukong to the bitter end. Ah! Little Wukong cried out. The chief referee passionately proclaimed, the competitors, Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong, are engaged in a contest of sheer strength. Their bodies quiver with exertion. Who do you think possesses greater might? Wukong's power is superior, remarked Jackie Chan, observing the duel on the stage, convinced that the smaller figure exhibited greater strength. Lu Ping, unable to discern the truth, was filled with curiosity. Outside the venue, beneath the wall adjacent to Jackie Chan and Lu Ping, Lan Fang returned, and upon witnessing the scene on the stage, cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted, Weiqiang, go for it! Weiqiang, go for it! Instantly, the attention of both Jackie Chan and Lu Ping was drawn towards her. What is happening? Lan Fang is cheering for Weiqiang? Lu Ping pondered further. What could have transpired during their absence? Why is she supporting him now? How curious. In that moment, Lu Ping found himself bewildered. Who is she? In the audience, Bulma was equally captivated by Lan Fang's presence. Oolong, with gleaming eyes, exclaimed, I don't know. But she is such a charming girl. Poir disdainfully retorted, foolish pig. I asked who she is, not whether she is adorable. Bulma delivered a swift punch to Oolong's piggish head. Bang! How infuriating. I already said I don't know, and yet you strike me. Oolong protested, refusing to accept the blow. Bulma, with fierce determination, declared, I am indeed striking you. Sun Weiqiang undoubtedly heard Lan Fang's cheers for him. However, his attention was wholly focused on Xiao Wukong, leaving no room for other thoughts. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar from Xiao Wukong, Sun Weiqiang was flung away. After executing several somersaults, he landed back on the stage, panting heavily, his chest heaving. Indeed, his strength paled in comparison to that of Xiao Wukong, and without harnessing his energy, he was likely to succumb as time progressed. The chief judge proclaimed, the result is clear. Contestant Sun Wukong possesses greater strength than contestant Sun Weiqiang. What remarkable performances will unfold next? Like everyone else, I await with bated breath. Weiqiang, keep pushing. You can definitely win. Lan Fang waved her hand, fervently cheering for her beloved. Sun Weiqiang cast a glance at Lan Fang, pondering how to approach this woman. He had yet to come to a decision. Initially, he had taken her to the hotel simply because she had asked, Can you handle it? Otherwise, their encounter in bed would never have transpired. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lan Fang was a virgin before their encounter. This revelation caused him to waver in his original intention of a brief liaison, followed by parting ways. He decided to put his thoughts aside for the moment and focus on the task at hand, contemplating his next move after the match was concluded. Sun Weiqiang suppressed his inner thoughts and focused on little Wukong. He declared, Wukong, my strength may indeed be inferior to yours, but my Kamehameha will undoubtedly surpass yours. Having fought thus far, Sun Weiqiang recognized the disparity between himself and little Wukong. Continuing with mere hand-to-hand combat would only deplete his energy further. He not only wished to triumph over little Wukong, but also aimed to conquer his master, the Turtle Hermit. Thus, he resolved to unleash his true power. Harnessing the energy of Qi would reveal his might. Let us see what happens. Little Wukong responded earnestly. The two of them assumed the posture to execute the Kamehameha, preparing to unleash their waves. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Brilliant blue energy converged in the hands of Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong. The two launched their attacks. Boom! The two streams of blue energy collided, locking in a stalemate between them and forming a sphere of energy. Sun Weiqiang exerted himself once more, channeling his blue energy with unwavering intensity. Bang! Xiao Wukong was sent tumbling to the arena floor. Sun Weiqiang stood firm, retracting his attack stance, and gazed at the fallen Wukong, declaring, "Wukong, I have proclaimed that my Kamehameha is undoubtedly superior to yours. Those countless nights of arduous training and exploration were not in vain." Lan Fang was taken aback. Is this truly her little man? How astonishingly powerful he is. It was hard to believe, terrifying indeed. Lu Ping was equally astonished. Krillin, who had already regained consciousness and joined Lu Ping to witness the battle, was also in shock. Such an overwhelming force. They trembled in awe. Even Jackie Chan felt a wave of astonishment, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Wukong's formidable Kamehameha has succumbed to Weiqiang's prowess. If I were to exchange Kamehamehas with Weiqiang, without entering a state of muscle explosion, I would stand no chance. How could this be? How could Weiqiang's Kamehameha be so powerful? Could it be that he has truly discovered something remarkable? Surely not. Jackie recalled Weiqiang's relentless nights of training by the riverside. Consequently, the outcome of their match was now uncertain. Although Sun Weiqiang triumphed over little Wukong in the match, the latter swiftly rose to his feet as if nothing had happened. The chief referee, astonished, exclaimed, "Incredible! The legendary Kamehameha, which was said to be wielded only by Master Wu Tian, is now demonstrated by his disciple, Sun Weiqiang, and his opponent, Sun Wukong. Truly remarkable. Such immense power. Surely everyone can feel it." Although the contestant Sun Wukong's Kamehameha technique was bested by Sun Weiqiang's Kamehameha, he appeared utterly unfazed, which was nothing short of astonishing. "Wukong, keep it up. Weiqiang, you too." Bulma cupped her hands on either side of her mouth, cheering for both participants. To her left and right, Puar and Oolong, unlike at the outset of the match, were now equally supportive of Weiqiang and Wukong. "Stand tall, Wukong, splendid. I knew you wouldn't succumb so easily. Weiqiang, press on. You can triumph, charge forth." The other spectators rallied as well, waving flags and shouting, "Well done. I have faith in you, contestant Sun Weiqiang. Unleash another attack. Wukong, fear not, just go for it. Launch another Kamehameha against Weiqiang. Trust me this time, you shall not falter." The atmosphere was electric, with the audience in a fervor, arms waving and voices raised in a cacophony of excitement. This intensely gripping battle had thus far seen both sides exchanging blows, with neither gaining the upper hand. Let us witness what further confrontations await between contestant Sun Weiqiang and contestant Sun Wukong. The chief judge, brimming with enthusiasm, narrated the unfolding events in the arena. Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong gazed intently at one another. How formidable! What strategy would Weiqiang employ next? Little Wukong was brimming with excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He assumed a stance, ever ready to engage in battle alongside Weiqiang. "Wukong, I shall vanquish you in a fair contest." With this thought, Sun Weiqiang prepared to execute a breathtaking maneuver. He realized he could have chosen a more underhanded approach to surprise little Wukong, rendering him defenseless. But that was not Weiqiang's desire. He sought nothing less than a direct triumph over little Wukong. No cunning tricks, no unexpected tactics. Chapter 66, Sun Weiqiang defeats little Wukong? When Sun Weiqiang made that move, every observer was left utterly astounded. Every single person gasped and Oz Weiqiang soared into the air. He truly ascended. The chief judge, taken aback, struggled to articulate his astonishment. His eyes behind his sunglasses wide with disbelief, as if witnessing a marvel. The flight he referred to was not merely a leap into the sky. It was genuine flight. Sun Weiqiang floated in midair, his feet no longer touching the ground. "Wukong, prepare for battle," he declared, launching himself toward the young Wukong. Bewildered, the little Wukong marveled. "Weiqiang can fly. When did he learn to soar through the skies?" "I had no idea." As Sun Weiqiang drew closer, the young Wukong remained lost in thought. Bam! Sun Weiqiang did not hold back. He delivered a powerful kick that struck little Wukong squarely in the abdomen, sending him soaring into the sky once more. Sun Weiqiang soared through the air, relentlessly pursuing his target and unleashing a fierce onslaught. Bang! 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 He delivered a flurry of kicks to little Wukong. Ah! 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 Little Wukong continued to cry out in agony, as he was propelled higher with each strike, ascending to even greater heights under the force of those powerful blows. Sun Weiqiang looked up at little Wukong, who hovered in midair. With his right hand raised and fingers splayed, he concentrated a surge of blue energy, aiming it at little Wukong before unleashing a powerful blast. Boom! It struck with precision. A blood-curdling scream erupted from little Wukong, reverberating across the globe as he plummeted downward. In a life-or-death battle, Sun Weiqiang would seize this opportunity without hesitation, determined to vanquish his opponent. However, in this arena match, where the opponent was still little Wukong, he chose to show restraint. He understood that such an attack would not suffice to secure little Wukong's defeat. His intention was to allow little Wukong to recover, so they could engage in a spirited contest. This was merely a lesson, a reminder to little Wukong that in the heat of battle, one must never lose focus, lest they suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, the chief referee announced, the contestant Sun Wukong has once again been sent soaring by contestant Sun Weiqiang. Will he be able to mount a counterattack? The appearance of the contestant Sun Wukong is one of great suffering, as he endures blow after blow, 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. It remains unclear how many kicks the contestant Sun Weiqiang has unleashed upon Sun Wukong, yet each strike finds its mark. The audience can hear Sun Wukong's cries, and from his vocalizations, it is evident that he is in considerable pain. The attacks from contestant Sun Weiqiang have yet to cease. Is that a single-handed Kamehameha? It struck. Contestant Sun Wukong has been hit. He plummets from the sky. Will he lose the match because of this? Wukong! Bulma exclaimed, her voice laced with concern. How could Weiqiang be so ruthless? Is Wukong all right? I don't know, Wulong replied, fearfully gazing at Sun Weiqiang, who hovered in midair, astonished at the severity of his own comrade's assault. Wulong was not the only one feeling uneasy. Puar was equally apprehensive. The audience watched in amazement as Sun Wukong fell rapidly from the heights, murmuring among themselves, is Wukong about to lose? After sustaining such damage, can he still fight? Who knows? It seems unlikely that Wukong will land safely this time. Perhaps Weiqiang is simply too formidable. Wukong appears utterly devoid of any capacity for counterattack. How could he possibly fly? This is truly astonishing. Indeed, a flying individual. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Weiqiang's ability to fly has certainly exceeded Jackie Chan's expectations. Prior to this, he had no inkling that Weiqiang possessed such a skill. Remarkable. It seems his research into Qi has indeed borne fruit. Truly impressive. Has he only now chosen to reveal this to surprise us? As Weiqiang ascended from the ground, Jackie Chan felt a surge of admiration, coupled with an increase in pressure. At this juncture, it appears that Weiqiang's chances of victory have surpassed those of Wukong. Jackie Chan mused quietly. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, there is a strong possibility that Weiqiang will triumph in this contest. Thus, in the final showdown, he will face Weiqiang. And Jackie Chan was uncertain if he could confidently claim victory over this pupil. A mere 8 months. In just over 8 months of exploring Qi, Weiqiang's demonstrated prowess has left Jackie Chan truly astounded. Wukong. Both Liping and Krillin were concerned for Wukong, yet simultaneously intimidated by Weiqiang's capabilities. When did he learn to fly? How did he become so powerful? Krillin. When did Weiqiang acquire the ability to fly? Who was his teacher? Liping inquired of Krillin. I have no idea when he learned to fly. Krillin shook his head and added, as far as I know, he must have taught himself. Taught himself? Liping was taken aback. Is that even possible? How does one self-teach such a skill? Meanwhile, Lan Fang's rosy lips parted in astonishment at her little man's extraordinary display, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Not only is her little man incredibly strong, but he can also fly. Where can one find such a remarkable little man? No, he is not only my little man. I shall strive to become his great woman. Lan Fang understood that between her and Weiqiang, there was merely a fleeting romance, a consequence of her unintentional teasing when she had playfully uttered, "Can you do it?" She would not be taken to a hotel by him, nor would they engage in any intimate relations. The two shared no emotional foundation whatsoever, even prior to that moment. After being eliminated from the top 8 by Weiqiang, she had repeatedly hoped to witness his defeat in the competition, finding it rather amusing. Who could have anticipated that things would escalate so rapidly? How might one ascend to the status of Weiqiang's significant other? I harbor feelings for him, yet he may not feel the same for me. Lan Fang gazed at Weiqiang's silhouette suspended in the air, pondering her next course of action. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the arena. Little Wukong plunged onto the stage, creating a deep crater upon impact. The chief referee approached the ring to inspect the situation. Observing the competitor Sun Wukong face down, his body motionless, Sun Weiqiang descended from the sky, standing beside the cracked tiles of the deep pit. The chief referee, clutching a microphone, commenced the countdown. Was it truly the end for Sun Wukong? Could he rise once more? Had Sun Weiqiang emerged victorious? These were the pressing concerns of the audience. Wukong, rise quickly. Clins climbed the left wall of the arena's entrance, shouting at the top of his lungs. He could not discern the situation within the pit, but the referee's countdown indicated that Wukong had yet to regain consciousness. 4, 5, 6, the countdown continued. The little Wukong in the pit remained motionless, showing no signs of awakening. Could it be that I have won by default? Had the little Wukong fainted? Sun Weiqiang pondered. Chapter 67. Refuse to concede until you are defeated. Get up quickly, Wukong, Oolong bellowed. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Bulma, and she shouted at the top of her lungs. Wukong, dinner is ready. As soon as her words escaped, Sun Weiqiang noticed the little Wukong in the pit. His left ear twitched, followed by a stirring. Dinner? The little Wukong pushed himself up, raising his head. Then, he swiftly leaped out of the pit, looking around and exclaiming, Where? Where is dinner? Where is it? Where? The little Wukong, unable to spot the food, dashed around the arena, leaving the audience in awe. The contestant Sun Wukong stood up at the last possible second. The match was not over yet, and anticipation for this thrilling confrontation continued to build. The chief referee's astonished voice resonated throughout the arena. Remarkable. Wukong has risen. Oolong cheered for Wukong, but quickly added, What a pity. Weiqiang was about to win. His pig-like eyes darted toward Bulma. What kind of gaze is that? Bulma, feeling pleased with her cleverness, noticed Oolong's expression and promptly delivered a punch to his snout. Bam! Oolong rubbed his head, mischievously replying, You hit me. I didn't say anything wrong. Weiqiang was on the verge of victory. If it weren't for your meddling, Wukong would have lost. Puar shook his head, saying, Oolong, you were just cheering for Wukong too. Puar. Oolong glared at him. What a close call. One more second and Wukong would have lost to Weiqiang, Clins exclaimed, jumping down from the wall, relieved for Wukong. Beside him, Lepin chuckled, commenting, Bulma is truly intelligent, devising such a method to awaken Wukong. Jackie Chan secretly mused. Wukong is awake. This match still has life. Even if Weiqiang ultimately claims victory, it will not come easily. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, in the arena, the little Wukong stood before Weiqiang, asking, Where is the food? This amused Weiqiang. There is no food. You've been tricked by Bulma. We are still in the midst of a competition. Indeed, we are still in the competition. Little Wukong was alerted by his opponent. And only then did he realize the situation. He assumed an attacking stance and exclaimed, Weiqiang, you've inflicted quite a bit of pain on me. Just now. I felt quite dizzy from the impact. Who told you to lose focus? Sun Weiqiang replied lightly. The two locked eyes, and after a brief moment, the battle resumed. Little Wukong leaped into action, launching his assault. Sun Weiqiang chose to counterattack, yet all he perceived was a fleeting silhouette, murmuring Phantom Fist. The contestant Sun Wukong executed the Phantom Fist, a technique previously demonstrated by Jackie Chan against Krillin. How would Sun Weiqiang respond? The chief referee elucidated. Here. Sun Weiqiang pivoted and delivered a kick, only to strike another of little Wukong's phantoms. Double Phantom Fist, Jackie Chan observed, his gaze sharpening. Aha, I'm right here. Little Wukong descended from the heavens, his fists converging to deliver a crushing blow to Weiqiang. However, he struck nothing but a shadow, Phantom Fist. As little Wukong landed outside the ring, he deftly evaded, leaving yet another illusion of Sun Weiqiang behind. Sun Weiqiang shifted his position, and little Wukong evaded once more. Unexpectedly. It was merely an afterimage. Jackie Chan's eyes widened as he unleashed the triple Phantom Fist. I am here. As Sun Weiqiang uttered these words, he had already positioned himself behind little Wukong, delivering a swift kick to his posterior. During Jackie Chan's confrontation with Krillin, Sun Weiqiang was absent, however. Little Wukong was present and instantly recognized the technique, even executing the double Phantom Fist himself. Upon first encounter, Sun Weiqiang mastered it effortlessly. In terms of aptitude for learning in this regard, both Wukong and Weiqiang would humble themselves in comparison. Do you not recall the moment when Master Roshi unleashed the Kamehameha to extinguish the flames on the Breadfruit Mountain? Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong swiftly acquired and demonstrated their skills, with the former exhibiting a significantly greater prowess than the latter. With a swift kick to Wukong's rear, Sun Weiqiang pressed the attack. In a matter of moments, Wukong regained control of his body, dissipating the force of Weiqiang's strike, and turned to face him. The two collided, exchanging blows in an intense display of combat. Bang, 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 bang. Through the mastery of his chi manipulation, Sun Weiqiang showcased a slightly superior agility in battle. However, he found it challenging to overpower Wukong, whose physical prowess, indeed, his overall physical condition, far surpassed his own. The chief referee passionately described the unfolding match. What a spectacular final. The contest between Sun Weiqiang and Sun Wukong is nothing short of exhilarating. They engage in a fierce exchange, seemingly growing stronger with each strike. Truly formidable. Words fail to capture the essence of their prowess. It is no wonder they are disciples of the martial arts deity. Who shall emerge victorious in this contest? Go, Wukong. Go, Wukong. Go, Weiqiang. Go, Weiqiang. Defeat Sun Wukong. Weiqiang, you are the best. Overcome Sun Weiqiang. Wukong, you are the strongest. The audience erupted with fervent cheers. As the two fought with such intensity, one had to wonder if they would sustain injuries. I hope they don't hurt each other, Bulma expressed her concern. Indeed, it seems like a rivalry, Hua remarked. Oolong, staring in disbelief, noted, Wukong and Weiqiang are holding nothing back. At this rate, one might seriously injure the other. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? Bulma retorted, delivering a sharp elbow to Oolong's head. Bang! That hurt. Oolong whined, rubbing his head. I speak only the truth. Bulma glared at him. Huh? What are you saying? Oolong quickly waved his hands in denial. Is Weiqiang all right? Lan Fang expressed a flicker of worry for her man. It's all that woman's fault. If it weren't for her, Weiqiang would have won already. She glared with fury. Sensing an unspoken tension, Bulma and Lan Fang exchanged glances. Who is she? Do I have a vendetta against her? Why is she staring at me? Bulma shot back defiantly. Who can determine the victor between Wukong and Weiqiang? Lu Ping and Krillin found themselves unable to judge. Even if Weiqiang were to win, how much stamina would he have left to face me? Jackie Chan observed the fierce contest, letting out a sigh of relief. Wukong, this match is mine to win. Seizing upon a momentary lapse in Wukong's defense, Sun Weiqiang unleashed a powerful elbow strike to his neck. Bang! Wukong fell to the ground, struggling to lift his upper body, desperately attempting to rise. Yield, Wukong, you have lost this match. Sun Weiqiang gazed down upon him. Little Wukong gritted his teeth, declaring, I will not concede. Bang! His body, which yearned to rise, collapsed once more. The chief referee announced, competitor Sun Wukong strives to stand, yet falters again. Will he be able to rise? Sun Weiqiang did not urge the chief referee to count down. He was aware that little Wukong could still rise to his feet, for he was remarkably resilient. Since you refuse to concede, I shall continue to strike until your defeat is undeniable. As soon as Sun Weiqiang's words fell, he launched his attack. Chapter 68. The excited Lan Fang and the envious, jealous Chung Long. Sun Weiqiang soared into the air, his feet leaving the ground as he ascended above little Wukong. With a graceful forward motion, he positioned himself parallel to the arena, mere meters away from the surface. Pausing in midair, were little Wukong an arch-nemesis at that moment, a sinister smile would have undoubtedly graced his lips. However, though Sun Weiqiang did not share such a smile, he concentrated the energy within his body into his hands, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy attacks. Boom, 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 like a flurry of rotten eggs. Waves of blue energy rained down upon little Wukong with fervor. Sun Weiqiang chose not to ascend to greater heights, for the further the distance, the more space and time little Wukong had to evade and recover. Conversely, the closer he drew, the more perilous the situation became. Were it not for the need to prevent little Wukong from possibly retaliating, a proximity too near would leave him unprepared. Sun Weiqiang would have preferred to unleash his full barrage at close range. The anguished cries of little Wukong echoed throughout the cosmos. To defeat you is my utmost admiration for you, Sun Weiqiang mused, intensifying his assault. Consequently, the tiles surrounding little Wukong were severely damaged, particularly when Sun Weiqiang's barrage of gas shells veered off course. The impact sent debris flying and thick plumes of dust billowing into the air. Under the relentless onslaught from Sun Weiqiang, little Wukong's cries of anguish persisted. Was the outcome of this contest nearing resolution? The chief judge narrated the unfolding events. Is Wukong going to be all right? Bulma gazed on in disbelief. I cannot say, Puala replied. Wukong is still in agony. Oolong remarked, bewildered. Is Sun Weiqiang about to claim victory? It seemed so. Little Wukong was struggling to rise. The audience buzzed with speculation. If Weiqiang continues this way, Will Wukong be unharmed? Leping inquired of Krillin. Wukong is so robust. He should be fine. Krillin's tone held uncertainty. The mastery of his energy manipulation is truly remarkable. It appears this contest is finally drawing to a close. Jackie Chan silently reflected, his gaze unwavering from the arena. As little Wukong's wails gradually diminished, Sun Wukong chose to relent. If he did not cease, there remained a possibility of inflicting fatal harm upon little Wukong. Sun Wukong emerged from the swirling gray smoke, landing on the nearby intact arena, gasping for breath, struggling to catch his wind. The atmosphere in the venue grew tense and quiet, as the spectators turned their gazes towards the spot that had just been ravaged by Sun Wukong's fierce assault, now billowing with smoke. The gray haze dissipated swiftly, revealing the shattered arena in its entirety. At the center, the young Wukong lay sprawled, his martial arts uniform adorned with the turtle insignia in tatters. The chief referee hurried forward to assess the situation, stating, "The contestant Sun Wukong appears to be in a rather poor condition, yet he may still rise. His vitality is exceptionally robust. I will not concede." Despite his disheveled appearance, the determination in young Wukong's gaze remained unwavering as he attempted to move his fingers, making an effort to rise. What a tenacious spirit! Sun Weiqiang mused inwardly, recognizing that after unleashing a barrage of energy, he himself was nearing exhaustion. It seemed that young Wukong indeed had the potential to stand and challenge him once more. The toll he had endured was significant. Continuing the fight, to be frank, left Sun Weiqiang uncertain of his ability to triumph over young Wukong. At that moment, however, Sun Weiqiang sensed an unsettling shift. The expression on young Wukong's face altered abruptly. He immediately turned his head, and indeed, it was a full moon. Sun Weiqiang acted swiftly, darting towards Wukong. With his left hand, he seized Wukong's tail, and with his right, he transformed it into a blade, severing the tail of the young Wukong. The transformation was abruptly halted, and Wukong closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness for a few seconds. Sun Weiqiang turned to the chief referee with a calm demeanor, stating that he had won this match, albeit with a stroke of luck and a hint of cunning. He had desired to triumph over Wukong in a fair contest, but he did not believe he could defeat him should Wukong complete his transformation into a mighty gorilla. Thus, he resolved to sever Wukong's tail or extinguish the moon. Indeed, if he unleashed the full force of the Kamehameha, it should be achievable. However, such an exertion would deplete his energy significantly, leaving him unprepared to face his master, Master Roshi, in the next round. Therefore, Sun Weiqiang chose to cut off Wukong's tail without a moment's hesitation, devoid of time for contemplation, merely focused on the task at hand. The chief referee nodded in acknowledgement and began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. How peculiar. Why had Sun Weiqiang suddenly severed Wukong's tail? Could that be his vulnerability? It seemed so. Did Wukong not wish to rise again? Yet, with the tail gone, he collapsed. If that were the case, why had Sun Weiqiang not sought an opportunity to cut off Wukong's tail from the start of the match to secure victory? The audience, unaware of the underlying details, began to murmur among themselves. The full moon emerged in the sky. Bulma gasped, gazing upward. Oolong, visibly frightened, remarked, "No wonder Weiqiang cut off Wukong's tail. Now it makes sense. If Wukong transforms into a gorilla, it would spell disaster." Pu Yalu recalled the night Wukong had transformed into a gorilla and the chaos that ensued. Outside the dojo, by the wall, Krillin pondered. How did Weiqiang manage to sever Wukong's tail? Lu Ping glanced at the full moon, already visible, and began to explain. Jackie Chan listened attentively nearby. 8, 9, 10. The chief referee's countdown concluded, and with a flourish of his arm, he declared, "I announce that the winner of the second semifinals is contestant Sun Weiqiang." A wave of joyous cheers erupted from the multitude supporting Sun Weiqiang. He won. He won. Lan Fong, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed to the arena, enveloping Sun Weiqiang in a tight embrace, burying his head in her ample bosom, the two of them closely entwined. Sun Weiqiang did not shy away from Lan Fong. He recognized that it was not a negative occurrence. However, he was taken aback by her audacious actions in front of a crowd. The fragrant aroma enveloped him, filling his senses with a delightful sweetness, bringing him a profound sense of ease and comfort. Indeed, Lan Fong was attuned to his feelings. Meanwhile, Chang Long observed with a mix of envy and resentment, his heart troubled by the sight of Lan Fong's alluring figure and yearning for a similar bond with his apprentice, Weiqiang. He too longed to nestle against such a generous bosom. Subsequently, the chief judge proclaimed a significant announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, after a 10-minute intermission, the finals will commence. Who will emerge as the champion of this prestigious tournament? Will it be contestant Sun Weiqiang or Chang Long? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Chapter 69. The final contest imminent. The chief judge informed the audience that the climactic battle would unfold in just 10 minutes, determining who would be crowned the champion of this esteemed martial arts event. His voice resonated through the microphone, electrifying the crowd. The audience erupted with excitement, firmly believing that the championship rightfully belonged to Sun Weiqiang, given his formidable prowess. Chang Long would certainly challenge him. Yet, the toll of the previous battle weighed heavily on Weiqiang. Could he truly recover enough strength in just 10 minutes to prevail over Chang Long? Oh, your reasoning is sound. The anticipation is palpable. This year's tournament has been nothing short of extraordinary. Many spectators engaged in fervent discussions. On the stage, Sun Weiqiang softly pleaded, "Madam, you may set me down now." "Oh, very well," Lan Fang replied, momentarily taken aback by her own enthusiasm. In such a public setting, she had audaciously embraced her little man, burying her face against him in a display of affection, leaving her feeling quite bashful. Sun Weiqiang lifted his gaze to Lan Fang, and her face instantly flushed. Has she come to her senses, feeling a sudden embarrassment at the thought of being seen? This open-hearted woman still harbors a youthful spirit? Yet, it is understandable, as she is merely 16. Lan Fang set Sun Weiqiang down, and as he made his way towards the venue, his words reached her ears. "Let us discuss our matters after the competition. For now, I must swiftly regain some strength and see if I can secure victory in the final match." Lan Fang nodded, a smile brightening her face. This surely counts as good news, does it not? Given the nature of her relationship with Weiqiang, at least his attitude towards her remains favorable for now. After the competition, how does Weiqiang intend to address this situation? What will he do? Do I stand a chance with him? Lan Fang's thoughts flowed uncontrollably, and she hoped for a promising outcome. Meanwhile, the unconscious little Weiqiang was swiftly carried away by the arriving medical personnel immediately after the match concluded. But on the way to treatment, he regained consciousness. Lepin, Klin, Bulma, Oolong, and Poir were all by his side. Simultaneously, in the athletes' lounge of the venue, Sun Weiqiang sat quietly in meditation, adjusting his breath and calming his spirit, striving to attain his optimal state and recover as much stamina as possible. To speak candidly, he envied little Weiqiang. If he were in little Weiqiang's position, he might only need a hearty meal to swiftly regain most of his strength, possibly even his energy. Such innate physical prowess was truly remarkable. Sun Weiqiang yearned for that as well. Greetings, everyone. 10 minutes have elapsed. Let us welcome competitors Jackie Chan and Sun Weiqiang to the stage. The chief referee returned to the arena, announcing that the final match was about to commence. In the locker room, upon hearing the referee's voice, Sun Weiqiang opened his eyes and smiled faintly. "Will you falter, Master Turtle Sage?" he mused. Truth be told, after a fierce battle with little Weiqiang, Sun Weiqiang felt that if he were in peak condition, his chances of overcoming Master Turtle Sage would be quite substantial. But at this moment, perhaps a 50-50 chance, with him at 4 and Master Turtle Sage at 6. As he exited the locker room, passing by Lan Fang near the entrance of the venue, she encouraged him with a clenched fist. "Go for it, Weiqiang. You are destined to seize the championship." Sun Weiqiang cast a glance at her and replied softly, "I shall strive to do my best." Lan Fang crouched down and whispered in his ear, "There are rewards for victory, you know." Sun Weiqiang gazed at her flushed face and inquired, "What reward is there? Is there none if you lose?" "Well, it depends on your performance," Lan Fang replied, her voice lowered, feeling bashful. Sun Weiqiang gazed at her alluring and delicate form, an overwhelming desire to throw her back onto the bed igniting within him. The first encounter had been insufficient, leaving him yearning for more. As for the second, with mischievous thoughts swirling in his mind, he slipped one hand into his pocket while the other playfully smacked Lan Fang's uplifted dairy. The sound echoed, smack. As her flesh quivered from the impact, Sun Weiqiang turned and strode towards the arena. Not far off, Chang Long watched with 1,000 emotions of envy and jealousy. What fortune had befallen this rascal? Miss Lan Fang allowed him such liberties? How he longed to partake in the delight of that bouncing flesh. Frustrated, Chang Long followed him to the arena. "Weiqiang, give it your all," chuckled Xiao Wukong, dressed in clothing lovingly crafted by Lan Qi. A matching outfit for the three of them. "I am confident you will prevail," urged Colin, waving his hand. "Weiqiang, I believe in your victory," they all exclaimed as they stood outside the venue. Upon the stage, Sun Weiqiang declared, "I shall exert every effort to win this match." You little rascal. I shall not easily concede to you, Sheng Long retorted, lacking absolute confidence even against a less-than-peak Sun Weiqiang. The crowd surged, a sea of spectators eagerly shouting. As the epic clash was about to unfold, in the end, Sun Weiqiang triumphed over Chang Long with great difficulty, claiming the championship. Yet, his journey in the martial arts realm had only just begun. Synopsis: the tale begins with an unexpected encounter between me, Sun Wukong, and Bulma on Baozi Mountain. At this time, Sun Wukong was short and sturdy, adorably charming. Bulma radiated the vibrant energy of youth. As for me, Sun Weiqiang, I had inadvertently traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Lacking a system, I initially intended to cling to Sun Wukong for support, only to discover that I had become a formidable force in my own right.